Craze. The Life and Times of Jiu-Jitsu, Volume 1, 1854 to 1904. Roberto Pedreira. Craze. Also by Roberto Pedreira. Jiu-Jitsu in the South Zone, 1997 to 2008. Choke 1, 1856 to 1949. Choke 2, 1950 to 1960. Choke 3, 1961 to 1990. So, 9. Craze 2. 1905 to 1914. Craze 3. 1915 to 1934. Craze. The Life and Times of Jiu-Jitsu. Volume 1, 1854 to 1904. Roberto Pedreira. GTR Publications. 2018. GTR Publications. Copyright 2018, Roberto Pedreira. All rights reserved. First impression, October 22, 2018. Revised impression, April 29, 2022.
幼少の時から日本に柔術というものがあり、それは加齢非力なものでも体力に勝てる方法であると聞いていたので、ぜひ柔術を学ぼうと考えた。From my childhood, I had heard that in Japan there was a thing called Jiu-Jitsu by which even a weak person could defeat a strong person.
I definitely thought about learning it. Kano Jigoro, Jianayi Wu Lang. Preface. To some people, the appearance of Gracie Jiu-Jitsu in the late 1980s and early 1990s was a revolution. In its social context it was, but it wasn't new. It was largely a reprise of what had taken place earlier during the first several years of the 20th century. At that time it wasn't thought of as a revolution, but rather a fad or craze. The fad faded away, as fads invariably do, and was resurrected with minimal modifications in terminology and marketing tactics 80 to 90 years later, plenty of time for what was old to become new again. In the Choke trilogy, published between 2014 and 2016, Roberto Pedreira told the story of the evolution of Jiu-Jitsu in Brazil between 1856 and 1999. Craze, The Life and Times of Jiu-Jitsu, Volume 1, 1854 to 1906, is a prequel, the story of the first Jiu-Jitsu fad and how it came about, how and why it ended, and what happened afterwards. The formative events occurred in Japan above all, and then spread to England, America, France, and elsewhere, eventually. Brazil, and in an ironic twist, back to where it all started. Japan, by which time its native roots had been forgotten. Everything that happened before happened again, and vice versa. Craze makes extensive use of old Japanese sources about which a few words of clarification may be necessary at the outset. The sources range from Meiji period, 1868 to 1912, through Taisho, 1912 to 1926, Showa, 19,200,000, and 61,989, to the present day, during which Japanese language has undergone the usual changes that all languages are subject to. Complicating matters, people could change the characters used to write their names, or could change the pronunciation while retaining the characters, or both. They could have and use multiple names. The were and are unrestricted in how they pronounce the characters they write their names with. It would be as though an American wrote his name as James, but pronounced it the artist formerly known as Prince. It generally was and sometimes still is impossible to know how a Japanese person's name is pronounced unless they either tell you or write it out phonetically. 1. During the Meiji period there was no official or even generally accepted system for transliterating Japanese into English. The first standardized system was developed by the same man who first introduced the word jujutsu to the West, namely James Curtis Hepburn. A revised version of his system is still used today. Go. However, it was used haphazardly during the period covered in Craze. Foreigners tended to write Japanese the way it sounded to their ears, mostly unsystematically and often incorrectly, and also because they heard different Japanese spoken in the different regions of the country. In addition, standardized spelling was not a priority in any country at that time. Craze generally follows the revised Hepburn system, except in direct quotations and indirect references. Long vowels are indicated with a macron, for example. O indicates a vowel that is twice as long as O. Exceptions are words that are now commonly used in English, such as judo, samurai, sumo, dojo, and some place names. Craze adheres to the Japanese custom of writing family names first followed by given names, except in cases where it is being used as it is in the context being discussed. In general, a distinction is made between the individual and his foreign public identity, with foreign names and spellings indicating the later. For example, Ono Akitaro Xiaoye Chutai Lang is the Japanese judoka, while Akitaro Ono is a professional wrestler in America and Europe. The word Jiu-Jitsu is written in Craze according to the context being discussed. In general, Jiu-Jitsu indicates the media marketing phenomenon, while Jiu-Jitsu, with or without a hyphen, indicates the Japanese martial arts of fighting without weapons or with small weapons. Interpolations and omissions in quotations are indicated with brackets and ellipses apparent. Errors in the original are indicated with the expression sick when necessary. Macrons and/or italics are used when the word is Japanese, but not when the word is an anglicized variant or otherwise. Commonly used in English or by authoritative Japanese sources, such as Kodokan, writing in English. Such words include but are not limited to judo, judoka, rendori, shiai, kuzushi, kodokan, sumo, shogun, dojo, samurai, among others. Words are also italicized when reference is being made to the word itself rather than what the word means, as in the previous sentence. Other problematic cases are addressed as they occur. Stylistically, Craze follows the publication manual of the American Psychological Association, 6th edition, with a few exceptions. Extensive selections of source language material are provided in the notes and appendices for the benefit of researchers. Notes to Preface. Chapter 1. 1542 to 1853. When the first Europeans arrived, Japan was a loosely connected collection of semi-independent, often mutually predatory domains, controlled by armed groups, headed by a lord or daimyo, daming, literally, big name, rather like the principalities of medieval Germany. The main difference was that Japan was dominated by one clan, the Tokugawa, which directly controlled about a quarter of the land and imposed its authority on the rest with varying degrees of effectiveness. 1. Coastal domains eagerly sought foreign trade for the benefits it brought, and for the advantages they hoped to gain over their local rivals. Accordingly, they were extremely interested in Portuguese cannons and other weapons. 2. They invited Portuguese traders to visit, and knowing that traders generally followed missionaries, they welcomed the first missionaries. Some daimyo actually converted to Christianity, or pretended to, and allowed or even required their subjects to do the same. Some may have been sincere, but generally the motivation was to attract traders. 3. Japan was known in Europe as early as 1298 from the Oriental travels by the Venetian adventurer Marco Polo. He described Japan, which he called Zipangu, Zipangri, Sampagu, and Sempagum, all approximations to the name the Chinese gave Japan, namely Jipunguo. Marco Polo described Japan as civilized, voluntarily isolated, independent of any foreign power, heathen. Their religion is the worship of idols, and well supplied with gold, silver, and other riches, which motivated Kublai Khan to attempt invasions in 1274 and 1281, both foiled by bad weather. 4. Marco Polo, however, did not personally visit Japan, but rather retold tales heard while in residence in Mongol-controlled China between 1275 and 1292. The first Europeans to set foot in Japan in 1542 were 3 Portuguese traders, en route from Siam to China, and were blown off course by a storm to the shores of Japan. 5. The 3 Portuguese, whoever they were, set ashore on a small island called Tanegashima, south of Kyushu, carrying guns and miscellaneous trade items. They were followed by other Portuguese traders and, in 1549, by Jesuit priests Francisco Xavier and his colleagues Cosme de Torres and Juan Fernandez and their successors from Macau and Goa. 6. In this way, Japan's initial exposure to Christianity came by way of the most militant and uncompromising of its orders, and quickly revealed the extent and potential dangers of European competition for overseas opportunities, for trade, exploitation, aggrandizement, and proselytization. The Jesuits were at first received amicably by the Lord of Satsuma, who granted them free rein to expound their religious views in quest of converts. It is unlikely that the Lord of Satsuma realized that conversion entailed a transfer of allegiance and obedience from themselves to foreigners or to a supreme being who was not concerned with maintaining the stability of the Japanese social structure. In any event, the Lord of Satsuma and a few other Japanese initially seemed to view the foreign religion as benign and as compatible with, or even as an alternative to, Buddhism. Some missionaries understood that the lords of coastal domains were interested in trade and used it as a bargaining chip in exchange for favorable treatment. The shogun, initially apathetic, had not yet come to the conclusion that Christianity and Europeans generally were a threat. However, the trading opportunities did not sufficiently materialize. Without the positive benefits of trade, there remained only the disconcerting prospect of foreign aggression and internal dissension, which it was believed that Christianity would promote. In 1587, Hideyoshi, who succeeded Nobunaga, believing that the Christian creed might form a bond uniting his vassals against him, prohibited the religion, although he didn't strenuously enforce it. When Spanish Franciscans and traders came and tried to undermine the Portuguese, Hideyoshi began to feel that the missionaries and merchants were the spearhead for aggression aimed at Japan. In 1597, he executed 3 Jesuits, 6 Franciscans, and 17 Japanese converts, sending the message that Christianity and Christians were unwanted in Japan. Anti-Christian policy vacillated. It wasn't foreigners that he minded. Portuguese merchants were invited to stay. The Dutch arrived in 1600, bringing with them an Englishman named Will Adams, who advised the shogun, Ieyasu, on matters of trade and navigation. After the Battle of Sekigahara in 1615, Ieyasu reigned supreme, having eliminated the last of his rivals. Like Hideyoshi, he believed that Christianity might form the basis for a potential coalition against him. He issued additional bans on Christianity in 1606, 1607, 1611, 1612, 1613, and 1614. The Dutch and English were more interested in making profits than converts, which aligned with Ieyasu's interests. They were permitted to remain closely supervised on the tiny island of Dejima. 11. Ieyasu died in 1615. His successors, Hidetada and Iemitsu, were even less tolerant. In 1624, Iemitsu expelled the Spanish. With rule over the country secured, the shogun and his sons and their sons who succeeded him as shogun did not necessarily need the advantages offered by Western trade, and to the contrary, foreign trade had the potential to enrich and strengthen ambitious domains. He decided that exclusion was the best way to preserve the social structure of Japan, with the samurai class as the highest of the 4 classes, and various unclassified groups, and the Tokugawa family at the apex. Jesuit reports about their activities between about 1549 and 1640 supplied the basis for initial impressions about Japan in Europe. The missionaries filed extensive reports on their activities and on general conditions in Japan. Xavier and his companions left after 2 years. They were followed by, among others, Melchior Nunes Barreto, Baltasar Gago, and Gaspar Villela, who arrived between 1554 and 1556, and Alessandro Valignano, 1579 to 1582. Valignano arranged a visit to Lisbon, Madrid, and Rome for 4 14-year-old Japanese converts, named Mansio Ito Sukemasu, Michael Chijuwa Seizemon, Julian Nakaura, and Martin Hara. Between 1584 and 1590, they left Japan in 1582 and Europe in 1587 and stopped off in Macau, Malacca, and Goa along the way. They also brought back to Japan many foreign books and a printing press. The visit was intended to publicize and promote the Jesuits' work in Japan, and it was extremely successful. Many books on Japan, more than 80 books in 1585 and almost as many in subsequent years, were published in Italian, Spanish, French, and German. 12. Valignano wrote his own book, Catechismus Christina Fide, in Quo Veritas Nostrae Religionis Ostendatur et Sectae Japonesis Confutantur, a catechism of the Christian faith, in which the truth of our religion is shown and Japanese sects are refuted. Published in 1586, it was essentially a manual for Jesuits preparing to embark on missions. The Jesuits wanted to publicize their successes, and in this way information about Japan filtered out to the general public. The information was neither specific to the church nor inaccurate, quite to the contrary. Valignano's book drew extensively from the reports and annual letters, written by a Portuguese Jesuit named Luís Foix, whose more than 140 reports to the Jesuits eventually, much later, formed the basis for a widely read book, History of Japan. 14. Holy Madness. By 1726, Japan and its hostility to Christianity and foreigners were common knowledge. If an average person of the time knew only one thing about Japan, it was that Japan's rulers hated Christianity with a passion that was almost comical. Jonathan Swift mentioned Japan and its custom of requiring people to step on a crucifix to prove that they weren't Christians in travels into several remote nations of the world, more commonly known as Gulliver's Travels, first published in 1726. Japan was one of the remote regions of the world that Gulliver traveled to in Part 3. Along with the fictitious lands of Laputa, Balnibarbi, Lugnag, and Glubdubdrib. Specifically, Gulliver set foot in Zamoski and Nagasaki. Early Jesuit writers such as Alessandro Valignano and Pierre-François Xavier de Charlevoix referred to Nagasaki as Nangasaki, and Swift undoubtedly knew of these works or their derivatives. Swift didn't bother to invent any bizarre customs for the people of Japan. Reality was strange enough. 15. The Portuguese missionaries were eventually followed by others. Traders were attracted, but so were rival religious orders, the Franciscans and Dominicans. Disorder ensued in the competition for converts and trading profits. The daimyo came to see Christianity and Christians as a potential threat and took steps to contain it. Restrictions were gradually tightened. After the Christian Shimabara rebellion of 1637-1638, the shogun evidently decided that the benefits of trade were not commensurate with the costs. He made his point clear by executing more Christians. Jesuits kept coming, in what at the time was regarded as holy madness. Well, in 1637, Italian Jesuit Marcello Mastrilli made an unauthorized journey to Japan with the plan to reconvert the apostate Cristobal Ferreira so that eventually both of them could die martyrs to provoke a temporal and spiritual transformation in the Emperor of Japan. 18. Ignoring the strict orders of the society, Mastrilli traveled from Italy to Hyuga, now Miyazaki Ken, in Kyushu, arriving September 1637. He spent the next month subjected to anatsurushi and other forms of torture, finally having his head lopped off on October 17, 1637. The Japanese intention was to encourage apostasy, and it often worked. It was the reason Mastrilli went to Japan after all, to reconvert Ferreira. He failed. He achieved his objective of dying as a martyr, but in vain. The Japanese clamped down even harder. People like Marcello Mastrilli and his Christian colleagues were clearly a danger to the social stability the Japanese wanted to preserve. The fact that they were often willing to endure torture and eagerly sought martyrdom made them all the more threatening. Thus, keeping them out in the first place was imperative. 20. The Portuguese were expelled in 1639 and other Europeans in 1640. Since there were none left, the effect was to prohibit any others from coming in. The Dutch were exceptions. The 100-man Dutch trading company was allowed to stay, restricted to the small island of Dejima off Nagasaki, and required to visit Edo once a year with a report. Fusetsugaki, Feng Shuoshu, about developments in Europe and around the world. In this way, the Japanese kept abreast of international developments, in a limited way. The Sakoku Suoguo laws were announced in 1633 and slightly modified several times between then and 1639. There were 17 articles in total, of which 5 concerned Christianity and 12 pertained to overseas trade. The motivation behind the laws was apparently as much, or more, concerned with regulating trade than quarantining the country from alien religions. The Dutch were not interested in converting anyone. They were mostly businessmen, attended by a few doctors with scientific interests. Notably, Engelbert Kaempfer, 1651 to 1716. Karl Peter Thunberg, 1743 to 1822, and Philip Franz von Siebold, 1796 to 1866. All 3 wrote books. Virtually everything we know about this period of Japanese history comes from books written by these 3 physicians to the Dutch colony. One of Kaempfer's books was translated into English in 1727 and was cited by everyone who followed. Von Siebold's copious notebooks were the basis for manners and customs of the Japanese. In the 19th century, published in England and America in 1841. Some Japanese books were smuggled out of Japan but stayed in the private libraries of collectors, and in any case were written in a language that few people at the time could understand, although they might appreciate the erotic drawings. It is safe to say that by the time of Perry's mission to Japan, most Anglo-Americans obtained their information about Japan either directly or indirectly from Kaempfer and Siebold, and to a lesser extent, Thunberg. 2. With the country pacified and the foreigners contained, Japan's schools of military arts increasingly focused on personal spiritual development and social signaling rather than combat. So the situation remained until Commodore Matthew Calbraith Perry sailed into Edo Bay on July 8, 1853. Notes to Chapter 1. Chapter 2. Black Ships, 1853 to 1867. Perry's expedition was set in motion by Aaron Haight Palmer, who from 1842 devoted himself to lobbying the United States to open Japan, as well as to expand virtually anywhere that there was room to expand to. by agreement if possible, by force if not. 1. He also favored immigration of Chinese workers to America, the construction of an intercontinental railroad, and the Panama Canal, among other ambitious nation-building projects, most of which were eventually carried out. 2. Palmer was a counselor of the Supreme Court of the United States, a member of the National Institute in Washington, and a close personal friend of Secretary of State Daniel Webster, and apparently was motivated by a desire to make America great by solidifying its commercial domination of the Pacific. He collected an enormous amount of detailed information by reading publicly available reports and talking with explorers, travelers, and diplomats. 3. Between 1846 and 1851, he wrote letters to Presidents James K. Polk, Zachary Taylor, and Millard Fillmore, and Secretaries John Clayton, Daniel Webster, and assorted other elected and appointed officials of the U.S. government, in which he outlined the precise course of action that Fillmore ultimately authorized Perry to take. Palmer personally briefed Perry on several occasions between 1849 and 1852 on what to expect and what to do, and at the request of the U.S. government, provided Perry with copies of his fact-filled written reports. Palmer also wrote to the leaders of Japan between 1842 and 1853 explaining why it was in their interest to cooperate with the United States. Consequently, they did not know when it was going to happen, but they were not in doubt that forceful foreign pressure was coming. According to Palmer, Japan had unfairly abused foreign seamen and whalers, and would undoubtedly continue to do so unless polite talk was augmented by more forceful measures, as had been done in China. He cited the July 3, 1844 Treaty of Huangxia between the Chinese Emperor and the U.S. as a good example of what a treaty between Japan and the U.S. should contain. He recommended blockading all major port cities of Japan in case the shogun balked at America's terms. Japan is vulnerable at every point, and although a brave and warlike nation, they have no means of land defense adequate to resist a single frigate, and Yedo is accessible to large vessels. The Japanese oppose no resistance to ships of war. 5. He was sympathetic to the Japanese people and believed that it was only their fear of their leaders that kept them from establishing friendly and mutually beneficial commercial relations with Americans. 6. By applying pressure, the Japanese leaders would soon be brought to terms, he predicted. Palmer's September 17, 1849 plan for opening Japan was adopted as the official policy of the United States on May 10 and May 30, 1851. 7. While Palmer addressed his pleas and suggestions to high-ranking government officials on both sides of the Pacific, supported by volumes of solid data, Charles McFarland targeted ordinary readers. His 1852 Japan, an account geographical and historical, was the first trade book written that looked forward rather than back. Like most well-informed people, McFarlane knew about the Perry expedition long before Perry left Norfolk, Virginia, in November 1852, thereby becoming one of the foremost and most interesting topics of the day. It was essentially a summary of previous writing and had almost nothing new to add. McFarlane had never been to Japan. Instead, he relied on stories told by a friend who had spent several years in Japan, and various books published between 1560 and 1850, especially by two German doctors in the Dutch colony, Engelbert Comte and Philip Franz von Siebold. One thing McFarlane's book did add was a drawing of two Japanese wrestlers in action. He had no comment to make about it, but the drawing sufficed to indicate that Japanese people like Anglo-Americans wrestled. Wales. Westerners had been interested in Japan prior to that, but as per the Japanese intentions, there was little they could do about satisfying their curiosities other than reading books. Previous attempts by England, Russia, France, and the United States to establish relations with Japan had led nowhere, and the Dutch had been repeatedly rebuffed in their attempts to place their relationship on a less servile footing. America had been trading with China since 1785, limited to the port of Canton. The Treaty of Huangxia was signed in 1844, allowing access to Shanghai and 3 other ports. Americans enjoyed extraterritorial rights, as was standard diplomatic practice at the time. 8. On September 9, 1850, California was admitted to the Union, and Japan became a next-door neighbor. 9. Steamships plied the waters between the American West Coast, primarily San Francisco, and China. The ships burned large amounts of coal, which was more economical to buy en route than to pre-provision. Japan had lots of coal and not much use for it. The conclusion seemed obvious to the Americans. 11. Whales were the other main consideration. Whale oil was a major source of energy for illumination, lubrication, medicine, and a few other applications in the first half of the 19th century. Whalebone also had economic uses. Whales had been hunted in the Atlantic primarily off the New England coast since pre-colonial times. 12. Around 1818, American ship operators based in Nantucket, Massachusetts, USA, learned that sperm whales could be found in large numbers off the coast of Japan. By 1822, more than 30 ships were hunting whales in waters adjacent to Japan in order to supply the demand that became rapacious. The numbers continued to increase. Perry told the Japanese in 1853 that more than 500 American whaling ships were operating in the Pacific. In fact, that was an underestimate. There were as many as 735 ships of sizes large enough to hunt whales operating. 14. Whaling was such an important part of the American economy in 1852 that it was President Millard Fillmore's opinion that friendly reception and necessary supplies to whaling ships anchoring in the port of the Empire would repay the United States government for all the expenses of the expedition. 15. Whaling was risky work under the best of conditions, and early conditions were far from the best. Whales are large and don't like being harpooned, and tend to live in environments that are difficult for human beings to survive, let alone function comfortably in. Lack of hydrographic and ethnographic information were potentially lethal problems. Compared to the Atlantic Ocean, the Pacific was vast, studded with islands, and relatively unexplored. In fact, most of the known islands of the Pacific were eventually discovered by whalers. Islands sometimes contained human populations who might be hostile, often after unpleasant previous encounters with foreigners, or they might be friendly. In either case, it was valuable information to have. The fishing industry, which by the period 1835 to 1845 was dominated by whaling, repeatedly petitioned the U.S. government to send an expedition to the Northeast Pacific region with the objective of improving the navigational knowledge base. By 1851, the U.S. government had decided to respond positively. The result of that decision was the Perry missions of 1853 and 1854. The principal objective was to assist the whaling industry in particular and maritime communications in general. Trade was a desideratum, but the Americans did not have high expectations that Japan would respond favorably and did not intend to force them to engage in amicable and mutually beneficial relations if they chose to remain isolated. As whale stocks declined and whales grew warier, voyages lasted longer and went farther and to less charted and more inhospitable places. Inevitably, sailing ships would be damaged or blown off course, and steamships would run low on coal and other provisions. Shipwrecked sailors sometimes ended up in Japan simply due to weather and ocean currents. The first Westerners in Japan arrived there in precisely that manner, and shipwrecked Japanese sailors were sometimes washed up on North American shores or picked up by passing ships. That is how the first Japanese Jiu-Jitsu performer, Sada Miyako, arrived in Brazil on the last day of December 18, 1908. The Americans decided to approach the Japanese about safe harbors and provisions, and to do so in earnest. It was a matter of basic humanity, they said. Trade would be desirable but not absolutely necessary. America was realistic in its expectations but prepared to play tough about humanitarian issues. If Japan didn't want to be friends and enjoy the benefits of mutual trade, America wouldn't force them. But in its treatment of American and other ships and seamen, Japan was acting as though America was an enemy. If that was the case, then perhaps force was justified. So it seemed to President Millard Fillmore when he decided to send a mission to Japan. By mission, he didn't have in mind Christian missionaries with Bibles. He meant a powerful squadron of steam-powered ships with Peikshen guns. 19. The Japanese had become accustomed to rebuffing foreigners who showed up wanting to trade or proselytize, or sailors in distress who, if welcomed, might infect the Japanese people with dangerous foreign ideas. The Dutch had periodically attempted to upgrade their status in Japan, always in vain. Profits made humiliation tolerable but not enjoyable. The English had tried to return. They left voluntarily in 1623, and the Russians had made periodic overtures. The French directly approached the Ryukyus. The Americans made several attempts in connection with the recovery of shipwrecked American whalers and the return of stranded Japanese seamen. Traders from various countries, based in India, China, Java, and other outposts, clamored for more normal relations. Japan's leaders feared that opening the door would lead to overwhelming pressures and threats to the status quo both from within and without. Doing nothing was the preferred option. As they repeatedly told Matthew C. Perry, Their laws were unalterable and couldn't be changed. But since the Americans refused to accept the argument that ancient laws could not be altered or changed, the Japanese opted for tactical capitulation instead. 20. The first visit. Perry paid 2 visits to Japan. The first lasted 10 days from his arrival on July 8, 1853 to departure on July 17, 1853. His purpose was simply to deliver 2 letters from American President Millard Fillmore. The first letter was a letter of credence, authorizing Perry to deliver the letter and to negotiate for the United States. The second letter outlined what Fillmore hoped to obtain in an agreement, assuming that the Japanese were amenable to entering into one. In addition, there was one other letter written by Perry himself. That letter simply stated that he had come to deliver the first 2 letters and was to facilitate initial contact with the outer layers of the Japanese government. Perry refused to submit Fillmore's letters to anyone other than the Emperor himself or his Secretary of Foreign Affairs. 20. He also insisted on seeing a letter of credence written by a representative of the Emperor authorizing that person to receive the letter for him. Perry wrote a second letter after the first 3 had been delivered. The Japanese were not surprised when Perry and his black ships showed up in July. They had been expecting them. The Americans had told the Dutch, and the Dutch told the Japanese, in addition to which, news of the impending mission had been circulating from its early planning stages. Perry's squadron, 2 steam frigates, Mississippi and Susquehanna, and 2 sail ships, Saratoga and Plymouth, was met by a Japanese guard boat holding up a scroll written in French warning them to go away. The chief functionary among the Japanese approached Susquehanna and gestured to be permitted to board. Perry refused, saying he would only receive a functionary of the highest rank. The chief functionary, apparently the vice-governor of Uraga, was in the boat. He was allowed to see Lieutenant Conti, whose rank was equivalent to a vice-governor. Perry told the vice-governor via Lieutenant Conti that he had come from America on a friendly mission with a letter from the president. Perry wanted an appropriate Japanese official to accept a copy of the president's letter and to set a day for Perry to formally deliver the original to the emperor. The Americans didn't realize that the shogun was not the emperor or his secretary of foreign affairs. After several days of delay, prevarication, and obfuscation on the part of the Japanese and counter-posturing and oblique intimidation on the part of Perry, with a measure of obfuscation of his own, the Japanese agreed to accept the letters. On July 9, the governor Uraga arrived and told Perry's officers that they must go to Nagasaki to deliver the letter. The officers replied that Perry absolutely would not go to Nagasaki. On the contrary, he would go ashore and deliver the letter to the emperor personally if necessary. The governor left, saying that he would consult with his higher-ups and that it would take 4 days for a response. Meanwhile, Perry sent out boats to survey the harbor and moved his ships nearer to Edo, a deliberate stratagem that alarmed the governor and prompted him to inquire as to Perry's intentions. The officers answered that unless the business which had brought the squadron to the Bay of Yedo was arranged during the present visit, he, the Commodore, would be obliged to return in the ensuing spring with a larger force. And, as the anchorage in front of Uraga was not convenient or safe, he was desirous of seeking a more favorable situation nearer to Yedo, which would facilitate his communication with that city. 23. On Wednesday, July 13, a team of officials arrived with a letter from the emperor authorizing the Prince of Idzu to receive the letters from the American president and Perry. There was also a second letter written by the governor of Uraga, stating that the first letter was authentic. Perry went ashore the next day, Thursday, July 14, with about 300 officers and gave the letters to the official. President Fillmore's letter was approximately 880 words, the gist of which was, "The only objects for which I have sent Commodore Perry, with a powerful squadron to pay a visit to your Imperial Majesty's renowned city of Yedo are friendship, commerce, a supply of coal and provisions, and protection for our shipwrecked people." He indicated that they would pay for the coal and provisions. 24. Also included was the letter of credence from the president authorizing Perry to negotiate, conclude, and sign a convention or conventions, treaty or treaties of friendship, commerce, and navigation. Perry included his own letter, written July 1. The Japanese in return handed the Americans an imperial receipt, grudgingly acknowledging the letters, and complaining about being forced to receive the letters at Uraga rather than Nagasaki. After the letters had been exchanged, Perry mentioned that the Japanese would probably need time to consider the president's proposals. Therefore, he would return next spring for a formal response. Significantly, he did not say that he would return in order to receive the response, but rather that he would receive the response when he returned, implying that he would not return when the Japanese were ready, but rather that they should be ready when he returned. It was part of Perry's deliberate strategy that he would not be impeded by Japanese attempts at postponements and evasions, which he knew to expect. A Japanese official asked Perry if he planned to come back with all 4 of his ships. All of them, he said, and probably more. His mission accomplished, Perry set course for Luchu, Hong Kong, Canton, and Macau. 25. Clean slate. On Friday, January 20, 1854, one of the few civilian members of Perry's first visit to Japan, Bayard Taylor, gave the first of 2 public lectures at the Mercantile Library Association in New York, in which he explained what the expedition had seen and done in Japan and Luchu, that is the Ryukyu Kingdom, annexed by Japan in 1879 and renamed Okinawa, and what the likely consequences would be. He expected them to be favorable. At 28, Taylor was already a veteran world traveler who made a living lecturing about the many exotic countries and regions he had visited. 7. Taylor happened to be in Shanghai when Perry arrived, and despite the Commodore's policy of no civilians on the expedition, Taylor talked his way onto one of Perry's ships. Perry himself authorized it, believing that Taylor's experience as an observer would be useful when it came time to prepare the official report. All members of the crew were requested to keep their eyes open, keep records of what they saw and did, and turn their notes and journals over to Perry after the expedition. 28. According to Taylor, the physical power of Japan has been greatly overrated. On our arrival, we found no defenses that we could not have destroyed in a few hours. Japan had remained secluded for such a long time because foreigners were too timid. Previous negotiations had not gone well because foreign representatives had made at least 2 fundamental errors. The first was that they failed to speak with the people who were actually in charge. Low-ranking bureaucrats and government officials were highly predisposed to be conservative, knowing that they would be severely punished if anything went wrong, but not correspondingly rewarded if things went well. The second mistake was that the foreigners didn't act the way the Japanese expected powerful men to act. Unlike his predecessors, Perry took care to represent himself as the personal envoy of America's highest-ranking leader, the equivalent of the Japanese emperor, and refused to speak with anyone but an envoy of the emperor. The Japanese had no trouble understanding this because it was exactly the way they operated. It was exactly what Aaron Haight Palmer recommended. The United States, Taylor explained, had an advantage over the other countries that had tried to reopen Japan. The Portuguese had tried to colonize Japan. The English had been welcome but pulled out after a mere 10 years, proving themselves to be unreliable friends. The Dutch had willingly allowed themselves to be humiliated for 250 years, and so there was no reason to modify the relationship with them. And the Russians had worrisome territorial designs. Only America could negotiate with a pure heart and clean slate. 9. The second visit. The second visit differed in several ways from the first. Perry arrived with 4 ships in 1853. The second time the squadron consisted of 9 ships. Macedonian, Vandalia, Lexington, and Southampton arrived on February 11. Perry and his 3 steamers, Mississippi, Susquehanna, and Powhatan, followed on February 12. Saratoga arrived on March 4 and Supply on March 1930. In July 1853, the Japanese put on a show of strength, going so far as to construct fake forts and bogus gun emplacements. By 1854, they had decided on a different strategy, which was to avoid provoking overt hostilities and to make the best of a bad but unavoidable situation. So, as Perry later said, the city of Yedo can be destroyed by a few steamers, a very light draft of water, and with guns of the highest caliber. The Japanese fully appreciated this fact. The ships were in plain view and their capabilities were obvious. They knew how effective naval firepower had been in China. They were familiar with the armaments on Perry's ships. It left them without many good options. While Perry was still in Ryukyu Islands, the vehemently anti-West Japanese Emperor Komei had died. The Japanese used the incident to ask Perry to postpone his return indefinitely. Perry sent his condolences but refused. It was still unclear to the Americans who was actually in charge of the country. Perry suspected that the ostensibly sudden death was a ruse to obstruct negotiations. His brief first encounter had taught him that the Japanese were more than willing to bend the truth. But to Perry, it didn't matter. He assumed that the emperor's successor would immediately step in and apply himself to the state's business. He refused to postpone his second visit. 33. although the Japanese had previously insisted that all foreign business must be conducted in Nagasaki according to the unalterable laws of Japan in 1854. They now insisted that Uraga, not Nagasaki, was where the meetings must take place. The emperor had said, so therefore Uraga was where it had to be. 34. The Japanese insisted on Uraga as stubbornly as they had previously insisted on Nagasaki. Perry just as stubbornly refused, saying Uraga was unsafe and inconvenient. 35. He was willing to meet them on the shore opposite of Uraga. If that was unacceptable, he would take his ships to Edo. The Japanese did not like that. They were concerned that the Americans would assume a hostile attitude and actually destroy Edo. 36. The Japanese were also greatly distressed by the prospect of American warships being so close to Edo, because it demonstrated that the shogun was powerless to prevent them from doing whatever they wanted. The Japanese knew what the English had done in China and had no way of judging whether the Americans were as innocently friendly as they claimed to be. Moreover, protecting the land from barbarians was the samurai class's claim to its privileged and unproductive social position, and the Tokugawa clan's claim to preeminence. Being outnumbered by the rest of the population by a ratio of 9 to 1, the leaders were generally in fear of the public. 37. After 10 days, the Japanese finally decided that Perry wasn't going to deviate from his position. They suggested Yokohama and Perry agreed. 38. On March 8, a meeting was held in Yokohama. The Japanese delivered a letter from Moriyama Ienosuke, representing the new emperor. In it, he explained that the new emperor was too busy to give satisfactory answers at once to all the proposals of your government, as it is most positively forbidden by the laws of our imperial ancestors. He acknowledged that times had changed. For us to continue attached to the ancient laws seems to misunderstand the spirit of the age. However, we are governed now by imperative necessity. It is therefore evident that he, the emperor, cannot now bring about any alteration in the ancient laws. He didn't mention that the new emperor was a 15-year-old boy and had no involvement in the negotiations with Perry or with the government of the country. However, he agreed to the two most essential requests for humane treatment of shipwrecked seamen and for coal and other provisions. He also agreed to open one port after 5 years, to be selected by Perry. In the meantime, the supplies would be available in Nagasaki. After settling the points before mentioned, the treaty can be concluded and signed at the next interview, they said. 30. The letter, however, was, as Perry expressed it, a friendly arrangement rather than a treaty. A friendly arrangement was subject to interpretation and to the whims of individual officials and was contingent on compatibility with pre-existing Japanese laws, which technically Japan did not have. Rather, Japan was governed and managed by ethics, traditions, sumptuary and other codes and edicts binding on specific classes of people, but not others. Moreover, the friendly arrangement lacked concreteness and specificity, as the Japanese themselves admitted. They did not know what Perry meant by provisions or how much coal Perry would want. They did not know how prices would be determined or who would interact with the foreigners, among many other pertinent questions. Perry felt that a formal treaty similar to the one with China spelling out such details would be a good model and sent a copy in English, Chinese, and Dutch. He may have also suspected that, at the next meeting, additional negotiating points would be introduced in an attempt to prolong matters. As one foreign diplomat put it, delay was one of the Bakufu's best weapons against foreign cannon. 40. The Japanese preferred an informal arrangement expressing the will of the emperor. Since that could change at any time, as it had done in the past, it did not serve the purposes of the United States, Perry said. He reiterated that a formal treaty should be made, saying that if not, the United States would probably send more ships to make one. 41. Perry sent a longer note, previously written March 1st, outlining more concretely what he hoped for and how it would benefit Japan, concluding with, I shall not dare to return to the United States without carrying with me satisfactory responses to all the proposals of the President, and I must remain until such are placed in my possession. 42. On March 16th, the Japanese commissioners Hayashi, Ito, Izawa, and Udono replied in writing to several of Perry's notes. After carefully summarizing the convoluted discussions up to that date, they got to the point, among those points which you now propose for adoption, the two items of extending succor and protection to the distressed and wrecked vessels on our coast, and of furnishing coal to passing ships and supplying provisions and other necessaries to those who may be in need of them, are founded in reason and ought to be granted without hesitation. But as to opening a trade, such as is now carried on with China by your country, we certainly cannot yet bring it about. They insisted that the Americans should secure their coal and other provisions in Nagasaki as the open port. After 5 years, another port might be opened. Perry had already explained clearly why Nagasaki would not be acceptable. Moreover, it wasn't what he had in mind as an open port. In effect, the commissioners merely restated their position of March 8.43. The next day, March 17, Perry met with the commissioners. Perry accepted 2 of the 7 specific Japanese offers rejected 4, and accepted 1 with major conditions. The latter concerned coal and other items, which Perry naturally accepted, as it was what he requested. However, the Japanese said the coal, etc., would be available in Nagasaki, which Perry rejected. The Japanese clung to the tactic of maintaining unalterable positions, and then jettisoning them in the 11th hour. It was a predictable pattern. The Americans came to expect it. The Japanese never felt that they really knew what the Americans were up to, and assumed that there was a hidden agenda. Due partly to the actual circumstances, they did not grasp the idea that negotiation did not have to be a zero-sum, winner-takes-all game, because in fact, at least as they saw it, they had nothing to gain. They could only lose, and their aim was to lose as little as possible. Perry regarded the Japanese as deceitful, but from their point of view, they didn't have many cards to play. They also didn't feel that it was their obligation to provide enemies and uninvited guests with information that could be used against them. Nevertheless, it was a productive meeting in several ways. For one thing, the Japanese were beginning to understand the Western conception of negotiation, which differed from Japanese procedures for producing agreement, consensus, cooperation, compliance, and conflict resolution. They quickly learned what worked, power, and what didn't, evasiveness, but didn't feel comfortable with the notion of give and take since it implied equality, and from the facts of the situation, the relationship was far from equal. It also seemed unethical according to Confucian principles, which taught that there is a correct, fair, and just way to do everything, and everything should be done that way. Compromise is inherently to deviate from the path of rectitude and righteousness. 44. The Japanese promised to address Perry's concerns by March 23, which they did to Perry's satisfaction. In return, he made some minor concessions. Having accomplished their disparate purposes, both sides were reasonably satisfied and arranged the next day to wine and dine together and to exchange gifts to demonstrate that the arrangement was, as President Millard Fillmore said, amicable. The Japanese continued to test Perry's resolve even during these festivities. They did not want a consul, a non-diplomatic representative stationed in Japan. Perry understood perfectly well why they didn't want a consul, but insisted on it. It was for their own good, he said. If they didn't want a consul, he would instead leave a warship behind to perform the same services. The Japanese yielded, but events suggest that their fears were well-grounded. They might have been better off with the warship. 45. On March 24, 1854, a banquet was held to celebrate the fact that the 2 sides had reached agreement on the conditions for a treaty, which would be formally signed on March 31, 1854, and known as the Treaty of Kanagawa. 46. The Americans bravely ate Japanese food but didn't like it, and drank sake out of tiny Japanese cups, after which the Japanese reciprocated the gifts presented by the United States government on March 13. The Americans selected gifts designed to show off American ingenuity and power, labor-saving devices and guns, as well as including some that they knew from experience the Japanese commissioners would highly appreciate, such as 100 gallons of whiskey along with various quantities of other alcoholic beverages. The Japanese gifts seemed intended to convey the image of Japan as a traditional, cultured country, with one possible exception. The Americans were told that it was a Japanese custom to give dried fish, dogs, and rice as royal presents. The Americans gave the Japanese 8 baskets of Irish potatoes among their gifts, which must have seemed adequate as a symbolic gesture of friendship, and were taken aback by the immense supply of substantial food that the Japanese presented in the form of 200 bales of raw rice, each of which weighed 135 pounds. The Japanese knew that the Americans were plentifully supplied with food. They ate heartily at the American banquet and even took leftovers home. Moreover, Perry informed them that his ships were well stocked with everything that they needed. In any case, the 135-pound rice bales were, whether by design or otherwise, used as props in what seems to have been an attempt to communicate that not all Japanese were small, helpless, pencil-pushing government officials. 40 Part of the entertainment the Japanese prepared for Perry and his men was an exhibition of Japanese professional wrestling featuring 25 or 30 enormous wrestlers, 48. Sumo wrestlers were well-connected celebrities who did not normally perform unskilled manual labor. On this occasion, an exception was made, showing them off by having them carry the 200 bales of rice. All but 2 of the wrestlers carried 2 135-pound bales on their right shoulders, one of which they lifted unassisted. One wrestler did somersaults while hugging a 135-pound bale. The Americans were more amazed than impressed by the wrestlers who they described as monstrous fellows, huge monsters, naked giants, and who seemed more like stall-fed bulls and elephants than human beings. While they were undeniably brawny, they were also lacking in athletic qualities and unsuited for violent exercise. The Americans found the matches brutal, disgusting, and ludicrous, with the wrestlers constantly howling and screeching like dogs in combat. Japanese wrestling was neither boxing nor wrestling, Perry noted. He wasn't sure what it was, but in any case, he didn't care for it. The tournament was a farce and he suspected that they were worked. 49. Japanese princes and other important men vied with each other to maintain the strongest stable of wrestlers among their retainers. They apparently believed that they could impress the Americans in the same way that they impressed each other. Japanese junks might be no match for American steam-powered warships with Peikshan guns, but Japanese Rikishi, Lishi, strongmen, also known as sumo wrestlers, could hold their own with any American and then some. Woodblock prints depicting such hypothetical encounters remained popular throughout the 1860s. 50. 1. Print depicted an Ozeki-ranked wrestler from the Northern League, Shi no Fang, Daguan, named Kagamiwa Hamanosuke, Jing Yanbin Jiju, being admired by 4 U.S. Marines in dress uniforms. Another showed a group of 6 wrestlers, each carrying 1 or 2 rice sacks, and 18 Marines pushing, pulling, or collapsing under the weight of a single sack, dejectedly sitting on a sack or empty-handedly walking in front of a wrestler carrying a sack in each hand. 2 groups of Marines, 4 in each group, were shown each carrying a single sack. 51. Another print showed the wrestlers tossing the sacks in the air as if for exercise. E2. In return, the Americans provided a show of Ethiopian minstrelsy, which the Japanese enjoyed. It is not known what the Negro crew members, 2 of whom were Perry's personal bodyguards, both imposing specimens and armed to the teeth, thought about the performance. After the banquet, Perry expressed his intention of taking his ships to Edo. The commissioners asked him not to. Perry pretended to insist, but graciously gave in, or rather offered to discuss it at a later time. He didn't need to move his ships anywhere. He had already gotten everything that he wanted. According to Japanese sources, some of Perry's men wanted to test themselves against the Japanese wrestlers who had impressively hauled the sacks of rice into their ship. 2 who were selected by the sumo authorities were Koyanagi Tsunakichi, J, and Shiramayumi Hidawamon. Asp. Koyanagi was a champion wrestler of the Ozeki rank, stood 170 centimeters, and weighed 341 pounds. Shiramayumi was from Yamao, Lee, was a senior division, Makuuchi. P, wrestler, was 21 years old, stood 190 centimeters, and weighed 330 pounds. One of the Americans took it upon himself to punch Shiramayama on the nose, which bled profusely, and the wrestler had trouble breathing. Koyanagi stepped forward and said, provocatively but with characteristic Japanese politeness, "I'll fight 3 of your champions. What about it? Bring it on, please, Kondo ha, Sanren de Shiampion to Yari Taido. Uka, Yoroshi, Oide Nasai." The 3 America sailors who felt ready for a challenge were William, 164, Brian, 717, both wrestlers, and Carson, plus a boxer. Carson wasted no time taking a swing at Koyanagi's head with his right hand. Koyanagi swayed back, avoiding the swing, knocked it away, grabbed Carson's hand and turned the exchange to his own advantage. Nokezotsu ta shao liu ha, sono yu wo fuu to see ikiri shao shoni genru. F. Immediately, Brian jumped in from the right and William from the left. A Donnybrook ensued, ending with a resounding victory for Koyanagi. The American sailors who had been supporting their shipmates were disconsolate. An American naval officer named Raimondo, speaking through an interpreter, asked Koyanagi, "What do you eat? What sort of training do you do?" Koyanagi smiled, bringing his eyebrows together as was his custom, and answered, It's because I eat delicious Japanese rice and drink delicious rice wine. When I train, I am always prepared for death. 56. Whether in fact or fiction, it was the first martial arts event, Jiu-Jitsu, between Japan and America. Home. Perry's squadron broke up, each ship going on to its next assignment, surveying. Japan. Entertaining the local people with Ethiopian minstrelsy and amateur dramatic productions, and meeting with local officials to iron out details concerning implementation of the treaty. In due course, Macedonian proceeded to Formosa, the Philippines and Hong Kong supply. Went to Formosa, Powhatan, Mississippi, and Lexington went to Nafa, Naha. Southampton went to Hong Kong. Vandalia and Susquehanna went to Shanghai, and Saratoga went to the United States to deliver the treaty for ratification. The expedition was officially terminated on April 23, 1855 in New York, when Perry, who had returned overland from India, removed his flag from Mississippi. Perry had accomplished his mission, using a mixture of persuasion and intimidation. The Japanese, outwardly cooperative, resisted in the only ways they could, with deceit, evasion, ambiguity, and delay. Unknown to the Americans, Japan was in the midst of an incipient civil war. Opponents of the Tokugawa knew all along that the foreigners could be allies against the shogunate. However, the shogunate had its own foreign allies, consequently little progress was made on that front. The Treaty of Kanagawa and the treaties that followed changed the power equation and became weapons that the recalcitrant domains could use against the Tokugawa family. The treaty was not the end of the foreign crisis, but rather the beginning of the end of feudal Japan. The Japanese concluded that the problem of keeping the barbarians at arm's length had entered a new and potentially disastrous phase, one that had to be managed with the utmost delicacy. America was just one of the foreign powers who seemed determined to drag Japan into their modern system of trading and diplomacy. Catholic Portugal and Spain were permanently banned, and Holland was tamed. But now there was Russia, France, Prussia, soon to be Germany, England, no longer a country of mere traders, all making demands. And who knew how? Many others would be showing up in the future, and they did show up. Japan's options were radical transformation, chaos, or colonial subordination, any one of which was likely to be dirty, difficult, and dangerous. 9. The shogun was reluctant to act without support from the powerful domains, but the domains had differing views about what to do. Moreover, domains that wanted to remove the Tokugawa saw its inability to deal effectively with the barbarians as an opportunity. In the end, the Tokugawa agreed to Perry's demands, knowing, as the better-informed domain lords also knew, that they had little choice. They decided to make the best out of a bad situation, and in time, to turn it to their advantage. The penultimate shogun Iemochi recommended using the barbarian to subdue the barbarian. By that he meant emulating the West trading and using the profits to build ships and guns. Since there wasn't any realistic alternative, that is what was eventually done, or at least attempted. In the meantime, there were two major issues left to be resolved. Having come to a consensus on the general strategy for dealing with the foreigners, it needed to be decided how to implement it, and who would be in charge of the country to carry it out. Japan joins the modern world system. At the time, and for the previous 250 or so years, Japan had been organized into what was called the Bakuhan, Mufan. The Bakuhan consisted of the Tokugawa military government, the Bakufu, Mufu, at the center, with a varying number of about 250 to 300 or so Han, Fan domains in subservience. 6.1. Some were related to the Tokugawa clan by blood. Some had supported the Tokugawa side in the Battle of Sekigahara on October 21, 1600. Others had fallen into line after Ieyasu's victory. Some had been eliminated. Traditional enemies of the Tokugawa reluctantly complied simply because they judged that they lacked the capability to do otherwise. Notably, the Satsuma and Choshu domains, the second and ninth largest of the domains. In terms of productivity, harbored a centuries-old resentment of Tokugawa rule. Significantly, they had disproportionately large numbers of samurai, most of whom were among the lower ranks. 6.2. Perry changed that. Perry's presence and demands posed a challenge that was beyond the capacities of the Tokugawa government. 3. It was equally beyond the capabilities of any of its rivals, alone or in any combination. The Bakuhan system that worked adequately to keep the peace for some 2.5 centuries was the problem, as was, ironically, that it had kept peace. The government lacked the resources that might have allowed them to reject the foreign demands. Factions within the Tokugawa debated a number of options, none of which offered any promise of success. The Tokugawa government never came up with a workable solution, nor did its opponents, although they pretended to. Their supposed solution was to remove the shogun, restore the emperor, unify the land under his rule, and then expel the barbarians. No one ever mentioned how the latter would be accomplished. Privately, they knew it was impossible, which is why they demanded that the shogun do it. The primary objective was to seize power, something that, thanks to Perry, was now a possibility after more than 250 years of humiliating subservience. The crisis that Perry's arrival and demands created continued year after year. The defiant domains staged incidents with foreigners in order to show that the shogun could not protect them and also could not compel the guilty domains to make amends. The foreigners had to take measures into their own hands. From time to time, domain lords punished their own guilty samurai or handed them over to the foreigners for punishment. In either case, it was designed to expose the weakness of the shogun. During this phase, the domains acted more or less independently and competitively, each hoping to improve its relationship with its preferred foreign country, as well as its position relative to the Tokugawa and to other domains. The shogun and the Tokugawa clans did the same, and it seemed that that situation would persist indefinitely. Finally, it became clear that concerted action would be needed. The southern domains of Choshu, Satsuma, Tosa, and Hizen led an anti-Tokugawa coalition supposedly to restore the emperor to his rightful place as sole ruler of all of Japan. It was called a restoration, Weishin Ishin, but in reality it merely substituted one ruling oligarchy for another. The restored emperor continued as a symbolic figurehead with highly circumscribed functions, but rather than remaining invisible, other than to give legitimacy to the shogun, he was made an explicit and highly visible symbol of the state. It was a puppet show, with the same cast of thugs and parasites hiding behind the curtain pulling strings, as they had always done. 6th, they had to forge temporary alliances with traditional rivals and with foreign powers to do it. 6th, they did so by rallying around the motto, respect the emperor, expel the barbarians, Zun Huang Rang Yi. In failing to expel the barbarians, the shogun had not respected the emperor. He also failed to respect the emperor by signing a treaty with foreign countries without the emperor's permission. The implication was that a new leader would replace the Tokugawa clan and respect the emperor by expelling the foreigners. Victorious after a year of fighting, the new rulers immediately reversed course and welcomed the foreigners in, hoping that diplomatic Jiu-Jitsu, as one later observer described it, would serve them better than their previous feeble attempts at military resistance. They also took the opportunity to step up overseas fact-finding commissions and study tours to American and European capitals. Subsequent to the transfer of power, the entire country was overhauled, the domains abolished and prefectures created in their place in 1871. Generally, former daimyo were appointed as governors. Noble ranks, emulating the English peerage system, were created and handed out to about 500 people. 6. All of the other features of modern Western nation-states were gradually established over the following 20 to 30-year period, including most importantly, a national registration system, a conscript military, a national school system, miscellaneous symbols and traditions of statehood and nationality, and the infrastructure to connect the regions to the center. The center was in Tokyo, the headquarters of the former shogun, rather than in Kyoto, home of the emperors. 7. Visitors. Perry's treaty opened up the ports of Shimoda and Hakodate. The English followed soon after, arriving September 7th, concluding a treaty. By October 14 to 15, establishing Nagasaki as their port of choice. The Russians, Dutch, and French were not far behind, demanding similar concessions. Traders, diplomats, military men, merchant seamen, missionaries, writers, professional travelers and adventurers, curious visitors, and people with nothing better to do, all came, observed, and sometimes stayed. Many wrote books. People who had never been to Japan also wrote books, based on books written by people who had. The books range from fact-packed scholarly treatises that are still worth reading today, and, indeed, are the sources for most of what we know about earlier periods of Japanese history. Others were simply the observations of short-term visitors. In either case, they sometimes provided glimpses at the subject at hand, Jiu-Jitsu, also known as Jiu-Jitsu, and the related art of sumo, both of which were initially and often thereafter described as Japanese wrestling. The fight of the century, Shiji Nuxi Jan. The foreigners who visited or moved to Japan, mostly the port cities, and particularly Yokohama, brought their cultural practices with them. A few at least seemed fascinated by Japanese wrestling. Ordinary Japanese people in turn were intrigued by the odd customs of the foreigners, as well as opportunities for making money. Having been forced to open their doors to foreigners, they appreciated any chance to display Japanese parity and even more so superiority. Simply scorning foreigners as barbarians, lacking in good manners, was tried and true, but even more appealing was a definitive exhibition of power. Japan clearly lacked it in the aggregate, as the black ships anchored in their harbors daily reminded them. Individually as well, Japanese tended to be small, higher-ranking members, the samurai class especially so. Foreign observers described them as sickly and effeminate. Japan, it seemed, was no match for the West in any way that mattered, with one exception, wrestling. Foreigners, young military men and seafarers mostly, were eager to test themselves against Japan's colossal strong men. Li Shi. The Japanese were no less eager to see or read about such encounters, especially since the foreigners were invariably defeated. Several matches took place in 1861, a time when Yokohama's foreign population was beginning to be significant. Japanese artists documented them with woodblock prints, which circulated widely, the pre-Meiji equivalent of YouTube downloads. According to contemporary sources, that is drawings and captions on woodblock. Prints published in January, February, and March. A foreign wrestler named Hiroshana Plus had traveled the world using secret skills to defeat everyone who dared to test him. He was so strong that he could lift 1,320 pounds, Senkin, F, and stood the unlikely height of 243 centimeters tall, Hasaku, R. According to the prince, he was either born in Karaisu, 17, possibly Calais, or on the French island of Mexico, and was known as Afurikato, 7. The artist was obviously misinformed about geography. Mexico is not an island. France, however, had been involved in Mexico since 1838, most recently in 1861, hence possibly the artist's confusion. In addition to being huge, powerful, and skillful, Hiroshana was also arrogant, which made him a more appealing heel from the Japanese fans' point of view. The prince showed the Frenchman landing on the ground with his feet still in the air, hitting the ground hands first. Another match involved an arrogant Englishman named Router, written 5, which could have been Router, Louder, Lauder, or various other possibilities. Router and his supporters showed up at the 5-day spring sumo tournament to challenge a sumo wrestler. They were denied. They came back the next day. Again, they were denied. Router claimed to be a wrestler and boxer, lived at 18 Banken plus, and had the impressive upper body musculature that suggested that he really could back up his talk with action. Naruhodo sore wo jengming suru ka no yu ni, shangbanshen no shangri shang. Geri wa monosugoi. On the third day, speaking through a translator, Router delivered a more provocative message saying, with a condescending chuckle, "If you guys are really Japanese wrestlers, why did you refuse my challenge? You are just a bunch of big doctors. Juntachi ga bendang no riben resura, nara, naze si, no tiao jan ni zinai no da. Juntachi ha resura, te hanaku, dafang dokuta." 171 to 7,735. He was alluding to their hair, styles which vaguely resembled the style worn by priests, scholars, and physicians, none paragons of wrestling prowess. A match was set up. Tokitsukaze, Shi Jin Feng, representing Japanese sumo. Router wore shoes and a brown undershirt. Router represented West, Ji. Tokitsukaze represented East, Dong. Router's upper body development was impressive. Thick hair protruded from his large chest. His right arm was like a log. Router planned to use his boxing to beat Tokitsukaze. Router threw a straight right. They clinched. Router tried to throw a kick with his right leg at Tokitsukaze's crotch area. Their heads collided. Tokitsukaze's head was like a rock. Router fell out of the ring into the back of his head. A doctor rushed in. Router was carried out. A rumor spread among local citizens that Router had been killed by Tokitsukaze's sumo throw, Raudahatu Gesha Saritara. In fact, Router quickly recovered his senses and was apparently not seriously injured. 68. The way ahead. The treaty was reported in the popular press soon after it was communicated to the Senate, July 13, 1854, and was known to anyone with an interest in the subject. 69. Given the importance of whale products and maritime traffic in general to the American economy, most people had at least some interest in the treaty. With the appointment of Townsend Harris as American consul in Japan, and through his energetic efforts to entice Japan into more extensive agreements, Japan's borders became increasingly porous, and more foreigners began to work, live, and visit. Between these 2 points in time, a few books were written, and in one sense, they had an abundance of new information. It was new because it had just happened, and it was news because the one who was most responsible for making it happen, after Aaron Haight Palmer wrote about it, namely Matthew C. Perry. Most books written during this period, 1854 to 1859, were about the American expedition. A few were published about the copycat English and other expeditions, and some older books in European languages were reissued. In addition to Perry's book, which was the official report co-written by Francis Hawkes, Robert Tomes wrote an abridgment of the narrative. In 1,857.7 thousand tomes, actually was a contributor to the narrative for which he received acknowledgement but not writing credit. 7.1. Tomes' book was The Americans in Japan, an abridgment of the government narrative of the U.S. expedition to Japan under Commodore Perry. 7.2. It added nothing new but ensured that Japan stayed in the public mind. 4 other expedition participants also wrote books. In time, many others would do so as well. Bayard Taylor wrote a book, A Visit to India, China, and Japan, 1855. It was one of the 4 books he published that same year. 7. J. Willett Spalding, a clerk on the Mississippi, wrote a book, also in 1855, titled The Japan Expedition. Japan and Around the World, an account of 3 visits to the Japanese Empire with sketches of Madeira, St. Helena, Cape of Good Hope, Mauritius, Ceylon, Singapore, China, and Luchu. 7.4. William Heine was an artist on the expedition. His 1856 book was Graphic Scenes of the Japan Expedition. Another expedition member named Alexander Willie Habersham, who was a lieutenant in the Navy, wrote My Last Cruise, or Where We Went and What We Saw, being an account of visits to the Malay and Luchu Islands, the coasts of China, Formosa, Japan, Kamchatka, Siberia, and the mouth of the Amur River. It was published in 1857. Aaron Haight Palmer, who more than anyone else instigated the opening and expedition also, wrote a book in 1857, although like his first, it was a limited circulation collection of reports, correspondence, and other documents designed to encourage the U.S. government to pay him for his previous services, which they eventually did. His book was Documents and Facts Illustrating the Origin of the Mission to Japan, authorized by Government of the United States May 10, 1851, and which finally resulted in the treaty concluded by Commodore M.C. Perry, U.S. Navy, with the Japanese commissioners at Kanagawa, Bay of Yedo, on the March 31, 1854. One other book, by someone with no connection to the expedition, briefly mentioned it. It was Richard Hildreth's 1855 book Japan as It Was and Is, a summary of Portuguese, Spanish, and Dutch sources with an update on the Perry mission. It did not add much to what Perry had already said, but it remained relevant, enough to merit reprinting in 1873, 1902, and 1905, 75. All of the books had something in common. They increased interest in Japan. Perry's treaty permitted America to establish a consul in Japan after 18 months from the signing of the treaty, the first being Townsend Harris. By October 9, 1858, the United States, July 29, Holland, August 18, Russia, August 19, England, August 26, and France, October 9, had treaties with Japan. 76. Consequently, business people, their families, and diplomats came, teachers, and technicians were hired by the Japanese government, and private businesses. Also attracted to the new opportunities were the dregs which silt any seaport, adventurers, and ne'er-do-wells, as well as representatives of the vast array of unclassified humanity that floats like waifs in every seaport. 7.7. Writers came in search of subject matter for articles and books. Japan always had an exotic appeal for some of the more adventurous travelers, many of whom had long resumes of destinations visited, but for most potential visitors, Japan was not foreigner-friendly. By the end of the century, the leaders of Japan realized that international visitors could be a source of foreign exchange, and also could be extremely useful as public relations resources in the service of Japan's policy objectives. Hence, serious efforts were made to transform Japan into an attractive tourist destination. Travel guides were written with that in mind. One of the popular tourist attractions of the period was sumo wrestling. Initially, Jiu-Jitsu was rarely mentioned. In time, from about 1895 onward, it became almost a cliché. In most cases, writers who mentioned Jiu-Jitsu were actually talking about the system created by a young school teacher named Jigoro Kano Jigoro, Jianaji Wulang, which gradually became known as Kodokan Judo. 78. Notes to Chapter 2. Chapter 3. The Art of Wrestling, 1867-1873. By the time of Perry's mission, the world had changed. Some observers, mostly missionaries, counseled patience. However, they did not have big ships with Paixhan guns. The Americans and English did. They felt that they had been patient long enough. Charles McFarlane agreed. In his 1852 book Japan, he urged the Americans to teach Japan a lesson. 1. Japan must be brought into the community of nations, by force if necessary. McFarlane insisted. He suggested ways to do it. Negotiating without intimidation was useless, and invading would be counterproductive. The Japanese, with their samurai spirit, he believed, would willingly sacrifice themselves. Destroying coastal cities could easily be accomplished with 1 or 2 well-armed ships. McFarlane recommended seizing one Japanese island and staying there, threateningly, until the Tokugawa government came to terms. As it turned out, the Japanese had other ideas. They intended to use the foreign crisis to stage a coup, restructure the country, and then negotiate for the best terms they could get, and in the meantime, build up the country's strength until Japan could deal with the West more or less as equals. McFarlane's book was reprinted in 1856, by which time Perry's expedition was successfully completed. Neither edition of the book mentioned Jiu-Jitsu or Jiu-Jitsu, but they did include a drawing of 2 sumo wrestlers locked in a clinch. No information was provided other than the caption, which read, Japanese wrestlers. 2. Japanese wrestling also failed to impress British Ambassador Rutherford Alcock. According to Alcock, in his popular and highly opinionated 1863 book, The Capital of the Tycoon, wrestling is to the Japanese what the ring is to us, and something especially national. Every prince has a whole troop of them, and their pride is to have the biggest, heaviest, and fattest, so that they generally look as bloated, overfed, and disgusting as prize oxen for the butcher at Christmas. 3. Another influential visitor who commented on Japan wrestling was A.B. Mitford, the second secretary to the British legation in Japan, in his 1871 Tales of Old Japan. He wrote, The fat wrestlers of Japan, whose heavy paunches and unwieldy puffy limbs, however much they may be admired by their fellow country people, form a striking contrast to our Western notions of training. He devoted 5 pages to a description of a sumo contest. He didn't use the word sumo, but included 2 line drawings of sumo wrestlers. Like Perry and Alcock, he was unimpressed. 4. By the time the new Japanese government was formed in 1868 and solidified, during the next decade, most foreign visitors knew of Japanese wrestling. Some even knew it was called sumo. They had little difficulty recognizing it as wrestling because it looked very much like Greco-Roman wrestling, or more accurately, lutte française, French wrestling. The idea that Jiu-Jitsu was also a form of wrestling originated with a man who probably didn't know much about wrestling, hence his confusion. But he was highly influential, and even in 2018 he still is, hence the widespread dissemination of the idea. Not everyone accepted the idea that Jiu-Jitsu was wrestling, but many did, at least in certain situations. Hence, Japanese wrestling could mean either sumo or Jiu-Jitsu, depending on the situation or speaker's intentions. 5. Dregs. The new rulers of Japan were in a hurry to modernize for 3 reasons. The first was to defend against the foreign threat, the second was contain rival domains, or claimants to hegemony, and the third was to tighten control over the population. The Tokugawa government sent representatives to America and England, as did Choshu and Satsuma, both illegally and both with the clandestine assistance of foreigners, and from August 1868 invited foreign professors and technicians to teach and work in Japan, where they were known simply as Oyatoi Gaikokujin, Ogui Wai Guoren, or hired foreigners. 6. In general, they were paid extremely well, and there were many of them. 7. If they were hired from overseas, they stayed an average of 4 years, the term of a typical contract. 800 per year arrived in 1874 and 1875, and 500 to 600 per year in 1877, and 1,878.8. Job seekers could simply arrive and look for a job, conduct some sort of business, or if their means allowed, simply enjoy a life free of Victorian restrictions or sponge off their friends. They could arrive for one reason and stay for another, or never leave. Yokohama was amply provided with fleabag hotels and riff-raff lodging, houses where the scum of the world meets the dregs of Japan. Guidebooks to the open port cities in Japan and elsewhere in Asia, Hong Kong, and Macau among others, and opportunities to be found there were published. 10. By 1870, there were 2,000 foreigners, half of them military or security forces, in Yokohama alone, with another 100 in Tokyo, including 2 or 3 women. Approximately another 3,000 could be found in Nagasaki, Osaka, Kobe, and a few other port cities, with as many Chinese day laborers. The Japanese knew what they wanted to learn, which were practical skills and techniques for building a strong state and the devices for destruction that the foreigners had perfected. 12. But from the point of view of Japan's leaders, the reason they were in a one-down position relative to the foreigners was because the foreigners had these devices and Japan didn't. Hence, they wanted to get them. Buying them was not a viable option. The foreigners were not averse to selling ships and weapons to the Tokugawa government or to particular domains. They had already been doing that. 13. The problem was cost, and of course, in case of war, supplies would almost certainly be cut off. Japan wanted to learn how to make its own devices for destruction. They imported engineers, chemists, and experts in every relevant field of scientific and technological endeavor, as long as it had applications to state building and military prowess. They also needed language teachers because foreign science and technology could not be mastered without knowledge of foreign languages, English foremost among them, but also including French, German, Dutch, and others. Missionaries came on their own, but because the Japanese wanted everything from the West except opium and Christianity, missionaries often came as teachers of general education subjects and either mixed religion into the curriculum or offered extracurricular lessons. 7. In fact, it was by way of language lessons that Siebold was able to obtain so much information about Japan in only 2 years while being confined to Dejima. He had his students write about their country in their homework assignments. The case of the YMCA was somewhat different. As elsewhere, the organization offered sports and other programs as inducements. Its actual mission was to spread its brand of evangelical Anglo-American Christianity. The fact that it was a large international organization was attractive in itself. Most of the YMCA's converts during the first decade of the Meiji era were samurai. They had been displaced, and organized Christianity seemed to offer new opportunities as church leaders. Foreigners were hired to perform work that the Japanese needed done but couldn't do themselves. One of these jobs was to advise Japan on what it needed to do to be taken seriously as a world-class country, for examples, how to write a constitution, how to organize, train, equip, and lead a modern conscript military, how to organize and administer police, forces, a judicial system, a postal system, how to build telegraph lines, roads, railroads, bridges, modern banking and financial system, what kind of clothes to wear, how to dance and what kind of music to listen to. In short, everything that they had missed out on during their 250 years of peace, harmony, and isolation. If the Japanese could already do some things such as mining, they wanted to learn how to do it better, scientifically. In due course, in addition to the traders, consular representatives, diplomats, and hired foreigners, there were local communities of expatriates and regular visits by sailors in treaty port cities of Shimoda, Hakodate, Yokohama, Nagasaki, Niigata, Kobe, and also in Edo and Osaka, from January 1862 and 1863 respectively. The presence of all these foreigners created a problem, which was how to deal with misbehavior, misunderstanding, and simple criminality when it occurred. The foreign powers had insisted on extraterritoriality, whereby foreigners would be held accountable according to the laws of their own countries. The pattern for extraterritoriality was set in the Treaty of Tizin of June 26, 1858. Article 16 specified that British subjects who may commit any crime in China shall be tried and punished by the consul or other public functionary authorized thereto, according to the laws of Great Britain. It added that Chinese subjects who may be guilty of any criminal act towards British subjects shall be arrested and punished by the Chinese authorities according to the laws of China. Justice shall be equitably and impartially administered on both sides. 20. The reasoning was that Japan lacked an acceptable system of codified laws where offenses were defined and penalties specified, and reasonable, that is fit the crime, were applied democratically rather then according to social status, with separate crimes and punishments for samurai, and commoners, and individually rather than collectively. Extraterritoriality applied in open port areas called Kyoryuchi, Juliu-di, and foreigners were restricted to these areas unless special permission to leave was granted, which it seldom was. 23. As a result, offenses by foreigners were managed in consular courts, as were complaints made by foreigners generally in contract disputes. 4. Japan needed to design and implement a modern European-style penal system before extraterritoriality could be renegotiated. In the meantime, the foreigners needed to provide at least some of their own policing. Hence, foreigners were hired to assist the local police in dealing with foreigners in the foreign settlements. At least one of them learned Jiu-Jitsu and later introduced it to America. Many of the foreign residents, long and short-term visitors, hired foreigners and some of their staff and dependents, later wrote articles or books about Japan, or in other ways served as bridges between East and West. So many people wrote about Japan that Basil Hall Chamberlain commented that it was a mark of distinction to not have written a book about Japan. 7. Few had much to add to what Kaempfer and von Siebold had already written. There were, of course, exceptions. Several influenced the later history of Judo and Jiu-Jitsu. Among them was Dr. Irwin Biles, who was a professor at Tokyo University when Kano Jigoro was a student. Another was Kano's supervising professor at Tokyo University, Ernest Francisco Fenolosa. Still another was a teacher under Kano's supervision in Matsu, Lafcadio Hearn. It was a small world. Kano was seldom far away from the action. Through some of these connections, Kano eventually had access to the American President Theodore Roosevelt. Fenolosa was a Harvard classmate of Kaneko Kentaro. Theodore Roosevelt was also a Harvard graduate, although he entered the year Kaneko graduated. Kaneko introduced Roosevelt to Nitobe Inazo's Bushido, which in part rekindled his interest in Jiu-Jitsu, or Japanese wrestling, as he called it. 8. Jiu-Jitsu. The first mention of Jiu-Jitsu, by any spelling in the English language occurred in the first edition, 1867, of the American Presbyterian medical missionary James Curtis Hepburn's Japanese-English dictionary. It is unknown why Hepburn included Jiu-Jitsu among his entries, or why he defined it as wrestling. According to Hepburn, he included words that he encountered in reading, or heard in use among the people. 9. It is likely that he read Perry's book and Alcock's, noticed the sections about wrestling, and felt that foreign visitors might want to see or talk about wrestling. Whatever his reasons were, Hepburn was the first person to introduce Jiu-Jitsu to the Westerner world. Hepburn's first dictionary defined 20,000 Japanese words, with Japanese and English indexes. As there was no standard system of writing Japanese in English, or the Roman alphabet, Hepburn wrote them as they were pronounced by the most cultivated natives. Jiu-Jitsu was spelled Jiu-Jutsu and defined as the art of wrestling, or throwing. Others by Slate. Yawara was listed as a synonym, and the kanji roshu were included, leaving no doubt that Hepburn had correctly identified that word. In addition, Yawara was also included as a distinct entry, defined as wrestling. 31. The dictionary proved to be popular and went through 15 editions by 1907. The first edition was Japanese English only. The second edition, published in 1872, was both Japanese English as well as English Japanese. Wrestle, wrestler, and wrestling were included as words that foreigners apparently needed to know or were interested in. Hepburn took the opportunity to revise and systematize the spelling. Words that had been written TSE were now written too, among other changes, to better approximate the spoken sound. Jiu-Jitsu was spelled Jujutsu, defined as in 1867. Hepburn wrote the first syllable correctly, with a macron indicating length. Wrestle was defined as sumo wo toru, kumiao, nejiao, jidori wo suru. Wrestler was sumotori. Wrestling was sumo, jidori, yawara, and jujutsu. Shabby shows. Partly because Americans were still interested in anything about Japan, and partly because newspapers needed to fill up column inches, readers in Hardeman County, Tennessee, learned on January 24, 1870. 3. That all actors and wrestlers in Japan have been notified that they can pursue their professions 3 years longer, after which they must follow some more useful and honorable employment. The male Japanese have been informed that they will no longer be required to shave their heads, but the top knot must be retained. Sick. The news item may have related to the abolition of the samurai class and its stipends. Sumo wrestlers had been mostly subsidized by daimyo and other high-ranking samurai. Without sponsors, they were in imminent need of finding alternative employment. 32. Swordsmanship was in danger of dying out. Samurai disposed of the swords they could no longer wear to second-hand shops where foreign collectors bought them on the cheap. Jiu-Jitsu was also being left behind as being out of date and irrelevant to the demands of modernization. Jiu-Jitsu instructors, like everyone else, needed to earn a living. One way to do that was to put on shows for the direct income and to recruit new students. Martial arts shows were pioneered in 1873 by the well-known fencing instructor Sakakibara Kenkichi, Sakaki Yuanjianji. 33. Initially sumo tournaments, with swords, samurai costumes, and choreography called Geki Kinkai. They proved to be popular and by June 1873 were emulated by Iso Masatomo and his students, substituting Tenjin Shinyo, Ryu Jujutsu for swords. The shows were authorized in 1873 but were banned between 1874 and 1877. ISO students took part, including Fukuda Hanosuke, Futian Bajiju, Kurosawa Keitaro, Heizei Jing Tai Lang, later known as Inoue Keitaro, hashtag Yoshida Chiharu, T, Miyataki Komatsu, A, Kondanao Yoshi, Yuzawa, Kunio, R, Shibata Masahiro, Esa, Yatsutani Tatsuzo, equal to, and Korki Nobuo, E. Iso's son Iso Masanobu, Lee, and grandson Iso Masayuki, E, and numerous others, whose handwritten names are now difficult to decipher, were also involved. 3. Plus also participating were assorted support people and writers. Judging by the printed performance guide and the number of participants involved, the event was organized exactly like a sumo tournament, and must have lasted a week or more, and thus would be hard to miss for someone with an interest in martial arts, such as Kano Jigoro. In 1889, Kano bashed such shows as being vile, shabby, coarse, vulgar, and crude, but it is not unlikely that his first exposure to Jiu-Jitsu came by way of them. He took part in one himself in 1879, albeit briefer and probably toned down. Visitors from England and France saw such shows and published reports in the Illustrated London News and Le Japani Worcester. Americans may have seen them as well, but apparently left no records. 35. A Cold Day in Winter. William Elliot Griffiths introduced American and British readers to Jiu-Jitsu in 1876 in his very popular book, The Mikado's Empire, which went through 12 editions and was reprinted in 1877, 1883, 1886, 1887, 1890, 1894, 1895, 1896, 1899, 1903, 1906, and 1913. It consisted of a single paragraph, and he did not refer to it as Jiu-Jitsu. It did nothing to popularize the word Jiu-Jitsu or Jiu-Jitsu, but may have alerted attentive readers that there was a unique form of wrestling in Japan, distinct from a more recognizable type practiced even by 4-year-old children, nude little dumplings of humanity. This was sumo, as a drawing accompanying the text makes clear. Griffiths simply called it wrestling. William Elliot Griffiths was a teacher in New Brunswick, New Jersey, where he taught a number of Japanese students who had been recruited by missionaries, in particular, Guido F. Verbeck. Griffiths was impressed with the students' good breeding, courtesy, and mental acumen. He was invited by the Prince of Ekizen, present-day Fukui, to organize an American-style school of physical science in Fukui, Ekizen, Japan, and to teach there, which he did for 4 years between December 20th, 9th, 1870, and July 25th, 1874. Shortly after arriving, Griffiths met his students, who provided him with several demonstrations of Japanese martial arts. The first was sword and spear technique. The second was Jiu-Jitsu. Griffiths described the demonstration under the heading, How an Unarmed Man Might Defend Himself. Griffiths called it wrestling. It was Jiu-Jitsu, as Griffiths described it. Next followed wrestling. Though a cold day in winter, the students were dressed only in coarse sleeveless coats of hemp cloth. Approaching each other, they clinched and threw. The object seemed to be to show how an unarmed man might defend himself. Wrestlings and throwings were followed by sham exhibitions that bore a frightful resemblance to real choking, dislocation of arm, wringing of the neck, etc. Throughout the exhibition, the contestants, while attacking each other, uttered unearthly yells and exclamations. I was highly impressed with the display and could not fail to admire the splendid, manly physique of many of the lads. 37. Griffiths inadvertently made another, probably even more influential contribution to the myth of Jiu-Jitsu. He is the one who advised Inazo Nitobe to write his 1900 book Bushido, The Soul of Japan. Griffiths also pointed out in a preface to the 10th edition of Bushido, published in 1905, and in letters to the New York Times, that the currently widespread spelling of Jiu-Jitsu was incorrect. Obi's book was even more widely read than Griffiths's, went through more editions, and was translated into many languages. Nitobe, as much as anyone and probably much more than most, popularized the idea that Jiu-Jitsu was the art of the samurai, practiced by all Japanese who were really samurai warriors in their hearts. In this way, American and British audiences were prepared to believe that any Japanese person who called himself a Jiu-Jitsu expert really was, and that a ponytailed schoolgirl or middle-aged matron could flip a brutish masher over her head with a flick of her wrist, as long as she knew the secrets of Jiu-Jitsu. A German doctor. In June 1876, the South German physician Erwin Biels, aged 27, arrived in Japan. He remained until July 1902 as a professor of Western medicine at Tokyo University, where he taught physiology, pharmacology, pathology, obstetrics, gynecology, and internal medicine, earning the reputation as the father of internal medicine in Japan. He also met and treated some of Japan's most illustrious men and women. Was a man of diverse interests, Biels conducted research on the many infectious diseases that afflicted Japan, including tuberculosis and leprosy among others. To promote health, he advised his students to swim and train kenjutsu and jujitsu, all three of which he did himself. According to his son Toku Biels, it was thanks to him, Biels, that jujitsu, now known to all the world, but then almost forgotten in the land of its origin, was revived. 39. Biels later wrote an introduction to the German edition of one of Kano's books titled Kano's Jiu-Jitsu. The Jiu-Jitsu that was now known to the world was obviously Kano's Kodokan Judo. In his preface, Biels recalled how he encountered Jiu-Jitsu. The Japanese had rejected Jiu-Jitsu as being out of style and behind the times, and even a thing to be ashamed of, he explained. His medical students were in pitiful physical condition from lack of nourishment, sleep and exercise and excessive studying, and sometimes died from exhaustion. The school authorities were apathetic, so Biels took matters into his own hands. He felt that kenjutsu was an excellent gymnastic method, and to overcome prejudice against it, he took lessons from the well-known teacher, Sakakibara Kenkichi, Sakaki Yuanjinji, and made an effort to promote that fact in the press, thinking that if he, a foreign professor at the prestigious Imperial University, trained kenjutsu, the public would take a more positive view of it. At about the same time, in 1879, Biels discovered jiu-jitsu. It was in Chiba, where Biels met Totsuka, who even at the advanced age of over 70, taught jiu-jitsu to the local police. After watching dozens of jiu-jitsu contests and a demonstration by Totsuka, Biels decided that jiu-jitsu was both safe and an ideal form of gymnastics. He did not view jiu-jitsu as a sport, method of self-defense, or system of moral education, but rather as an antidote to unhealthy lack of physical exercise. Biels approached university officials about making jiu-jitsu a form of mandatory or optional education. They weren't interested. Dr. Biels considered training himself to set an example, but could not find any teacher willing to accept him. At 30 years of age, he was too old, they told him. He might hurt himself. Meanwhile, a young professor named Kano was promoting jiu-jitsu, according to Biels. Kano persuaded the university to sponsor a jiu-jitsu contest between Totsuka's students and Kano's. Biels commented that all the young men who had been working at jiu-jitsu in Tokyo, not one, not even Kano, could cope with the police officers who had been trained by Totsuka in Chiba. Totsuka appreciated the support from an esteemed professor from the nation's most elite institution of learning. He and his top student, Sato, visited Biels, telling him that it made him blush that a foreigner should have had to tell his fellow countrymen that it was incumbent upon them to revive jiu-jitsu. 42. The incident must have made an impression on Kano as well. He was, if not ecstatic, at least pleased when his students did well against Totsuka's representatives at the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Martial Arts tournaments a few years later. 43. Biels believed that jiu-jitsu was the ideal form of physical exercise for his university medical students. He was reluctant to recommend it for younger students, however. When a short time later in 1883, a small group of jiu-jitsu and kenjutsu teachers submitted a petition to have their arts adopted in public schools, Dr. Biels was on the three-man committee that was officially asked to evaluate the suitability of jiu-jitsu and kenjutsu for schools. They decided that it was not suitable. Kano was one of the jiu-jitsu teachers. 44. American shogun. On May 17, 1877, Civil War hero and former President of the United States, Ulysses S. Grant, boarded the steamship Indiana to begin a 2.5-year worldwide tour that would take him to Ireland, England, Scotland, France, Spain, Germany, Austria, Italy, Belgium, Switzerland, Russia, Egypt, India, China, Japan, and miscellaneous other places, including what would later become Israel. Grant personally invited the famed journalist John Russell Young to accompany him, his wife and sons Jesse and Frederick. Frederick replaced Jesse in Marseille, hence was with Grant in Japan. The group proceeded from that point on aboard the USS Vandalia. Young wrote regular columns for the New York Herald about the places they visited and what Grant did when he got there. Russell reportedly earned $5,000 a year for his efforts. The reports were called around the world with a subtitle indicating where Grant was at that stage in his tour, and were later collected into an 1880 book called Around the World with General Grant. 45. Grant and his group arrived in Nagasaki on June 21 on board the USS Richmond. After 5 days of sightseeing and welcome parties, they headed for Yokohama, arriving on July 3.6. The group spent 74 days in Japan, departing for San Francisco on September 3. During his 10-week stay in Japan, he did all of the things tourists did, and a few they didn't. For one example, he met the Emperor Mutsuhito, posthumously known as Emperor Meiji, who asked Grant's advice on various matters, which Grant gladly gave. They also experienced earthquakes and marveled at how abundant and inexpensive the finest quality samurai swords were. Since the samurai were prohibited from wearing their swords, and at the same time deprived of their livelihood, they sold them cheaply and in great numbers. They did one other thing that almost no other Westerner had done, or at least hadn't. To written about, apart from William Griffiths' brief remark mentioned above, Grant attended 2 demonstrations that featured Japanese traditional martial arts, among other things. The first was held August 5 at the home of the well-known and well-connected entrepreneur, Shibusawa Eiichi Shibui Zeronyi, who was also the principal organizer of the event. The other was a much larger affair, open to the public and attended by the emperor, held August 25 in Ueno Park, which Shibusawa also organized. 48. Shibusawa, a martial arts enthusiast, assumed that a military hero like Grant would naturally be interested in seeing demonstrations of traditional Japan martial arts, along with the usual parades and marches. He was mistaken. Previously, in Europe, Grant declined to review the armies of France and various other countries. As Young wrote, General Grant had seen enough of war and its devices for destruction. He never wished to hear a drumbeat again. He had been forced to fight his own countrymen and fellow citizens, and his memories of all his battlefields increased his aversion to the profession into which he had been pushed almost against his will. 49. Grant did not enjoy the performances of sword, gekiken, jijian, spear, sojutsu, qiangshu, sickle, kamajutsu, lianshu, horseback archery, yabusame, ludima, and dog shooting, inwomono, kwanjui wu, although he kept his opinions to himself. But he did enjoy one demonstration, or at least his hosts believed that he did. It was a demonstration of Jiu-Jitsu, specifically Tenjin-Shinyo Ryu Jiu-Jitsu. One of the participants was a young man named Kano Jigoro. Kano wrote about it many years later, but did not mention when the demonstration took place or anything specific about what happened. It happened August 5th, between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m., at the Tokyo home of Shibusawa Eiichi. Shibusawa later wrote about it. 2 other people also wrote about it. One was a guest named Shibasaki Katsuhiro, Jichikisi Lang. The other was Shibusawa's daughter Hozumi Utako, Suijigazi. 50. Shibasaki Katsuhiro described the events of the day in his diary, including the fact that Iso Mataemon brought his students, who performed kata and randori. He provided specifics about the event, but nothing more about the Jujutsu exhibition. Shibusawa was more specific when he wrote, "At that time, Iso Mataemon was there. After various kinds of uninteresting contests, it was suggested to have a match of a judoka, Rodaojia, versus a person who didn't know judo. There was a big strong man, a gardener named Mitsugoro, who worked around my house. Mitsugoro was also described as an amateur sumo wrestler. Iso put one of his small students against Mitsugoro. He approached Mitsugoro, but Mitsugoro pushed him back and pinned him against a large rock. He was so strong that Iso's student couldn't use any judo technique. The onlookers thought this was extremely entertaining. Iso's student vainly struggled for 15 or 20 minutes. Grant asked doubtfully, Who won? E55. Shibusawa told Grant that it was a draw. But in reality, he believed that Mitsugoro won. His power overcame the skill of Iso's student, Gajini Shengtsuta no de Aru. Shibusawa was recalling the events years later, in 1928 in fact. He probably used the word judo because by that time judo was a more familiar word to the general public than jujutsu, thanks to Kano's unrelenting campaign to promote judo nationally and internationally, and the Butokukai's successful efforts to inject martial arts into the public school system and military. 52. Hozumi Utako described the demonstrations and matches in more detail. She agreed with her father's assessment of the match between Iso's student and Mitsugoro. The student's skills were useless against Mitsugoro's strength. She and the audience concluded that power was superior to technique. However, there was another match as well, in which the second student participated, she recalled. In this second confrontation, the student used Mitsugoro's power against him to prevail, demonstrating that at least sometimes skill is superior to size and strength. 53. Neither Shibusawa nor Shibasaki nor Hozumi Utako mentioned Kano. Kano himself said only that he and fellow student named Godai Ryusaku were asked by their teacher Iso Masatomo to take part in a gathering in honor of General Grant. According to Kano, Shogun Grant was coming to Japan and Shibusawa wanted to show him judo. He requested Iso Masatomo's assistance and Iso Masatomo asked another student named Godai Ryusaku, FT, and myself to give a demonstration of randori. Kano didn't mention the match with Mitsugoro. Neither John Russell Young nor Grant wrote anything about the demonstration or challenge matches. They had no special reason to. Kano was unknown, and judo didn't exist yet. Later, in 1927, Kano mentioned that the famous American writer Julian Street wrote about the demonstration. Julian Street did write about it, but what he said was not quite what Kano seemed to be suggesting. In 1921, Street wrote that his friend Mr. Jigoro Kano told him that he participated in the demonstration for General Grant. Street was born only a few months before Grant arrived in Japan, so he obviously was merely reporting what Kano told him. The primary impact of the demonstration was that it convinced the Japanese that foreigners were interested in Japanese martial arts. After all, if General Grant liked jujutsu, traditional though it was and, therefore suspect of being an old custom, how bad could it really be? Ironically, it was a misperception. Grant was more interested in traditional Japanese theater. He felt that no neng was the Japanese equivalent of opera and advised the Japanese to support, rather than ignore it, as they were tending to do with all outdated traditions. 57. Kano's misunderstanding, to the extent that he shared the general perception, may have encouraged him to create his system and work tirelessly to promote it nationally and internationally, in the belief that it would reflect positively on Japan, as it eventually did. Notes to Chapter 3. Chapter 4. The Jap, 1883 to 1891. Before Jiu-Jitsu, there was wrestling. Japanese immigrants and impecunious students participated for the same reasons everyone else did: dollars. Americans already knew about sumo, otherwise known as Japanese wrestling. Matsuda Kotaro Song Tianxing Tai Lang, whose Shikona Siguming Sumo name was Aratake Torakichi, Hongju Yinji, was a junior division Juryo. Shi Liang wrestler in the Isegahama Kandayu stable in Tokyo won the Juryo division, was the second lowest of the 5 divisions, and the fact that Matsuda had not advanced beyond that level by the age of 23 indicated that he did not have great skills or a bright future in sumo. 2. That Matsuda's skills were limited was confirmed after his death by people who knew him before he came to the United States, according to whom in Japan he took low rank as a wrestler, being rated no better than a third-class man. 3. He was also on the small side. For a sumo wrestler at 165 pounds, give or take 15 to 20 pounds. 4. It wasn't any surprise that he immigrated to the United States in 1883. Matsuda was one of 3 Japanese wrestlers brought to New York by Philip H. Kirby, who then hired them out to Messrs. Hayden and Phillips on salary. While in New Orleans, Matsuda got into a fight with another member of the troupe named Hamado, sending him to the New Orleans Charity Hospital. The other wrestlers refused to work with Matsuda, and Hayden fired him. Matsuda then wound up in New York with a partner, a band of Japanese jugglers, and 6 Japanese women of unspecified occupation. 5. They moved into a room at number 44 Bond Street in New York, where a young shoe factory worker from A Quaker family in Philadelphia named Ella B. Lodge was also living. Matsuda earned pocket money performing feats of strength in a Bowery saloon called Harry Hill's on the corner of Houston and Crosby. 1 block from Broadway, which was one of the favorite watering holes of National Police Gazette publisher Richard K. Fox. Fox gave Matsuda a medal for lifting a large club known as the Police Gazette Club a record number of times. Fox decided to make Matsuda into a wrestler. Matsuda's technique consisted of billy goat headbutting his opponent out of the ring. 6. He adapted to the American style of professional wrestling, changed his name to Sorakichi, Korgari, Matsuda. His nicknames were the Jap and the Japanese Wonder, established a fan base, and began earning American dollars, but apparently not enough of them. When his Japanese girlfriend ran off with his money in 1885, he married Ella Lodge, and lived off her income and small inheritance, spending freely for as long as it lasted. Matsuda liked to throw parties for his friends using Ella's money. 6 weeks after the ceremony, she lured him into a New York police station and accused him of threatening her with a knife and nearly killing her 2 pet kittens. Matsuda claimed that he was just joking, and that he had been angry with her for consulting fortune tellers. According to Ella, she had been bewitched by Matsuda and influenced to marry him. By designing persons, they reconciled, but Ella developed a fondness for gin. The marriage was not a happy one. 7. William Muldoon was one of the first physical fitness gurus. He had been a Civil War soldier, a policeman, a professional Greco-Roman wrestling champion. He wrestled professionally at Harry Hill's, where he was challenged by Richard K. Fox to confront strongman Matsuda, a dock worker, a bare-knuckle saloon boxer, a boxing promoter, a clean boxing commissioner, and lived a long 1845 to 1933 life as a professor of regularity and practical preacher of all-round temperance. He invented a form of training which he called Muldooning, and used it to restore John L. Sullivan to form for his fight with Jake Kilrain. The secret ingredient in Muldooning was regularity combined with exercise, medicine ball, walking, riding, hoeing potatoes, and raking hay, and abstinence from alcohol, tobacco, and books. In addition to boxers John L. Sullivan and Kid McCoy, Muldoon's pupils included Secretary of State Elihu Root in 1907, at the insistence of President Theodore Roosevelt. 8. Jack Dempsey in 1929 gave Muldoon credit for making boxing into a mostly clean and well-organized sport. Matsuda Sorakichi versus Edwin Bibby I. Matsuda's first wrestling match was against Edwin Bibby, scheduled for Monday, January 14, 1884 at Irving Hall. According to Matsuda's manager, Prof. Philip K. Kirby, Matsuda's last tournament had been in Japan, involving 100 wrestlers. Matsuda was crowned champion after winning 56 matches. 3 opponents were seriously injured, and 1 died from a fractured skull. Prof. Kirby arranged the match and offered to wager $600 to $1,000 on Matsuda to win. 9. The New York Times seemed doubtful. Mr. Sorakichi is alleged to be the champion wrestler of Japan, having won 55 of 100 matches, all this on the authority of Professor Kirby, who claims to have been a Japanese traveler. Bibby was 35 years old, stood 5 feet 41 inches 4, and weighed 155 pounds. Sorakichi was 23, weighed 170 pounds, and stood 5 feet 71 inches 2. The match was catch as catch can, best 2 out of 3 falls. A fall was defined as 2 shoulders and 1 hip on the floor. Bibby wasted no time, twisting Sorakichi to the ground and pinning him for the first fall in 32 seconds. There was a 15-minute break. Despite a few close calls, Bibby again took Sorakichi down with a counter tackle and pinned him at 2:19 and was thereby declared the winner. 10. Matsuda Sorakichi versus Edwin Bibby II. The men met in a rematch March 10 at Clarendon Hall in New York, this time. By Matsuda's eccentric style of wrestling, best 3 of 5 falls. A fall occurred when any part of the body, other than the feet, touched the ground. Frank Pop Whitaker was the referee. The first bout began after Matsuda finished his sumo rituals. He first pushed Bibby out of bounds and congratulated himself on getting the fall, but Pop Whitaker ruled that Bibby hadn't fallen. Resuming, Matsuda overwhelmed Bibby and pulled him down on his face in 0.05 seconds. In the second bout, Matsuda again pulled Bibby down on his face in 2006 seconds. In the third bout, Matsuda butted Bibby and nearly pinned him. Bibby retaliated by head butting Matsuda. Bibby's supporters abandoned him and began rooting for Matsuda. Bibby put Matsuda in a vice-like neck hold and tried to sneak in a half Nelson grip, but failed when Matsuda suddenly picked him up and dumped him on the ground. The Jap had proved his right to be called champion. The Japanese newspaper Keika Shinbun on April 27, 1880. 4 described the second fight, or more precisely the fact that Matsuda Kotaro, Ab, also known as Aratake Torakichi, had become internationally famous. According to the article, Matsuda downed Bibi with a back, carry, throw, seoinage, and Bibi was bleeding from the mouth and nose. Bibi was described as a rikishi. Rikishi literally meant strong man, men, and was the more general of the 2 Japanese words for wrestler, the other being sumotori. The match itself was described as sumo between a Japanese man and an English man, Ben Ren to Yingwo Ren O Xiangpu, although Bibi was American. Thus for the Japanese sumo, Greco, Roman, and catch can were just wrestling, each with their own rules and rituals, and competitors were all wrestlers, regardless the style. Bibi wanted another rematch, 2 falls in the Japanese style and 2 falls in either catch, can or Lancashire styles, and if necessary, a tie-to-breaker 5th match in a style decided by coin to toss. Bibi had already demonstrated his superiority in the catch style, and Matsuda had done the same in the Japanese style. The second rematch would have amounted to a single bout in a style decided by coin to toss. A confrontation was set for Friday, June 10th, at Theater Comique in Washington, D.C. $500 was at stake. 14. It is unknown whether it came off as scheduled, but the 2 adversaries met a month later in Paterson, New Jersey at Gentleman's Driving Park on Thursday, June 26. The plan was to wrestle 5 bouts for $300. Bibi won the first round, with catch rules in 28 minutes. Matsuda won the second round by Japanese rules in 9 minutes. The referee then called the match a draw because it was late. It seems more likely that the large crowd had wandered off, as the wrestlers had only been at it for less than 1 hour, including a 20-minute intermission between the first and second bouts. 15. Pit fighting. The Police Gazette reported the results of all and every type of sporting event, including bare-knuckle boxing, soft glove boxing, sometimes by Marquis of Queensberry rules, sometimes by different rules. On March 7, 1884 in Chicago, Mike Conroy of Cleveland and Dave Welsh of the Pullman car shops, who had an unspecified score to settle, fought 8 bare-knuckle rounds under Marquis of Queensberry rules, which initially indicated what sort of gloves should be used but did not require them. Welsh was declared the winner, but the crowd took up a collection of $40 for Conroy in compensation for his injuries. Dogfighting was another popular sport at the time, which National Police Gazette encouraged with its coverage and by publishing an instructional manual titled Dog Pit, How to Handle and Fight Dogs. On March 9, 1884, the celebrated dog, Patty, 26 pounds, confronted Spring, 27 pounds, in Covington, Kentucky. The fight lasted 30 minutes and ended when Patty's condition and hard biting turned the tide and resulted in the death of Spring. It was Patty's 3rd win in 3 fights, all by death. On March 10th, in a hotel room in New York, a 351 halves-pound dog named Nigger was pitted against 36-pound Tom. Nigger was the favorite in the betting at $50 to $40. The struggle lasted 1 hour and 15 minutes before Tom killed Nigger for the 7th victory in his career. It was one of the best fights ever witnessed, a reporter concluded. On March 12th in East New York, Jumbo and John, both weighing 39 pounds, stepped into the pit to test their skills and courage. After a furious fight, Jumbo had John on his back, but John had Jumbo's tail in his mouth. John's handler took him back to his corner, and the referee awarded the victory to John. Jumbo's backers were incensed. John's backer suggested that Jumbo's skin had been treated with a poison and challenged Jumbo's handler to lick him. He refused. 16. Matsuda Sorakichi versus James C. Daly I. Matsuda had 5 more matches in 1884, losing 3, winning 2, no draws. The next was against Captain James C. Daly at Clarendon Hall on March 24. Daly was a member of the New York Police and described as the Irish champion. He stood 6 feet 2 inches, weighed 220 pounds, and presented a splendid physique. Matsuda was 5 feet 6 inches and 180 to 185 pounds. The contest was 2 falls of catch, 2 of Japanese style, with a tiebreaker if necessary style decided by coin toss. Pop Whitaker was the referee. The first bout was catch. Matsuda won by pin in 56 seconds. The second round was Japanese style, which Matsuda won with the back. Throw in either 6 or 16 seconds depending on the report. Daly's backers claimed that Matsuda's knee or shoulder, depending on the report. touched the floor before Daly landed and refused to let him continue. Pop Whitaker gave Daly 7 minutes to appear for the third fall. Daly didn't, and Pop declared Matsuda the winner. Matsuda Sorakichi versus Duncan Ross the first. Matsuda squared off against Duncan Ross on April 8th at Armory Hall in Cleveland for $500 a side. The match consisted of 2 bouts of catch, 2 bouts of Japanese style, each bout alternating styles, and a toss-up to decide the 5th bout, if any. $3,500 fans watched the action. Matsuda was seconded by W.H. Harding, Ross by Andre Cristal. Ross weighed 209, Matsuda reportedly weighed 197. Ross won the first fall by catch rules, breaking Matsuda's crotch hold and pinning him. Matsuda won the second by Japanese rules, fracturing Ross's ribs in the process. In the third bout, Ross applied a half Nelson lock and threw Matsuda for the fall. In the fourth bout, using Japanese rules, Ross head-butted Matsuda in the face and stomach, knocking him down, but Ross touched the floor with his hand and lost the fall. Matsuda failed to appear for the 5th bout, and the match was awarded to Ross. 18. Matsuda Sorakichi versus Duncan Ross II. Matsuda met Ross again at Theatre Comique in Washington, D.C. on Saturday, April 26, 1884. Best 3 of 5 fall, catch in Japanese, for a purse of $1,000. Richard K. Fox would select the referee. By that time, according to the ad, Matsuda had defeated Bibby Daly, Andre Cristal and Lucien Marc and was the Police Gazette champion. Ross was the champion athlete of the world. 19. In 1882, Robert Koch discovered that the Bacillus mycobacterium, tuberculosis, caused a common disease known at the time as consumption, later as tuberculosis. Antibiotics hadn't been discovered yet, however, creating a large market for questionable, useless, and even harmful cures for almost any ailment or even personal characteristic, including male shortness, that could make life miserable or less than ideal. Newspapers were full of ads for such remedies. Dr. Dye's celebrated electrovoltaic belts and electric appliances guaranteed to speedily and completely restore health, vitality, and manly vigor to males of any age who were afflicted by nervous debility or kindred problems. Uchapaiba cured kidney, bladder, and urinary diseases. Cushing process liquors were good for general medicinal purposes. Brown's bronchial troches were efficacious against bronchitis, asthma, catarrh, consumptive, and throat diseases. Cuticura relieved every type of skin and blood problem. J.M. LaRouque's elixir of calisaya bark assured new life, vigor, and happiness to weak, nervous, and debilitated people. Most were general purpose, and all were useless, including Spear's port wine, which, it was promised, would assist nature in throwing off this terrible disease. It had been used by hundreds with wonderful success and brought thousands back to health. But wine did not cure tuberculosis in 1884 any more than it does now. Even the most impressively built professional wrestlers were not immune to tuberculosis. Among other ailments that were endemic and untreatable before the antibiotic age, the 2 most conspicuous signs of tuberculosis were a distinctive cough and weight loss, which is why it was called consumption. When a formerly powerful wrestler gradually lost weight and then suddenly keeled over from consumption, sports writers and pundits blamed overtraining and, sometimes, simply training itself, which was regarded at the time as a potentially lethal health hazard, approximately the way steroids are viewed today. Matsuda Sorakichi versus Duncan C. Ross III. Matsuda returned to Cleveland to meet Duncan C. Ross on June 2, 1884, at Irving Hall. 600 spectators packed the smoke-filled auditorium. The match consisted of 2 falls of catch-as-catch-can and 3 falls of the Japanese style. Ross was to receive 1/3 of the receipts, win or lose, and $500 if he won. James C. Daly, who had recently fallen victim to Matsuda's eccentric Japanese game, was Ross's umpire. W.E. Harding served in the same role for Matsuda. Edward Manahan was the referee. Ross was 6 taller and 35 pounds heavier than Matsuda. The New York Times commented that it looked as if Matsuda ought to be a child in Ross's hands. The first fall was catch rules. Ross won in 55 minutes after a hard struggle. Matsuda put Ross on the ground several times but did not pin him. The second fall was in the Japanese style, which Matsuda won in a few seconds by pulling Ross down onto his face. Ross won the third fall in the catch style in 8 minutes. He also won the fourth fall in the Japanese style and thereby the match by rushing Matsuda. and grabbing Matsada's head and using main strength to crumple him to the ground. The New York Times believed that probably his raw superior weight and size had much to do with his winning. Matsada Sorakichi versus Joe Acton. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon of June 16, 1884, Matsada faced off with Joe Acton at Pastime Park in Philadelphia. The men wrestled in the grass. 400 people watched. They wrestled alternating rounds of catch-as-catch-can and the Japanese style. The first round was catch. Acton tried every trick in his book, but Matsada was like a contortionist. It took Acton 2:34 to get and keep Matsada's obstreperous shoulders on the ground. The second round was Japanese style, in which the objective is not to pin the man, but to make him touch the ground with any part of his body other than his feet. Acton lunged at Matsada, who took evasive action. Acton slipped and tried to break his fall with his hand, which cost him the round in just 5 seconds. Matsada exclaimed, "Ah, oh," and put his coat on as if to leave. The spectators were at first thunderstruck and then broke out laughing, while Acton stared blankly, apparently not seeing the humor. Round 3 was also in the Japanese style. Acton played it more cautiously, and Matsada bit the dust in 1:35. The fourth round was catch. Matsada slid, slipped, squirmed, twisted, and twirled, but to no avail. Joe took him by the waist and threw him over his head on his back, winning the fall in the match. 3. Matsada Sorakichi versus William Muldoon I. On July 26, 1884, Matsada met the aging but always in shape Greco-Roman champion, William Muldoon, in a mixed wrestling-style match for $1,000 at Central Music Hall in Chicago. The first bout was in Matsada's specialty, the Japanese style. Muldoon won easily in 0:30 seconds. He also won the second bout in the Greco-Roman style, also in 0:30 seconds. The crowd began to guy Matsada. The third bout was also in the Japanese style. Muldoon dropped to his knees, intentionally handing the fall to Matsada, and prolonging the match into a fourth catch-as-catch-can round. Muldoon felled Matsada after an apparent struggle, thereby winning the match 3 falls to 1. The fans were disgusted and complained loudly. 24. Matsada Sorakichi versus James Quigley. James Quigley was known to be a fair wrestler. He was the champion of the New York Police Department because William Muldoon resigned. Matsada had recently beat one police officer, James C. Daly, and lost to another, William Muldoon. Now it was Quigley's turn. A match was set up at Turn Hall in New York on August 19, 1884. Observers believed that Matsada had wrestling science on his side, but believed that Quigley's size and strength would even the playing field. Quigley stood 5 feet 10 inches 1/2 inches and weighed 210 pounds. Matsada weighed 170 and was 3 inches shorter than Quigley. Matsada looked like a child next to his burly rival, the New York Times said. James C. Daly served as Quigley's umpire, and William Harding was Matsada's umpire. Quigley quickly proved to have deficient stamina. After a few seconds of prancing about the stage, Matsada stuck his neck out. Quigley grabbed it. Matsada escaped by dropping to his hands and knees. Quigley tried to secure a body hold, but Matsada jumped up. Now Quigley, looking tired, fell to his hands and knees. Matsada tried to turn him over but couldn't. Quigley was too big, Matsada said. Quigley went on the attack and put Matsada on his back, but Matsada bridged and kept his shoulders off the floor. Matsada stood up and put Quigley on the ground face down. He tried to turn Quigley over but again couldn't. Like a jumbo, he complained. Matsada secured a tight body hold. Quigley had stood up but deliberately dropped to his knees to avoid being thrown. At the 35-minute mark, Quigley stood up and refused to wrestle. Matsada had a skin disease, he said. The referee, James Pilkington, declared Matsada the winner. Matsada Sorakichi versus Karl Abs I. Karl Abs, 33 years old, recently arrived from Germany, was 230 pounds and known as the strongest man in Germany. Abs had been a strong man performer in Europe, and that's what he did in New York. Like most strong men, he also wrestled. The first wrestler he faced, on April 1, 1885, was Matsada Sorakichi, at Turner Hall on East 4th St. It was a Greco-Roman match at $250 a side. The room was packed. Abs had attracted a new crowd, honest-faced Germans who for some reason wanted to see Matsada annihilated. The New York Times referred to Matsada repeatedly as the Mongolian. Matsada was called Matsada Korgari Sorakichi, the Japanese wonder, the Cooper-colored athlete, and the Jap. Abs was referred to as Abs, the German, and the giant. Matsuda stood 5 feet 6 inches and weighed 170 pounds. Abs weighed 202. Matsuda's wrestling skills were certainly overblown in 1884, but he knew enough to recognize a novice. Matsuda allowed Abs to pick him up but freed himself each time without difficulty. Matsuda also went to his hands and knees repeatedly, extricating himself each time with ease, exposing Abs' ignorance of science, as one observer put it. According to Big John Conroy, the Jap doesn't know anything, and the Dutchman knows less. Abs grabbed Matsuda by the neck. Matsuda's second shouted, "Let go your hold, you'll choke him." Matsuda head-butted Abs, drawing copious quantities of blood, which Abs ignored. Matsuda tried to push Abs out of the ring, but it was like trying to move the Brooklyn Bridge. Abs was too moochy like a jumbo, Matsuda complained. Matsuda was warned that trying to push the opponent out of the ring was against the rules of wrestling. After 50 minutes, the referee Joe Coburn decided to give the men a 10-minute rest. Abs seemed to be in better condition, or at least less tired. They resumed with more of the same. Matsuda allowed Abs to grab him, and then broke or wiggled loose by squirming like an eel. Several times the small man used his hip in violation of the rules of Greco-Roman wrestling, and was warned. Neither man was threatened with a fall. The referee warned Abs that the little man was doing all the work and that the fight would be awarded to Matsuda unless Abs started wrestling. Abs objected that the match was supposed to be decided by 2 falls. Abs' wife threatened Coburn, and Abs supporters were waving their hats and canes around aggressively. Police Captain McCullough whispered something in Coburn's ear. "I'd like to see a decision," he said, "but the big man won't. Wrestle, and I'll call it a draw," which he then did. The spectators were sadly disappointed. 26. Matsuda Sorakichi versus Carl Abs II. Abs' supporters in particular seemed unsatisfied with the outcome of his April 1 match with Matsuda. Sorakichi, in which neither man, but especially Abs, was able to mount an effective offense. A rematch was set for April 16, 1885, again at Turn Hall on East 4th Street. The fans were mostly German grocers and lager beer saloon keepers who wanted to see Abs best the Japanese representative. Abs had lost weight in the 16 days since the first match. He weighed 190 pounds to Matsuda's 160 and was 6 taller. Again, it was a Greco-Roman match, best 2 falls of 3, with a side bet of $250. Prof. Hofler served as second for both wrestlers. The referee promised an active match. Matsuda started aggressively, but Abs put him on the mat with a half Nelson for the first fall in 4 minutes. The German fans cheered, and Alderman Walsh and his aide Jerry Hartigan were present. Hartigan exclaimed, "The Dooch are good for something, fatty. Be jabbers, sauerkraut will win," or Jerry Hartigan from the Bend in Mulberry Street is greatly mistaken. After a 10-minute break, the second fall began. Matsuda had fire in his eyes and in 3 minutes put Abs on the floor. Abs bellied out, and Matsuda tried a half Nelson but couldn't turn Abs over. "Too moochy like a jumbo," he said again, as he did in the first match. 3 minutes later, Abs stood up and rushed Matsuda into the ropes. Matsuda entangled his foot in the ropes to avoid falling. The crowd rose up in protest, calming down only after Cirqued. Gallagher of the 17th Precinct threatened to terminate the event. The wrestlers resumed. Abs caught Matsuda napping and threw him onto his hands and knees, but couldn't turn him onto his back. Abs lost his temper and grabbed the Mongolian Matsuda by the throat. The referee cautioned him, "Don't choke him, that's enough of that work." After 1 hour and 43 minutes, with neither man able to score. The second fall, Matsuda decided to concede, saying, "Me sick, me sick." The referee awarded the match to Abs 27. Matsuda Sorakichi versus William Muldoon II. On May 5, 1885, Matsuda met William Muldoon in a handicap match at Irving Hall in New York. It was their second handicap match. Previously, on July 26, 1884, Muldoon made easy work of Matsuda. This time, Matsuda had the benefit of 10 months more training and 2 successful matches against Quigley and Abs. Muldoon took Matsuda lightly. He bet $100 that he could throw Matsuda 5 times in 1 hour. Failing that, Matsuda would be the winner of the bet, albeit without having beaten Muldoon. As per standard catch rules, Matsuda had to land with both shoulders on the floor. Edward Malahan was the referee. It was a purely defensive match for Matsuda. All he needed to do to win the match was to avoid losing 5 falls. Muldoon threw Matsuda a dozen times, but Matsuda turned out from the throws and landed on his feet, or in some way other than with both shoulders down. After 24 minutes, Muldoon managed to get a 3/4 Nelson on the wiry Celestial for the first fall. However, he failed to score the 4 other required falls. Muldoon blamed an injured right arm. 28. Matsada Sorakichi versus Carl Abs III. Matsada Sorakichi and Carl Abs stepped into the ring to settle accounts. On June 8, 1885, again at Turn Hall in Brooklyn. This time, instead of strictly Greco-Roman, the match consisted of 2 rounds of Greco, 2 of Japanese style, and 1 of catch-as-catch-can. The winner decided on the basis of best 3 of 5 falls. 400 fans attended, most of them Germans who, as on the 2 previous occasions, hoped to witness the annihilation of the diminutive Jap. He was also referred to as the Japanese Wonder, the Celestial. Abs gained the first fall in 10 minutes in the first Greco to Roman bout. The next bout was Japanese style, and Matsada got the fall when Abs touched the floor with a hand. The third bout was catch-as-catch-can. The Jap took matters very coolly and smiled good-naturedly while his Herculean opponent was wasting his strength. Abs lost his temper again, as in the second match on April 16, and twisted Matsada's arm while trying to turn him onto his back. "You too, Muchi Fighty. You know like a wrestler," Matsada reproached. Matsada refused to continue. After being threatened by Abs's supporters, the referee awarded the fight to Abs, whose fans repaired to the barroom, where Carl's health was drank with utter disregard to quantity, while insulting Matsada for being a quitter. Gaudily attired woman who had been listening objected, "How can you expect a little fellow to toss a man as big as Jumbo?" she asked rhetorically. The gaudily attired woman was Matsada's wife, Ella, 29. Matsada Sorakichi versus Evan Strangler Lewis I. Matsada spent most of 1886 in the Chicago, Minnesota area. On January 28, 1886, Matsada confronted Evan Lewis of Madison, Wisconsin in a best 3 of 5 falls catch-as-catch-can match at Central Music Hall. It was $350 a side and 75% of the gate receipts to the winner. Frank Glover, the pugilist, was the referee. The New York Times opined that Lewis was superior in strength, but Matsada had a large edge in quickness and agility, and a small edge in skill. After a brief skirmish, Lewis earned the first fall by picking up Matsada by the legs and dashing to the floor on his back. In the second bout, Lewis seized Matsada in a death-like neck grip until the referee forced him to let go. Matsada then pushed Lewis headfirst off the stage, and then apologized for doing it, which Lewis apparently accepted with a handshake. He then threw Matsada off the stage straight over the footlights and sprawling below on the reporters' chairs. The referee declared the action an intentional foul and awarded the fall to Matsada. The score was now 1 fall each. Lewis grabbed Matsada by the neck and squeezed until Matsada was too feeble to resist. Matsada thereupon declined to continue. Lewis offered to dispense with further neck holds, but Matsada rejected his offer. Lewis was declared the winner at 9:45 p.m. 30. Matsada Sorakichi versus Evan Strangler Lewis II. Matsada and Lewis met again for another catch-as-catch-can confrontation at the Central Music Hall in Chicago on February 15, 1886. 2,000 fans packed the theater to see if Evan Lewis, also known as the Madison Wonder, the burly backwoodsman, the Wisconsin Strangler, could do again what he did before, but without recourse to excessive brutality. In this encounter, the neck or stranglehold was prohibited, but that didn't stop Lewis from playing rough. In the first bout, the Jap went to the floor face down, Lewis on top facing to the rear. According to one account, Lewis picked up Matsada's ankle and snapped it like a dry twig. Matsada rolled over. According to another account, Lewis was stopped from breaking Matsada's leg by scoldings of fans who shouted "Shame, coward, brute, and devil." Lewis released the hold, and Matsada rolled over. He was dragged to his corner where he fainted. 2 men described as surgeons rushed to the stage and diagnosed that Matsada's ankle was not broken, but rather strained and twisted. At least 8, possibly 9 or more fans fainted. Lewis at first seemed proud of his act, but when greeted by the fans' disapprobation, he seemed ashamed of himself. The referee, Harry Palmer, ruled that Matsada was in no condition to continue and awarded the match to Lewis. The fans were appalled by the decision. Jury 1. Matsada Sorakichi versus Aidan Butler. In May, Matsada's representative Tom Jefferson had accepted the challenge, issued by a local collar and elbow wrestler named Aidan Butler. On the afternoon of May 4th, they went to Nicolay House to deposit their $200 side bets. Butler let Matsada choose the rules, and Matsada chose catch-as-catch-can. The match was scheduled for Tuesday, May 11th, at Leland Rink in Minneapolis. The winner would take the stakes plus 65% of the receipts. Despite his weight disadvantage, Butler, 135 pounds, to Matsada's 155, was given a good chance of winning. Matsada was a catch-as-catch-can specialist, while Butler was a collar and elbow man with 12 years experience and undefeated in his weight under collar and elbow rules. Moreover, he was being coached by Ed W. Moulton, was in fine form and reasonably well-versed in catch-as-catch-can and will give the Jap all he cares for. The referee was Mr. Duplessis. Matsada won the first and second falls in 10 and 9 minutes respectively. Butler won the third fall in 16 minutes with a double Nelson on the legs. Matsada won the fourth fall when he picked Butler up and threw him off of the stage. William Muldoon happened to be in the audience and challenged whoever won to wrestle him. Since Matsada won, Muldoon, confident after 2 previous or more matches with Matsada, promised to throw him 3 times in 30 minutes, and if Matsada could throw him even once, Muldoon would concede the match to him. Matsada didn't reply. Butler challenged Matsada to a rematch, but using collar and elbow and Greco-Roman rules. Matsada didn't respond. After a short period of reflection, Matsada accepted Muldoon's offer. A match was immediately set for Friday, May 21, 1886, in Minneapolis. He specified that the winner would take 100% of the house receipts. He also accepted Butler's offer, but specified that it would be a 5 styles match, for $500 or $1,000, and the styles would be Greco-Roman, backhold, catch-as-catch-can, collar and elbow, and Japanese styles. 32. Matsada Sorakichi versus William Muldoon III. The Matsada versus William Muldoon match took place as planned on May 21, 1886 in the Leland Rink in Minneapolis. Muldoon had promised to throw Matsada 3 times in 1 hour without getting thrown himself. All Matsada needed to do was to stay upright for 1 hour. It wouldn't be easy. Muldoon was a former world champion and always in top form. One of his many jobs was performing bodybuilding poses on vaudeville stages. He weighed 209 pounds to Matsada's 150. Muldoon was second by Tom Cleary, the pugilist. Matsada was seconded by his trainer, Jerry Murphy. Mr. Hilton was the master of ceremonies. Prof. C.J. Duplessis was the referee. There would be 10 minutes rest between bouts. The match began at exactly 9:09 p.m. As expected, Matsada kept on defense like a colt in a spring pasture. Muldoon went for a straight back hold, then a cross arm lock. The wiry little Jap broke free each time. Muldoon went for an arm lock and Matsada sprawled, pitching Muldoon face forward. He sprang up, however. It was not ruled a fall for Matsada. Muldoon tried a flying fall, but Matsada was on guard. Muldoon then arm-dragged Matsada and obtained a rear body lock. Matsada fell face down to avoid being thrown. After 10 minutes struggling for position on the ground, Matsada stood up. A minute later, he was back on the ground on all fours. Muldoon secured an arm lock and half Nelson combination and forced Matsada onto his back, with brute force, or main strength, gaining the first fall in 1826. During the break, the master of ceremonies announced that Muldoon would be confronting Evan Lewis, also known as the Strangler, in Minneapolis on the following week, on May 27th. In the second bout, Matsada decided to go on attack. Muldoon countered by necklocks and full chanceries, headlocks, but Matsada was too slippery to hold. Matsada then headbutted Muldoon in the chest. Muldoon didn't flinch, but instead paid back Matsada in the same coin. At the 17-minute mark, Matsada slipped and fell. Muldoon jumped on him, but his ground submission skills were unequal to the task. He tried several arm locks and half Nelsons. It took Matsada only 1 minute to escape back to his feet. Muldoon obtained a back lock, but Matsada again dropped to the ground. Muldoon had an arm and hammer lock, however, and tried forcing Matsada's shoulders to the floor. Matsada bridged out. Precisely the same thing happened again. The audience appreciated Matsada's cleverness. They stood up. Muldoon turned his back, and Matsada jumped on it like a demon and tried to tip Muldoon over, to no avail. Muldoon grabbed Matsada and made a flying fall, but Matsada bridged out. Somehow, Muldoon secured a hammer and arm lock and won the fall in 36:05. With 5 minutes remaining, Muldoon needed 1 more fall. He decided that he couldn't do it and told the crowd so. They didn't object. It ranked among the prettiest and most entertaining Greco-Roman matches local fans had even seen. 33. Matsada Sorakichi versus Tom Cannon. Matsada met Tom Cannon at the Minneapolis baseball park at 3:30 in the afternoon on Sunday, June 6, 1886. It was a best 3 of 5 fall Greco-Roman match. Some local people had questioned whether it was appropriate to hold a wrestling match on the Lord's Day, but the Globe pointed out that there was no law against it. A new ring had been staked out and floored with sawdust directly in front of the grandstand. Cannon and the Jap were both rapid workers and both thoroughly versed in the science of the game. It would, without a doubt, be the most interesting wrestling match ever seen in Minneapolis, St. Paul, or surrounding areas. Cannon weighed 180 pounds. Matsuda was probably close to the 150 pounds he weighed. When he went the distance with the mighty William Muldoon 2 weeks before, Cannon knew it wouldn't be a picnic, but he was in good condition and confident that could throw the jab. 500 spectators were present. Prof. Donaldson was the referee. Ben Brunswick was the timekeeper. It was a sunny afternoon. The fans had been waiting for an hour. The wrestlers finally appeared at 4. The first bout was action-packed with the wrestlers exchanging chanceries. Early in the round, Matsuda twisted Cannon over with a strong-arm lock, but Cannon bridged out. Cannon secured a cross-arm lock, converted it into a chancery, and forced the Japan to the canvas. The crowd feared that he was choking Matsuda, but the gritty celestial, Matsuda, got to his feet and struck Cannon's face. Cannon claimed a foul, but the referee rejected it. Matsuda put Cannon in another chancery, but Cannon slipped out and got a full underback hold. Matsuda twisted and squirmed like an eel and dropped to his hands and knees to escape the perilous hold. He also headbutted Cannon in the nose, and Cannon was choking on blood. Matsuda took advantage of Cannon's condition and side through Cannon with another chancery. Cannon bridged out, but Matsuda quickly applied a half Nelson and pinned Cannon. Shoulders to the canvas after 51 minutes for the first fall. Washing the blood from his nose, Cannon seemed in better shape for the second round. He dashed Matsuda to the ground with a rear body lock. He changed to a reverse body lock, lifted Matsuda up and dashed him to the ground again. Matsuda bridged out. Cannon used his favorite technique, an arm and hammer lock, and punished Matsuda, who took it without a whimper. Finally, Cannon won the fall with a half Nelson and arm lock in 9. Cannon began the third round looking fresh, but soon fans feared that he would be choked up by blood again. Cannon picked Matsuda up and threw him down several times, but Matsuda bridged out each time. Cannon resorted to his go-to arm and hammer lock, and finally threw Matsuda into a pile of sawdust for the fall in 34 minutes. The last round was a repetition of the preceding round. Cannon won in 39 minutes with a half Nelson arm lock combination. Everybody was satisfied that there was no hippodroming, faking matches. Each athlete had done his utmost and had given the best athletic entertainment in the history of Minneapolis. 34. Matsuda Sorakichi versus James C. Daly II. James C. Daly was in the Minneapolis area in the summer of 1886, looking for matches. He had no trouble finding at least one, because Matsuda Sorakichi was also in the area, and he never turned down a chance to earn money in the ring, and up to that point had a reputation for putting on exciting shows. A match was set to take place at Market Hall in Minneapolis on Monday, June 21, 1886. It was a mixed styles match, Greco-Roman and catch-as-catch-can, with Japanese rules if a tiebreaker was needed. Daly weighed 230 pounds when he arrived in Minneapolis, but was down to 200 by the day of the match. Matsuda weighed 158 pounds. Matsuda wasn't concerned about the weight difference. He already beat Daly and didn't see any reason why he couldn't do it again, he said. 35. Matsuda Sorakichi versus Jack Karkik. Jack Karkik, also known as Karkek, was a local wrestler with a considerable reputation. Matsuda, too, was well known. The mixed styles match took place in Milwaukee on July 24, 1886. The first bout was Greco-Roman. Within 1 minute, Matsuda was lying face down with Karkik on top. But Matsuda quickly got to his feet. It took Karkik another 40 minutes to get a hold on Matsuda, but when he did, he sent the latter crashing to the ground for the fall. The Jap was dazed. After a 15-minute rest, the next bout, catch-as-catch-can, started. Matsuda complained that his shoulder hurt but kept wrestling pluckily and almost threw Karkik. A few minutes later, Karkik threw Matsuda, who said he couldn't continue. The match was awarded to Karkik. 36. Matsuda Sorakichi versus Charles Moth. Matsuda was in St. Paul in September for a match with the German, Charles Moth, Friday, September 3, 1886 at the Exposition Rink for $200 a side, best 3 of 5 falls. There were 2 bouts of Greco-Roman, 2 in the Japanese style, and 1 catch-as-catch-can. The Japanese style admits butting with the head, kicking and striking with the open hand, a newspaper article explained. adding that the two wrestlers were in excellent condition and did not hippodrome. Moth confessed that he was not in top form, but he was still confident that he could throw the little giant from Japan. On the day of the match, Matsuda received a challenge from the middleweight champion of the world, Jimmy Faulkner, to meet within the next 2 weeks in either Chicago or Minnesota. Matsuda's manager, Mike Breslauer, immediately accepted. The match would be catch as catch can. Best 2 of 3, the winner taking 75%, the loser 25% of the house receipts. Breslauer preferred Minnesota as a venue. Moth weighed 175 pounds, Matsuda weighed 150. The first bout lasted 41.5 minutes with no fall. The referee called for an 11-minute break. The second bout lasted almost 1 hour with no fall. Moth then told the referee that his condition was worse than he thought. He would wrestle for 10 minutes more, and if there was no fall by then, he'd be willing to call it a draw. Matsuda said that he would be willing to call the Greco-Roman matches drawn and proceed to the next style of wrestling. The 462 people watching the matches demanded their money back, but welcomed Matsuda's suggestion because the Greco-Roman was becoming too tedious. After 10 more minutes of inconclusive Greco-Roman, the referee called another rest. The audience had paid to see 3 styles, but the Greco-Roman rounds were apparently never going to terminate. Hence, the compromise. Moth's manager wanted to toss a coin to decide the next style, but the fans wanted to see Japanese style, and the referee agreed. Matsuda came out to wrestle. Moth didn't. The referee called the match in Matsuda's favor. The fans cheered Matsuda and hissed Moth. Moth said he would appeal. Moth lost no time and began training for a handicap match with Tom Shields on Thursday, September 9. Moth was confident he could perform better against Matsuda once he got back in shape. Meanwhile, Matsuda was supervising the training of the champion wrestler of Winnipeg, John McKeown, who wanted to try conclusions with either Moth or Evan Lewis within 2 weeks. Matsuda was also keeping busy and was scheduled to wrestle an unknown in St. Cloud that same evening, September 9, 37. Matsuda Sorakichi versus Jimmy Faulkner. Jimmy Faulkner had come to the U.S. from England in 1883, where he was the middleweight wrestling champion. He was always on the lookout for lucrative matches, and so was Matsuda Sorakichi. So when the time came that they were in the same place at the same time, it was inevitable that they would cross swords. The place was a casino in Minneapolis. The time was October 1886, and the style of the match was catch as catch can, best 2 of 3 falls, shoulders to the floor constituting a fall. It wasn't going to be easy. Matsuda had science, pluck, and strength, a combination that is not often presented. Tom Cannon had advised Faulkner that you want to be in good condition if you are going to meet the Jap. Faulkner had been training hard and was confident about his own skills and expected to win, despite a size and weight disadvantage. Matsuda stood 5 feet 6 inches, 2 inches taller than Faulkner, and weighed 12 to 20 pounds more than the diminutive man from Lancashire. Some reports said Matsuda weighed 147 pounds, others said 155. The match was set for Friday, October 15, 1886 at Leland Link in Minneapolis. Matsuda had just returned the morning of the match from Hurley, Wisconsin, where despite an 18-pound weight disadvantage, he defeated G.H. Dunn in 3 straight bouts of catch as catch can. Faulkner had numerous fans in Chicago who were expected to come to support him. Faulkner, it turned out, was overconfident. Matsuda was too strong. Various reports of the match differed in almost all specifics, including how many people attended, how much the wrestlers weighed, how many rounds there were, and who did what. The Globe's October 16 report was probably the most accurate because someone from the Globe apparently witnessed the match, while the Wire service reports were most likely based on the Globe reports supplemented by whatever other sources were available. Editors of local papers either used the story as it came in or revised it to suit their needs, in the process of which errors could be introduced. Editors of local papers often simply recycled stories from other papers. Re-8. The Bismarck Weekly Tribune said 300 people watched, while the Daily Yellowstone Journal said the number was 3,000. The Globe didn't mention the crowd. According to the Globe, Matsuda won the first fall in 10 minutes with an arm and neck hold. Faulkner won the second fall with a neck, arm, and leg hold in 1948. Matsuda won the third fall with a neck and arm hold in 22:52. And the fourth fall with a neck hold in 8:20 minutes. 39. Matsuda Sorakichi versus Jimmy Faulkner II. The October 15th match had provided enough entertainment to justify a rematch, which was set for Monday, October 25th. Faulkner admitted that he hadn't trained enough and had underestimated Matsuda. He promised that Matsada would find him another man on Monday. Faulkner sat down with a Globe reporter on Friday, October 23rd at Turner Hall Gymnasium and talked about his background and training methods. He was born May 1, 1857 in Manchester, England. He started wrestling at age 16 or 17 and won the English middleweight championship by beating John Eckersley when he was 21. After wrestling on instinct for several years, he became the protege of Joe Acton, the best catch-as-catch-can wrestler in the world, despite his relative small size, 155 pounds, in Faulkner's opinion. He came to the USA in December 1883 because no one was willing to wrestle him in England. He worked as a trainer of both wrestlers and fighters. In America, there was an abundance of rivals to choose from, and Faulkner met anyone, giving up 15 to 25 pounds on occasion, as he did with Matsada. He once wrestled Evan Lewis but was robbed of a decision that rightfully should have been his. He subsequently challenged Lewis to contests of pure wrestling, barring hanging or choking, but Lewis always crawled out of it. Faulkner preferred America to England and planned to stay. It hadn't always been easy. In New York, he had been challenged by a notorious 220-pound bully named Butch Brown. Butch boasted that he could lick John L. Sullivan in a barroom scrap. Faulkner had just given an exhibition of wrestling with Benny Jones. Later at 4 a.m., they went to Putnam House for a drink. Butch Brown was there with some friends, talking about fights and fighters. Butch noticed Faulkner and said, "You're a midget, and would be but a child in my hands. I can whip any man." Faulkner replied, "I think as I can lick you, and right here too." A few seconds later, Butch was on the ground with Faulkner on top. Faulkner led Butch up, but Butch continued attacking him, even using dirty techniques. Some of Butch's friends pulled out their revolvers. Faulkner decided to put an end to the fight and put Butch to sleep with a headbutt. Faulkner summed up the incident by saying that only thing he lost was his hat. Apart from some publicity, he hadn't gained anything either. Like other wrestlers, he needed to get paid, and that's why he was in Minneapolis. Faulkner admitted that he hadn't been in the best condition for the previous Matsada match. The Globe reporter was interested in what he was doing differently now. What was a typical training day for Jimmy Faulkner? He went to bed early and woke up at 7, Faulkner explained. He took a 2-mile walk before breakfast, rested an hour after eating, and then jogged 5 miles, followed by a cold shower and a rub-down. Then he swung clubs and dumbbells. After lunch, he took a 6 to 7 mile walk. After supper, he took another walk. 40. Matsada Sporikichi versus Jimmy Faulkner III. Matsada and Faulkner had impressed the local fans with their exciting style of wrestling. They met again on November 4, 5, and 6, 1886, at the Olympic, in Minneapolis in a series of best 2 of 3 catch-as-catch-can matches. The matches were an added attraction to a regular vaudeville show. The winner of the 3-day tournament would be the man who scored the most total falls and would earn $300.41. On the second night, Faulkner finally did what he promised he could do. It took him 14:45 to win the first fall with a hammerlock and half Nelson. The fans enjoyed the second fall even more. Matsada had picked Faulkner up and was holding him upside down by the feet when Faulkner suddenly grabbed Matsada's ankles and flipped him flat to the carpet in 16:30. Not surprisingly, Matsada won 2 falls on the previous night, so the prize money depended on the outcome of the third night. 42. They reprised the show at Theatre Comique, 219,221, and 220, 3 First Avenue South, from Monday to Wednesday, November 8, 9, and 10, for a total purse of $500. The wrestling was an extra attraction added to a vaudeville comedy show called Uncle Si Salem. On the opening night, Faulkner won the first round in 18 minutes with a half Nelson. Matsada won the second round with an arm-neck-leg hold in 6 minutes, and the third round in 7 minutes with a half Nelson. The match gave great satisfaction to the crowd that witnessed it. On November 10th, the Jap defeated Faulkner in 2 straight falls. 43. Matsada versus William Muldoon IV. Matsada technically defeated William Muldoon in a handicap match on May 21st of the previous year, when Muldoon conceded that he could not throw Matsada in the time remaining and therefore didn't try. The goodly crowd, however, was not dissatisfied. A rematch was set for May 23, 1887 at Lincoln Rink for $500, best 3 falls of 5 bouts. 2 bouts would be Greco-Roman, 2 would be catch-as-catch-can, and 1 bout would be Japanese style. Matsada's body measurements were arm, 15.5 inches, chest, 43.5 inches, and neck, 17.5 inches. Each wrestler had already deposited $150 with the Police Gazette office, and the remaining $200 would be placed in the hands of a disinterested third party before the match began. A totally bona fide match was promised. 44. Matsuda versus John C. Doyle. Matsuda next headed back east, where on June 7, 1887 at Ford's Opera House in Baltimore, the famous Jap, he met a former policeman named John C. Doyle in a best 2 of 3 catch-as-catch-can match. Doyle won 2 falls, thereby becoming the athletic hero of Baltimore. 45. Matsuda Sorakichi versus L.W. Walker and James Leonard. Matsuda laid low for the next 6 months, either not wrestling or wrestling in low profile events with local heroes rather than nationally and internationally branded champions. After losing to ex-policeman John C. Doyle in Baltimore, his next payday was at Kernan's Washington Theater in Washington, D.C., where on February 4, 1888, he promised to throw both L.W. Walker and James Leonard in 20 minutes. If he failed, he would forfeit $75.46. Matsuda Sorakichi versus H. Dufour. Matsuda next emerged in Marlborough, Massachusetts, against an otherwise unknown opponent identified as H. Dufour on July 31, 1888. The match did not generate much pre-event publicity. The results were reported succinctly. Matsuda won the first fall, catch-as-catch-can, in 20 minutes. Dufour won the collar and elbow bout in 4 minutes, and the Greco-Roman fall in either 2 or 12 minutes, depending on the report. 47. In an article written by Samuel F. Farrar in the Chicago Journal, apparently filed from Japan, Japanese wrestling was compared unfavorably with Greco-Roman, which was more interesting, exciting, and brutal, and required more agility and strength. However, Greco-Roman was familiar, while sumo, Japanese wrestling, was exotic, hence was newsworthy. For a writer, the point was to have something to write about why sumo was better, or worse, or simply different. The public was being informed in any case, but also challenged. The Japanese, who were then so fashionable, adored sumo. Perhaps Americans were failing to appreciate a hidden but sophisticated significance in the spectacle of 2 very corpulent, half-naked men pushing each other around an elevated dirt competition area. Or on the contrary, perhaps things were exactly what they seemed to be and no more. In the case of sumo, that was the consensus. A few years later, an alternative form of Japanese wrestling was introduced that offered more food for thought. 48. Matsuda Sorakichi versus Antonio Pierre. Matsuda next traveled to Scranton, Pennsylvania, where on January 21, 1880, he confronted the Greek wrestler Antonio Pierre in a catch-as-catch-can match. According to one report, it was brutal and Matsuda got the worst of it. Matsuda won the first fall, but in the second he was strangled and downed. In the third bout, despite bleeding heavily from the nose, he put up a courageous fight for 47 minutes before being subdued by the Greek. The crowd disapproved of Pierre's tactics and there was very nearly a riot. Or 9. The Pacific Slope. Matsuda left New York on April 15th for San Francisco, where he teamed up with Jimmy, also known as James Faulkner, for a 3-month tour of the Pacific Slope, the states and territories west of the Rockies. Faulkner served as Matsuda's manager, trainer, backer, exhibition partner, and if necessary, opponent. Matsuda's first order of business upon arriving in San Francisco was to challenge Jimmy Faulkner and Faulkner's teacher, Joe Acton, for $1,050. Matsuda Sorakichi versus Peter Schumacher I. Matsuda and Faulkner were appearing together at the Standard Theater in Seattle in June. They heard tell that a 30-year-old Wisconsin man named Peter Schumacher was claiming to be a great wrestler. This was music to their ears, because professional wrestlers soon get tired of constant traveling. Yet staying put for an extended period required recruiting opponents locally, usually by means of challenges, or if circumstances permitted, arranging matches with other professionals plying the same circuits. Later, the troop system was developed whereby wrestlers toured in groups to serve as each other as opponents, at the same time facilitating cooperation and coordination and sharing expenses. The usual method of drumming up business was to visit or send a letter to a local newspaper and issue a challenge. It could be to someone with a local reputation, or it could be to anyone in general. It was a way of promoting the show as well as recruiting partners, that is, challengers and opponents. Newspapers were happy to play along, appreciating the free content and the potential advertising revenues it might yield. Matsuda and Faulkner wrote a long letter to the Seattle Post-Intelligencer, challenging Schumacher to back up his mouth with actions. Matsuda offered to wrestle Schumacher in either Greco-Roman or catch-as-catch-can for $500 a side, with a weight limit of 152 pounds. Or Schumacher could have a 5-styles match if he preferred. Each wrestler could choose 2 styles, and the man who won 2 falls in the shortest time would be able to choose the deciding fall. Alternatively, Matsuda and Faulkner offered to pay Schumacher $2 per minute for every minute after the first 5 minutes that he avoided being thrown by either one of them, under catch-as-catch-can rules. It would pay him $50 if he lasted 25 minutes. It was signed by Matsuda Sorakichi, Police Gazette champion wrestler of the world. Schumacher accepted one of the offers, agreeing to face Matsuda in a Greco-Roman match for the middleweight championship of the world and $500. The encounter took place Thursday, July 11, 1889, at the Armory, with 1,000 fans in attendance. Matsuda weighed 1,491 quarters, or 151 pounds depending on the report. Schumacher weighed 148. Matsuda apparently took the match seriously because it was the first time Matsuda had trained for a match. It turned out that Schumacher was not just a loud mouth. He had some genuine wrestling background. He was born on a farm in Wisconsin in 1850 and in 1866 moved to Portage City, where he learned the art of bricklaying. He went to California in 1880, where he somehow learned the science of wrestling and established a reputation in San Francisco. He then relocated to Arizona, where he became the territorial champion. Arizona became a state February 14, 1912. By the time of Matsuda's challenge, Schumacher had already wrestled Faulkner 3 times, winning twice, suggesting that at least part of their offer was less than sincere. Matsuda won the first and third rounds, strangling Schumacher in the third, 52nd. It was not the last of their confrontations. They would work together regularly in years to come. 53. Matsuda Sorakichi versus William H. Quinn I. On Thursday, July 25, 1889, Matsuda clashed with the champion of Victoria, William H. Quinn, at Turn Hall Theater in Seattle for the heavyweight Greco-Roman championship of the West Coast. $250 a side was also at stake. 54. The result was not reported, or more likely hasn't survived, but evidently, Matsuda won. In October 1889, Quinn told the press, "I am and have been very anxious to meet the Jap once more, and settle once for all the question as to which is the better man." This was after the August 9, 1889 match, which Quinn won. His statement makes sense only if Matsuda won the first match. 55. Moreover, a May 1890 report mentioned that the first time they met, Quinn was injured by a wicked fall the Jap gave him. 56. A rematch was held Friday, August 9, 1889. It shouldn't have been. Matsuda was in bed sick since Friday, August 9. Faulkner persuaded him to wrestle Quinn, despite Matsuda's plea for a postponement, and against the advice of his physician, Dr. Holmes, who diagnosed him with laryngitis and asthma and prescribed an opiate to relax his muscles. The match turned out to be a disaster. Matsuda was feverish and weak. A half hour before going on the stage, he said to a friend, "Don't bet on me, for it's nearly sure I'll lose." Dr. Holmes believed Matsuda would need a few weeks in Green River Springs to regain his health. Faulkner and Quinn left for Quinn's hometown of Victoria, leaving Matsuda to recover from what one reporter described as a cold. D8. A few weeks in Green River Springs were not enough for what ailed Matsuda. He was still ill in October. Quinn offered to wrestle in a benefit to raise money for Matsuda. He wanted a rematch with Joe Acton, who threw Quinn a year earlier. He didn't think it would happen because Acton was under contract to the California Athletic Club. He was ready to meet J.H. Donovan, who came to Seattle a few days before claiming to be the middleweight champion of Australia, looking for matches. Matsuda was still in Seattle. His cough had improved somewhat, but not much. His wife, Ella, came out from New York a week before, and they planned to return to New York together early in November, probably accompanied by Peter Schumacher. 9. Modern Sansoms. In October 1889, William Billy Edwards discussed the history, science, and business of wrestling in a special article written for the Evening Star titled Modern Sansoms. There were many types of wrestling, he said, but in the most general terms, wrestling was a sport in which 2 men try to throw the other down without being thrown down in the same way. He described some of the various styles in use at that time, including Greco-Roman, collar and elbow, catch-as-catch-can, Cornish and Northumberland Scotch, wrestling and hip and shoulder wrestling, Japanese and Chinese wrestling, Lancashire, Cheshire French La Savate, and the budding styles of America and the West Indies. He pointed out that Greco-Roman had nothing to do with Greece or Rome, but rather was an old German style that was modified in France around the year 1869, taken to England in 1874, and brought to the United States in 1879, where it aroused the enthusiasm of large audiences and was adopted as the favorite school of the athletic associations of the country. Collar and elbow was the most scientific and beautiful, followed by Greco-Roman and catch-a-scratch-can. Cornish, Northumberland, Scotch, and hip and shoulder depended less on science than size and strength. Japanese and Chinese wrestling had a rude science but were mostly interesting because of their exoticism. The least scientific were Lancashire Cheshire, Savate, and American and West Indian butting. Edwards knew that La Savate consisting chiefly of kicking and striking, but he classified it as a form of wrestling, possibly because it shared some characteristics with Cornish and Northumberland, namely the technique of hacking, and some body throws which cannot be described in polite language. Wrestlers reach their peak at age 30 and can continue up to age 50 or even longer, as long as they stay in shape, he explained. He mentioned a few of the most outstanding practitioners, such as Owen of Vermont, Mac Mahon, Homer Lane, Al Livingston, Taylor, Kelly, William Johnson, Major Mac Laughlin of Detroit, Butcher Martin of Ypsilanti, Joe Acton, and Evan Strangler Lewis, who invented 2 new neck holds. James Faulkner, Prof. N.H. Coop, William Miller, Sebastian Miller, Bauer, Tom Cannon, Donald Denny, James C. Daly, Duncan C. Ross, and Greek George also deserved mention. Matsada Sorakichi merited special note, being as game as a Spanish fighting cock and without peer in his national style of wrestling. The greatest of all was William Muldoon, with the possible exception of Clarence Whistler. Edwards cautioned readers against thinking that pugilists, not then generally known as boxers, were wrestlers or could ever beat a wrestler in a wrestling match. Pugilists did not need to know how to wrestle well because the London prize ring and Queensberry rules did not require them to wrestle, and on the contrary, penalized them. Pugilists tended to be unscientific brawlers whose objective was simply to hit the other man hard or often enough to stop him. Wrestlers, however, were scientific. Wrestling paid well for good wrestlers, better than law, religion, or medicine, to say nothing of manual labor. Prof. Miller, Andre Crystal, Bauer, Strangler Lewis, Greek George, Duncan C. Ross, and that eccentric Japanese athlete Matsada Sorakichi seldom, if ever, make less than $5,000 a year. In 1889, $5,000 was the rough equivalent of $125,000 in 2016 dollars. 60. Wrestlers, managers, and promoters had multiple motives to tamper with matches. When it was both possible and profitable, which it often was when wrestlers worked together regularly, with or without a manager, who was sometimes also the promoter, trainer, and occasionally an opponent. Usually the spectators were oblivious, lacking personal, detailed knowledge of the sport, and also because successful wrestlers need to be skilled at pleasing crowds, meaning they were good actors. There was another important reason. The fans' desire to see an exciting, dramatic match often overrode their desire to see a genuine wrestling contest. But on occasion, the fans, or sports writers, recognized fixed matches for what they were. Before the Cameron vs. Quinn match, the Seattle Press opined that the future promises many interesting contests that will be attended by large crowds if the matches are won and lost on their merits. Another fixed match will everlastingly ruin the sport in Seattle. 6-1. As time went on, part of a wrestler's job became creating illusions of reality. Wrestling skill was still needed, but real wrestling could too easily fail to meet audience expectations in one way or another. To take one obvious example, in a genuine contest, a busy wrestler would strive to win his matches as economically, hence as quickly as possible, which would leave showtime unfilled. 2 or 3 straight fall victories were infrequent for this reason. Wrestlers would also have incentives to be overly defensive, which would displease the fans. Handicap matches circumvented that problem, but handicap matches, probably for that exact reason, were not tremendously popular, but rather were an option when one wrestler size or skills were insufficient to make a legitimate match plausible. Since the audience expectations could not easily be changed, the alternative was to change the wrestling to fit the expectations, which had other advantages as well. More matches could be held between a small pool of wrestlers, injuries could be avoided, training could be abbreviated. It also allowed wrestlers to extend their earning years, or to continue working when they were in ill health or even dying. It was a logic that was irresistible and played out time and time again, everywhere there was professional wrestling. 6-2. By the beginning of 1890, It was no longer a mystery what Matsada's health problem was. According to information from Chicago, Matsada was in the last stages of pulmonary consumption, and it is doubtful whether he will be able to leave his room in the brief lease of life that remains to him. 6-3. Matsada was a tough man. He wasn't going to let a little thing like tuberculosis keep him out of the ring. Luckily for him, but not the people in close contact with him, not many people read the Kimball graphic, and the story was not reported widely, if at all, elsewhere. Less than 2 months later, he was back in action. 64. Matsada Sorakichi versus D.H. Cameron. By February 1890, Matsada's health had recovered enough to be able to return to the Pacific Coast, where on February 27, in Tacoma at the Comique Theater, he met the British Columbia Greco-Roman champion, D.H. Cameron. The sturdy little Japanese won the first round in 8 minutes. Cameron won the second round in 4 minutes, and Matsada won the final round and the match in 6 minutes. $200 was at stake. 65. Matsada Sorakichi versus Prof. Lucien Marc Cristal. Prof. Lucien Marc Cristal, the Frenchman, challenged Matsada on March 26. Matsada accepted the same day. Cristal wanted a best 3 of 5 Greco-Roman match. Matsada wanted best 2 of 3. Cristal was said by Matsada to be a great Greco-Roman man, never having been thrown by anyone at near his own weight, but Matsada was confident that he could do it and backed up his confidence with money. Cristal wanted a side bet of $500. Matsada suggested doubling that amount. He needed to take a rest in the country but would be back by the time Cristal arrived, around April 1st. A date was set for April 19. Cristal lost the match, details were sparse, but immediately issued another challenge for a match without strangling and claiming that he was still the lightweight champion of the world. His manager, Court, was holding $500 in forfeit money, Cristal promised. However, when contacted, Court said, he is not the lightweight champion of the world nor ever has been. Court also denied that he had 5 cents, let alone $500 of Cristal's money in his possession. Take 6. On Wednesday night, April 3rd, a thief or thieves surreptitiously entered Matsada's room at Russ House on South 6th and Washington Streets, and other rooms as well, without waking the occupants. They stole $700 minus $800 worth of cash, jewelry, and clothing. Matsada was hardest hit. The thief or thieves took $40 in cash and a watch valued at $400 minus $500, depending on the report. The watch, a present from his father in Japan, was made of gold, iron, and oxidized silver. The thief or thieves locked Matsada's door from the outside after they left. Other guests were likewise victimized to the extent of about $300. 67. Matsada Sorakichi versus Dormer. Tuesday, May 13, 1890. Matsada returned from Port Townsend on Sunday, May 4th, and planned to train at Lake Union for his match with J.P. Dormer on May 13 for a purse of $300 in gate receipts in Seattle. Matsada was in good enough shape to beat Dormer 2 falls out of 3. 68. Matsada versus William H. Quinn II. Matsada was immediately challenged by W. H. Quinn to a Greco-Roman handicap match. Quinn agreed to throw Matsada 3 times in 1 hour. They disagreed over the issue of what would happen if Matsada threw Quinn. Quinn argued that it didn't matter. Matsada argued that he should be the winner if he threw Quinn once. Matsada had met William Muldoon under such terms. Although he failed to throw Muldoon, he also avoided being thrown 3 times and thereby won the match. Quinn finally agreed to Matsada's conditions. The purse was $500 aside and all of the gate receipts. The date was set for July 1.69. Matsada had a brief brush with the law on July 4th. He was one of several people arrested for setting off firecrackers in violation of a city ordinance. Mayor Moran and Chief Thornton conferred and decided to drop the charges against Matsada. 7. As the day of the match approached, both wrestlers were feeling poorly. Quinn thought he had typhoid fever and Matsada was diagnosed with a variety of ailments, none of them the actual problem, for which, at the time, there was no cure. 7. The match was postponed until July 10th. Matsada's training consisted of tramping through the country, pulling a boat, and running up and down mountains. Quinn was staying at his brother's farm near Centralia. He did not describe his training, only that he was taking extraordinary care of himself. 7-2. The result was not reported or has not survived, but an article prior to the July 18 match described it as the final contest to settle the much talked of question as to whether Quinn was the better man than the Iron Jap, and an article after the July 18th match referred to a previous match 1 week earlier. 7-3. The two seemed to have a formula for pleasing the fans. The Canadian Giant versus the gritty little Jap, the Iron Jap, the Tokyo Strong Boy, the Celestial, the tan-colored subject of the Mikado, the Pocket Hercules, and various other appellations by which Matsuda, not even his real name, was known. They met again at the Armory in Seattle on July 18, 1890. 2,000 fans watched the Greco-Roman match at $500 a side, plus the entire gate receipts, totaling $1,200. The winner would meet all and any challengers, provided they had forfeit money in hand. The referee was W.J. Dawson, superintendent of the Front Street Cable Railway. Quinn weighed 12 pounds more than when he met Matsuda a week earlier. Matsuda's face was pale, and he did not look well. The first round began with Matsuda impressing the crowd with his deft escapes. Finally, though, Quinn used a half Nelson to pin Matsuda's shoulders to the floor, although to some fans it seemed too brief to count as a fall. The referee thought otherwise, and Quinn was the winner of the first fall in 23 minutes. After a 15-minute intermission, the action resumed. The wrestlers were in dead earnest about winning the round. Matsuda choked Quinn, who in retaliation repeatedly struck him on the neck with both forearms. The crowd was displeased by this show of poor sportsmanship, but the referee allowed it. Eventually Quinn weakened Matsuda with a stranglehold, and then applied a double Nelson for the fall in 20. The crowd was in sympathy with Matsuda, who seemed to have lost the match from being out of condition. Matsuda planned to leave for Washington Hot Springs to recover his health. But before he did, he wanted to have a private match with Quinn, for $500 a side, to prove who was superior in skill and strength. Quinn declined. He had nothing to prove, he said. He would meet the Jap again when the time came. 7-5. Another match was scheduled for Thursday, July 25.76. It didn't happen. Matsuda and his manager Edwin T. Ziegler left for Ogden, Utah on July 24 at 2 p.m. The plan was for Matsuda to rest at a hot salt springs near Ogden, while Ziegler continued on eastward, and the two of them would return when Joe Acton of San Francisco arrived in Seattle for their long-awaited match. 7-7. In August, Matsuda was Warm Springs, in Montana, where he felt he was recovering his health. He thought he would be ready to meet Joe Acton sometime in the fall. 78. Matsuda Sorikichi versus Schumacher II. Matsuda evidently made a detour or took a few days away from the spa. In Helena, Montana, arrangements were firmed up for a Greco-Roman match, best 2 of 3 falls between Matsuda and Peter Schumacher, to be held in the Theatre Comique in Butte on Sunday, August 10th. It was rescheduled for August 17 at the Butte racetrack. Matsuda and Schumacher had met at least once before, on July 11, 1889. Matsuda won, but not without an epic struggle. Despite his national fame, it was far from certain that he could do it again. 7. Each side put up $500. The winner would get 80% of the gate, the loser 20%. 2,000 men showed up to witness the contest. Matsuda weighed 152.5 pounds, Schumacher weighed 147. It was for blood from the start, this being the second time the men had met, and each was determined to down his opponent. The first bout was a display of scientific wrestling, with Schumacher throwing Matsuda onto his back and shoulders for the first fall in 22:30. After a long break they resumed, with Matsuda showing an ugly disposition with blood in his eyes. After 3 attempts, Matsuda got his right wrist under Schumacher's chin, with his left arm on Schumacher's left shoulder. Schumacher's face grew back. His tongue protruded and he lost consciousness. The Tokyo Strong Boy then threw Schumacher over on his back. Schumacher lay senseless, unable to resume within the 20 minutes allotted, thereby losing the fall and the match. The winnings and gate receipts were estimated at $3,500.80. A rematch was immediately set for Wednesday, August 27th at the Butte Opera House. Matsuda's stranglehold was barred, and Schumacher was confident of winning. The local press felt that the first match was exciting and worth watching, but the rematch would be even better, with Schumacher having a clear edge in agility and general wrestling skills, as long the Jap couldn't use his deadly stranglehold. 1. The match took place as scheduled, and deprived of his stranglehold, Matsuda lost. He and his manager Edwin Ziegler moved on, announcing that Matsuda would take a 6-month break in the East before wrestling again. Schumacher continued to wrestle professionally, calling himself the middleweight Greco-Roman champion of the world as a result of defeating Matsuda on August 27th, but did not quit his day job as a bricklayer in Anaconda, Montana. 82. Ziegler and Matsuda headed east, accompanied by W.H. Quinn and Prof. Lucien Crystal. 8-3. The group was in Salt Lake City on September 19th with the intention of giving exhibitions at the Golden Gate Club and challenging locals in any style. Local heroes were not asked to put up any side bet money, but were offered money consideration if they could stay before the visitors' prowess. Ziegler offered $100 to every man who could avoid being thrown in any of 5 different styles. Matsuda and Quinn also wrestled each other, disguising their exhibitions as legitimate matches, complete with side bets, agreements to split the gate, and reports of their pre-match preparations. Meanwhile, they issued phony challenges to people they did not want to confront, and publicly accused other wrestlers of ducking them. E4. It didn't take long for word of Ziegler, Matsuda, and Quinn's scam to spread. By not later than November, they and several other wrestlers of more or less note were being scathingly condemned for putting on fraudulent wrestling contests in Helena, Montana, Denver, and Salt Lake City, among other places along the way. They hyped fake matches with each other and anyone else they could dupe or corrupt into playing along. The only one who resisted their seductions was the Anaconda boy Peter Schumacher, who defeated Matsuda. Matsuda made excuses saying he was physically broken down. Apparently many others were all too happy to subvert and pervert the noble art in exchange for cash. Among them were Lucien Mark Crystal, whose own manager called him a phony, and the well-known Greco-Roman wrestler James Messenger, whose impersonation of a referee made the charade convincing to the naively trusting public. Matsuda and Quinn left Salt Lake City, headed east on the Union Pacific Fast Mail on Tuesday, September 30.86. Matsuda was reported in Montana and headed for St. Paul, expected to arrive within a few days of October 12. A local St. Paul man named Herman Smith was claiming to be the wrestling champion of the Northwest and eager to defend his title against Matsuda. The local paper obviously was familiar with Matsuda, but apparently had not heard of Herman Smith or his alleged title. There was no report of a Matsuda versus Smith match. Matsuda next surfaced in Omaha, Nebraska, where he was giving daily exhibitions of strength at the vaudeville theater Dime Eden Musée, which, in addition to comedies, singing and dancing, and the usual fare, offered freaks, curiosities, and wax figures, all for the admission price of 10 cents. Matsuda was back where he began, lifting the Richard K. Fox Police Gazette 250-pound Indian Club. He was not available for wrestling challenges at the Dime Eden Musée. The A didn't even mention that he was a wrestler, only that he was the champion athlete of the world. By the beginning of 1890, Matsuda was very sick man. The closest thing to a cure, and it wasn't very close, was clean air and rest. Matsuda had earned a large amount of money, on paper at least. But as has always been the case with fighters, it wasn't a safe assumption that he was paid what he earned, and even less that he kept what he got. In any case, he continued doing what he had been doing, but less often and less successfully. He also reverted back to his beginnings, performing feats of strength. In February, Matsuda at the Curio Club in Kansas City, entertaining patrons with demonstrations of strength, gracefully manipulating his 250-pound Indian club as a policeman would his nightstick. 8-9. Matsuda defeated Burt Kane in a Greco-Roman contest in St. Louis on March 6. Kane was the Pacific Coast champion. The match was for $250 and the house receipts. Kane won the first fall, Matsuda won the second and third. A catch-as-catch-can rematch was set for Tuesday, March 10.90. Matsuda Sorikichi versus Hugh Leonard. Matsuda met an up-and-coming wrestler named Hugh Leonard of Belfast at the Bijou Theater on March 28, 1891. It was for $100 and the middleweight championship of the United States. Leonard threw Matsuda twice and won the match. Matsuda was suffering from bronchial asthma, according to his friends, but the referee, E.F. Green of Buffalo, insisted that the match go on. 9. The end. Matsuda was at Vincent's Hospital and a Japanese boarding house on West 25th Street. On Saturday, he went to Nippon Club at 227 West 25th Street. At 4, he keeled over and died. He was destitute, but a friend named Nishinomiya, and perhaps a few others had made sure Matsuda had everything he needed. Friends say he had been failing ever since Evan Lewis broke his ankle. He was born in Shinano, Japan, and had been student of the famous wrestler Issa Sagaha. Being small by sumo standards, he never rose above the third rank, but in America he stood in the front ranks. He had good manners, and did not abuse alcohol or drugs. He had been married to an American woman but not happily or long, and she had not been to see him in his final days. Her own life was, by all accounts, an ongoing train wreck. The Omaha Daily Bee printed the wire service obituary and appended Sorakichi was in Omaha about a year ago and participated in a couple of fake matches at Exposition Hall. He was at that time apparently in excellent health. 93. Some newspapers could not resist using Matsada's death to make a point. Matsada's consumption, tuberculosis, was the result of athletic training, according to one paper. Tuberculosis, Bright's disease and enlargement of the heart and other diseases were the result of sudden and unnatural weight loss, according to another. In other words, they believe that weight loss caused consumption rather than the reverse. According to the Portland Oregonian, Matsada had trained too hard and drained his reserve force too heavily. He was prodigal of his strength and vitality, and even though he was a heathen, he should have known that he who burns life's candle at both ends has no right to be surprised when it falls early into the socket. The editorialist did not mention what Matsada should have done differently, other than to say that, if he had done it, he might have completed a full term of 10 years. 96. Some people at the time believed that training was not only dangerous, but also sinful. Matsada's death from overtraining provided ammunition for those who preached against the intemperance of athletics. No one specified how much training or what type of training was too much. The prevailing attitude seemed to be that all and any training was bad in a variety of ways. It took us several decades to combat this view, and even then it was an uphill battle. 97. 2 weeks after the Iron Jap, the Tokyo Strong Boy, Matsada Sorakichi, as he was known in his adopted homeland, among other names, was buried as an American citizen at Woodlawn Cemetery. His former wife, Ella B. Lodge, went to a millinery store on 6th Street in New York to buy a hat, she said. The owner of the shop, Mrs. Marion Nathan, left her pocketbook containing 54 cents on the counter. Ella put it in her pocket. She was arrested and later told the police that she did it to teach Mrs. Nathan a lesson. She did not clarify why Mrs. Nathan needed to be taught a lesson or what sort of lesson she needed to be taught. 8. Of note, no one ever referred to or described Matsada as a samurai. He was simply a wrestler. The innovation or gimmick of describing Japanese wrestlers as samurai came later. 10. Notes to Chapter 4. Chapter 5. The modernization of Jiu-Jitsu. Kano Jigoro, B., was born October 28, 1860 in Sesshu, Mikajimura, Hyogo, Ken, Muko, Gun, Mikage, Machiuchi Mikage, Mura, 871. His childhood name was Shinosuke Z. His extended family operated a successful brewing business, and Kano, the youngest of 5 sisters and 2 brothers, did not have to work in the fields. Instead, he got off to an early start in the world of academics, studying Chinese characters and calligraphy between the ages of 7 and 11. In other times, he might have grown up leading the life of a respectable gentleman scholar. But Japan had just a few years previously been jolted out of complacency by Matthew C. Perry's squadron of ships. Things were never going to be the same. Almost the first thing Mutsuhito did when he became the emperor of Japan in 1868 was to issue the so-called 5-point charter oath, or Gokujo no Gosaimon, the 4th and 5th of the emperor's promises to the people. His subjects were evil. Customs of the past shall be broken off, and everything based on the just laws of nature and knowledge shall be sought throughout the world so as to strengthen the foundations of imperial rule. A council of state decree the following day countermanded the oath, banning public meetings, expression of unapproved opinions, and cautioned the people to stay in their traditional class and social roles. The elites were remaking Japan to suit their purposes anyway, whether the emperor's subjects liked it or not. Many subjects did not like it at all and didn't particularly want to be subjects. Old was out, new was in. New meant European and American. Old evil customs of the past meant Japanese traditions and customs and Chinese knowledge. After the initial boom eased off, many policymakers and public intellectuals began to think that the adoption of foreign things had gone too far. Japan had barely managed to avoid being colonized, but what did that matter if Japan renounced its own history and culture only to become second-rate imitation foreigners? Jiu-Jitsu was the method by which the weak could defeat the strong. At least, that is what Kano heard when he was a young boy. From time to time he would see a neighborhood man named Imai practicing Jiu-Jitsu movements. Kano asked the man to teach him, but was told it isn't necessary. Sometime later, Kano met a Kyushin, Ryu, stylist, again requested instruction and was again turned down. At just about that time, Jiu-Jitsu, fencing, Kenjutsu, spear, fighting, Sojutsu, and amateur sumo, had attracted legions of practitioners who, according to contemporary reports, were desirous of showing off their bulging biceps in and around Tokyo, as well as places like Sendai, Fukushima, Shirakawa, and Nihon, Matsuen. By 1876, Kano was among them, actively seeking someone who was willing to teach him the secrets of Jiu-Jitsu. Kano was not a solitary pioneer. He was following the current fashion, Ryuko, or at least was in step with the trends of the time. 6. In 1877, Kano entered the literature department, XSS, Bungakubu, of Japan's premier, and, until 1897, only official institution of higher learning, Tokyo University. Tokyo University was established to train leaders of the country, and graduating all but guaranteed a bright future. That same year, Yagisa Denosuke, introduced him to Tenjin Shinyo, Ryu, instructor Fukuda Hachinosuke, ZB. Kano commenced learning at Fukuda's dojo in Nihonbashi Daikucho. J. Kano must have been an able student because when Fukuda died August 14, 1879, his heirs asked Kano to take charge of the dojo. Kano then became a student of Fukuda's teacher, Iso Masatomo. He also practiced under the supervision of Iso's senior student, or Anadeshi 7, Kurosawa. Keitaro, B, who at times served as substitute instructor, or Daigeko 1. Kurosawa later changed his name to Inoue Keitaro, #SS, and continued to work with Kano, teaching several top Kodokan representatives. Iso died in June 1881, and within the next month, Kano met Kito Ryu, Dao Liu, Master Likubo Konan, Fanju Bao Hang Nian, also known as Likubo Tsunetoshi, and became his student. Kito Ryu had been taught at the Kobusho, FF, military school during the last days of the Tokugawa era and had the credibility and name recognition that government endorsement provided. 10. Kano graduated from Tokyo University in July 1881 with a 4-year degree. 1. Degree in political science, X, Seijigaku, and economics, Y, Rizaigaku. He was fluent in English and academically well, rounded at a time in Japanese history when such people were in demand. Not satisfied, he then took another year to study ethics and aesthetics. In January 1882, he was offered a position as a lecturer in government and economics at the Gakushuin, School for Children of the newly created nobility. He moved out of the boarding house where he had been staying and into 2 rooms at the Buddhist temple Eishoji in the Shimotani, Kita, in Ariko, FJ, area of Tokyo. He used 1 room for his private school, Kano-juku, catering to adolescent boys who aspired to enter places like Gakushuin. He used the other room as a dojo where he and his juku students, and others who wanted to participate, could practice kata and randori. Kodokan was an offshoot of Kano-juku and was modeled after it. Kano-juku was administered with iron-fisted discipline. No detail of the boys' life was too small to be immune to regulations. They were required to turn in at 9:30 p.m. and rise at 4:45 a.m. immediately, after which they cleaned their room, the garden, the entry, and the exterior premises. Then they studied all day long, wearing pleated skirts, kneeling in seiza, i.e., position. They were not permitted to stretch their legs. Every minute of their day was tightly scheduled, including brief rests. They kept to this schedule 7 days a week, except Sundays when they were allowed 1 extra hour of sleep. When the teacher had his meals, the students served him. They were prohibited from visiting their families except by special parental request. 2. And even then only for limited periods, no more than twice a month. They were not permitted to leave the school except in groups. They were not permitted to have or spend money. They were required to wear pleated skirts at all times, except when training Jiu-Jitsu. It was excellent preparation for life in the new Japan, Kano believed, and many Japanese agreed with him. He felt that not having to decide what to do or when to do it gave the boys peace of mind and a sense of security, and freed them to concentrate on their studies. The higher authorities approved. Kano's boys were learning how to be obedient subjects and self-sacrificing soldiers for the emperor. Later, between 1942 and 1945, that would have disastrous personal consequences. But in the 1880s, being a good team player was the surest path to success. Some Juku students also learned excellent judo skills. 12. In March, Kano established a private English language school called Kobunken 4 in Minami Jinbo, Cho-J. He wanted to share the benefits of education that he himself had received. In the same way, he wanted to share his passion for martial arts with as many people as possible. At first, his goals were modest. He tried to get his Juku students interested in training. Some trained with less than the life-long commitment Kano wanted. Others needed no encouragement, already being skilled practitioners under the tutelage of Kano's own teacher, Inoue Keitaro. More than a few well-known, even legendary judoka started as Kano Juku students. At Ishoji, the temple priest was worried that the impact of bodies crashing to the floor of the fragile building might damage the ancestral tablets. In his safekeeping, he and Kano arranged to build a small 12-mat dojo adjacent to the temple. That was the official establishment, of Kodokan. Ikubo Konin, Tsunetoshi, came and taught or supervised. Kano was not specific. When Likubo was not available, Kano researched techniques and concepts with his students and associates. In July, Kano finished his extra year of studies in ethics and aesthetics and was rewarded with a better position as teacher rather than lecturer. At Gakushuin. In September, Kano moved again to Kanda Imagawakoji. In May of 1883, he moved his residence and school to Kojimachi 2-ban, Cho-J2J, and built a dojo. Kano made sure there was a martial arts training room wherever he went by converting utilized space into one. If that wasn't possible, he built one. If he couldn't go, he arranged for his students to go. When his academic students who trained judo later assumed positions of responsibility, influence and power, they were instrumental in having training rooms set up. When immigrants settled in exotic foreign places like England, America, and Brazil, among many others, they invariably brought judo with them. In that way, Kodokan disseminated. Kano received his Kito, Ryu diploma or Menjo, from Likubo in October of 1883, specifically stating that he was henceforth qualified to teach. Shanghoji Nankei Yi 6. Kano awarded Kito, Ryu diplomas to two students in 1885, Yamada Tsunetaro, B., later known as Prof. Tomita, and to Hoshina Shiro B., previously known as Shida Shiro and later as Saigo Shiro, and to Yamashita Yoshitsugu, LT, in 1887. Two of them, Tomita and Yamashita, went to America to spread judo, and one had an American president as a private student. Saigo never left Japan, and in fact was kicked out of Kodokan in 1891, but, in his own way became as famous, or more so, than either Tomita or Yamashita. Osmnact. Oddly, Kano had already promoted all three, Tomita, Saigo, and Yamashita, to first level Shodan in his own system, despite himself lacking a diploma in any style. Tomita and Saigo were promoted to Shodan in August 1883, Yamashita in August 1884. Nothing was said, or is known, about what Shodan represented, only that it was literally the first higher level Dan, among other levels in the two-level system, non-Dan. Ranks were called Q, or promotion criteria, even when later formalized, were never more than vague. Technical skill and knowledge, good character, service, etc. were all considered, but it was left to the instructor's subjectivity to decide when the requirements were satisfied. Black belts were not originally part of the rank system. Black belts were an informal, unofficial practice adopted in 1886. Initially, promotions were simply announced or posted on a bulletin board. Certificates were printed beginning in December 20, 1894. In 1882, Kano required prospective Kodokan members to make 5 promises and demonstrate their sincerity by signing with a finger dipped in blood. This was called the Gokajo, no, Simon, obviously inspired by the emperor's 5-point charter oath of 1860. A2. 1. The 5 promises were: 1. After you join the dojo, don't quit training without any reason and inform the teacher if you do. 2. Don't do anything to embarrass the dojo. 3. Don't talk about dojo secrets without permission. 4. Don't teach judo without permission. And 5. Follow the regulations. And if you teach judo after getting a license, don't ignore or change the rules. The original wording is provided in Appendix 3. In 1884, Kano added a registry, Neumon, Cho XP, and more specific rules for joining the organization. The entrance rules were known as the Neumon Kisoku, XP. The The rules were 1. Fill out the application, Nihon Gansho Lambda, and submit it with your Rirekisho curriculum, Vita, to the dojo staff. 2. If you're accepted, read and agree to the 5 oaths. A third rule concerned the payment of monthly fees, but since Kodokan did not charge entrance, monthly, or any other fees until 1894, this rule probably dated from that time. 23. He later added rules for training, called Shugyosha Kokoro 1, or training guidelines. They were 1. Follow the instructions of the dojo staff. 2. Greet the teacher and senior students properly and listen to the dojo staff. 3. Except Dan-ranked members, everyone should pay monthly fees by the second Sunday. If they don't train at least once, they don't have to pay. 4. Don't be absent without a good reason such as hospitalization or accident. 5. If you must be absent for a long time due to travel or illness, inform the dojo staff. 6. Inform the dojo staff promptly. If you or your sponsor moves. 7. Street cloths are not permitted in the dojo. 8. Don't come to the dojo when you are drunk. 9. Don't walk around naked or smoke except in designated areas. Dix. Put your street clothes in the designated place when you are training. 11. When you leave the dojo, fold your training uniform neatly and put it in the designated place rather than leaving it lying around. 12. If you are in Tokyo on New Year's Day, bring a 5.5-inch diameter rice cake to the dojo. Trees. If you are not in Tokyo or are sick on New Year's Day, send a letter and let the staff know where you are. 20. Most of the customs and practices that define Kodokan Judo were created in 1884. The customs included the rank award ceremony, first day of the year ceremony, first training of the year ceremony, winter training, monthly contests, Uechi Shengfu, and the red and white team contests, Hongbai Shengfu. Several of the guidelines were intended to ensure that members participated in the various ceremonies and activities and were active members of the network. Kano's plan was not simply to teach Jiu-Jitsu techniques, but to mold a certain type of person, in particular, a person who could follow rules, which Kano believed was a necessary skill for success in the modern world. Kano adopted the Dan-Duan ranking system used in shogi Japanese, chess, Jiangqi, and Go-Chi, also known as Ego Wei-Chi. Shogi and Ego rank promotions were based on performance in competitions, games. Kano wasn't the first to borrow this system. Tenjin Shinyo Ryu used Dan ranks, but unlike shogi which had 9 ranks, Tenjin Shinyo Ryu had only 3, labeled Shodan, First Dan, Chuduan, Chudan, Middle Dan, Zhongduan, and Jodan, Upper Dan, Shangduan. Kano believed that more rank levels, Dan and Q ranks, with shorter periods between them provided more incentives for students and more income for teachers. At the same time, it allowed the process to be stretched out, allowing more time and student-teacher interaction for the purpose of education. 25. Meanwhile, traditional Jiu-Jitsu enjoyed a recrudescence of sorts. In February 1884, Iso Mataimon, Yi Wei Men, hosted a meeting, Kenshin Hui, of distinguished Jiu-Jitsu experts from various styles, Gelu no Xiansheng Da. The event was scheduled for February 10th at Chikuei-kan, Jurong-guan, formerly the Satake House. Jiu-Jitsu contests, Shihei, would take place. For entertainment, Yu Xing, a member of the Shinkawa Mankichi, Xingchuan Wanji Shi, group would perform feats of strength. Kano, no longer a Tenjin Shinyo Ryu man, and not yet a distinguished teacher of Kido Ryu, was either not invited or not considered significant enough to mention. Kodokan was not newsworthy in 1884, something that Kano resolved to change. He waited until after his master Ikubo passed away before making his move, in 1889. Until then he maintained a low profile, establishing himself in professional and bureaucratic inner circles. Modernization. Kodokan Judo was a gradual evolution rather than a revolution. Kano tweaked the materials he had to work with, fitting them to the requirements of modernization. He took the 5th item of the Charter Oath seriously, seeking grappling knowledge wherever he could find it, while underplaying influences from sumo and foreign wrestling to make his system seem purely Japanese and traditional yet modern and scientific. It was testimony to his literary and rhetorical skills that he was able to spin a coherent story out of such contradictory elements. But he did. A Tenjin Shinyo Ryu textbook was written by Iso's son Iso Masayuki, i.e., and a direct student named Yoshida Chiharu. The book was Tenjin Shinyo, Ryu Gokui Kyoju Zukai, Gid. Published in 1893. Unlike the old times, no effort was being made to keep techniques hidden. On the contrary, they were available for all to see, and students were actively recruited. The textbook provides a clear view of the source materials Kano drew on from Tenjin Shinyo, Ryu, 27. Tenjin Shinyo, Ryu, Gokui Kyoju, Zukai was organized in 3 levels, each with seated, idori, and standing, takiai, techniques. The book began with short introductions to the history of Jiu-Jitsu in general, and Tenjin Shinyo, Ryu in particular, followed by short sections on attitudes or states of mind, for example, calmness, tea, and concentration, that were considered conducive to efficacy in the art. All techniques in the system were executed from one of 5 postures, Taiza. Sitting on floor with legs in behind, knees spread, Chokoritsu. Standing upright, Ichi no Monji, X, standing with legs spread. Hei no Ichi no Monji, X, one knee on floor, heel up, other leg. Extended outrigger style, and Hei no Kamai Kata, kneeling with feet touching, heels up. The system was designed for application in the real world, not an athletic arena. There was also a section on randori and a subsection on 12 old style and seldom used grappling J techniques that were nonetheless worth consideration, according to the authors. The specifically designated randori techniques were sukui, nage, scoop throw, ashi, barai, leg sweep, harai, goshi, hip sweep, and koshi, nage, hip throw. The old style, seldom used grappling techniques included dojime, dongdi, torso squeeze, sutemidori, shishenbu, sacrifice throw, kotehiki, shao shoyin, wrist pull, koshi naj irikake, yao tu no rugwa, hip throw entry, kyoshin, jime, changshendi, koshi iri no kegero, yao rukero, udeshigi tokofu, wanshi, jitogu hu, momo harai, gufu, upper leg sweep, soho no idori, xiangfang no, jubu, elbow and belt throw, sewanaj, beiju tu, back carry throw, adaka jime, adaka, naked choke, and jime komi, ip, head and arm face down choke. In addition, many of the seated, jubu, and standing, lihui, techniques were also adopted, with minor modifications, including sodiguruma, shu, che, rataitori 1, luo tibu, naked choke #1, rataitori #2, naked choke. 2. Kakaishi 1 kufanshi, kakaishi 2, and omokaje, mianying. Kodokan throwing techniques are classified as hand, shoji, hip, gu, ji, leg, zuji, front sacrifice, genshi shen, and side sacrifice, hengshi shen, techniques. Tenjin Shinyo Ryu throwing techniques were classified by level, basics, beginning level, middle level, contest, and advanced secrets, and so on. Techniques can be compared using a subsystem of Kodokan classification, namely techniques classified as outside versus inside, Soto Y versus Uchi Ne, and the same techniques subdivided into big, O-Da and small Ko Shao, yielding the combinations big outside, Da Y, big inside Da Ne, small outside, Shao Y, and small inside, Shao Ne. The techniques can be further divided according to angle of throw, etc. Taking big outside, as an example, the defining feature of this group of throws is that the thrower's leg steps behind the same leg of the opponent, or yuke, in other words, thrower's right leg behind opponent's right leg. There are numerous Kodokan techniques with this feature. There are also numerous Tenjin Shinyo Ryu techniques, including Ashi Barai, Momo Barai, Kabe Zoe Fusugi, Shimoku, Yokoguruma, Kata Munadori, Tamuzdori, and a few others. Specific elements of the throw could vary according to grips, angles, and applications. Thus, any Tenjin Shinyo Ryu throw with the big outside feature could have been modified into various Kodokan techniques with the same feature. The same reasoning applied to all other groups of techniques. It should be noted that some techniques did not require modification but were simply adopted with new names or less situational specification, for example, not mentioning that it should be done when the enemy grabs you by the hair while you were seated drinking sake, for example. 2-9. Most of the techniques ended up in some part of the overall Kodokan curriculum, some in the Gokyo, no, Waza, some in Kata, some in the authorized non, gokyo, no, waza, L, sometimes, but not, always with different names. Sometimes the name was used but for a different technique. They also ended up in Aikido. Often, one technique was broken up into 2 or more variations, each with a different name. In other cases, some of the original techniques were mostly variations in grips or an application of other similar techniques and were combined in the Kodokan syllabus, leaving it to practitioners to choose their own preferred grips and to decide when and where to apply the technique. Some techniques were not shown in the book. Kano described Fukuda Hachinosuke repeatedly throwing him with Sumi, Geishi, L, which was later adopted into the Kodokan Gokyo, no, waza. Either individual practitioners used techniques that were not part of the style, or some techniques were not presented in the textbook. As Yoshida and Iso commented on the last page of their book, there are too many grappling techniques, to include all of them. So they simply put their pens down. 30. Kito. Ryu influences. The Tokugawa government established a school in 1856 called Kobusho. F. To fortify the country's defenses by teaching military skills to the children of samurai families. 16 instructors taught gunnery, hojutsu, 14 taught sword, kenjutsu, taught spear, sojutsu, 1 taught archery, kyujutsu, deset, and 2 taught jujutsu. One of the original jujutsu teachers was Suzuki Seibei Mamoru Kuninori, XP, who was the 5th generation head of Kito, Ryu. Suzuki was one of the 2 teachers of Kano's Kito, Ryu instructor, Likubo Konin. Likubo's other teacher was Takanaka, Tetsunosuke, 2. The next year, Okubo Kyutaro, B, was in charge of the Kobusho Jujutsu lessons, assisted by Murayama, Eizo, who supervised the form's training, and Nakaho Kinosuke, Z, who oversaw the randori. In 1857, Okubo and his assistants decided that randori was a valuable training method, as a result of which they introduced contest training, Shai Keiko. They also decided that Shiai Keiko was more effective than forms training. Kata Keiko. In developing combat skills, randori soon replaced kata Keiko as the primary mode of training at Kobusho. 33. Randori was also similar to a Kito Ryu training method called Nokori, AI. In Nokori, AI, one training partner, the Yuke, would attack the other, the Tori, who would then defend or counterattack. If Tori's technique was appropriate and adequate, Yuka would then cooperatively fall or submit. Otherwise, he would initiate another attack. 34. Kano believed that Judo style randori was the logical extension of Nokori, AI, which suggests that Yuke must have followed up with some other technique which Tori could then react to. Depending on the pair's level of engagement, it is easy to see how this could not only segue into randori, but would actually be randori. Apparently it seems so to Suzuki Seibei, Mamoru Kuninori's successors, Suzuki Kunitsu, SS, and Suzuki Yoshikuni, B, who declared randori an official form of training, LF. This was about 20 to 25 years before Kano began his Kito to Ryu training. 3. 5. As indicated above, randori was not Kano's invention. He did, however, according to himself, perfect one skill that was necessary for any efficient application of technique, particularly in randori, namely unbalancing, kuzushi, L. While training randori Lex with Likubo in or about 1885, Kano wasn't sure. Kano discovered the key to the master's skill at throwing. Kano wondered how Likubo, even at the age of 50, was able to routinely deposit him on the floor. Kano concluded that the mysterious secret lay in destroying the opponent's balance, or kuzushi. Kano didn't invent either the concept or word kuzushi. It was used extensively in Tenjin Shinyo Ryu. How to accomplish kuzushi was not addressed in detail. It was simply a taken-for-granted component in the execution of virtually every technique. What Kano did do was make kuzushi explicit and systematic. During the peak of Jiu-Jitsu's popularity, misinformation and exaggeration abounded. The time, determination, and self-sacrifice required to learn Jiu-Jitsu and Judo, which were generally thought to be the same thing, were greatly embellished. In reality, Kano designed Judo to be learnable with a reasonable amount of consistent effort, and no more painful or dangerous than most other sports and forms of gymnastics. Kano's first registered student, Yamada Tsunetaro Tomita Tsunejiro, achieved Dan-level competence in 14 months. His 7th registered student, Shida Shiro, Saigo Shiro, took 1 year. Yamashita Yoshitsugu needed just 4 months, November 1884, and Yokoyama Sakujiro only 1 month, May 1886, 37. Progression to higher ranks was also comparably rapid, after which the pace dropped off. Tomita received his 2 Dan in November 1883, his 4 Dan in September 1885, skipping over 3 Dan. Saigo received his 2 Dan in November 1883, his 4 Dan in August 1885, also skipping over 3 Dan. Tomita and Saigo both received Shodan in August 1883 and 2 Dan in November 1883. Yamashita received his 2 Dan in June 1885, his 3 Dan in September 1885, and his 4 Dan in May 1886. Yokoyama got his 2 Dan in September 1886, his 3 Dan in January 1887, and 4 Dan in March 1888. Promotional criteria were not based on skill alone, but also, as in Tenjin Shinyo Ryu and Kito Ryu, such things as theoretical knowledge, teaching ability, moral qualities, discretion, loyalty to the teacher, and service to the organization. In addition, Kano could promote anyone at any time for any reason. People were sometimes promoted for reasons that had nothing to do with judo, such as dying in military service, as they were usually well-known people. Awarding them high ranks brought attention to judo, so no one complained. 39. Scientific modernization. Science is explicit rather than intuitive. Kano insisted that Kodokan Judo was scientific. Not content to passively receive instruction and acquire skills without understanding why they were effective, Kano undertook what must have seemed to him a Western-style scientific investigation involving systematic observation, comparison, classification, testing, search for general laws, and an effort to define terms operationally. As he described it, Kano endeavored to understand and formulate the Jiu-Jitsu that he learned by identifying general principles and organizing them into a coherent, explicit system. In other words, not merely a largely inexplicable practice that was bodily acquired through experience, but a logical system based on minimal, abstract, and generally applicable principles that reached even beyond Jiu-Jitsu. Kano used Kazushi as an example of the scientific nature of judo. A Kodokan student was taught verbally and precisely exactly how to unbalance an opponent and thereby economize on the input to the operation. Problems of life in general were to be approached in an analogous way. Influence of sumo. Kano mentioned his researches into sumo and wrestling, but left the impression that his system owed little to either. In his student years, Kano was personally acquainted with a former sumo wrestler named Uchiyama Kisuemon P., who was a kitchen worker at Kano's student boarding house. Uchiyama attempted to teach Kano some sumo techniques, but Kano was unable to learn anything useful, or at least anything that he could personally execute. 40. In general, the procedure described above, by which Tenjin Shinyo Ryu techniques were adopted into Kodokan, applied equally to sumo. Sumo was widely available at the time of Kodokan's early, pre-1895 formation, and many sumo techniques were very similar to Jiu-Jitsu techniques, including Kodokan. Some examples were Kubi-nage, Koshi-nage, Nicho-nage, Kaka-nage, Chon, Nage, Soto, Geik, Watashi, Komi, Kawatsu Geik, Kikaishi, Soto Komata, Mito Koro, Zeme, Nimai, Jeri, Omata, Susatori, Tasuki Zori, Shumoku Zori, Yobi Midori, Sutamuso, among others. They closely resembled Ashiguruma, Uchimata, Kuchigari, Kosoto Geik, Kuchiki Taoshi Te, Guruma, Kata, Guruma, Seoi, Nage, and others apart from the training uniform and somewhat different competition rules, but central to sumo and later Kodokan, and still later Butokukai matches, was the goal of putting the opponent on the ground in some fashion. A few techniques were identical in both name and execution. 41. Most jujutsu, judo, and sumo throws were known to Western wrestlers, as they often pointed out, and long before Kano. Similar techniques were shown in various early wrestling and self-defense books, including Petters, Dix, Armstrong, and James, among others. Contemporary observers on both sides considered sumo and wrestling simply two slightly different variants of the same game. Coincidentally, Uchiyama Kisuemon, whose sumo name was Azumayama, was involved in an incident reported in a major newspaper in 1895. He was identified as a former regional ozeki, top-ranked sumotori, currently a food worker at the Higher Teachers Training School, Gaodongshi. Fan Shuishao, Uchiyama was 40 years old, stood almost 6 feet tall and was arrogant Z-man. One day in the Kaji-cho section of Kanda, in Tokyo, he quarreled with a small police officer named Hasegawa, Changu-chuan, who tossed Uchiyama to the ground as bystanders laughed. Kano, who was the principal, Shuishao Chang, at the higher teachers training school at the time, was not mentioned in the article. Hasegawa had recently defeated a famous Jiu-Jitsuka, Yuming Noru Shujiya, it was reported. Possibly the message was that a judo-trained police officer could defeat not only a famous Jiu-Jitsuka, but even a champion sumo wrestler as well. Kano was no stranger to marketing. 2. Influence of wrestling. As a student, while still learning Kito-ryu, Kano examined one or more wrestling books at the Ueno Library, he said. But the only technique that he specifically mentioned was the kata guruma, John Che, 43. Kano's student days were from 1877 to 1882. There were comparatively few illustrated wrestling manuals available at that time, although a few years later, there were several, in response to the booming interest in wrestling and gymnastics in America and England. Judo's development was an ongoing process, and as will be seen below, judo and various judoka adopted some concepts from wrestling. One book that was almost certainly available was Nicolas Petter's Claire Onderrichtinger, Voortreffelijke Worstelkunst, Clear Learning About the Art of Wrestling, 44. It was first published in 1674 in Holland, roughly a decade after Kano had solidified his system between 1889 and 1895, when jiu-jitsu was booming in Anglo-America and France, 1904 to 1905. Several observers commented on the striking similarities between the techniques in Petter's book and jiu-jitsu. Dutch books were brought into Japan during the period of the Dutch East Indies Company in Japan. That is most of the Tokugawa period, and particularly during the early 19th century. In fact, Japan's contact with the Western world came primarily by way of Rangaku, or Dutch learning, Lanshu, which relied on Dutch books and teachers. Wealthy Japanese bibliophiles assembled impressive libraries of Dutch books, even if they couldn't read them, and illustrated books must have been particularly attractive. Physicians and a few others with an officially sanctioned need to know could place orders for books which the Dutch would then fulfill. French, German, and especially English language books were also available in Japan from the end of the Bakumatsu period, despite prohibitions, and were abundant by the time Kano began his researches. In addition, government missions and groups of Japanese students were sent to America and various European countries including Holland even before the 1868 restoration. They kept diaries, wrote letters home, and returned bearing souvenirs, including books. 45. People who knew of Nicolas Petter's book argued that jiu-jitsu was really a European invention. According to the general circulation Spanish magazine Alrededor del Mundo, the Japanese sport of jiu-jitsu, which had become so popular in England and the United States, had been born in Holland in 1674. When the champion luchador, Nicolai Sick Petter's book, El Arte de la Lucha, y cómo puede uno protegerse en toda clase de ruinas que puedan acontecer, cómo se pueden con agilidad y rapidez rechazar todos los ataques desleales y responder con ciencia de su traitor adversario, was published in Amsterdam, describing in minute detail all of the techniques and movements of the art that had recently become famous as jiu-jitsu. Un libro describiendo minuciosamente todos los golpes y movimientos que han hecho famoso el jiu-jitsu. 46. The article included 5 illustrations among the many from Petter's book and challenged the reader to deny that they were exactly the same as jiu-jitsu. The 5 illustrations were: 1. Torsión del antebrazo contra puñalada, twisting the forearm against a stab attack. 2. Retorciendo el brazo y empujando en la curva para derribar, twisting the arm and pushing the back of the knee to knock the attacker down. 3. Torsión del brazo para evitar un ataque al cuerpo, twisting the arm to avoid an attack on the body. 4. Presión del brazo y zancadilla para derribar al adversario, tripping and pushing to knock down the adversary. And 5. Zancadilla y presión de la garganta para derribar al adversario, applying pressure of the adversary's throat to throw him down. Similarities in techniques may have stemmed from borrowing or might have been the result of human anatomy. With 2 arms and 2 legs and a neck, there is a limited menu of ways to put an adversary on the ground, twist his limbs, or obstruct the supply of air or oxygen to the brain. Thus the fact that the Tenjin-Shinyo Ryu Ashibarai, foot sweep, and its Kodokan derivatives Osoto Guruma, Dawaiche, and Ashiguruma, Zuche, were similar to Western wrestling techniques shown in numerous books including Nikolai Petter's Self-Defense Manual and William Dix's 1887. Dick's Art of Wrestling may have been mere coincidence. At the same time, Kano was clear that he sought martial knowledge from around the world from any art, and encouraged his associates to do likewise. He admitted that he tried to learn from books about wrestling. It is implausible that a man with Kano's intellectual capabilities and achievement orientation did not succeed to an appreciable degree. The knowledge was there for the price of a book, not jealously guarded. Secrets buried in dusty scrolls written in undecipherable calligraphy. Walter Armstrong's 1890 book Wrestling was a typical example. It covered 8 popular styles of wrestling: Cumberland and Westmoreland, Cornish and Devonshire, Lancashire, catches, catch-can, Scottish, French, German, and Japanese sumo, Jiu-Jitsu. Was not included as a style of wrestling, with abundant illustrations and photographs of their characteristic techniques, including variations of most or many of the Kodokan throws. The exception was the general category of techniques that involved tripping the opponent's leg with the same leg, i.e., right to opponent's right leg, while in a face-to-face tie-up position. Tripping with the opposite side leg from outside, Kosoto Gari, was shown, as was an inside leg hook trip, Ko Uchigari, but not an outside leg reap, Osoto Gari. It was not merely a matter of lacking a jacket to grip, because some of the European styles required jackets to be worn. So, while the concept of Osoto Gari was known to European wrestlers well, before Kodokan Judo, it apparently was not an obvious move in some styles, or at least not to Walter Armstrong. It is not surprising that Kano did go into detail about the foreign books he read. He wanted to market Kodokan Judo as a traditional yet improved and scientific Japanese martial art. Even so, he didn't need to depend exclusively on books. Western wrestlers had been appearing in Japan since shortly after Perry's second visit in 1854-48. Compulsory Jiu-Jitsu, the unmolested entry of Perry's ships into Tokyo Bay, impressed the Japanese with the urgent need for practical Western knowledge. It was obvious to inform Japanese observers that samurai swords and spirit were not sufficient to defeat iron ships and Peikshan guns. The Western barbarians had the instruments of destruction, but more to the point, they had the knowledge and skills to invent, build, and deploy them. Moreover, they had the political wherewithal to create large states capable of fielding seemingly unlimited quantities of such machines, as well as the men to operate them. The Meiji Restoration was the beginning of Japan's effort to confront the West on equal terms. The new Japanese leaders knew it would take time and would require learning directly from foreigners, unpleasant as that might be. Meanwhile, they had to present themselves as civilized by Western standards. As long as the foreigners had a monopoly on big ships and guns, at the same time they wanted to convince themselves and others that they were equal to foreigners and, if possible, even superior, at least in some ways. Sports were a convenient tool for that purpose. 49. Elementary school education was made compulsory according to the 1872 Education Act, Gakusei, Shueiji, and one of the required subjects for elementary school students was gymnastics, taiso, tisao. Gymnastics referred to physical training for health and hygiene, what became known as physical education, and developed in various European countries around the beginning of the 19th century, pioneered by Johann Friedrich Gutz, Muths, 1778 to 1839, Friedrich, Ludwig John, 1778 to 1852, and Per Henrik Ling, 1776 to 1839. Closely associated with rising nationalisms, every country or cultural group had its own variety. There were Swedish, Danish, German, French, Dutch, Russian, Czech, and Jewish versions, among others, differing in what sort of apparatus, if any, was required, to what extent they were cooperative rather than competitive, and whether they were performed in groups or individually. For their own reasons, the English developed an alternative system called sports, whose objectives and functions differed from European gymnastics. Gymnastics were exported to foreign countries by immigrants and eventually were avidly promoted by health entrepreneurs. The important commonality, however, was that they were distinct from military pack marching. They were intended for ordinary people, and they aimed at promoting health and hygiene. 50. After the Meiji Restoration of 1868, the Japanese were eager to adapt the best national systems of all of the components that they believed were needed for their own development. That included gymnastics, Previously, the Tokugawa government had supported schools for talented male samurai children and individual domains, subsidized their own schools to prepare samurai children, usually sons, for future leadership positions. Education focused on the Confucian virtues, the Chinese classics, calligraphy, and knowledge and skills that were needed for rulers and administrators. The majority of schools in the land during the Tokugawa period, however, were small terakoya, CZW, or local temple schools, generally with one teacher and an individualized curriculum centered on basic literacy and numeracy. In addition to official domain schools, there were also private schools, shijuku, sishu, of various kinds, offering Chinese, Dutch, national, and practical studies such as martial arts, calligraphy, calculation, among other arts and skills. After 1868, national compulsory education became a necessity. The people had to be molded into loyal, obedient national subjects, and it was obvious that the place to begin was at the beginning, that is, in elementary schools with a government-dictated standardized curriculum. Since such schools didn't exist, they had to be established. Schools were modeled after those of the Western countries. There were differences of opinion about which foreign countries to emulate, and which pedagogical methodologies and philosophies to adopt. Despite disagreements over details, a consensus emerged that Japanese people should be educated to serve the state, beginning in early childhood, following the Prussian example. Accordingly, they needed both practical foreign knowledge and moral education, tokuiku. 1. Morality was defined as loyalty and obedience, but transferred from domain lords and families to the state and emperor. They also needed physical education because the state was certain to require their services as soldiers, sailors, and industrial workers. Safety 1. Among the national gymnastics systems available to choose from, there was no particular reason to prefer one over another. The 1872 Education Act decreed that Japanese elementary students would engage in physical education. It did not specify how or what type. That was for the Ministry of Education, Monbusho XB, to decide. In 1878, the Ministry of Education created the Institute of Gymnastics, Taiso Denshujo, F, to train teachers, conduct research on physical training, and when needed, provide advice to higher-ups in the education bureaucracy. In turn, the institute recruited qualified and unqualified foreigners to teach, and on an as-needed basis assembled committees of foreign and Japanese experts to evaluate specific proposals. Several members of the old warrior class, Kyubushi Kaikyu, were offended that Jiu-Jitsu and Kenjutsu were not in serious consideration as school materials, Gakoseika, i.e., as forms of compulsory gymnastics in elementary schools. On May 5, 1883, the Ministry of Education instructed the Institute of Gymnastics to assess the arts. On June 6, Shibukawa Bangoro B, and on June 28, Tomita Masanao, he, and Hisatomi Tetsutaro were given the task of assessing the educational suitability of Jiu-Jitsu, Kenjutsu, and miscellaneous other traditional martial arts. 4 Jiu-Jitsu styles and 4 Kenjutsu styles were examined. Representatives of the styles performed forms and engaged in contests. The 4 Jiu-Jitsu styles were Shibukawa, Ryu, Tenjin Shinyo, Ryu, 10th, Toda Ryu, F, and Kito Ryu. The 4 Kenjutsu styles were Hokushin Ito, Ryu, Tamiya, Ryu Lai, Jutsu, E, Shini, Ryu, and Tenjinden Muteki, Ryu, X Ift. Shibukawa Bangoro and Hisatomi Tetsutaro were both representatives of Shibukawa Ryu. 53. Because the purpose of gymnastics was health rather than self-defense, military, training, recreation, or sports, and possibly in consideration of the conflict of interest involving Shibukawa and Hisatomi, 3 professors from the Tokyo University Medical Department were asked to give their opinions as well. The professors were Irvin Biles, Julius Carl, Scriba, and Miyake Hizu, Sanjaishu. More than 10 prominent martial artists were invited, and 14 meetings were held. The committee reported its opinion to the Institute. The Institute in turn reported to the Ministry of Education on October 13, 1884, summarizing the committee's conclusions. The summary did not consider the specific merits or demerits of the individual styles, but rather of martial arts. Budo, Wudao. In general, the result was not good news for the Budo advocates. The committee found 5 potential benefits in the Budo systems as indicated below. The first, second, fourth, and fifth mentioned physical attributes, such as body, shintai, shenti, strength, chikara, li, and self-defense, goshin, hu, Shen. The third addressed spirit, Jingshen, Seishin, and morale, Jichi, Shiki. 55. 1. Shenti nofa yu wojuku, it aids physical development. 2. Chang kuyundong niken uruli, wodshimu, it promotes strength. Foundation for self-defense. It provides In the end, the ministry decided that Budo was not suitable for schools. Gakko no seika toshite sayo suru koto wa futekito, shueshao no jenkei toshite. Kaiyong suru koto habu shidang, and mentioned 9 reasons as follows. 1. Sentai no hatik wam bingdong kono shiwa, it promotes unbalanced physical development. 2. Jishu no saitosha no giken are, it's dangerous. Shintai no undo tegiro o torishimuru koto mazakak, kyozo zeijak tomo ni kageki ni ushinashi. Weaker students will not be able to participate well. Citiri. Jingshen jishiiku, yaya mosbakubao no fungwa yanghu, it promotes violent spirits. Soto na nenshi o zaka ni, saku ni, o veisanto, kazio nashi ishi, encourages excessive competitiveness. Rock. Kyoshin ni nite, kyakutte hinaru shobu no kokoro o yohigachi nari. It emphasizes not losing. Jishu ue kaguni ni kantoku o yoshi, ichi ki zentai issei ni sazuke ga tashi, it requires individualized instruction. Kyojo no hinsu o yosuru koto shimda nar, it requires too much space. Jiu-Jitsu no enshu wa tan ni kyogochaku o yosuru nomi naredo. Kenjutsu wa sarara ni ki kudogu o yoshi. 常に気のいる及び道具を清潔に保つこと、生徒の行には用意ならず、Kenjutsu requires special training clothes and equipment, and although Jiu-Jitsu only requires clothes, it would be difficult to keep the equipment and clothes clean. In the end, Jiu-Jitsu and Kenjutsu were rejected on the grounds that they were dangerous, violent, individualistic. Over-emphasized winning might encourage dishonesty due to excess. Competitiveness could not be trained in large groups, required too much space, promoted unbalanced physical development, and posed problems of hygiene. One of the Budo advocates had been Kano Jigoro, then a teacher of Kitoryu. Disappointed by this failure, Kano rationalized his system over the years in order to conform to the requirements of the Japanese Ministry of Education. 56. Some of the debate about the structure, function, and goals of compulsory education centered on how applicable Herbert Spencer's educational ideas were for Japan. Spencer had published a book called Education, Intellectual, Moral, and Physical in 1860. Spencer argued that education should do more than instill knowledge. It must also produce good citizens, and it must build healthy bodies to house healthy brains and spirits. Spencer's book was widely read and discussed and regularly reprinted. Spencer as a thinker was held in high esteem among the ruling classes and among foreigners, including one of Kano's professors at Tokyo University, the American Ernest Francisco Fenollosa, who arrived during Kano's second year of studies in 1878. From Fenollosa, Kano learned about Descartes, Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, John Stuart Mill, and most significantly, Herbert Spencer. Kano's Kodokan Judo was explicitly modeled after Spencer's 3-part system. Spencer also influenced the Minister of Education, Mori Aranori, from 1885 to 1889, who not only read Spencer's book, but knew Spencer personally. Mori had the authority to give Kano's system the green light if he saw fit. He could just as easily ignore it. Mori was somewhat unpredictable. An advocate of Western models of enlightened education, he also introduced military gymnastics, Haishiki, Taiso, Bingshiti Tao, into the curriculum for future teachers. The teachers in turn were expected to transform their students into miniature soldiers for the emperor. Mori believed that an education system modeled after the Japanese and Prussian military was best suited to produce loyal, obedient, patriotic, self-sacrificing future citizen subjects in whatever role the state required. He recruited army officers to take charge of the classes. In so doing, he bypassed representatives of the imperial court who preferred a Confucian-based system emphasizing virtue and thereby made enemies. Bait. Mori could have embraced Budo as the foundation for his educational system. Kano and other Budo proponents argued that traditional and improved Budo possessed the requisites to produce good patriotic citizens. But to economically transform the entire population into a resource with a completely new mentality, loyalty to emperor, bureaucracy, and state, instead of region, clan, and family, required standardized, centralized mass education. The methods of Budo, up to that point, were unsuitable, which is one reason a military model was selected. Mori was assassinated in 1889, partly due to opposition to his educational philosophy and policies, and because, as a Christian and fluent speaker of English, his loyalties to the state were suspect. His ideas were discarded in favor of emphasis on Neo-Confucian virtues as modified by Japanese nationalists to be inculcated by modern scientific assembly line methods. It was too late for Budo, or in another sense too early. Budo was later brought into the system of compulsory education. But by that time, Kano had incorporated Spencer's thinking into his conception of Kodokan Judo. For Kano, Judo was a form of education, and following Spencer, education had three components: the physical, the intellectual, and the moral. Spencer later fell out of fashion. His ideas survived in Kano's Judo, the art of pliancy. By 1882, Japan was a highly centralized and extremely hierarchical authoritarian state. Kano wanted his system to be national. The best and only way to accomplish that was to win the government's endorsement. His attempts to maneuver behind the scenes had not yielded fruit. He took a different tack. He knew that if foreigners were interested, the Japanese public and authorities would take notice. The problem was how to get foreigners interested. Kano eventually found the answer, but in the meantime, he focused on what could be accomplished with the resources on hand. When he notified the public that he had moved his private language school Kobunken to Fujimi-cho in 1886, he made sure to mention that he was also teaching judo. Kano was a busy man. 3 months later, on June 19, he was given a second position in the Gakushuin, where he already worked as an instructor. His second position was Vice Principal Kyoto, Jiao-tu, as a third level. Santo Sandung, government official. His yearly salary was 1,400 yen, Nian Feng, Qianxi Baiyuan. 8 other individuals also received appointments as relatively high-ranking government officials: Shoshichi, Zhengji Wei, 60. The subject of judo, or jujutsu, was not mentioned, but the appointment undoubtedly brought attention to his art and made it seem all the more attractive to ambitious young men. He also knew that human interest stories about judo could serve to enhance its visibility in the public view. Around April 11th or April 12th, Kano had an unexpected visitor when a wild boar, Ju, broke into his home at Kojimachi, Fujimi-cho. One shomeng caused a commotion. Saogi. Kano was identified as a scholar, bungakushi, wenshuishi, and a jujutsuka, rushu, jia. A large number of Kano's students, Oze no Monte, Dashi no Mendi, were present at the time. They caught the boar and returned it to its owner, a nearby neighbor, on April 13, 62. A few days later, Kano gave a lecture to the Asiatic Society of Japan on April 18, 1888. Translated by Thomas Lindsay and published in 1889, it was called Jujutsu, Rushu, the old samurai art of fighting without weapons. Its primary purpose was to publicize Kano's new eclectic system. He did not give his system a name or use the phrase Kodokan Judo in the lecture or publication. His system was simply described as the school of Mr. J. Kano of the Gakushuin Noble School, which was one of many systems in the Tokyo area. 630. It didn't matter that much. Kano's foreign audience didn't know jiu-jitsu from a pink tea party, as a typically confused American observer expressed it in 1905. Under the circumstances, Kano kept it simple, and in the process introduced most of the distortions and memes that later became bedrock in the marketing wars. Kano explained that jujutsu and judo, along with yawara, taijutsu, kogusoku, hakuda, and a few others, were all names for fighting with small or no weapons and did not denote specific techniques. Jiu-jitsu was mainly learned for fighting, while judo was a system of athletics and mental and moral training. They were both the art of pliancy, but jiu-jitsu's emphasis was on practice, while judo's was on investigation of the laws by which one may gain by yielding. Kano explained that his style of jiu-jitsu was eclectic, being based on Tenjin Shinyo, Ryu, and Kito Ryu, and supplemented by academic studies of available manuscripts. He also had personal contact with teachers of other schools, described below. He did not describe specific techniques, but rather explained that choking, pinning, twisting, and bending limbs, striking, kicking, and throwing were various ways to gain victory. Revive. The 5 schools he mentioned were Kito Ryu, Kyushin Ryu, Sekiguchi Ryu, Yoshin Ryu, and Tenjin Shinyo Ryu. Kano also described several legendary teachers along with their famous exploits. Kano cited his sources: but also pointed out that the sources were not reliable. It is a safe assumption that foreign writers did not consult them to confirm what Kano said, nor did they mention Kano's caveat. Kano wanted his judo to be embraced as an improved form of a Japanese tradition. He did not want it to be seen either as a Western import or as a Chinese borrowing. To serve his purpose, it had to be purely Japanese and traditional, yet scientific and modern, but without being conspicuously foreign. It had been generally assumed in Japan up to that time that Jiu-Jitsu had Chinese origins, like so much else of Japanese culture. But at that point in history, subsequent to the Meiji Restoration, the Japanese were eager, if not desperate, to establish a new national identity, one that was both modern, yet uniquely and traditionally Japanese, but without the evil customs of the past. Doing his part, Kano argued that all countries develop an art of defense without weapons, and thereby Japan didn't need input from China. He argued that because Chinese Kempo and Japanese Jiu-Jitsu used different methods, Jiu-Jitsu didn't originate in China. He observed that references to an art similar to Jiu-Jitsu were made in Japanese documents prior to the arrival of a Chinese man named Shingenpin, who was said to have introduced the art to Japan. He concluded from that Jiu-Jitsu was a Japanese invention. He noted that the origins of the Jiu-Jitsu were unknown, therefore that Jiu-Jitsu must be Japanese. He pointed out that old-style Japanese wrestling, basically older forms of sumo, resembled Jiu-Jitsu, which therefore could not be of Chinese origin. China was mistakenly credited with inventing Jiu-Jitsu, Kano argued, due to something akin to a cultural halo effect. Since China had been the source of almost all valued things in Japan, people assumed that Jiu-Jitsu also must have come from China. That was wrong, Kano insisted. Moreover, other branches of Japanese military art seem to have practiced this art to some extent, and Chinese Kempo seems to be a method of kicking and striking, hence isn't Jiu-Jitsu, and Chinese people practice alone, while in Japan people practice in pairs. Taking all this into consideration, Kano concluded that Jiu-Jitsu was an indigenous Japanese martial art that did not owe much, if anything, to China. Kano wanted Jiu-Jitsu to be a Japanese tradition, and for that it needed to be native rather than imported. He didn't mind tweaking the truth to make his point. For the same reason that he didn't want judo to have a Chinese origin, he also didn't want it to be seen as a Western import. The Japanese were initially eager to adopt anything that was or even seemed Western, but by the 1880s, a nationalistic backlash had set in, and Kano specifically wanted judo to be traditionally Japanese. 66. The lecture was an early example of martial arts marketing. It might even be described as political Jiu-Jitsu of the type that Lafcadio Hearn praised a few years later. Kano mentioned the names of his top 4 students, Saigo, Yamada, not yet known as Tomita, Yamashita, and Yokoyama, Shantian Changtai Lang, Shan Xiayi Zhao, and Heng Shan Ti Lang, respectively. He then ambiguously claimed that all Tokyo police officers were required to study the art that they represented, while literally asserting merely that they were offered Jiu-Jitsu lessons, not limited to Kano's particular version. He claimed that because of his pupils' distinguished performance at a meeting a few years ago, the Metropolitan Police decided to adopt the methods of the art of Mr. Kano's school. That was a gross exaggeration. As can be seen in Appendix 4, most of the 44 Keishicho martial arts instructors in 1888 were sword specialists, and most of the Jiu-Jitsu instructors represented schools other than Kodokan. Black 7. 2 months after his lecture, Kano joined forces with various well-known representatives of Jiu-Jitsu schools, including Yoshida Naozo, Hisatomi Tetsutaro, Abe, Uehara Shogo, Nakamura Hansuke, plus Suzuki Magohachiro, and Kanaya Motoyoshi, to formulate a style that was safe, did not require apparatus, and would promote physical and spiritual development. They met at Kano's home at Fujimi, Cho 1-chome, JG, where the Kodokan was located at the time, to select the most appropriate techniques from all of the styles. They planned to give an exhibition of the new system in the near future. 6-8. The news report did not mention the school of the teachers, but Nakamura Hansuke and Uehara Shogo represented Ryo Shinto, Ryu. Suzuki Magohachiro represented both Sekiguchi Ryu and Yoshin Ryu, and Hisatomi Tetsutaro represented Shibukawa Ryu. Yoshida Naozo was a Kito Ryu man. 9. During this period, the so-called Fujimi to Cho era, Kano used his expanding network of social and political contacts to spread his system while providing employment for friends, students, and colleagues at, among other places, Gakushuin, Tokyo University, and the Naval School at Etajima. He had many disciples to look after. 60 students attended his private school. 10 to 20 lived in the house. All trained judo every day. Without fail, Meribizuru Dao Yatsuta. Students who concentrated on judo included Saigo Shiro, B. Yamashita Yoshitsugu, LIF. Yokoyama Sakujiro, LFB, Sato Hoken, Kimotsuke Soji, FJ, and Tabari Takisaburo, FB. Other students who were less focused on judo, but nevertheless trained passionately, included Munakata Itsuro, B. Honda Masujiro, B. Yuasa Takejiro, B. Tamura Katsuyasu, Oshima Aisuke, B. and Voda Kachitayo, Kampam 3. Kano's cousin Tokusaburo, B. also trained. Still others dropped by regularly to train, including Hirose Takeo, Guang, E. and Kawai Keijiro, JB. Among those were Tomita Tsunejiro, Eb, Arima Sumiyomi, E. Saoyo Bunzo, Daiwen Wei, Otsubo Katsuyori, Dapin Keihei, and Yoshimura Shinroku, Jikuna. Wherever Kano went, a judo dojo soon sprang up. He was doing his part to spread civilization and enlightenment, combining it with physical education as one of his mentors, Erwin Bales, had campaigned for. Kano's unique contribution was to stick with it obsessively until it became a reality. Kodokan Judo takes the stage. On May 11, 1889, 1 month after the publication of the first article, Kano presented a lecture and demonstration to the Greater Japanese Education Society, Dai, Nippon Kyoikukai, B. The lecture, which included lunch, started at 1 in the afternoon and finished at 5 p.m. It was held in a lecture room at Imperial University, Teikoku Daigaku, in or near Hitotsubashi. Kano was assisted by slightly more than 20 of his students, Monte, P9, who demonstrated grappling, kumiuchi, forms, kata, and other practical skills, jitsugi, shiji. Kano explained that Jiu-Jitsu was once a noble warrior art that had recently become enfeebled by people who did not understand its true meaning but instead were engrossed in superficialities, that is, looking impressive, and performed public shows for money in order to maintain a hand-to-mouth existence. He described them as shabby, coarse, vulgar, crude, vile side show exhibitions similar to sumo or acrobatics. He didn't mention that the man who pioneered the entertainment form of authorized Jiu-Jitsu shows was his own teacher Iso Masatomo, and that all 3 of his Tenjin Shinyo Ryu instructors performed in them. 7-3. Kano may have over-dramatized the direness of the situation in order to accentuate his point that a change was needed and that Kodokan Judo was the wave of the future. In reality, Iso's shows were not so shabby that they couldn't be presented to General Grant when he visited Japan in 1879. 74. Kano himself participated. Iso's shows may have been what attracted Kano to Iso's school in the first place in 1877. 75. Jiu-Jitsu was more than fighting, he clarified. Jiu-Jitsu, or Judo, as he called his form of Jiu-Jitsu, served the purpose of Japan's modern education. Modern education, Kano insisted, should provide knowledge, chi, iku, morality, shushin, and physical education, tai, iku. His judo aimed at developing all 3. By knowledge, he meant practical knowledge and skills, which at the time meant Western knowledge. Physical education meant Western gymnastics for the most part. Morality, or shushin, meant mental qualities useful to the state, such as loyalty, chugi. Kano's objective was to restore Jiu-Jitsu to its past position of honor, and refute the slanders, hibo, of people who looked down on the once proud art as a form of vulgar street entertainment. Kano clarified that his system was called Judo rather than Jiu-Jitsu, because the word Jiu-Jitsu had taken on a negative connotation for the reasons described above. He did not invent the word Judo. Kitoryu had been known as Judo, since 1741. He considered but decided against calling it Jurigaku or Juriron, that is, the science or theory of Ju, respectively, because he wanted to emphasize that his art was traditional and Japanese rather than borrowed, imported, foreign, and new. Judo was one of the several traditional words used in various traditional ryuha that meant fighting without weapons or with small weapons, hence was suitable to his purpose. It was, however, improved in that he discarded forms that did not lend themselves to the requirements of modern education while adding elements that had been lacking. Newspaper articles announcing the lecture described Kodokan Judo as an improved form of Jiu-Jitsu, Ru Dao Jichishi no Suuwe Rushu Nigai. Moreover, for the first time, Kodokan Judo was referred to by name as a system, whereas previously Kodokan had been used as the name of a building, and mixed up with Kano's language school, Kobunken, and misspelled as 54 times rather than 66. The transcript of that lecture was published on September 21, 1889 as Rudao Iban Bingbi Erchi no Jiao Shang no Jiaji, Judo Ipan Narabi ni Sono Kyoiku, Jo no Kachi. The educational value of judo. The demonstration included several kata, hashtag, based on Tenjin Shinyo, Ryu and Kito, Ryu, forms, as well as 15 throws, 8 chokes, and 3 pins. The throws were divided into 5 groups, being T, waza, hand techniques, koshi, waza, hip techniques, ashiwaza, leg techniques, ma, sutemi, waza, front sacrifice techniques, and yoko, sutemi, waza, side sacrifice techniques. The te waza throws were uki-otoshi and seoi naj. The koshi waza throws were uki, goshi, harai, goshi, surikomi, goshi, and ushiro, goshi. The ashi waza throws were ashi, harai, kosoto, gari, o, soto-gari, and uchimata. The ma, sutemi, waza throws were tomo naj and uranaj. The yoko, sutemi, waza throws were yoko, geik, uki, waza, and yoko, guruma. The chokes were namijijishaim, yakujujishaim, ushiro hadakajime, kadatijime, sukomijime, sotoguruma, raidojime, and okurieri. The pins were shihaogatame, sik, kazagatame, and katagatam. 78. These were the core of what became, in 1895, the Gokyo no Waza, Wujao. Noji, consisting of 42 throwing techniques, which in revised form is still used today. The techniques of Kodokan Judo were periodically reviewed, revised, or reorganized. Practitioners were expected to apply the techniques in accordance with their unique body types, personalities, and sense of style. Great latitude was allowed as long as the basic principles of judo were respected. Techniques resided in various subsystems of the overall system. Some were approved for use in certain applications, but not for others. A few were eliminated on the grounds of excessive risk of injury or for other reasons. In addition, advanced teachers and competitors developed their personal favorite techniques, deiji, which could then be learned and used by others without being included in the kata or teaching syllabus. Derived as it was mostly from Tenjin Shinyo Ryu and Kito Ryu, Kano's early ground game was limited. As Kodokan representative Sato Chugo, Zuoteng Jongwoo, explained to Helio Gracie and his fellow Brazilians in 1939, ground fighting, newaza, should begin from standing because standing is the natural posture of man. 8-1. That was open to debate, but it was certainly true that standing was the starting position in judo, both Kodokan and Butokukai, randori sessions, and contests. In the traditional jiu-jitsu schools, combat began in standing but also seated and kneeling positions at some point, after which the opponent was put on the ground where he could be more efficiently killed or controlled. Some schools emphasized ground fighting to a greater degree than Kodokan did. Why that would be has never been adequately addressed, but it may simply be that they were a step ahead of Kodokan in appreciating the value of victories or draws in public inter-school sports matches, and were more innovative in finding ways to avoid defeats. The most cost-effective way to avoid defeat in a throwing contest against superior stand-up men is to sit or lie down with the opponent under control and keep him there. You can't be thrown if you don't stand up. Inter-school challenges. According to legend, Kodokan engaged in constant between styles challenges, taryu, jai, to prove the efficiency and scientific qualities of Kodokan Judo. Among them, the Keishicho, Tokyo Metropolitan Police, matches stood out, at least in the retelling. Details about these tournaments range from scarce to non-existent. In particular, no information about the rules under which the matches were fought has been preserved. The first tournament apparently took place on May 6, 1885. The exact number is uncertain because the only available source of information consists of imprecise writings of Kodokan participants many years later. The Keishicho was established in 1873, modeled on the French police system, to be the guardians of internal order and security. enforcing public morality, and much else, including providing protection for the new rulers against angry samurai and peasants. A police officers' academy was set up in Tokyo in 1885 and in other prefectures from 1886, where recruits studied police, regulations and procedures, criminal and civil law, military drill, martial arts, English and deportment, 7 hours per day for 12 months. The academy closed in 1889, but was re-established in 1897. The Keishicho was a government within a government, and therefore if the head of the agency thought officers needed Jiu-Jitsu, they would study Jiu-Jitsu. Jiu-Jitsu, however, was not the first thing a Meiji official thought of when the subject of martial arts, Budo, came up. 2. The focus of Keishiko martial arts training was on weapon handling skills. The police emphasized sword like weapons because they were more useful to officers in the performance of peace, keeping and crowd control duties because they were traditional high-status implements and because they had genuinely demonstrated their effectiveness in battle in the 1877 Satsuma Rebellion, known in Japan as the Southwest War, or 1. 3. The Yomiuri Shimbun ran one article describing what might have been a martial arts tournament in 1885. The story concerned a swordsman, Sugimura Hachiro Jeb, who died 2 days after, fighting 12 matches, or rather, takiai, with another swordsman, Yamaoka Tetsutaro, LSS. Nothing was mentioned about Jujutsu. 4 subsequent articles also mentioned Gekiken, but nothing about Jujutsu. Jujutsu was mentioned on March 11 and December 11, 1886. The first indicated that extensive Jujutsu training was being offered every day, and that those who completed the training would be assigned as instructors. The second indicated that police inspectors, B, and patrolmen, who had knowledge, L, of Jiu-Jitsu, were invited or ordered to attend a Jiu-Jitsu seminar on December 13th at 1 p.m. Other articles concerning Keishicho appeared subsequently, but mentioned Gekiken or Kendo, not Jiu-Jitsu. The next article that mentioned Jiu-Jitsu, along with Gekiken, appeared on December 5, 1889. It referred to Gekiken and Jiu-Jitsu matches. Gekiken, Narabi ni Jujutsu Shiai no Nokai, Jijan Bingbi ni Ru Shushihi no Nahui, that would be taking place on December 6 beginning 8 in the morning, with several hundred people expected to join in. This does not mean the Jiu-Jitsu matches did not take place. It does, however, suggest that they were not regarded as being of high significance at the time. As a result, documentation about what happened is lacking. Instead, we have the recollections 20 to 40 years later of 3 people, Kano, Tomita Tsunejiro, and Yokoyama Sakujiro, who may have witnessed the events in question, and 1 person, Isogai Hajime, who did not see the tournaments. According to Tomita Tsunejiro, the matches took place in May 1885 at the Marunouchi Keishicho. Saigo Shiro, SS, excelled with his Yama, Arashi L, against Terushima Taro, double, B, who was the best pupil of Totsuka Hikokuro, FB, head of the Totsuka, Hayoshin Ryu. That was the extent of Tomita's commentary on what was later often described as a historic event. E5. About 40 years later, Kano recalled that the tournaments took place in 1887 and 1888. Totsuka Hayoshin Ryu was the main rival. 14 or 15 men from Yoshin, Ryu, and an equal number from Kodokan locked horns. 4 or 5 Kodokan representatives confronted representatives of other, no, Yoshin Ryu. The other 10 took on the Yoshin men, who included Terushima Taro, B, and Nishimura Sadasuke. B, the top disciples of the style, Kodokan's Yamashita Yoshitsugu, confronted Terushima Taro. Sato Hoken met Nishimura Sadasuke. Kawai Keijiro, Jireb, encountered Katayama Pien Shan, 86. According to Kano, 2 or 3 matches ended in draws, 31. Kodokan won all of the other matches. Kano provided few details, but admitted that the victories did not come casually. Rongyi Kushia Fongni Tsukumono. After the tournament, Nishimura visited Kodokan to learn more about Kano's teaching methods. He watched Saigo Shiro training with another student and commented, "He's really a master. Regaming ren to you no deseuna," which gave Kano great satisfaction to hear. On another occasion, Kano recalled that Saigo came to grips with a Totsuka Ha-Yoshin Ryuman named Otake from Bizen. Saigo launched him with Osoto Otoshi, which boosted Kodokan's evaluation. Jiang Daoguan no Pingjia wo Yichengao Rashime Tatano de Atsuta. The experience was hard but valuable. As Kano explained, As far as throwing, we had little to worry about from Yoshin Ryu and other Jiu-Jitsu Ryu. Ha! But they gave us a considerably difficult time with their newaza. Afterwards, we studied the problem, and after that there was nothing to worry about. Bingshi, tuji ni yui te haden do kongrubeki mono ga nakatsu.
Dies. ダウドにかけて行動感なものを愛遠く占めたものがある。そう。そうになっては研究を積んで恐れないまでにはなった。80.
In 1941, Isogai Hajime agreed that the Keishito tournament took place in 1885. Isogai joined Kodokan in 1891, so obviously his information was second hand. For what it's worth, Isogai heard that Kodokan's opponents were from Totsuka, Hayoshin, Ryu. There were 10 matches. One ended in a draw. Kodokan men won the other 9. The matches were hard, fought, but the overall result was an overwhelming victory, for Kodokan. At the time, the techniques used in matches were mainly ashi, barai, 4, kuchi, gari, ji, kataguruma, ouchi, gari, ji, and counter, throws, called small techniques, j. These sophisticated, small techniques were sufficient to overcome Yoshin Ryu's Osoto, gari, 11, and Nawaza, Isogai believed. 38. About 10 years later, Isogai was one of the competitors when Kodokan again confronted several traditional styles, referring to non-Kodokan, Ryuha. The occasion was the first Butokukai tournament in Kyoto in 1895. The rival schools included Yoshin, Ryu Totsuka, Tenjin-shinyo, Ryu, Kito, Ryu, Sekiguchi, Ryu, Takanouchi Santo, Ryu, Ryoa Shinto, Ryu, and from the Kansai area, Osaka and Kobe, Takanochiryu and Fusen, Ryu. Isogai recalled that at that time the traditional styles practiced almost exclusively gown techniques. 9. The exceptions to that rule were that Yoshin Ryu used Osoto, Gari and Ashi, Barai. Tenjin Shinyo Ryu used Tomo, Nage, and Kito Ryu used Yokosotemi, Waza. That was about all. Isogai remarked that Kano adapted these techniques and researched others such as Uki, Goshi, Harai, Goshi, Tsuri, Komi, Goshi and combination throws. Kodokan used mainly small techniques such as Ashi, Barai, Kuchi, Gari, Kata, Guruma, Uchi, Gari, and Geishiwaza. Counter techniques, among the few exceptions being Saigo Shiro's Yama, Arashi, and Yokoyama Sakujiro's Harai, Goshi. Around 1892, Isogai, began working on his Seioi, Nage, and Osoto, Gari, while Nagaoka Shuichi was bringing Yoko, Sutemi, Waza to even greater perfection. Kodokan had no reason to lack confidence against the traditional schools, Isogai believed. He was relatively unaware of developments outside of Tokyo, however. In the 1895 Butokukai contests, he and his colleagues went up against representatives of Fusen, Ryu, T, represented by Tanabe Matauimon, Sosuishi, Ryu, K, represented by Aoyagi Kihei, and Takanouchi, Ryu, 12, represented by Oshima Hikosaburo, Ib, and Imai Kotaro, 15 SS. Imai's affiliation seemed to vary. Their ground skills gave him a difficult time, he recalled. In preparation for subsequent contests, Isogai began training with fellow Kodokan Mon Nagaoka Shuichi, 90, and others who were familiar with the Kansai style of ground fighting. From reports, Kodokan continued to have problems with the Kansai style, not surprisingly, as it was as difficult to throw a man who refused to stand up in 1885 and 1895 as it is now. Oddly, Isogai's comments about the 1895 Butokukai tournament were almost exactly the same as Kano's about the 1886 and 1887 Keishicho tournaments, indicating that despite Kodokan's excellence on stand-up, Nawaza was inherently problematic for a style that emphasizes throwing. Some things don't change. The story that probably did more than any other to spread the legend of Kodokan's dismantling of traditional jujutsu at the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Bujutsu tournaments was contained in the 1913 book, The Fighting Spirit of Japan, by E.H. Harrison. Harrison had trained at Kodokan with some outstanding teachers, such as Yokoyama Sakujiro and Mifune Kyuzo, and was also an experienced journalist who knew fact from fiction. Tall tales are inseparable from martial arts, he said, leaving it to the reader to decide what to believe. 19. Sometime between October 1904 and 1912, Yokoyama told Harrison that at the age of about 23, he was born in 1864, he took part in some matches at the Metropolitan Police Bureau dojo. His first opponent was Samura Masahara of Takenouchi School. Yokoyama won. Sometime after, he had a contest with Nakamura Harusa of Ryo Shinto School. The bout lasted 55 minutes. The chief of the Metro Police, Mishimatsuyo, ordered it stopped to prevent a fatal injury, Yokoyama said. Yokoyama was obviously referring to Samura Masaki, E, and Nakamura Hansuke, plus, respectively. The chief of police was Mishima Michitsune, E, who was superintendent general from 1885 to 1888. Harrison was obviously not directly quoting Yokoyama, who would have known that Mishima's first name was Michitsune, not Suyo. It was a mistake only a foreigner would make. The match was officiated by Hisatomi Tetsutaro, SS. After 55 minutes of fierce fighting that resembled a pro wrestling death match, Hisatomi called the fight to an end, but the two men refused to stop. At that point, Mishima stepped in and said, "I will take charge of this fight. Shihiha washiga yuketa." The fight continued and finally ended, inconclusively. Contemporary reports did not mention the 55-minute match with Nakamura Hansuke, nor did Tomita Kano or Isogai, probably because it did not produce an impressive victory for their team. The contest must have taken place prior to September 1888 because Mishima was in serious condition from early September and died on October 23.9. Kano cast his net widely for outstanding talent to enhance the quality of his Ryu. He was unspecific about when and where he and his colleagues conducted their anti-Yoshin Ryu research. It may have happened after the 1895 Butokukai matches. The opponent who Yokoyama conquered in his first Keishicho fight was Takenouchi Zanto, Ryu, equal to stylist Samura Masaki, Eba, from Kumamoto, who came to Tokyo in 1887 to teach at Keishicho. Samura's son came with him, 7 years old at the time. He was Samura Kaichiro B. He had studied Takenouchi Zanto, Ryu, with his father from an early age and was later reputed to be a ground expert. For some reason, young Samura wanted to train at Kodokan as early as 1887 and was heard to say, "I will learn Kodokan Judo, Jinhuha Jiangdao Guan Ru Dao wo Shiu Yoni." It took a while. He was studying to enter the Naval Academy, but he finally registered at Kodokan in July 1898. He was promoted to Shodan, first Dan, after about 3 months of training in October of the same year, attesting to his already dialed in mat abilities. He was one of the people enlisted to help Isogai prepare for his Butokukai matches. 9-4. Selling the system. From the beginning, Kano understood the value of public relations, and nothing short of imperial blessings had more PR value than the endorsement of a high-status foreigner. For a small Japanese to defeat a foreign giant using science was ideal advertising for judo. According to Kano, his first foreign students were 2 American brothers named Eastlake. The younger brother, a language teacher, was not physically strong, but his older brother was a 165-pound giant, dubbing Fei Man no Danan, Juren. Sometime in either 1885 or 1886, they came to the Kano Ryu Dojo at Kami-2 Bancho, Shang Nifanting, to train. The older brother sparred with Saigo Shiro, who despite being much smaller, 116 pounds according to one account than Eastlake, easily handled the American Goliath like a kid. Zigongshi Inishite Hinoku Monakutu Gefei Bashita, and became a local hero, thereby attracting attention to the dojo. According to a subsequent report, the older brother was a doctor, and his first name initials were FW. This serves to identify the man as Dr. Frank Warrington Eastlake. Dr. Eastlake was the son of William Clark Eastlake, both of whom were in the Tokyo-Yokohama area at the time of the incident. The father went to Japan in 1860 for unknown purposes and left in 1869 to educate his children. He returned in 1881 with a newly acquired degree in dentistry, opened a clinic and died in February 1887 at age 53. Eastlake was born in 1858 and taken to Japan by his parents 1860. He left in 1869, subsequently studying law, medicine, science, philology and philosophy in the USA, Germany and France, earning a PhD in 1880. Before and after, he studied in Egypt, Assyria, now parts of Iraq and Turkey, China, and India, and finally decided to return to Japan in 1884, where he spent the remaining 25 years of his life editing newspapers, writing books, including one on Japanese swords, and teaching languages. Eastlake also operated one of the two most successful language schools in Tokyo and would have been on Kano's radar for that reason alone. Despite his fame during his lifetime, not much is known about him today. Existing biographies do not mention a brother or any judo or wrestling experience. Kano's account may be true that Eastlake trained with Saigo and was thrown, or it may be embellished, but in either case, it is inaccurate. Since Dr. Eastlake died in 1905, he was not in a position to correct the record. Nice. The Western public initially did not know what to make of Jiu-Jitsu, and the confusion was compounded by writers who made conflicting, vague, implausible, factually incorrect, and unsubstantiated claims. The partial exceptions proved the rule. When writers were consistent, factually correct, and provided some form of substantiation, it invariably turned out that they were describing Kodokan Judo, but calling it Jujutsu or Jiu-Jitsu. Kano exacerbated the problem by using the word Jujutsu rather than Judo. He did so, he said, because the term Jujutsu was more familiar to Western people than Judo. But even if people did not know what Jujutsu was, by the final quarter of the 19th century they were increasingly interested in gymnastics and wrestling, and Jiu-Jitsu could be explained as one or the other, or both, or neither, as the situation required. Showmanship. One example was an article from the Yokohama Mail in Japan and syndicated in the United States in July and August 1887, titled Civilization's Progress, in Japan, which described a company of muscular foreign athletes who planned to stage a show of wrestling and sparring l'anglaise in Tokyo. According to the promoters, foreign wrestling was a combination of jujutsu, kenjutsu, and sumo wrestling. The article explained for the benefit of American readers that jujutsu was gymnastics, kenjutsu was fencing, and sumo was wrestling. The wrestlers were a mix of Americans and English, and claimed a relationship with American champion Sullivan. A wreath of flags with the English coat of arms was displayed on advertisements for the show. The price of admission ranged from 10 sen to 1 yen. 100% sen was worth 1 yen, which had the approximate value of $1 at that time. It was to be held at 1 o'clock at Kobikicho Sanshom for a period of 10 days. The Yokohama Mail predicted that the event would flop. The muscular foreigners were undoubtedly members of the troupe, Butai, that had arrived in Tokyo in mid to December of 1877, following a 7-day performance in the city of Tokushima on the Japanese island of Shikoku. Both Japanese and foreign wrestlers participated and were divided into two groups, the foreigners representing West Nishi and East Higashi, as was the custom for sumo tournaments. The foreigners were American and English and were described as Seiyo Rikishi. Rikishi being the general expression for wrestler, literally, strong man. Seiyo referred to America and Europe. They were also called wrestler, Risura, 75. The word Supara, 75, was also used, referring to sparring or hitting with gloves as indicated by woodblock prints of the action. Wrestling was described as Seiyo Sumo, that is, as Western sumo. The troupe was led by an American named Webster, 1777 to, and included Collins, 2 from England, and Sweeney, 71. And Richardson, F. from America, as well as Marino, 7. Apuro, 77, probably meaning Apollo, Saraku, Suku, and Morena, Morena. The foreign wrestlers were described with sumo rankings. Webster was a champion, Ozeki A. Collins was a junior champion, Seki Wake, Sweeney was a 4th-rank Komusubi, J, and the others were 5th-rank Megashira. The foreign wrestlers and the event promoter, a former sumo wrestler named Hamada Shokichi, hoped to impress the local crowds with a new fangled Western gimmick called showmanship, -7. As the Yokohama Mail predicted, the local fans preferred their own indigenous and more subdued form of wrestling. Hamada and the foreign wrestlers disappeared soon after. Westerners would not find success in Japan in the pro wrestling ring until much later. For Japanese wrestlers, even judoka who were willing to wrestle, and for that matter, college students, porters, and houseboys with no particular wrestling or martial arts background at all, the story was very different. They had to cross the ocean to do it, but once in American or England, the opportunities were limitless. Martial virtues. Kano's Kodokan Judo was not the only option available to patriotic Japanese martial artists. Even more so than Kodokan Judo, the Dai, Nippon Butokukai 1 emphasized patriotism, nationalism, and as time went on, aggressive militarism. The organization was founded in 1895 to encourage and improve training in the ordinary, Haiso, Japanese martial arts, Budo, of sword, Kenjutsu, and Gekiken, Jiu-Jitsu, and archery, Kyujutsu, popular arts, including spear, vari, and other less stick, bojutsu, or bayonet, Juso, later known as Jukenjutsu, long sword, naginata, chain and sickle, kusarigama, and by 1903, shooting, shigeki, and horsemanship, bajutsu, as well. It was founded and maintained by people who felt that westernization and gone too far, although it did not hesitate to fully embrace Western military tools and methods, even clothes and hairstyles, and unhealthy consumption habits, such as beer and cigarettes. The organization recruited influential government and military men, including members of the imperial family, as leaders, built a training and administrative center in Kyoto, and promoted branches across the country. The Butokukai started out with 7 ambitions. They were 1. To preserve traditional Japanese martial arts, 2. Old annual martial arts festivals, Butokusai, and exhibitions, Dainbukai, 3. To build schools, training halls, and other necessary facilities, 4. To provide awards to excellent martial artists, 5. To build a military warehouse, Buko, to store weapons, Buki, 6. To preserve traditional Jiu-Jitsu, Ryu, and 7. To publish a magazine about martial virtues, martial skills, and weapons. 1-3. In addition to Kano's Kodokan and the Butokukai, there were numerous traditional schools where people could learn Jiu-Jitsu, as Kano himself pointed out, and teachers apparently did not pass up the opportunity to share their knowledge in Japan's newly centralized education system. Kano's Tenjin Shinyo, Ryu teacher, or Senior Inoue Ketaro, among others, taught at Gakushuin and Tokyo University. In April 1883, Inoue was appointed to be a Jiu-Jitsu instructor at Gakushuin, where Kano worked. Inoue was assisted by Arima Sumiyaki, Yumachun Wen, Arima Sumiomi, Yumachun Chen, and Matsuoka Toraoma, Ai. Arima Sumiyaki and Arima Sumiomi were both Gakushuin graduates, and both Kodokan members as of July 1882, in fact, were among the first 6 members. 104. Matsuoka was a physical education teacher at Gakushuin, and also one of the first Kodokan members. In 1888, Inoue taught at a club formed by Tokyo University, students who trained when not busy with their schoolwork. Some of the students were B. Shidachi Tetsujiro, B. Shioda Mansai, Tokotsu Takejiro, Takamura Kinjiro, Yantian Mo Sui, Sakujin Bachi, E. Kanai Nobu, E. and Wada Yoshimutsu. One of them, Shidachi Tetsujiro, introduced Kodokan Judo to England in 1892, while calling it Jiu-Jitsu. 105. Numerous Kodokan people also taught, including Saigoshiro Kimotsuki Soji, Yokoyama Sakujiro, Tomita Tsunejiro, Yamashita Yoshitsugu, Seido Hoken, E., and Komura Shinroku, 10. Kano continued to collaborate with representatives of traditional systems. One example took place May 14, 1892. Kano organized a tournament, complete with demonstrations, lectures, and ceremonies. It was held in the shrine of the Gakushuin, where Kano began his academic teaching career in 1882. Competitors and demonstrators from across the country participated, observed by the Crown Prince, Kotaishi Denka, 108. At that time, a 13-year-old boy, the court official, Kunai Jikan, and later minister to Korea Hanabusa Yoshimoto, and hundreds of members of the nobility, 1-9. Takashima Goyo Kakari, made a speech in Setsu. 4 teams participated in contests, representing the Dai, Ichikoto, Chugako, Kodokan, Hokushinkan T, and Gakushuin, Shueishi Yuan, A. Gakushuin judo instructor named Yamada Tsunetaro, LSS, later known as Tomita Tsunehiro B, demonstrated a kito to Ryukata and gave a lecture. Iwasaki Tamibe R, representing Matsui Hanshi, Chu, A++ judo, demonstrated a jikishin, Ryu, kata. Chitose Tokizo, equal to Inoue Keitaro, hashtag, and Tobari Takisaburo, equal to SS, representing Tenjin Shinyo to Ryu, performed kata. Tobari performed the okagata, cherry blossom kata, and was awarded a prize. Various contests were held and winners were also awarded prizes. 110. Most of the same individuals and others took part on May 20th, 1894 in a ceremony, a Shinchiku, Rakushi Shiki, celebrating the finished construction of Kano's new house, school, dormitories, and dojo in Koishikawa Shimotomisaka. Cho 18 Banchi 18. Typically, Japanese Shinchiku, Rakushi Shiki do not include demonstrations of traditional Jiu-Jitsu kata and modern randori, but this one did. Participants included 111.
Kano Jigoro, Shinajiwala, Yamashita Yoshitsugu, Shensha Ichiro, Samura Masaki, Satsuen Jamin, Hisatomi Tetsutaro, Jova Tetalan, Nakamura Hansuke, Chongsun Panju, Uehara Shogo, Shanyenjian, Takagi Yoshio, Kamo Yisho, Iwasaki Tamibe, Yingsen Minbi, Kataya Shintaro, Pinshan Shintala, Nomura Kinosuke Tobari Takisaburo, Yatsun Shi Juju, Huzhang Long San Lang, Kono, Ichi Koyaichi, Imamura Shizo, Imsur Sizam, Kataoka Senjuro, Pinoke Senjalan, Yamamoto Kinsaku, Shenban Tako, Hirose Takeo, Kirisubuv, Yamaguchi Eizo, Shankoi Sang, Hiroka Yuji, Kiroka Yuni, Imai Kotaron, Iming Talan, Kimotsuki Soji, Kanfu Zongzi. They represented Kodokan, Jiang Daoguan, Takanuchi Santo Ryu, Junei Santong Liu, Shibukawa Ryu, Shibui Chuan Liu, Ryuashinto Ryu, Liangyi Shintong Liu, Tenjin Shinyo Ryu, Tianshin Liu, Takanuchi Ryu, Junei Liu, Jikishin Ryu, Jishin Liu, Yoshin Ryu, Yangshin Liu, Keishi Ryu, Jingshi Liu, Tobari Ryu, Huzhang Liu, Hokuso Ryu, Beichuang Liu. Specifically, the participants' affiliations were as follows: Kano, Yamashita, Hiroz, Hiruka, and Kimotsuki, Kodokin, Samura, Takanouchi Santo Ryu, Nakamura and Uehara, Rinoin Shinto Ryu, Hisatomi, Shibukawa Ryu, Kataoka and Imai, Takuchi Ryu, Iwasaki, Jikishin Ryu, Katayama, Kataoka, and Yamamoto, Yoshin Ryu, Yamaguchi, Tobari Ryu, Kono and Imamura, Hokuso Ryu, Inu and Takagi, Tenjin Shinyo Ryu. Tobari Takisaburo represented both Kodokan and Tenjin Shinyo Ryu. It is noteworthy that, by this time, the Metropolitan Police had its own style of jujutsu, the Keishi Ryu, Jingshi Liu. Kano's longtime associates included Hisatomi Tetsutaro, Nakamura Hansuke, and Uehara Shogo. Kano's notable students Yamashita Yoshitugu and Hiroz Takeo, who would become a national hero during the Russo-Japanese War, also participated. So did Tobari Takisaburo, who had feet in both Tenjin Shinyo Ryu and Kodokan. He was originally a student of Inoue Kataro, Kano's Anadeshi and one of his teachers. Inoue contributed to Judo's technical development by teaching some of Kodokan top representatives, Saigo, Yokoyama, Tobari. He contributed a family member too. His adopted son, Inoue Nutaro, #SS, became a Kodokan 5. Dan by 1927, 112. Inoue Keitaro continued teaching at his facility in Tokyo at Hongo, Ku, Yushima Tenjinka, Dohocho, 7, Banchi, 7 trillions. He did not refer to his system as Tenjin Shinyo, Ryu in 1896, but rather as Dai Nippon Juho Taiso, meaning Greater Japan Soft Gymnastics. He taught self, defense, Goshin, Jutsu, and Jujutsu. Self-to-defense lessons were given Saturday and Sunday between 1 p.m. to 9 p.m., beginning Saturday, October 3rd, and the course could be quickly finished in 1 to 100 days thanks to a new method. Hyaku, Nichi Sokosei, Shin, Ho, it was promised. Jujutsu lessons were provided between 4 p.m. and 10 p.m. on weekdays only. B, under the same conditions, presumably referring to the fees. For self-defense and jujutsu lessons, Inoue charged an initial registration fee, sokushuken, of 1 yen and a monthly training fee, geshaken, of half that amount, 50 sen plus 11.3. Inoue also offers sakotsu, including bone setting and treatment for dislocations and subluxations and other ailments that could be attributed to underlying musculoskeletal issues. Sakotsu treatments were offered from 6 p.m. to 1 a.m. However, new patients were not limited to those times. He did not indicate the price of treatment. Inoue was the forgotten man in the judo story. Kano wrote copiously about Fukuda, Iso, and Likubo, but had almost nothing to say about Inoue. 114.
In addition to teaching Kano and participating in Kano's tournaments and demonstrations, he taught Saigo Shiro, Yokoyama Sakujiro, and Tobari Takisaburo. He certainly taught many others as well at Gakushuin and Tokyo University, among other locations. One of his students was, probably, Shidachi Tetsujiro, Eb, who introduced the word Jiu-Jitsu to England. Tobari taught in America, England, and Europe for 4 years, from 1907 to 1910. According to one well-placed source, Tenjin Shinyo Ryu was the background of Yukio Tani, the man who, as much as anyone else and more than most, proved the superiority of scientific skill over brute brawn on the stages of England. Inoue probably did not personally teach Tani, who never explained where he learned or who taught him, but his style was the one that most of the Western world came to think of as Jiu-Jitsu. 116. Notes to Chapter 5. Chapter 6. Jiu-Jitsu goes west 1892 to 1898. The art of pliancy, as Kano and Lindsay called it, was typically written in kanji characters as Ru-Shu and pronounced Jujutsu, conventionally written with a macron over the first vowel as Jujutsu, with or without a hyphen separating the two morphemes that make up the expression. The W letters indicate a long vowel sound, twice as long as a single U letter, to be exact. 1. The difference is not a matter of individual pronunciation or preference. Ju and Ju are actually two different morphemes or word units. When foreigners began writing about Japan, they had to decide how to spell words that had sounds not found in their own languages. Moreover, English spelling was mostly unregulated, unstandardized, and largely haphazard until about the middle of the 20th century. Writers tended to spell words the way they sounded. A relevant example is the word Roshu. It was written variously as Jujutsu, 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 Jiu-Jutsu, Jujutsu, and Jujutsu, with or without a hyphen, in addition to other more idiosyncratic ways. They differ in how first syllable is represented, but all are reasonably correct. Most notably, they accurately write the second semantic unit as Jutsu, which is the correct pronunciation, correctly expressing the meaning of technique. Some Western journalists seem to find the word Jujutsu unspellable, even when it was already written out for them. One National Book reviewer repeatedly spelled it Jinjitsu, despite the fact that author of the book under review wrote it relatively correctly as Jujutsu. A variant spelling became commonly used after 1892. That spelling was Jujitsu. The previously mentioned spellings were generally reasonable attempts to approximate the sound of the first syllable. The second syllable with U was correct. Jujitsu, with an I in the second syllable, is incorrect because, while there is a word pronounced jujitsu, it is written chongshi and has no relation to combat or self-defense. This is significant because the people who wrote the word as jujitsu either did not know how it was pronounced in Japan, raising questions about their credibility as authorities on the subject, or they did not really write the articles and books that they signed their names to, or that they intentionally misspelled the word. To underline the point, there is no way that a Japanese person would think that the old samurai art of fighting without weapons was called jujitsu. Popular interest in jujutsu in the West began in London on April 29, 1892. The trigger was a lecture delivered to the Japan Society in London titled Jiu-Jitsu, the Ancient Art of Self-Defense, by Sleight of Body, subsequently published in the first issue of the Proceedings of the Japan Society in December. The author was a former indirect student of Kano, named Shidachi Tetsujiro. Ji Tc Lang. 2. Shidachi's lecture was, as he readily admitted, mostly a retelling of Kano and Lindsay's article, published in 1889, which was based on a lecture given in 1888. The major difference was that Kano modestly refrained from extolling his own merits in his lecture and article, and, moreover, Kano was still trying to figure out how to package his system to make it acceptable to the authorities. It was far from certain that it would even survive, let alone become the predominant system of winning by pliancy in the country of its origin. By 1892, Kano's system had taken something closer to the modern form. Shidachi had been an indirect student of Kano, and mentioned that Kano had recently invented a new system of jujitsu. Jujitsu was undergoing a revival thanks to Kano's ardent labors. Shidachi devoted 4 pages to describing Kano Ryu Jujitsu, also known as Kodokan Judo. He pointed out that Kano preferred the word judo rather than jujitsu. Judo to Kano meant the doctrine of culture by the principle of yielding or pliancy, and because his Kodokan Judo is studied not only as a physical exercise, but as a moral and intellectual training. However, no books had been written, and not much was known about jujitsu in England. He said, hence his decision to talk about it in the inaugural meeting of the society. The lecture was attended by 243 members of the society, many of them influential individuals from the higher layers of society. It is probable that popular understanding of Jiu-Jitsu and Judo were spread by word of mouth. One member, however, went far beyond word of mouth. He invented his own system of Jiu-Jitsu and publicized it, and himself, energetically. Shidachi was insistent that Jiu-Jitsu was different from wrestling because wrestling aims at victory by strength, while Jiu-Jitsu gains it by yielding to strength. Shidachi repeated the stories and myths that Kano reported, but without mentioning that Kano said there was no way to verify them. Not many people read Kano and Lindsay. Many people did read Shidachi, or remarks about Shidachi's lecture in the English press. Shidachi did more than talk. He performed a demonstration of Jiu-Jitsu techniques, using Mr. Daigoro Go, who was one of the two secretaries of the society, as an assistant. Mr. Go's job was to be thrown, strangled, even be killed if necessary. He didn't enjoy it, having no experience in the art, but was happy to make the sacrifice for the benefit of the society. Mr. Go volunteered because no other Japanese person could be found in England at the time who was well acquainted with the art. 5. A member of the council, Mr. Ernest Hart, remarked afterwards that, to a less dialectical people, this art of self-defense would not easily differentiate itself from the older forms of Japanese wrestling, which were originally the training of warriors and only later degenerated into shows. 6. Between the lecture in April and the publication of the proceedings, apparently in December 1890, 2. Numerous articles had been written either about Jiu-Jitsu or about Shidachi's lecture itself. 1 was Rudyard Kipling's essay, The Edge of the East, published July 2nd. Kipling used the expression devilish art and craft of wrestling tricks. 8. He didn't mention Jiu-Jitsu or Judo, but it seemed that was what he was talking about. Shidachi clarified that it is due to the study of Judo that the Japanese police, in spite of their small stature, are so skillful in seizing malefactors. It is likely that Kipling's information came indirectly from Shidachi. One of Shidachi's two key points was that Kano Ryu, or Kodokan Judo, was an educational system designed to provide physical, moral, and intellectual training. As he explained it, the essential object of the modern Judo is nothing less than an education of men towards the higher standards of morality in its wider sense. Shidachi did not explain how Jiu-Jitsu or Kodokan Judo could accomplish moral or intellectual education other than to claim without evidence that the morality of the samurai class, which was no doubt the exemplar of all the people, lay in the chivalric spirit which was directly or indirectly fostered and maintained by Jiu-Jitsu and other kinds of military exercises. 9. Shidachi's second key point was that Jiu-Jitsu was not wrestling. People who attended the lecture did not agree with him. Jiu-Jitsu was simply ordinary wrestling and neither better nor worse. 10. Observers were unimpressed by Shidachi's demonstration. Apart from the fact that Jiu-Jitsu included strangling, the primary difference between Japanese and European wrestling was that the former came packaged in mystical and philosophical bosh and was wrapped in claptrap. 11. Shidachi objected. Critics had been misled by watching an exhibition at the Japanese Village in London by some third-rate wrestlers with no connection to Jiu-Jitsu. Shidachi conceded that English wrestling was similar to Japanese wrestling, sumo, but Jiu-Jitsu was not sumo. Sumo does not include strangling, and sumo requires strength. In Jiu-Jitsu, strength is not important and is actually a hindrance to technical perfection. Wrestling aims at victory gained chiefly by strength, whilst Jiu-Jitsu does not depend on it at all. In Japan, young men weighing 8 stone, 112 pounds, can defend themselves against 14 to 19 stone, 196 to 266 pounds, wrestlers, and they can even kill them whilst being thrown up by them. Shidachi did not provide any concrete examples of this happening. Jiu-Jitsu was also different from wrestling in another way. Jiu-Jitsu students could practice without getting hurt or even messing up their clothes because they do not use strength. Shidachi concluded with the illogical, unsubstantiated, and vague statement that, in Japan, a great number of boys are successfully trained according to the principles of Jiu-Jitsu. This fact surely testifies to its adaptability as a practical system of physical education. He also accused the Saturday Review writer of stigmatizing Jiu-Jitsu as a minor and lower form of mere wrestling. 12. One of the people who heard Shidachi's lecture, or read about it, was Edward William Barton Wright. He created his own eclectic martial art that included large portions of Jiu-Jitsu, named it after himself, and publicized it. For a time, Jiu-Jitsu was actually known as Bartitsu, an amalgam of Barton Wright and Jiu-Jitsu. Shidachi was not heard from again, but the topic of his lecture was just getting off the ground. More lectures and essays would follow. Professor Kano was invariably somewhere in the picture. In fact, in the years after Shidachi's lecture, journalists would periodically recycle Kano and Lindsay's original 1889 article, often goosing it up with new misinformation. Shidachi's article introduced an important innovation. Up until 1892, when Jiu-Jitsu was mentioned, which was seldom, it was spelled as some version of Jujutsu, being Japanese, a well-educated Japanese at that, and a student of Kano. He certainly would not have spelled the art Jiu-Jitsu, which tells us that an English editor or ghostwriter made the mistake. It was not a typo, as the misspelling is consistent throughout the article. Why an anonymous English writer decided to spell the word as Jiu-Jitsu is unknown, but apparently it influenced Edward Barton Wright, who adopted it in 1899. In the following years, American writers restored Kano's I to the first syllable. John J. O'Brien, who had lived and worked in Japan, spelled it Jiu-Jitsu, or more likely, the person who wrote his book, Irving Hancock, who claimed to have lived and trained in Japan, spelled it Jiu-Jitsu. Robert Edgren, who had mixed feelings about the Japanese art but wrote about it extensively, called it Jiu-Jitsu. By that time, it had become an established variant, and most people did not know what the correct spelling was. In addition to Shidachi, other Japanese later wrote about the game and called it Jiu-Jitsu, evidently adopting John O'Brien's spelling. Most notable among them were Katsukuma Higashi, Teiichi Yamagata, and Jihei Hashiguchi. All three had connections to Hancock and Edgren. Hancock had been an editor at Leslie's Monthly magazine, where Yamagata's article appeared in November 1904. Jihei Hashiguchi also used the spelling Jiu-Jitsu in two pieces in 1904. One appeared in the Century magazine and was almost certainly subsidized by the Japanese Foreign Ministry. The piece was intended to assure America that Japan was prepared to wage a long war with Russia. The military resources of Japan are practically inexhaustible, and therefore that money lent and credit extended to Japan, which Japan badly needed, would be repaid. Another piece by Hashiguchi was printed in Physical Culture describing sumo, the Japanese method of wrestling. It was an informative, accurate 4-page article with illustrations that had previously been published in Japan in the June edition of Asahi Shimbun, strongly suggesting foreign ministry involvement. Hashiguchi argued that sumo, not jiu-jitsu, was Japan's favorite sport and was responsible for Japan's success in the war with Russia, and moreover was completely different from jiu-jitsu. Physical Culture was established in 1899 and published by Bernard McFadden, who was a close friend of Irving Hancock. In that same issue of Physical Culture, someone named G. Edwards contributed a short 8-paragraph article with 4 drawings titled Physical Culture Training Has Made the Indefatigable Japanese Fighter. The article referred to and quoted H. Irving Hancock's admirable book, Japanese Physical Training. He repeated the cliches and factual errors that were already well worn even before Hancock disseminated them more widely. For example, that jiu-jitsu had been practiced by the Japanese army for 2,500 years, and although previously the secret art of the samurai was now taught to every Japanese man, woman, and child, the Japanese possess an even, steady temper and the pleasantest disposition found anywhere among the nations of the world. Politeness and good nature are hereditary. The writer attributed this to the jiu-jitsu lifestyle, clean living, and vegetarianism. The article indeed seemed propagandistic in intent, expressing the certainty not only that Japan would defeat Russia but that the benefit of the war would repay the cost if the Western world would only learn jiu-jitsu. The myth of Japanese pleasantness, to the extent that it existed, was shattered by the behavior of Japan. Military in the Sino-Japanese War, 1894 to 1895, and Japan's foreign ministry adopted measures to counter negative foreign impressions and replace them with precisely the sort of views that Hancock and others of his milieu propagated. 15. The Western public initially did not get jiu-jitsu. Definitions either were too broad, fighting without weapons, vague, the art of pliancy, meaningless, the art of the samurai, or seemingly contradictory, wrestling without using strength. Demonstrations appeared to audiences as circus acts or variety theater stage shows, which indeed many were, and continued to be into the 1920s. Jiu-jitsu was like the proverbial blind man's elephant. It could be whatever it needed to be as the circumstances required or permitted. It could be a way of life, a method of negotiation, a system of self-defense, a clown act, all that and more, limited only by the promoter's imagination. Or, like the Saturday Review writer who criticized Tetsujiro Shidachi, they simply saw it as wrestling. Sumo, on the other hand, was easy to understand. It was basically Greco-Roman wrestling with Japanese rituals and paunchy, unathletic-looking wrestlers. Jiu-Jitsu was incomprehensible, like the other new forces of nature that were being discovered and harnessed, for the all-too-human purposes of convenience, conspicuous consumption, and mass slaughter. But even if people did not know what Jiu-Jitsu was, by the final quarter of the 19th century they were increasingly interested. In gymnastics and wrestling, and Jiu-Jitsu could be explained as one or the other, or both, or neither, as the situation required. The key point is that foreign readers gradually became familiar with the words Jiu-Jitsu and Judo and had some rather vague and often conflicting ideas about what they meant. Western fascination with Japan continued to grow with the Chicago Exposition of 1893 and the Sino-Japanese War, 1894 to 1895. Japan was a contradiction, a fairy flower land where men walked around, with umbrellas to shield themselves from the sun, pulled carriages. In place of horses, wrestled in public all but naked, were civilized, but knew next to nothing about the teachings of Christ. Japan's modernization was seen to be cosmetic, or at best a series, or patchwork and superficial adoptions of Western fads and fashions. When the war with China erupted, few expected Japan to have a chance. When Japan prevailed, opinion began to change. China was weaker than previously thought, and Japan's modernization was less superficial. Ordinary Japanese residents in America become sought-after celebrities. 1. During the war, both Japan and China conducted public relations campaigns to impress the West and persuade it that their side was virtuous and deserving of support. Japan exploited humanitarianism as a propaganda tool, emphasizing its army's kind treatment of Chinese children, which it could plausibly claim because Japan had invaded China, thereby producing Chinese war orphans and casualties. China did not invade Japan, so could not do the same. Attacking China ironically served Japan's purpose of gaining acceptance by the West as a civilized country. As one Japanese scholar commented, Japan was considered barbarous when espousing peace, but civilized when making war. It was a cynical observation, but not inaccurate. Both sides' propaganda efforts were multi-pronged and aimed at both domestic and international audiences, as indicated by bilingual captions on illustrations and photographs. For example, the Japanese adoption of Western uniforms and hairstyles was intended to communicate that Japan was modern and civilized. Japan also emphasized that it followed international law in fighting the war, while China did not. Japan's efforts were generally successful in winning the approbation of the West. In French boxing, Jiu-Jitsu is not the only exotic form of pugilism, a word that encompassed both grappling and striking arts that migrated internationally in the last decades of the 19th century. French boxing, also known as savate or the art of kicking, was another and preceded Jiu-Jitsu by about 10 years. 20. La savate was not totally unknown in either England or the United States. In 1859, the New York Evening Post published a report about the French Army's training, which included savate. The report was reprinted in small-town newspapers across the country, as well as singing the praises of France's conscript army. The writer extolled the benefits of la savate. It is impossible to cultivate the body to any great extent without thereby cultivating the mind. Quick and intelligent action of the body brings quick and intelligent action of the brain, he wrote, anticipating the philosophy of Kodokan Judo. 1. From time to time, savate was mentioned in syndicated feature articles about life or travel in France. Technical details about the art were omitted, but it was clear that savate was an effective and somewhat mysterious art of self-defense, not unlike the image of jiu-jitsu in later years. 22. From time to time, demonstrations were given in New York. The first appearance of a real-life practitioner of savate, a savatier or saboteur, was reported in 1889 in San Francisco, on Sacramento Street to be exact. He was a sailor on the French warship Duquesne. He happened to be drunk, and while wending his way toward the waterfront, he was set upon by 3 young American hoodlums who planned to do up the frog-eater, and saw the little inebriated Frenchman as easy pickings. But, as is often the case, things were not as they seemed. The hoods were promptly dispatched. A pair of San Francisco City police officers rushed to the scene and for unexplained reasons attempted to take the French Marine into custody. He initially kicked them into the gutter. With generous use of their clubs, they were finally able to subdue him. With what enabled the sailor to defend himself so admirably was a thorough knowledge of la savate, the French style of boxing with the hands, head, and feet. Savate training is mandatory for sailors and marines in the French Navy. A syndicated feature article explained in 1889. The article went on to describe a demonstration of savate given by Prof. Louis L. Tronchet of the San Francisco Fencing Club. According to the professor, formerly a French Army fencing and savate instructor, every French schoolboy practices savate from morning to night, presaging the exaggerations used by jiu-jitsu proponents a decade later. English boxing was an effective and scientific means of self-defense, the professor said. But it was only half an art because it neglected the legs as weapons, and one might add, as targets. Savate's arsenal included the head and knees, and with the combined use of hands, legs, and head, a scientific saboteur could successfully defend himself against 3 or 4 attackers. The professor explained the rules of savate training, which included sparring. Saboteurs wore gloves and slippers or soft shoes and were required to acknowledge the opponent's successful blows by saying touché. Any part of the body was a legitimate target. The professor sparred several rounds, with Henry Ansott, a reporter for the San Francisco Examiner. The professor applied a wide assortment of kicks and other offensive and defensive maneuvers, many of which were identical to later capoeira techniques, judging from the descriptions and illustrations. After the demonstration, the professor shared a story with the club members. One night while passing through Whitechapel in London, the professor and 3 friends were attacked by a couple dozen English hooligans. The Frenchmen stood with their backs together and knocked the English thugs down as fast as they could rush in. Savate was even effective against guns, the professor said. The trick is to kick the gun out of the ruffian's hand as soon as it cleared his pocket. 25. Several years later, a journalist named Robert Barr went to Paris to see firsthand how savate was trained and produced a 2-page article with 20 illustrations explaining the techniques and terminology and introducing its foremost stylists, Auquillier, Charlemont Jr. and Leclerc, successor to Charles Lecour. Americans may think savate's dirty fighting, Barr explained, but a Frenchman believes he should be allowed to use all of his bodily resources in defense of his person against attack by ruffians. Barr met several Englishmen in Paris who were learning savate. Barr left it to his readers to decide for themselves whether the French style of fighting met their needs. But the French Navy was back in San Francisco. This time it was the warship Du Bourdieu. 2 local sporting events were organized. The first on Sunday afternoon, October 9th, at the Olympic Club. Crew, members from the French ship, members of the local Italian athletic club, and the Olympic Club took part. The October 9 event featured fencing, savate, boxing, wrestling, and gymnastics. Professor Louis L. Tronchet, fencing instructor of the Olympic Club, fought a savate match with an officer of the Du Bourdieu and accidentally knocked him out with a punch to the chin. 20. The second event was held Wednesday, October 19th at Bersaglieri Hall in San Francisco. Competitions was mostly restricted to fencing. Broadsword, short single stick and long cane contests were held. Professor Tronchet and CPT Henry Ansott, by then a fencing instructor, were among the participants. They did not take part in the one savate match, however. That was left to 2 crew members of the visiting French ship, named Professor John Guidon and Leon Courtals. The match was lively, and the professor emerged victorious, taking care not to accidentally knock his opponent out. 20. A wicked slate. Rudyard Kipling did not use the word jiu-jitsu when he wrote about the Japanese devilish art and craft of wrestling tricks, but that's what he was referring to. In 1895, Lafcadio Hearn described it by name, Jiu-Jitsu. Having worked as newspaper reporter in America, Hearn knew good stories when he saw them and was skilled at telling them. Hearn, more than anyone else, is responsible for the traditional romantic view of Japan. 9. Among many others, Inazo Nitobe was influenced by Hearn, and Nitobe's book was even more influential than Hearn's own. As it turned out, Hearn's information came from a not unbiased source. Lafcadio Hearn was half Irish and half Greek, but felt most at home in Japan. He loved Japan, not the real Japan that he experienced between 1890, when he stepped off the boat in Yokohama in April of 1890, and 1904 when he died, but rather the Japan that he imagined. The Japan that no longer existed, and probably never did exist. Hearn was, at best, ambivalent about Japanese people. He began with, "What I love in Japan is the Japanese. The poor, simple humanity of the country. It is divine." It ended with, I hate and detest the Japanese. What he loathed was what the Japanese were becoming under the influence of the West, the spirit of subordination, hostility to foreigners, disrespect for religion, and national vanity grows with prodigious rapidity, just in proportion as the modernization becomes more thorough. The missionaries, whom he despised, were probably right, he thought. The Japanese were without honor, without gratitude, and without brains. 30. Hearn wrote a series of popular books beginning in 1894, after he moved from Old Traditional Matsue in Izumo Province to Kumamoto, in Kyushu, a commercial city with many foreigners, in 1892. In both places, he worked as an English teacher in government schools. It was during his 4 years in Kumamoto that Hearn met Kano Jigoro, who not coincidentally was the principal, Shui Xiao Chang, of the 5th Higher Middle School, Di Wu Gao Dongzhong Sui Xiao, where Hearn worked. When Kano arrived in Kumamoto in August 1891, the first thing he did was convert the student reception room, Shengtu Kong Eshi, into a judo dojo which he named the Tanhokan, Duan Bangguan. He brought one of his judo students, Kimotsuki Soji, Ganfu Zongsi, as an assistant, followed soon after by another judoka, one of his first 7 students in 1882, Arima Sumiyomi Yumachun Chinsanshi Yi. Hearn taught at the 5th Higher Middle School for 4 years from 1892. Kano was there from August 1891 to February 1893, 32 according to several sources. Kano specifically recruited Hearn, who was already a well-known writer. Kano seldom bypassed opportunities to cultivate cordial associations with foreign writers and others who could be of service in publicizing his new system of Jiu-Jitsu. In addition, Kano and Hearn shared an interest in the philosophy of Herbert Spencer, whose ideas formed the understructure of Kodokan Judo. Initially, Hearn believed that Kano was one of the finest men I ever met. Later, he decided that Kano was all cunning. The reason for the change of opinion was that Hearn wrote Kano requesting help in finding a new job, but Kano did not respond. 33. Lafcadio Hearn's 1895 collection of essays out of the East included a 45-page chapter titled Jiu-Jitsu. Hearn admitted that he knew practically nothing about Jiu-Jitsu. What he did know came directly from the principal of the 5th Higher Middle School, namely Kano Jigoro. 34. The chapter devoted only 6 pages to Jiu-Jitsu, with an additional reference later in the chapter, and consisted of generalizations and cliches, based largely on Hearn's personal preferences and political biases. For example, that Japan avoid becoming Christianized and modernized. He believed that Jiu-Jitsu could help Japan resist the tides of change and remain the wonderland of his literary imagination. Unfortunately for Hearn, that was the last thing Japan's rulers wanted. They wanted what the foreigners had, and they planned to get it the same way the foreigners did, with steam, gunpowder, electricity, nationalism, and mass conscription. But without Christianity. Jiu-Jitsu had a purpose to serve, but it was far from what Hearn had in mind. According to Hearn, recycling Lindsay and Kano, Jiu-Jitsu was the old samurai art of fighting without weapons. Jiu-Jitsu means to conquer by yielding, he explained. Jiu-Jitsu was more than a science of defense. It was also a philosophical, ethical, moral, and economic system. Jiu-Jitsu was both an art of war and a science, incorporating lethal knowledge, which the practitioner was under oath never to communicate except under conditions as would render its abuse almost impossible. 7 or more years of constant practice were needed to become an expert in Jiu-Jitsu, and one had to begin learning in early youth. Hearn was generally a careful observer, but in this case he apparently couldn't resist the temptation to over-dramatize what he had observed, read, or heard, albeit from an exceptionally well-placed source. Uncharacteristically, his description of the Jiu-Jitsu training was lacking in detail and specifics. Apart from his mention that it took place in a 100-mat room in the school, Hearn believed that the key to the effectiveness of Jiu-Jitsu was that the art did not try to match power with power. In Jiu-Jitsu, there is a sort of counter for every twist, wrench, pull, push, or bend. Only the Jiu-Jitsu expert does not oppose such movements at all. No, he yields to them. He aids them with a wicked sleight that causes the assailant to put out his own shoulder, to fracture his own arm, or in a desperate case, even to break his own neck or back. Not only was strength not an advantage, it was a disadvantage. One of the greatest teachers of Jiu-Jitsu told Hearn that he found it extremely difficult to teach a certain very strong pupil. When Hearn asked why, the teacher explained that it was because he relies on his enormous muscular strength and uses it. 35. Hearn did not pretend to know how the wicked sleights were executed. He was in his 40s at the time, and unlike Dr. Irwin Biles, was not a sportsman. Hands-on experience and some meaningful mat time might have allowed him to describe the art in less mystical terms, perhaps providing a counterweight to the tsunami of nonsense that was later written. That didn't happen, and Jiu-Jitsu was mostly defined by people who had little or no experience with it, and indeed probably learned from reading Hearn. Hearn believed that the underlying principle of Jiu-Jitsu, that of conquering by yielding and never to oppose force with force, was uniquely Oriental. Hearn betrayed his ignorance of Japanese military history. Japan's battles and wars were invariably won by the side that could assemble and maintain superior forces. At the point of contact, in addition to luck, which is always a factor in military conflicts. In 1853, the Japanese considered resisting parry with force but decided against it, knowing that they lacked the assets to win, or even to avoid losing. Moreover, they did not use parry's strength against him. Rather, they submitted to it, and then attempted to limit their losses by stalling, deception, and distraction, but always submitting when credibly threatened. In this case, the Japanese were rational. Later, in 1941, their decision-making was irrational. They knew the odds against them. In fact, their assessments of the comparative capabilities of their own and America, as not even counting other allies, was impossibly negative for Japan. They simply gambled that America would give up and go away, leaving Japan with what it had grabbed in the first few months of the war. 36. Hearn's essay had an immediate impact. It was widely read, often cited, and regularly reprinted. Two examples were John A. Cockerill's 1895 article in the New York Herald and Ether Singleton's 1896 review of Hearn's book. 37. The most influential of all was published in 1900. Inazo Nitobe's Bushido, The Soul of Japan, impressed Theodore Roosevelt so much that he bought multiple copies to give to friends. Nitobe admired Hearn's writing and included one paragraph on Jiu-Jitsu that, by all indications, was inspired by Hearn's essay, which in turn was an adaptation of Kano's 1888 lecture and 1889 publication, combined with Hearn's own misconceptions. 38. John A. Cockerill's article, Japanese Art of Self-Defense, subtitled The Gentlemanly Science of Conquering by Seeming to Yield, was a comment on Hearn's book. He alluded to Lindsay and Kano's 1889 article. Cockerill quoted a man he met in Tokyo who explained that an ordinary course in Jiu-Jitsu took 3 years, but 7 or more years of constant practice were needed to learn the art more thoroughly. Cockerill described a match which seemed to be judo. He commented that Jiu-Jitsu must seem to foreigners as Greco-Roman or catch as catch can. He quoted a Jiu-Jitsu expert named Mr. Morinaga as saying that Sappo, killing methods, Atemi, striking methods, and Kappo, resuscitation, and other esoteric arts of Jiu-Jitsu are unknown even to the Japanese, with the exception of Jiu-Jitsu initiates of the highest rank. The secrets herein for the first time made public being most carefully kept by the masters of the art. Jutsu, Sik, is, properly speaking, a highly developed science in itself. 39. Cockerill concluded by describing Kano as the creator of a special Jiu-Jitsu style called Judo. His students were always in demand as instructors, for which they were generously paid. He had personally witnessed Kano perform an amazing feat of Jiu-Jitsu, he thought. Kano would let 2 stout men, each weighing 196 pounds, lay a pinewood pole across his throat and then place all of their weight on the ends. Kano escaped in a manner a little short of miraculous. The meaningless stunt became a variety show favorite a few years later. In England and America, by which time observers were less naive about how it was accomplished, the longer the pole, the more it bent, and the less pressure was placed directly on the neck. It was an irrelevant trick that had nothing to do with the objectives of Jiu-Jitsu or Judo, but Kano apparently believed it was the way to impress foreigners. Cockerill wondered why no professor of Jiu-Jitsu, by which he meant Kodokan Judo, had opened a school in New York City. Athletic Americans would certainly be interested, he thought. Jinjitsu. Hearn's Jiu-Jitsu ideas were communicated to a wider public by a Washington Post book reviewer named Ether Singleton in 1896. Singleton seemed to know little about the art, including the fact that it was not called Jinjitsu. Like most foreigners, he assumed that it was a style of wrestling. Jinjitsu is a famous kind of wrestling in Japan, Singleton explained. So dangerous is the feat and so powerful that only men possessing a high sense of honor are permitted to learn its methods and to train for the practice. Paraphrasing, Hearn's explanation that the death touches and lethal knowledge of Jiu-Jitsu could be taught only to men of perfect self-command and of unimpeachable moral character. Jiu-Jitsu is what Japan has been playing with the Western civilization. Singleton understood Hearn as saying, Japan has simply wrestled with the enemy in this subtle and mysterious way, in order to turn the strength gained by contact to her own advantage. This was an accurate reflection of Hearn's interpretation. A more parsimonious explanation was that Japan had no reasonable options, other than to agree to the Western countries' treaty proposals. Japan then hired foreigners to teach them Western science, technology, and political organization and anything else that was lacking, and to do things they couldn't yet do themselves and dispensed with the foreigners as soon as possible, partly to save money and partly to control their own destiny. There was nothing particularly Oriental or Japanese about this process, and it had nothing to do with Jiu-Jitsu, but Singleton's review illustrated what would become a trend, namely, that almost anything could be interpreted in terms of Jiu-Jitsu, and that Jiu-Jitsu could be, or could mean, almost anything the writer wanted it to. Part of the interest in Jiu-Jitsu stemmed from its apparent similarities to occult arts and the sciences of the exotic Orient, which included India. Medical professionals were interested in certain techniques for practical reasons. Like most medical journals, the Universal Medical Journal of Philadelphia published correspondence and reports from far and wide. Dr. W. H. Whitney was attached to the U.S. legation in Tokyo and as corresponding editor from Japan summarized a paper written by H. Morinaga on the subject of Jiu-Jitsu. 41. According to Morinaga, Jiu-Jitsu was a Japanese feudal military art consisting of attack and defense without the use of weapons. It was commonly practiced by amateurs, students, and others. It was divided into 5 parts. The first was fighting or competing to determine superiority in skill or strength. The second was the formalities of such contests. The third was the art known as sappo or atemi, of causing apparent death, or the momentary suspension of life, or apparent death, by means of kicking, thrusting, hitting, or strangling. The fourth was the art of resuscitation, and the fifth was bone setting. The aspect of Jiu-Jitsu that intrigued medical men was the method of producing apparent death and the subsequent reversal of the effect. It seemed to offer potential practical medical benefits, for example, as an anesthetic. A patient whose life was momentarily suspended and then could be revived without mishap could potentially undergo surgical procedures without pain. 2. Some people found the techniques of Jiu-Jitsu mysterious. Often these were people with interests in the spiritualism and the occult. It was precisely the mysteriousness that appealed to them. 43. Japanese wrestling, or sumo, continued to be a topic of interest, less to sports fans than to people who were intrigued by the fact that the wrestlers were so big, yet came from a miniature toilet country of small, polite, constantly giggling people. Ironically, the Japanese wrestlers who migrated to North America, like Matsuda Sorakichi in 1883 and Takezawa in 1898, were not particularly large. The 8th in a series of articles titled Life in Japan was filed from Nagasaki, November 16, 1891, by unnamed editorial correspondent and published in the Washington, D.C. Evening Star and reprinted or cannibalized throughout the country. It included 12 high-quality line drawings and covered such topics as the November 3rd earthquake in Nagoya, tea house girls, blind singing girls, geisha dancers, Japanese farms, Japanese morals, Japanese prostitutes, the Emperor and Empress, Japanese wrestlers, and the upcoming Japanese exhibition in Chicago, among other topics. The Emperor was taller, whiter, and had stronger facial features than the average Jap, indicating decided strength of character and governing power. The cavalry was mounted upon scrubby, shaggy, big-headed, pot-bellied ponies of the country. This arm of the service was not impressive. The Emperor and a few officers rode good imported horses. They have apathy in regard to death and incapacity to resist disease. They die in swarms from measles and like light diseases. It was feared that they might share the same fate of the happy-go-lucky Hawaiians. When they were introduced to European civilization and diseases, their lack of sexual morality made them even more vulnerable to infectious diseases than they otherwise would have been. 44. The Japs are a prolific people, but the large number of them having sore eyes and sores on the heads and bodies was evidence of lax morals and gave little reason to be optimistic about future generations. 45. Their stage combats are terribly in earnest, and the fighters are frequently the professional acrobats and wrestlers of Japan. Preparations for the Chicago exhibition in 1893 was news. Japan planned to use 6,000 to 12,000 feet of space to construct a complete Japanese village with 1,000 costumed inhabitants, some played by 60 of Japan's foremost actors including Sedanje, Kikungoro, and Danjero, whose salary was said to be $20,000. Various Japanese oddities would be on display, such as dwarf trees, keys and screws that turn left instead of right, women smoking tobacco, man carrying fans, planes that are pulled instead of pushed, and so on. 46. From 1885, the Japanese government encouraged immigration to ease population pressures, especially in the rapidly growing urban centers. At about the same time, 1882, the Americans excluded Chinese immigrants. American employers wanted hard-working, docile, and inexpensive workers, but were unhappy with certain Chinese cultural practices. Japanese were thought to be more westernized, which they were trying to be, and filled the void left by the 1882 Chinese Exclusion Act. Hawaii was the first destination for Japanese immigrants during this period, followed by the West Coast in 1890. 47. With so many Japanese in Hawaii, it is not surprising that some had wrestling, juggling, acrobatic, or other skills, or that they would be interested in seeing performances by their countrymen. America's initial introduction to sumo took place in Hawaii, which was the first port of call for ships traveling from Asia to America in any case. On Saturday, March 24th, a festival of scientific entertainment was given in honor of the colored local instructor on the islands, George Washington, at the Armory on Baratania Street. It consisted of boxing, club swinging, singing, clog dancing, Greco-Roman wrestling, Japanese wrestling contests between Kalayua and Koyanage, and music by the Quintet Club. George Washington sparred 4 rounds with Jim Barrington, the middleweight champion of the Hawaiian Islands. 48. A detailed, accurate description of sumo in Japan, titled The Giants of Japan, by Frank G. Carpenter, appeared in the San Francisco Morning Call and other newspapers across the country in November 1894. It began by recounting that Japan's most famous wrestlers had offered their services to the emperor in the war against China. Carpenter doubted that these giants would prove useful against Gatling guns and Winchester rifles. Although they looked like mountains of fat and flab, Carpenter was invited to touch several wrestlers in Tokyo and Osaka. I felt their muscles, and they were as hard as iron. And what I had, supposed to be great lumps of fat, I found great bunches of muscle. Despite appearances, he believed that could go several rounds with the best American boxers, like John L. Sullivan and James Corbett, and could probably throw them in a wrestling bout. The writer was most interested in the queer training methods of the Japanese wrestlers, their enormous size, especially compared to ordinary adult Japanese men, who were not much larger than a typical American girl, and by their social status. They seemed to be a race of their own. Similar articles appeared regularly, and literate Americans were reasonably well informed about Japanese wrestling. They weren't mystified, however, once they understood that the wrestlers looked overweight, which they were, but their weight was an asset in their sport, but were nonetheless strong. There was no special reason it should have surprised anyone. Perry wrote about it in his narrative, with Francis L. Hawks in 1856. But that was 38 years earlier, and memory is short. The key point is that there wasn't anything inexplicable or occult seeming about sumo. Large, strong men are generally successful at activities that require size and strength. Jiu-Jitsu, however it was spelled, seemed to defy common sense. It lent itself to mystification and was deliberately packaged to do so. This was most true in its heavily commercialized entertainment-oriented forms that become prevalent around the beginning of the 20th century. Meanwhile, Japanese wrestling, or sumo as the better informed called it, set the stage, literally and figuratively, for jiu-jitsu. The 9. An article in the Sunday Morning Los Angeles Herald introduced the various styles of wrestling that were in vogue, which included Catch-as-Catch-Can, Greco-Roman, Cumberland and Westmoreland, Collar and Elbow, Lancashire Cornish and Devonshire and German. The most popular and most scientific was Catch-as-Catch-Can, which was also the best for exercise and self-defense. In the amateur Catch-as-Catch-Can style, all holds were permitted with the exception of the full Nelson, made famous by Evan Lewis as the strangle hold. The writer listed the most popular holds, the Nelson, half Nelson and half watch lock. The double Nelson had been popular, but was prohibited in 1870 due to several fatalities. Also available were the leg and arm, half Nelson crotch, quarter Nelson, backhammer, double bridge, back body, neck and arm, hip, lock, headlock, cider roll, and elevated arm and leg hold, buttock, cross buttock, back heel, and for self-defense the strangle. Combined with a little boxing knowledge, a man with such wrestling skills would be able to acquit himself well in a run-to with a street ruffian. The greatest wrestler on earth was Taiho, a 6 feet 8 inches Japanese. He defeated all of the champions in Japan, including Komoshiki. Komoshiki in turn proved his qualities by touring the world and beating all the world's champions. Los Angeles wasn't the center of the movie business in 1895 because the movie business hadn't been invented yet and didn't come to Los Angeles for another 20 years or so. 1. The Herald focused on local news, and most of that was agricultural. There was a Chinese community too. Dr. Wong, at 713 South Main Street, had been in Los Angeles since 1885, dispensing 4,000 miracle cures using Oriental medicine. He treated Mrs. M. Avella of 1612 Brooklyn Ave, Los Angeles. Mrs. Avella was cured of a previously intractable case of consumption in only 7 months, she testified. Mrs. Avella was restored to full health and weighed 170 pounds. Mr. Alaswell of Savannah, California testified that Dr. Wong cured his daughter Virginia of cancer in only 7 months and his grandson of blindness in a mere 3 weeks. 2. A general interest story titled Wrestlers of Japan, filed from Yokohama on June 10, 1895, was first published in the Chicago Tribune and then in other American newspapers. Wrestling champions are as admired in Japan, it explained, as great actors in England, matadors in Spain, and baseball pitchers and pugilists are in America. It did not mention the Sino-Japanese War that had recently come to an end. The story didn't need a hook. Wrestling was adequately interesting all by itself. Against all expectations, little Japan had defeated China. Japan was proving to be an apt pupil of America, England, France, and Germany. Japan was increasingly seen as Western civilization and Christianity's proxy in Asia, an image the Japanese tried to encourage. People were eager to confirm their positive preconceptions about Japan, and Japan was determined to cover up the nasty behavior of the conscripted soldiers who had been indoctrinated with supposedly samurai values. The word science had an especially positive connotation in the last decades of the 19th century. Even faith healing could be made to seem positive if called Christian Science. 3. Calling wrestling a science emphasized the knowledge-based component. It wasn't just something for large, sweaty, grunting men. It also required intelligence. It was not claimed that intelligence or skill alone was enough to master its intricacies. Thus, it was restricted to people who had both physical and mental qualities. As a consumer product, therefore, it had a major limitation, but it set the stage for the form of Japanese wrestling that followed. Jiu-Jitsu either didn't require physical prowess at all, or it produced that prowess by the process of practicing it. Anyone could become an expert of Jiu-Jitsu. The market was unlimited. In the meantime, there was scientific wrestling. Japanese wrestling, the anonymous writer said, is a science just like the manly art of self-defense, only a great deal more so, and a teacher of wrestling can be found on almost every street. They are as common as teachers of music. They will tell you there are 384 devices, grips, or positions which a wrestler may assume during a struggle. This article, and most others like it, were notable for being ethnographically accurate, in sharp contrast to most articles later written about Jiu-Jitsu in Japan. 54. Sumo was generally referred to as Japanese wrestling, which is what it was, but increasingly it was called sumo for several reasons. One was to emphasize the fact that it was a unique Japanese cultural practice. Another was because it required fewer letters to spell, and therefore was more salient in ads and other cases, because it made type setting easier. Shorter or longer words could be used depending on how much space needed to be filled. It was also called sumo when audiences tended to be Japanese, as in Hawaii. During the week beginning Thursday, June 25th, there was a week-long sumo tournament at New Building, Esplanade, across from the Sailors' Home in Honolulu. It was called sumo wrestling, not Japanese wrestling. The fact that it was scheduled for a week and children were expected suggests significant interest among the Honolulu population. Admission was 25 to 50 cents for adults and 10 to 25 cents for children. 55. Warlike sports. The Dai, Nippon Butokukai, Greater Japan Martial Virtues Association, was founded by private citizens of Kyoto in 1895 to reawaken public interest in the ancient and distinct martial arts of Japan, and to arouse the martial spirit of the Japanese through the medium of ancient and warlike sports. These so-called national sports were judo, kendo, and kyudo, archery. The first chairman was Kyoto Governor Watanabe Senshu. Branches grew up in the regions and were organized nationally in 1905. In 1915, the national chairman was involved in a political scandal and the organization decided to select retired generals and admirals, who were, it was thought, uninvolved in politics, to be the leaders. This continued until Tojo Hideki, an imperial army general, and also prime minister from October 1941 to July 1944, took over as national president. From 1939, the Butokukai increasingly promoted the emperor's system, which emphasized unquestioning obedience to, in effect, the Japanese military in pursuit of its expansionistic aims. After the war began, the government took control of the Butokukai and military. Skills, Jukenjutsu Sik, bayonet, Shigeki rifle, were introduced as ancient and warlike sports. The Butokukai was placed under control of 5 ministries: Home Affairs, Education, Welfare, Army, and Navy. Militant nationalism was heavily emphasized. Membership was 3,178,000 by the time Japan surrendered. American Army General Douglas MacArthur was appointed to the position of Supreme Commander Allied Powers, SCAP. MacArthur was in effect the absolute ruler of Japan, instructed by American President Harry S. Truman to use all and any means necessary to carry out the objective of demilitarizing and democratizing Japan. SCAP in 548 paragraph, if ruled that an organization providing military or quasi-military training and perpetuates the military or martial spirit in Japan would be subject to dissolution and its key officers purged, prohibited from holding any public office or important position. The Butokukai was such an organization. The Butokukai hastily reorganized in an attempt to avoid the anticipated order to dissolve and to protect officials from being purged or tried as war criminals. GHQ, General Headquarters, as SCAP was locally known, considered the merits of the reorganization plan, but determined that the Butokukai's aims hadn't changed. Instead of wanting to promote military skills and ultra-nationalistic attitudes for military purposes, they now claimed they wanted to teach the same skills and attitudes for peace. 7. The organization was ordered to be dissolved and key officers were purged. 8. The Butokukai was originally established as a patriotic organization, but not an aggressively militaristic one. It was nevertheless taken over by the Japanese military and government, a development that sealed its post-war doom. The Butokukai is relevant to the present story in several ways. First, it cooperated with Kodokan Judo to produce a uniform curriculum. This happened over time, but 1906 was a particularly salient year. Second, it was a source of instruction for students and employment for teachers. Some of the Jiu-Jitsu missionaries who migrated westward did not have Kodokan backgrounds, but rather Butokukai backgrounds. The Butokukai was responsible for codification and nationalization of Kendo, and Judo in particular, and managed to get them into the public schools. The Kodokan and the police training program also worked to codify and centralize the martial arts, but the Butokukai was the most effective due to its extensive network of connections to the military and bureaucracies. By 1917, the Minister of Education made Kendo and Judo compulsory subjects in middle schools. The Butokukai was also more responsive to government's desire to make martial arts a form of pre-military training for students. Military training was part of the school curriculum from the beginning of the Meiji state. The military and government weren't content with that. They demanded that even recreational activities also be a form of preparation for imperial expansion and global domination. Every Japanese must be trained to die for the emperor. The earlier they started learning, the easier it would be. 59. Stamina. On Thursday, August 25, 1898, Heraclides, also known as a horrible Greek, and the strong Jap, Takezawa were wrestling for the Richard K. Fox Championship belt and $5,000 in Inlet Park, Atlantic City. Takezawa was the champion of Japan, but this was his first match in America. Takezawa weighed 149 or 194 pounds and Heraclides weighed 169 or 214 pounds depending on the reports. It was intended to be a two-styles match. The first bout was 8 minutes in the rough-and-tumble Japanese style, followed by 2 bouts of Greco-Roman, each 30 minutes. The first bout ended without a fall. Takezawa seemed winded, but recovered his stamina after drinking 2 glasses of iced water, eating an orange, and smoking a cigarette. At the 6-minute mark in the second bout, Takezawa sprang on Heraclides and put him in a head hold. Some said it was a half Nelson, others said it was a choke, and tried to force him to the ground. Heraclides struggled but suddenly collapsed, writhing in convulsions, screamed, and finally fell into a coma. Dr. Van Lennep of the Hahnemann Hospital in Philadelphia rushed up and diagnosed that Heraclides' vital organs had all given out at the same time. He wasn't expected to survive. Takezawa thereby won the match and the championship belt, and was given an ovation by the Japanese fans. After his crowd-pleasing debut performance, plans were made for Takezawa to meet the New York heavyweight champion, who went by the name The Barnacle, within the next 10 days. 60. Takezawa did not wrestle again, but he stayed active. The Takezawa vaudeville troupe, with 12 members, was performing in the Washington, D.C. area in subsequent years, sometimes merged with the Kitamura troupe, in which case there were 20 performers including a female magician named Kawaza, 6'1". Matsada Sorakichi had arrived as a member of a circus troupe in 1880. 3. Some said as a juggler, but definitely as a strong man, hence, most likely, an all-around performer. Takezawa undoubtedly had the requisite skills to impersonate a professional wrestler in America. It is possible that he simply agreed to wrestle once, and then went back to his real occupation as a circus and stage entertainer. Busboys, porters, and students who somehow transformed into champions and martial arts masters when they stepped off the boat in Honolulu, San Francisco, or Seattle were, after all, not in short supply. Notes to Chapter 6. Chapter 7. 1899. Word had leaked out across the Atlantic from England to America about a new and exciting system of self-defense that would make anyone who knew it impregnable against all forms of attack. Americans learned about the new art of self-defense in a series of 3 articles in Pearson's magazine, written by the creator of the system, E.W. Barton Wright. The first of the series appeared in Pearson's inaugural issue in America on March 15, 1899, by which time it had a circulation in England, along with its companion magazine The Royal, of 1,200,000, and a guaranteed circulation of 100,000 in the United States, no doubt due to the fact that articles from the English Pearsons in England were already regularly being reprinted in metropolitan and local American newspapers from as early as 1895. The circulation doubled by December of 1900, making Pearson's the 4th most widely read magazine in America, trailing only the Muncie, McClure's, and Cosmopolitan. Thus a large number of people heard about the Japanese system of wrestling and Bartitsu. There was little they could do about learning it at the time, but the pump had been primed. 2. Some of Pearson's contributors read the magazine, not surprisingly. One of them was the creator of Sherlock Holmes of 221 B. Baker Street, London, England. Arthur Conan Doyle obviously read some of Barton Wright's articles and saw something that could enhance one of his characters named Sherlock Holmes. In fact, it was not only useful to Holmes on more than one occasion, it saved his life. 3. Barton Wright's new art was so popular for a brief period that Bartitsu was a synonym for Jiu-Jitsu. 4. But Barton Wright's lack of business acumen, medical ethics, and common sense, combined with a fatal flaw in the system, doomed it to early oblivion until it was rediscovered approximately a century later. Edward William Barton Wright was an Englishman who had spent some time in Japan at some point prior to 1899, where he came into contact with Jiu-Jitsu and Judo. He was, for example, in Kobe in November 1895, where he attended a performance by Miss Annie Mae Abbott, alias the Georgia Magnet, a 110-pound, 12-year-old American girl from Statham, Georgia, near Atlanta, who performed feats of magnetic and hypnotic power. Miss Abbott, among her other mysterious abilities, was able to lift 10 full-grown men, but resist their efforts to lift her without using muscular strength or external means. Barton Wright participated in her Kobe performance, lifting and being lifted, and signed a statement attesting that no fakery was involved. 5. Legal documents indicate that Barton Wright operated an unspecified business that went bankrupt in 1893, which may have been related to his decision to go to Japan. He returned to England and by 1899 had opened a school of physical culture and electrotherapeutics. 6. He folded Japanese wrestling into his physical culture school. When that venture came to an end, he relocated to New Zealand, where between at least September 1904 and June 1907, he operated a clinic for the scientific treatment of disease on Willis Street in Wellington. He eventually returned to England, where he soon collided with the medical establishment and legal system. 7. According to Barton Wright himself, the Japanese were suspicious about him and declined to teach him the higher forms of Judo and Jiu-Jitsu. 8. Barton Wright did not mention what he was doing in Japan, where he lived or worked, or when or how long he was there, but, according to one of his students, Percy Longhurst, Barton Wright spent many years residence in Japan as an engineer. Barton Wright claimed to be a certified civil engineer. 10. However, given his subsequent career of self-promotion, misrepresentation, identity manipulation, exaggeration, and prevarication, it cannot be taken for granted that the title was authentic. 11. Barton Wright clearly had some exposure to jiu-jitsu, judging from photographs. Unlike some people, he did not claim to have any belts, diplomas, or other qualifications. Like most others, he was evasive about his training background, which was generally an indication of superficial or fabricated training. He had an idiosyncratic concept of what jiu-jitsu was. He defined jiu-jitsu as fighting to the last. Judo, he said, was the science of throwing by yielding and not by resisting, and was confined to standing wrestling. Jiu-jitsu, on the other hand, was the science of wrestling when on the ground. Kata was a form of wrestling. Despite his misconceptions, he had a modern understanding of the functionality of Jiu-Jitsu. Jiu-Jitsu and Judo were not designed to defeat trained boxers or kickers, he said. Rather, they were intended for close-range fighting, grappling, and for that, a Jiu-Jitsu stylist needed to understand a striker's mentality in order to avoid getting hit while closing the gap. Judo and Jiu-Jitsu were limited. Barton Wright filled in the missing pieces with boxing, savate, and stick. Barton Wright introduced his system to America by way of 3 articles in the March, April, and June 1899 issues of Pearson's magazine. The April issue has not been preserved in archives, but the March and June issue, combined with follow-up articles in 1901, give a fair indication of what was in the April article. The first article described the system. He did not call it Bartitsu in March. It was simply a new art of self-defense, based largely on the Japanese style of wrestling. 13. His new art consisted of 300 throws, attacks, counters, and tricks, based on balance and leverage. The March article started off with an editorial comment attesting to the scientific effectiveness of the system and his personal capabilities at applying it against serious opposition. According to the editorial preface, Barton Wright had demonstrated his system a few weeks ago in the presence of several accredited witnesses. At that time, he was pitted against Mr. Chip Chase, an amateur champion of the Cumberland and Westmoreland style of wrestling. 4 feats were described among many other feats, just as extraordinary and just as conclusive, apparently without an effort. The 4 feats were as follows. In the first, Mr. Chip Chase grabbed Barton Wright's leg. Barton Wright threw him. In the next feat, Mr. Chip Chase grabbed both of Barton Wright's legs. Barton Wright again threw him. In the third feat, Mr. Chip Chase pinned Barton Wright's arms from behind in a bear hug. Barton Wright threw him. In the fourth feat, Mr. Chip Chase and Barton Wright stood back to back, while the former reached behind and grabbed the latter's head and attempted to flip him. Barton Wright flew through the air, but somehow it was Mr. Chip Chase who ended up on his back. The editorialist observer professed to be amazed. A sadder and wiser Mr. Chip Chase concluded that mere strength has no chance of withstanding the science of this new art. 15. Barton Wright also modestly admitted that he had used his Bartitsu skills during his long residence in Portugal, where he repeatedly disabled men wielding knives and 6-foot quarterstaffs. 16. The article included 7 illustrated technique sequences. 3 featured an unnamed, prominent Japanese wrestler. The photos were taken in Japan, he wrote. Barton Wright was shown wearing a judo gi with white belt. His partner was wearing a hakama. One of the 7 techniques showed how he countered Mr. Chip Chase's rear bear hug. It consisted of loosening the grips and then executing a shoulder throw while kneeling on one leg. Another technique was a knife defense, which consisted of throwing one's overcoat, carried, not worn, at the assailant, punching him in the stomach, grabbing his ankle, putting him on the ground, and finally twisting his leg. Another technique was the Tenjin Shinyo Ryu standing armbar known as Shiki Tate, Yin Li, later to be demonstrated by virtually every jiu-jitsu exponent. The 4 remaining techniques were all variations on the same idea against either a punch or grab. The new art stylist secured the arm, applied a punch, controlled the assailant's upper body, stepped behind with his cross-side foot, right to right in most cases, and then pushed or tripped the assailant, who then fell down. It was a technique known to most or all jiu-jitsu styles and some wrestling. In the Tenjin Shinyo Ryu, it was known as Ashibarai, Zusao. In Kodokan Judo it was Osotogari, Dawai-yi, Major Outside Reap. For the benefit of readers who missed the issue, the New York Herald published a summary, with 12 photographs from the article on March 12, 1899. Its inventor, Mr. E. W. Barton Wright of England, claims that proficiency in it, the new art, of self-defense, makes a man impregnable against all forms of attack, the subheading explained. The April follow-up offered more technique sequences and introduced the name Bartitsu for the system. The third and concluding article in the series, Barton Wright, conceded that Bartitsu was a mixture of already existing arts, in particular the Japanese style of wrestling, which obviously did not mean sumo. Thus, for Barton Wright and his readers, Jiu-Jitsu was not a philosophical or educational system or a lifestyle. It was simply a style of wrestling. Insistence to the contrary came about as a result of the need to distinguish it from sumo, which had arrived earlier and easily blended into the professional wrestling scene to explain away defeats to wrestlers and to tap into the marketing potential of Japan's military successes against Russia. It also emanated from another source, namely Kodokan Judo, as foreigners gradually became aware that most Jiu-Jitsu, or rather Jujutsu, trained in Japan was actually a component of Kodokan Judo. 18. 6 techniques were demonstrated in the June article. 2 were ankle or leg attacks. 2 were osotogari, against a low punch and a collar grab from behind. Another was a way to knock a man down by pulling on his collar from behind while stepping on the back of his knee joint. The final technique was a 2-handed wrist grab release, taking the assailant down with a head twist. The article restated that the system consisted of 300 techniques, was based on balance and leverage, was scientifically planned, offered absolute security, and incorporated the best points of boxing, wrestling, savate, and fencing, but wasn't intended to replace them. The techniques, crude by modern standards, were considered to be astonishing at the time. In fact, all or most of them would work reasonably well. 2 things were missing. One was a method for training them. The other was a way to keep students motivated to keep training. Bartitsu was introduced in a context that included several competing martial arts, spectator combat sports, or self-defense systems. Wrestling, with numerous varieties, was already well established. Boxing had many partisans and was promoted as a method of physical culture, health and fitness, as well as a form of self-defense. Savate, also known as boxe française and French foot fighting, also had proponents. Savate, like boxing and wrestling, demonstrably required exceptional physical attributes to outmaneuver its rivals in the self-defense marketplace. Jiu-Jitsu teachers emphasized that exceptional physical attributes were not required. Anyone could learn Jiu-Jitsu and become unbeatable. After all, in Japan, even children and geishas learned and mastered Jiu-Jitsu. Tiny women and children could defy gravity and flip hulking brutes through the air with the flick of a wrist. To make this plausible, science was needed to explain how it was possible. Anything could be called scientific. It thereby sounded more impressive and made it seem that anything was possible. Sherlock Holmes described his method of inspired guesswork as the science of deduction. Mary Baker Eddy called her New Thought religious system as Christian Science, apparently for no other reason than to disguise the fact that it was old-fashioned faith healing. 9. Barton Wright's articles were disseminated across Europe. A popular Spanish magazine called Alrededor del Mundo, around the world, specialized in translating, summarizing, excerpting and reprinting articles from France, Argentina, and Anglo-America, among other places, even before Barton Wright's 3rd article in the series appeared in Pearson's Alrededor del Mundo was spreading the word and cliches about the nuevo arte de defenderse. The June issue was brief, teaching one self-defense technique, specifically how to defend against a sudden rear bear hug over the arms para derribar a una persona que le sujeta a uno por detrás. It did not mention the word Jiu-Jitsu or Bartitsu either, merely that in Japan there are the best, most notable fighters in the world, whose skills are marvelous. Sabido es que en el Japón hay los luchadores más notables del mundo y sus proezas son maravillosas. The secret of their system was to catch the adversary off guard and keep him off guard. El principal secreto del sistema consiste en coger desprevenido al adversario en cada uno de los movimientos by breaking his balance and executing the technique before he has time to recover and attack. Alterar el equilibrio del adversario, sorprenderle antes de que tenga tiempo de recobrar el equilibrio y hacer uso de toda su fuerza o del arma que lleve.
The technique shown was simple and would work. It is still taught today. It was adapted into the Kodokan syllabus, and a version of it is occasionally seen in Muay Thai or some forms of kickboxing such as K1.20. Assume the enemigo has grabbed you from behind, over the arms. The defense is 1. Step on his foot. When he retracts his foot, put your hand on his hips so that he can't replace it. 3. Raise your hand so that it is around his chest and step behind him with your near leg. He will be completely off balance, and you can then throw him heavily to the ground. The next issue promised to teach how to keep a man, no matter how strong he might be, pinned on the ground. En el próximo número indicaremos el modo de mantener en el suelo a una persona, por fuerte que sea, sin que pueda levantarse. 21. Boxing originated as the noble art in England, but in America boxing in its professional guise developed an unsavory reputation owing to the people, places, and activities associated with it. Professional boxing was banned in Ohio, Illinois, Kentucky, New York, and other states. Observers wondered why boxers didn't simply switch to savate. James Corbett was open-minded about all martial arts and was willing to learn savate, but most boxers declined. Bob Fitzsimmons objected that only unfair boxers would stoop to fighting with their feet. Jimmy Berry, Jack Root, Tommy Ryan, Terry McGovern all condemned savate. It was tolerable as a gym activity, as a mode of defense and attack, but was inappropriate for public exhibition, they said. Day 3. Writers praised saboteurs for their skill and strength while bringing to the public such acrobatic techniques as coup de savate, an ordinary kick, chasse coisse, a cross-heel kick, coup de flanc, back hook kick, coup de vanche, hopping kick, and coup de torrent, counter kick. Anglo-Americans did not take to savate as a spectator sport. Perhaps it lacked violence in an era when dogfighting was a popular and acceptable sport. Perhaps also kicking conflicted with cultural notions of manly fair play, as some boxers said. It is also not unlikely that most boxers did not want to give up doing what they already did well in order to learn something unfamiliar and faintly comical, with those tight pants and little leather slippers, chaussons, and ludicrous pre-fight rituals. 20. Even the French seemed to prefer English boxing for the same reasons Anglo-Americans did. 25. It wasn't that Americans didn't like savate. There are many American students of the distinctly French form of pugilism, one writer said, but predicted that they would never attain proficiency at it. 26. He didn't explain why. Perhaps it was partly a failure of marketing. Savate looked difficult, in addition to being vaguely un-Anglo-American. There were no popular savate superstars to inspire young men to adopt the sport as their own, although the National Police Gazette promoted it, along with every other sport and self-defense system, leaving no stone unturned as it were in an ongoing endeavor to maintain their customer base of young males. Unlike Jiu-Jitsu, savate was not a sport or mode of self-defense that even women and children could learn thanks to its scientific basis. It required physical skills of an unusual kind and involved movements that would not be becoming of a properly brought-up young lady. Also germane was the fact that the French government did not subsidize American journalists to promote France by way of extolling the marvels of savate. 7. Savate never took off in America or England either as a self-defense system or as a ring sport, at least not until it arrived, rebranded as Korean karate, also known as Taekwondo. 8. Thus, Jiu-Jitsu had two remaining rivals. Boxing was a secondary rival, mostly limited to bombastic newspaper challenges and occasional staged confrontations involving over-the-hill boxers and Jiu-Jitsuans looking for media attention. As usual, the exceptions proved the rule. Jiu-Jitsu's natural nemesis was, as it had been from the first encounters, Western wrestling. Harry Irving Hancock, a chemist by training, wrote and published voluminously. His genre of choice was adventure stories for boys. He also edited magazines. Like most prolific writers, he was constantly on the lookout for hot topics. It is unlikely that Barton Wright's article in Pearson's escaped his notice. In a New Science, shortly after Barton Wright introduced his new art of self-defense in Pearson's, a new science that, like Jiu-Jitsu, was as mysterious as it is efficacious, was introduced in the November issue of Pearson's. The new science was called Weltmerism, invented in 1895 by Sidney A. Weltmer, 1858 to 1930, of Nevada, Missouri. Unlike Barton Wright, he didn't name his system after himself. Someone else thought of the name, Weltmer kept it. Weltmer believed he knew what caused diseases and how to quickly and permanently cure them without drugs or surgery.
Weltmer's scientific secret method was to believe that the disease would go away. And it would, to believe that one was impervious to disease, and one would be. Weltmerism's contribution was to suggest to the sufferer that he would be well. A belief in an all-powerful, beneficent Protestant Christian God was also required to make the power of suggestion effective. Like Barton Wright, Sidney Weltmer was inspired by the fads for mesmerism, hypnosis, and magnetism. It is unclear whether Barton Wright believed he could really cure disease with his electrical and magnetic therapies, but Weltmer believed, or said he did, that he had cured cancer, tuberculosis, motor ataxia, morphine addiction, and malignant diseases of all descriptions, both acute and chronic, all without drugs or surgery, relying only on the power of suggestion to realign the sufferer's physical and mental condition with that of the Creator's plan. That was not something that conventional medicine could claim. Many people found his promises appealing. 30. Weltmer's system was one of many similar systems operating under the rubric of New Thought, which emphasized the healing powers of positive thinking, usually combined with Christianity. They arose from the fact that medical science at the time was ignorant of the causes and powerless to effectively treat almost all of the diseases that afflicted many people. Even after the cause of tuberculosis, or consumption as it was more often called, was discovered in 1882. Doctors were helpless to predict its course, much less cure it or reverse the damage it had already done. 1. There was also a long tradition of treating diseases of all types with hypnosis, magnetism, and electricity. Magdi 2. Weltmer's extensive ad campaign may have turned on a light bulb in Barton Wright's head. With his pre-existing interests in hypnosis and magnetism, and his first-hand knowledge of stagecraft, having been duped in 1895 in Kobe by the Georgia Magnet, he must have realized how easy it would be to bamboozle the masses. If people like Jean-Martin Charcot, Robert Koch, and Thomas Edison could be baffled, how much easier would it be to pull the wool over the eyes of ordinary average people, who especially in fundamentalist America were already well practiced in the skills of believing in unseen and mysterious, yet all-powerful entities who could defy gravity and accomplish other seemingly impossible feats? In case his new art of self-defense, alias Bartitsu, did not prosper, Barton Wright would not be left out in the rain. Notes to Chapter 7. Chapter 8. 1900. Japan and China had both tried to influence foreign perceptions during their 1894 to 1895 war. 1. Japan was generally more adept than China in the propaganda battles, but overall the war had not tended to Japan's advantage in terms of foreign impressions and public relations, which the Japanese felt were too important to be left to chance or the judgments of foreign journalists. A more proactive effort to shape Western opinion began in the summer of 1900 during the Boxer Rebellion. The rebellion was aimed at Western imperialism and Christian missionaries, both Protestant and Catholic in particular, and all things foreign in general, including Japan. The Boxers, so called because of their association with certain martial arts practices, also wanted to oust the Manchu rulers who were believed to be excessively lenient on foreigners and their socially disruptive Christian religion. 2. The Boxers began by murdering several foreign missionaries and a slew of Chinese Christians. In June of 1900, the foreigners retaliated by dispatching troops to China and attacking Chinese military installations. On June 21st, the Chinese imperial court declared war on the foreign devils. The war was ultimately fought between China and Germany, England, France, Russia, Italy, Austria, the United States, and Japan. Essentially, the Chinese wanted China for the Chinese, and the foreign powers wanted as much of China as they could get. Japan's contribution to the Boxer War also failed to advance Japan's cause in the West. On the contrary, it heightened anxieties about the threat of a yellow peril, a notion contrived by Kaiser Wilhelm in 1895. Japan determined to take a much more proactive approach in the future, as a showdown with Russia over their conflicting interests in China, Manchuria, and Korea loomed. Japan stepped up its efforts to improve its image abroad and head off Russia's expected anti-Japan propaganda. To do this, Japan subsidized foreign writers and Japanese students, businessmen, and others in America and England, and supplied them with a steady stream of information, favorable to Japan for dissemination to the press and via other outlets such as public lectures, exhibitions, contacts with influential people, among other methods. Japan wanted the major European countries, particularly those with powerful navies, to have positive opinions about Japan, to support Japan if possible, or at least not to interfere with Japan's expansionist activities. All means to accomplish that goal were on the table. 3. Japanese wrestling was taking place in American territory in 1900. A tournament, or series of matches, was held at Palama in Honolulu the first week of September. The last matches were on Saturday, September 6. A large crowd attended. 4. Japanese wrestling was generally understood to mean sumo. Americans accepted the probability that Japanese were almost, if not quite as intelligent as the majority of the white races. The general image of Japanese people was that they were little men, which was not entirely inaccurate. They were, on average, smaller than their foreign visitors. As always, there were exceptions. In fact, the exceptions formed a distinct occupational class. Articles about sumo wrestlers were reliable fare for the thousands of small newspapers that kept the country informed and entertained. They combined two popular topics, wrestling and Japan, with a twist of the unexpected. One of the earliest of the modern Japanese newspapers, the Jiji Shinpo Shishi Shinbao, published a short report describing the physical measurements of 6 of the top sumo wrestlers. It was translated and reprinted in America in the medical record and picked up by the popular press as a filler item. The smallest of the wrestlers weighed more than 200 pounds and stood 5 feet 7 inches. The heaviest was 300 pounds and stood 5 feet 6 inches. Another weighed 280 pounds and stood 6 feet 5 inches. They were said to be as skillful as they are powerful. 5. Stories about sumo giants had a bonus effect of accentuating the smallness of Jiu-Jitsu stylists when they finally began appearing. Their perceived smallness demanded an explanation for their ability to throw beefy foreigners. Sumo did not need to be explained. Science was always part of the explanation. Writers had literary license to embellish, and some of them used it freely. Their job, after all, was to grab the reader's attention and hold it. Sometime during 1899, Barton Wright gave an exhibition at St. James Hall which piqued the interest of the Prince of Wales to the extent that another exhibition was arranged for him at the Gallery Club. Unfortunately, Barton Wright was injured in a bicycle accident and the event fell through, suggesting that Barton Wright was to have been one of the demonstrators and therefore that his Japanese assistants had not yet arrived. 6. The London Times described a Barton Wright's exhibition that took place on October 17, 1900, at the Alhambra Theatre. 7. 3 Japanese champions were scheduled to demonstrate their skills. Unexpectedly, they refused. One of the reticent Japanese was probably Yukio Tani's brother, who felt that performing in music halls was an abuse of the art. 8. One of the Japanese was also injured, hors de combat. 2 instructors from Barton Wright's School of Arms were also scheduled to perform but couldn't. Due to an injury suffered by one of them while training with the Japanese wrestlers. Nevertheless, a performance inexplicably took place, although it was unclear who participated. 9. The performance consisted of a very pretty display of wrestling in the Japanese style, known as Jiu-Jitsu, adroitly using the legs and feet, and grips and throws that were so deft, so sudden, and so violent that the most practiced English wrestler would not follow them with particularity, i.e. were unfamiliar to English wrestlers. This was followed by a pole performance, a challenge match, and another pole performance. 3 men from among the audience pushed down on an 8 to 10 pole laid lengthwise over the throat of one Japanese wrestler lying on the floor. The wrestler wiggled free of the pole. The writer was not impressed, pointing out that the pole was flexible and the holders held the ends only, which touched the floor, thereby removing most of the pressure from the throat. Next, a powerful English wrestler was thrown very easily once or twice by the smaller of the 2 Japanese wrestlers. Finally, a 11.70 kilograms man pushed the tip of the pole into the throat of the larger Japanese wrestler who propelled the man back easily. The audience claimed he cheated by changing the angle of his neck. The feat was a mere trick, they accused. The wrestler offered to stand against the wall and let anyone from the audience push the pole into his throat if the man would try a fall with him after. No one took up the offer. 10. Bushido. Inazo Nitobe's book Bushido, The Soul of Japan was written and copyrighted in 1899. The preface was written while Nitobe was in Malvern, Pennsylvania, USA, in December 1899, and published in 1900. It was reprinted numerous times, and by the 10th edition in 1905, had been translated or was in the process of being translated into many languages, including Marathi, German, Bohemian, Polish, Russian, Hungarian, Norwegian, French, Chinese, and, ironically, Japanese because Nitobe wrote it in English. Nitobe was a specialist in agricultural economics who knew little to nothing about Japanese history. 11. Nitobe, it appears, was motivated to make Japan seem as familiar as possible, in a favorable way, to Western readers. With that in mind, he invented a word, Bushido, not realizing that it already existed, although was rarely used, which he argued was the soul of Japan. 2. Thus, all Japanese were in some sense spiritual, at least, members of the samurai class and equivalent to European nobility of an older age. Bushido, Wushidao, referred to various sets of idealized codes of conduct taught to a relatively small segment of the Japanese populace, namely the samurai, of certain, large, ambitious, and vulnerable, to large, ambitious neighbors, domains particularly in the Southwest and in days long gone by. Loyalty, obedience, and self-sacrifice were the qualities that the upper echelons wanted to see in the lower. Young and upcoming samurai needed to be cajoled and indoctrinated in hopes that they would engage in conduct that was not always in their own self-interest. For several hundred years before Nitobe's book appeared, the samurai class had become mostly a parasitic class of impoverished bureaucrats with no military function to perform other than suppress peasant revolts when they periodically broke out. The country had been at peace since 1604, and the Tokugawa shogunate did not need a feudal domain-based military force and, indeed, discouraged training in military techniques, as they did not relish the prospect of being challenged by ambitious domain leaders. The samurai class justified its privileged position by claiming to protect the country from foreign invasion. Yet when Perry arrived, followed by the English, Russians, and Germans, the samurai were helpless to effectively resist. Nevertheless, Nitobe's book was hugely influential, possibly because it represented Japan in comprehensible terms. Basically as an oriental version of medieval Europe with chivalrous knights, a nobility, and benevolent kings. As one reviewer concluded, Bushido seems to mean what we mean by chivalry, the science of being a gentleman, the precepts of knighthood. 14. Almost Christians, as it were, not coincidentally, because Nitobe was educated as a Christian by American missionaries in Japan, and later joined the Society of Friends, Quakers, prior to marrying Miss Mary Elkington, who was from an old Pennsylvania Quaker family on January 1, 1891. 15. Perhaps it was at least partly due to this that Americans and British regarded Japan as Christianity's proxy in Asia, a fact that helped neutralize fears of yellow peril during the Russo-Japanese conflict that was around the corner. For the purposes of Jiu-Jitsu history, Nitobe's contribution occurred on pages 61 and 62 of the first edition. The pedagogies of Bushido, he explained, consisted of fencing, archery, horsemanship, spear, tactics, calligraphy, ethics, literature and history, and Jiu-Jitsu. The last, he thought, might require explanation. Jiu-Jitsu was the application of anatomical knowledge to the purpose of offense and defense. Kai. Nitobe was an unathletic bookworm who knew nothing about Bushido or Jiu-Jitsu from personal acquaintance. His own account was that the contents of his book Bushido were what I was taught and told in my youthful days when feudalism was still in force. In other words, he was, at best, repeating stories that he heard, and most likely, translating an idealized version of European history into Japanese terms. Nitobe admired Lafcadio Hearn, and it is possible that he acquired his knowledge of Jiu-Jitsu from Hearn's 1895 essay on the subject. 18. Hearn's superficial knowledge, in turn, came directly from the founder of Kodokan Judo, namely Kano Jigoro. 9. Sketchy as Nitobe's account was, it had a major impact both in publicizing and defining Jiu-Jitsu because millions of people in many countries read his book. One of those who did happened to be the future president of the United States. Killing without weapons. John J. O'Brien went to Japan with the U.S. Navy in or before 1895 and stayed until early 1899 to work with the Nagasaki police handling foreigner-related matters. 20. At some point, he took jiu-jitsu lessons. Uniquely among early jiu-jitsu entrepreneurs, O'Brien could prove that he had lived, worked, and trained jiu-jitsu in Japan. What style he learned, and how long. How trained was never mentioned, only that he learned well, Riben Guiyu, no Wudao Taruru Shuwo Nenkushi, or Shiyi. By the time O'Brien re-established himself in his native land, Edward Barton Wright had just recently introduced jiu-jitsu, by various names, in England and the United States. O'Brien must have seen an opportunity waiting to be exploited. By 1900, O'Brien and an assistant named Ken Inoue, also known as Inon and Inoue, were giving exhibitions at Harvard University and elsewhere in Boston and Cambridge, Massachusetts. Jiu-Jitsu included 200 grips, none of which required great strength, O'Brien explained. 6 were enough to overcome almost any adversary. O'Brien and Inoue demonstrated a variety of easy-to-learn, 200-year-old tricks that would make a man unafraid of any test of personal strength if any emergency arose. O'Brien showed how to break a man's back or arm or throw him to the ground, and how to dispose of a man when you have his head in a standing headlock, or chancery, as it was more usually called. This system might be called the science of killing without arms. The practice is dangerous, but there is always danger in being attacked under any conditions, O'Brien explained. The writer mentioned that Jiu-Jitsu was sometimes known as Barjitsu Sikh, obviously referring to Edward Barton Wright's eclectic system of self-defense. In another article published about the same time, O'Brien praised Jiu-Jitsu not only for its lethal efficacy, but also for its economy, explaining that unlike boxing, which required constant practice, Jiu-Jitsu, once learned, did not. 8 techniques were depicted, captioned as 1. A cross hold that is good for a fall. 2. A hand hold useless. To resist. 3. A back hold that means a fall or death. 4. A peculiar throw that O'Brien has mastered. 5. The Jap, although forced back on his knee, has the advantage. 6. A cross hold to throw over the head. 7. A hold resulting in a forward fall. And 8. If the Jap does not throw him, he will at least break his arm. 7. Of the 8 techniques were shown in Yoshida and Iso's 1893 Tenjin Shinryu textbook. The O'Brien articles were picked up by foreign newspapers and magazines, which added their own details. According to Por Esos Mundos in Spain, O'Brien spent 10 years as the chief of police in Nagasaki, Jefe de Policial, in Japan, where he had joined a secret society, Sociedad Secreta, called the Mbo Kwai, and learned the secrets and mysteries of Jiu-Jitsu. The techniques of Jiu-Jitsu allowed a weak practitioner to effortlessly cripple or kill a stronger man without leaving any indication of violence. O'Brien, along with his associate K. Inmoensik, Kan Inoue, also written. Inoue explained that Jiu-Jitsu was not a sport lucha. There wasn't the slightest similarity between Jiu-Jitsu and boxing. O'Brien insisted, no se cree que el Jiu-Jitsu es lucha. Difiere tanto de ella como el pugilato. No existe la menor relación entre uno y otra. O'Brien and Inoue demonstrated 6 Jiu-Jitsu techniques or tricks, captioned as 1. Suerte de estrangulación, choke. 2. Dislocación del brazo y fractura de la muñeca, dislocation of the arm and fracture the chest. 3. Rotura del brazo izquierdo para obtener una posición estranguladora, breaking the left arm to get into position to choke. 4. Dislocación sencilla del brazo, a simple arm break. 5. La suerte del ariete, a shoulder throw. 6. Fractura de la espina dorsal, breaking the lower back. Break. There was some truth to O'Brien's story, but only some. Mba Kwai was not a secret society in Japan. Mba Kwai meant martial arts. Exhibition, Imbukai, Yan Wuhui. O'Brien was not the chief of police in Nagasaki, and he did not stay 10 years in Japan. However, he did live in Nagasaki. He did serve with the police department, and he did study some form of jiu-jitsu. He mentioned that he demonstrated the art to American Army and Navy officers when they visited Nagasaki, and that they were impressed. If some members of the American military attended an embukai or a dojo demonstration on their off-duty hours and were impressed, that would not be surprising. Exhibitions and demonstrations were intended to be seen and to be impressive. Contrary to what O'Brien might have been trying to suggest, the American Army and Navy were not interested in jiu-jitsu in 1900. It took presidential urging to later make them interested, and their interest was half-hearted and temporary. 20. Jiu-Jitsu was positioned as an alternative to boxing, wrestling, and savate. All 3 required strength, athleticism, endurance, and constant practice. Jiu-Jitsu required only scientific knowledge. Athletes may have been territorial, and perhaps invested some part of their self-esteem into the combat efficacy of their chosen sport, but for writers, editors, circulation managers, advertisers, and impresarios, more was better. Anything that brought fans into theaters or sold newspapers, magazines, and spin-off booklets was welcome. Jiu-Jitsu versus boxing. During the first week of November 1900, probably Saturday, November 3, a Japanese bonebreaker named Kan Inoue proved the efficacy of Jiu-Jitsu against boxing. Former heavyweight boxing champion James J. Corbett was one of those who came away convinced. 6. Corbett had recently failed to regain his title on May 11 of that year against James J. Jeffries after losing it to Bob Fitzsimmons in 1897. Immediately after the Jeffries fight, Corbett announced that he was running for the office of congressman on the Democratic ticket. Devon, even former heavyweight champions need publicity if they are aiming at a seat in Congress. Corbett didn't have much going for himself. Boxing titles were not highly monetizable in 1900. It was probably not a coincidence that in November Corbett decided to participate in a test of Jiu-Jitsu's efficiency against boxing. At least, that's how it would be described in later years and in other countries. At the time, no one knew anything about Jiu-Jitsu. It was just an exhibition, the purpose of which was, in all probability, to get Corbett's name back in the newspapers and to arouse some small degree of curiosity about the mysterious Japanese science. Corbett was confident that his agility in boxing science would nullify anything Inoue had in mind to try. Corbett started out by tapping Inoue on the nose. Inoue seemed confused, waving his hands in Corbett's face. Corbett decided that he had nothing to fear from Inoue and could drop him whenever he wanted. But Inoue had tricks up his sleeve. He kicked Corbett in the shin with his right foot, grabbed Corbett's left wrist and put him on the floor with a jiu-jitsu twist. Inoue allowed the boxer to kneel rather than slamming him flat on his back or face. Inoue won the round, it was reported. Corbett did not get to be heavyweight boxing champion by accident. Thereafter he kept his hands out of Inoue's reach. Corbett refrained from knocking Inoue out, which the reporter felt would have been easy to do given Inoue's ignorance of boxing. The exhibition ended with Inoue demonstrating various holds on Corbett. Corbett was impressed, saying, "The Jap showed me several holds that no man can withstand, no matter how strong he is." The exhibition did not attract a great deal of attention. The time wasn't ripe yet. More exhibitions and more newspaper articles were needed. Many more. At 3 in the afternoon of Friday, December 14, 1900, a Japanese jiu-jitsu man named Kishoku Inoue entertained students of New York University in University Heights, New York, with an impromptu exhibition in the university gymnasium. Inoue arrived on campus accompanied by Mr. Searman and Mr. Hamaguchi, two students, class of 1902, with a letter of introduction to Chancellor McCracken and Mr. Can. Arrangements were promptly made for an exhibition. Inoue is a variant spelling of Inoue, Jingshang, which is not an uncommon Japanese name. Under the circumstance, there is a fair possibility that Kishoku Inoue and Kan Inoue were one and the same. Inoue weighed 133 pounds and stood 5 feet 3 inches and did not look unusually muscular other than his neck and forearms. He and Serman spent 20 minutes demonstrating some forearm tricks. Inoue asked for volunteers from among the student audience. S.S. Jones, H.B. Fernald, and L.G. Blunt, all heavier than Inoue, made themselves available. The demonstrations consisted of Inoue securing a hold on the students who vainly tried to escape, followed by the students ineffectually trying to choke Inoue. According to the reporter, the students were impressed and a jiu-jitsu class would probably be organized on campus. 8. The Brooklyn butcher boy, John Peening, had been making a name for himself in 1900 as a professional catch-as-catch-can and Greco-Roman wrestler. The National Police Gazette called him a local luminary in the sporting firmament. Peening bit off more than he could chew when he agreed to meet the Herculean French champion Paul Pons in New York on Friday, November 30 in New York. Pons was a giant. The butcher boy weighed a mere 179 pounds. The odds makers did not call it wrong. Pons was a 3-to-1 favorite and won handily. Peening recovered from the expected loss and went on to have an active career. Ironically, it was a fight that he didn't have in 1905. That made him most lastingly famous, in Japan at least. 29. An odd incident occurred in Makiki, near Kapiolani Park in Honolulu, on Monday, December 31, 1900. A Japanese house servant was walking along the street when a soldier, or possibly a man impersonating a member of the armed services, wearing a military uniform, stopped him and told him he was under arrest. He physically grabbed the house servant and began leading him allegedly to the station. The Japanese house servant became suspicious when he realized that they were not headed toward the station, and more so when the man tried to reach into his pocket. He caught the soldier by the leg and using a trick of Japanese wrestling threw him over. He then ran away. The motives of the soldier were never explained. Jiu-Jitsu was not mentioned. Japanese wrestling generally meant sumo, but in this case, Japanese wrestling didn't mean sumo. Unless otherwise indicated, the phrase Japanese house servant implied a small person. and the fact that he could be physically arrested suggested he was not a sumo wrestler. Throwing a man over by the leg does not suggest sumo. Clearly, the reporter had jiu-jitsu in mind, but apparently didn't have a word that he felt confident readers would understand. That would soon change. 30. Notes to Chapter 8. Chapter 9. 1901. Barton Wright introduced his new art of defense, Bartitsu, in 1899. He introduced a second system in the January and February 1901 issues of Pearson's. It was a method of self-defense for the man in the street which, while equally amazing in its effectiveness, does not require the amount of special alertness necessary under the other system. The system was adequately described by the subtitle of the article, The Different Methods of Defending Oneself with a Walking Stick or Umbrella when Attacked Under Unequal Conditions. As Barton Wright indicated, his system was created by the Swiss fencing instructor Pierre Vigny after 15 years of laborious research. Barton Wright adopted it into Bartitsu. It was being taught at Barton Wright's School of Arms and Physical Culture at 67 Billions, Shaftesbury Avenue, London. A typical Barton Wright exhibition was described in a New Zealand newspaper based on correspondence from England, too. The report did not clearly indicate when the exhibition took place but referred to a recent lecture given in London titled The Japanese Art of Self, Defense from a British Athletic Point of View, and to Barton Wright's Pearson. These magazine articles, in 1899 and 1901, Tani and Yamamoto participated. Tani weighed 8 stone, 112 pounds. Yamamoto was 13 stone, 182 pounds. Tani gave a demonstration of Japanese wrestling with a challenger from the audience, who said, "Divest, Mr. Tani's mind of any idea that I am a wrestling champion in disguise. This is a purely academic wrestle." According to the writer, the visitor hurtled through the air, clean over Tani's head. A swan might have envied the grace of that flight. He fell on his back, beautifully spread-eagled. From the description, the throw might have been Seoi-nage, or more likely Tomo-nage, being the most popular throw among the first wave of immigrant Japanese jiu-jitsu and judo stylists. A lightning cross-buttock and an inexplicable back heel concluded the illustration so far as the visitor was concerned. Tani and Yamamoto next wrestled. The spectators were oblivious to the technical subtleties. They needed to see a body flying through the air to be impressed. According to the reporter, all that could be seen was a mad confusion of brown legs and white bodies. Barton Wright extolled the powers of his champions. Nothing human on legs could stand a chance with these men, he said. He introduced Pierre Vigny, the Swiss fencing instructor. Barton Wright said he would back Vigny against anyone in England in a contest. Of all, round defense and offense, each using only the weapons of his art. Barton Wright was so confident that Vigny would win, that boxers were even permitted to fight dirty, hitting below the belt. Barton Wright launched a challenge to Charlemont, saboteur and author of L'Art de la Boxe Française et de la Canne, in the name of Pierre Vigny for the World Boxe Française Championship. Vigny was said to be the champion boxer de self-defense. The match should be held in England or a neutral country, Barton Wright said, because such matches were forbidden in France. Barton Wright left it to Charlemont to decide the enjeu, stake. Charlemont accepted, but only if the match was held in Paris. Vigny declined. Some observers believed that Barton Wright's challenge on behalf of Vigny was nothing more than an attempt to generate publicity for his school in England. The newspaper Le Figaro concluded, Vigny a fait beaucoup de bruit, et rien d'autre depuis qu'il s'intitule le champion. Vigny runs his mouth but doesn't back up his claim to be a champion. As for the Jiu-Jitsuans, Yamamoto was going back to Japan. A replacement would be coming. In fact, both Yamamoto and Tani left. Their English sponsor had promised them that they would be teaching judo, but instead, he had them appearing before the public in stage shows, which they felt was undignified. Tani was replaced by his younger brother Sachio, and Yamamoto was replaced by another Osaka judoka named Kaminishi Teichi. Tani Sachio was better known as Yukio Tani, and Kaminishi Teichi as Sadakazu Uyenishi, or even more often as Raku. Tani remained in England for the rest of his life, but strangely, less is known about his background than about Yamamoto's, who stayed just 1 year. Yamamoto was an acquaintance of the man who went by a plethora of names and later became most famous as Count Koma. Yamamoto began as a student of Handa Yataro B in Osaka. Handa ran a Tenjin Shinyo Ryu school and taught at least one of Kino's later top students, Kimotsuki Soji, in 1888. By 1898, Handa was teaching a sub-style of Sekiguchi Ryu, Guanku Liu, known as Daito Ryu, Da Dong Liu, and was highly regarded in the Osaka and greater Kansai area. One year in a Butokukai tournament in Kyoto Honda's student, Yamamoto was matched against Kodokan's Nagaoka Yongang Shuyi, at that time 4 Dan. Yamamoto was a big man, even bigger than Ono Akitaro. Nagaoka threw him numerous times, left and right, with Yokosu Temiwaza Hung Shishin. It must have made an impression. Before Yamamoto went to England, he visited Yokoyama Sakujiro, Hongshan Zuochi Lang, at Kodokan, and ended up joining. At that time, Mitsuyobi Maeda was a 2 Dan, and on one occasion engaged in a dojo match with Yamamoto while the teachers watched. Despite it not being an official competition, Maeda was nervous. Yamamoto was 83.6 pounds Shiguan heavier than Maeda, and even Yamazaki 3 Dan Shanchi Sanduan had not been able to put him on the ground. Maeda threw Yamamoto 4 or 5 times with Surikomi Goshi Diao Ipiao. Maeda later recalled that his fondest memory of training in Japan was the time he sent Yamamoto crashing to the mat with a resounding doshin sound. By late August 1901, Raku and Tani were working as instructors at Barton Wright's School of Physical Culture at 67B Shaftesbury Avenue. It was claimed that by use of Japanese methods, a man could overcome and defeat an assailant greatly his superior in strength and weight. This could be accomplished in 2 ways. One was to throw him quickly and heavily to the ground. The word throw as a noun was used in quotation marks, indicating that it was a new usage. The other was to apply a wrist or arm lock, although a noun form for these operations too was lacking. The writer described it as holding him up. The concept of overextending a joint articulation was unfamiliar, not to mention the precise manner of doing it. Not having experienced it, the moves seemed mysterious to spectators, not unlike the way people initially doubted that something as small as a microorganism could be responsible for debilitating diseases. How could a small, weak person cause a rough from the hooligan class to desist and meekly submit merely by, apparently, holding his hand? So it seemed to most writers and theater-goers. Uyenishi and Tani were giving exhibitions of their skills at the Tivoli Theater beginning the end of August. Both were small, weighing slightly over 9 stone, 126 pounds, and standing 5 feet 3 inches in Tani's case, 5 feet 4 inches in Raku's case. Their diminutiveness was perfect to highlight the scientificness of their art as Royce. Gracie's size and slim physique served a similar purpose in 1993. Tani was 19, Raku was 21. Both were alleged to be the lightweight jiu-jitsu champions of their respective hometowns, Tokyo for Tani, Osaka for Raku. In reality, there was no such thing in Japan. Both men were powerfully developed in the legs, and observers theorized that this was a key to their technique. A typical exhibition covered by Mr. Beinstead of the Sporting Times consisted of a demonstration of catch throws by Tani and Uyenishi, with the latter taking the falls. Hip and shoulder throws were executed easily and quickly, followed by a display of throws taught to students in Japan to teach them how to fall safely, which ended with a lock on the knee, which elicited great applause. Next, a long flexible pole placed laterally across Tani's neck, held down by 3 men on each side. 2 healthy-looking men stood on Tani's chest. The agile Jap Tani threw them off with a quick movement. This was intended to prove that Tani and Uyenishi were impervious to strangling. It resembled to some degree the tricks performed by Miss Abbott, which Barton Wright had initially been much impressed by. Pole tricks were not new, but audiences, lacking personal experience, seemed unable to grasp what they were seeing. They were impressive though, and most jiu-jitsu men did them, even Kano Jigoro, who was willing to do whatever he had to do to make his judo a household word. Jiu-jitsu and judo men performed meaningless stunts such as these as karate. Taekwondo men later broke bottles and boards for the same reason. They worked. They had nothing to do with fighting or self-defense, but they impressed naive audiences. The 30-minute exhibition concluded with wrestling, done very cleverly and with lightning rapidity. 10. On November 23, 1901 in London, Raku won all 3 matches, or falls, against a Cornish and Devonshire wrestler in what was called an international tournament of self-to-defense, Concurso Internacional de Defensa Propria in some reports, but simply an exhibition in others. It happened at the Escuela de Armas, School of Arms in London. Raku used a wrist grab and a shoulder throw to score at least one of the falls. Captioned illustrations showed how the pole performances were executed and which wrestler did which stunt. Raku received the pole directly in the throat, while Tani was the one lying on the ground. Clearly, the poles in both cases were very flexible and did not place great pressure of the throat or neck, contrary to what observers believed. Swiss trouser wrestling and catch-as-catch-can wrestling were also demonstrated. Vigny and an assistant, probably Mr. Knoll, demonstrated self-defense with a walking stick. It was widely publicized. 11. Another exhibition took place at St. James's Hall in London on December 11, 1901. By this time, Barton Wright had incorporated Pierre Vigny's stick system into Bartitsu. Vigny and another instructor named Mr. Noel demonstrated some moves from the system. Vigny's system, coincidentally, looked extremely similar to some forms of the Philippine Kali, which may have been a case of either borrowing, in either direction, or from a common source, for example, fencing or convergent, evolution circumscribed by the inherent limitations of stick work. 12. Uyenishi eventually parted ways with Barton Wright to teach at the Piccadilly School of Jiu-Jitsu, thence his approximately 15-year run as a professional jiu-jitsu man in France, Wales, Algeria, Spain, Portugal, Brazil, and according to some sources, Peru and Mexico. 13. Among the earliest Japanese jiu-jitsu stylists in the West, the three who made the largest splash were Yukio Tani, Gushing Shong, Sadakazu Uyenishi, Shang Shizhen, alias Raku, and Taro Miyake, whose name was spelled in a multiplicity of ways. But in Japanese was Miyake Teruji, Sanjai Duo Liu Chi. The first to arrive was Tani's older brother and Yamamoto, followed by Tani and Raku, and then Miyake, who was brought over by Raku. 14. Others passed through on their way to the continent and beyond, including Maeda Yamato, also known as Mitsuyo, Maeda Qiantian Guangxi, and Itaro Ono, Xiaoye Chutai Lang. Yukio Tani, Gu Xingshong, Tani and Raku were both reticent about their backgrounds, possibly because, being as young as they were when they arrived in England, they didn't have much background to talk about. It would have been natural for them to be modest but out of character for Barton Wright not to hype their qualifications, assuming they had any. He was not shy about announcing that they were the champions of Tokyo and Osaka, yet unforthcoming about where they trained in Japan. Tani and Raku's new managers were also conspicuously silent on the subject. By the time Raku's book was published, he was well known. His book included a summary of his teaching career but nothing concrete about his training education, merely that he studied in the schools of Osaka. Even less was said about Tani. 15. The sole plausible source of information about Tani's background is Gunji Koizumi, Shaoquan Junji, who worked with Tani for roughly 40 years. But, as a Tenjin Shinyo Ryu practitioner himself, Koizumi would have recognized whether Tani's style was Tenjin Shinyo Ryu or not. In a 1955 interview with Yomiuri Shimbun, 17 Koizumi stated that he, Koizumi, was born in 1885, Mingji 18, in Takaramura, in Ashikigon, Ibaraki-ken, a rural area near Tokyo. At the end of 1901, Mingji 34, at the age of 16, he started learning Tenjin Shinyo Ryu from a teacher named Tago Nobushige, Tianzi Shin, Zhong, in Nishikonyamachi, not far from Nihonbashi in Tokyo. Koizumi had come to Tokyo hoping to enter the Naval Academy, Haijunbing Shui Shao. He was unable to do that, so instead he attended the telecommunications school, DNG Tongshin Shui Shao, in Yasucho, Bajongzhou Ting, also in Tokyo. In 1903, Mingji Sanchi-lu. At age 18, he went to Chosen, Zhaoxian, now known as Korea, to seek his fortune, but in vain. By 1905, Mingji 38, the Russo-Japanese War was still in progress, so at age 20, he hitched a ride on a cargo ship headed for America, but somehow instead ended up in London. He stayed in London for 8 months and then made his way to America. America didn't pan out, so he returned to England in 1910. In Yijuyi Banian Dajang 7, he established Budokan, Wudaoguan, with Yukio Tani, Gushing Shong, where they both taught Jiu-Jitsu. Budokan was later renamed Budokwai, Wudao Hui. According to Koizumi, Tani was 4 years older than himself. Tani left Japan in 1899, at age 19, and arrived in England in 1900. Tani's father was a Tenjin Shinyo Ryu instructor with a dojo in Tsukiji, Judi, in Tokyo called Tani Dojo, Gudao Chang. Koizumi did not explicitly state that Tani studied Tenjin Shinyo Ryu, merely that his father taught it. He did not mention any other styles of jujutsu that Tani might have learned. In particular, he did not mention Kobe Shenhu, Fusen Ryu, Buchian Lu, or Tanabe Matawimon Tianbian. Yu Wei Men. Koizumi's version of events in his 1960 book My Study of Judo differs in some details. He indicated that his exact date of birth was July 8, 1885, and that in addition to Tenjin Shinyo Ryu in Tokyo, he learned Shin Ryu Jujutsu in Korea in 1904 and Akishima Ryu Jujutsu in Singapore from November 1905 to February 1906. He did not mention earning a Menkyo diploma, hence his knowledge must have been rudimentary, unless of course he was being modest. The former is likelier given that his studies were brief. He trained Tenjin Shinyo Ryu for 2 years or less from the ages of 16 to 18, Akishima Ryu for less than 4 months, and Shin Ryu for no more than 1 year at most. He arrived in England in May 1906 and stayed for 12 months, during which time he taught at the Kara Ashikaga School of Jiu-Jitsu in Liverpool for no more than 2 months, the Piccadilly School of Jiu-Jitsu in London, where Raku taught, the Polytechnic, the Royal Naval Volunteer Reserve, and some other unspecified places. Koizumi also indicated that Tani studied Tenjin Shinyo Ryu. 9. Raku. Raku was the ring name of Sadakazu Uyanishi, Shangshi Gen. Raku can be written in several ways, including Luo, and Le, each contributing a different semantic element to whatever compound expression it occurs in. The first indicates falling, failing, or being inferior. The last indicates comfort, ease, and is used in such expressions as Liguan, Rakan, optimism, Liguande, Rakutenteki, optimistic, and Leni, Rakuni, easily. It is also used in Lasheng, Rakusho, easy victory. The significance of Raku's nickname could be any or none of the above. Unlike Mitsuyo Maeda, alias Count Koma, Raku never explained what his stage name meant. 20. Most of what is known about Raku's background comes from a biographical sketch, written by Percy Longhurst, editor of Health and Strength magazine and author of Wrestling, a practical handbook upon the catchhold in Greco-Roman, styles of wrestling, and jiu-jitsu and other methods of self-defense. Longhurst was a lightweight wrestling champion in 1899 and the honorary secretary of the Amateur Wrestling Association of Great Britain. Presumably he was well informed on the subject of wrestling. According to Longhurst, Raku was born in Osaka, Japan on December Ziunigatsu Ershi Fanmu Mingji Shisanian, Mingji 13. He learned jujutsu in the schools of Osaka, a statement that could mean many things. He was skilled in long and short stick fighting and was an outstanding swimmer. 2. He had recently rescued a drowning man by jumping into the River Lagan in Belfast. Not only that, Raku also resuscitated him using Japanese methods of artificial respiration. His father, Kichibe Uyanishi, was also a swimmer, as well as a strongman, kendoist, horseman and wrestler who weighed 89 kilograms. 22. Raku was considerably closer to the Japanese average size than his father. He weighed 9 stone, 128 pounds, and stood 5'5". Before going to England, he taught jujutsu in 4 government schools in Osaka, namely, the Military College for Officers, Riku Gunyo Nangako, the Imperial Military College of Physical Training, Taiiku Kai, the School of Instructors, Shihan Gakko, and the Police Training School, Junsakyo Shunsho. There is some reason to be skeptical of this aspect of Raku's background. He would have been exceptionally young to be a government-appointed instructor. Most Meiji-era schools had extracurricular, unofficial clubs, including jujutsu and judo clubs among many others. The clubs were organized by students who recruited their own teachers, if any were needed. Many Kodokan representatives and some eminent jujutsu masters taught in such clubs. 3. Raku may have instructed in some capacity, possibly as the senpai shien, bei, or oldest club member, but that a young boy was appointed by the imperial government is highly unlikely. Moreover, Taiiku Kai does not mean Imperial Military College of Physical Training. It, Tiyuhui, means Physical Education Society, that is a private group. According to Longhurst, by 1905, Raku had already wrestled and quickly polished off Peter Gotts, Lauritz Nielsen, Charles Laurie, Bartoletti, Charles Wilson, Surgeon Judge, and Sheki from Japan. Some clues to Raku's background may be gleaned from references in his book, The Textbook of Jujutsu, written with the assistance of E.H. Nelson, Percy Longhurst's Jiu-Jitsu, and Other Methods of Self-Defense, and The Fine Art of Jiu-Jitsu by Raku's student Diana Watts. The first edition of Raku's book appeared in 1905 and was reprinted almost constantly thereafter. Brewster, Longhurst's and Watts' books were published in 1906. Raku's book contains an introduction explaining the history of Jiu-Jitsu. Having been born in 1880, 13 years after the Meiji Restoration and fall of the feudal system, Raku's only source of information would have been books and publications such as those of Kano and Shidachi. He cited none, Japanese or otherwise, but did mention books which have recently appeared professing to give instruction in the whole art of Jiu-Jitsu, leaving no room for doubt that he was talking about Irving Hancock and his clones, for example, by allusions to muscle breaking and water drinking. In fact, Raku's book was written with the aim of correcting misconceptions in the public mind derived from such books. The Jiu-Jitsu they talked about was a peculiar, heterogeneous combination of various styles of wrestling, which Raku denied being familiar with, apparently his way of politely dismissing them as bogus. 25. Raku indicated that he was familiar with Kodokan Judo when he wrote, "The Judo style, as Jiu-Jitsu, proper is often styled, does not imply so much groundwork as was practiced in earlier times." He also seemed to have Kodokan Judo in mind when he writes that Jiu-Jitsu is second to none in the mental, moral, and physical qualities which it calls into play. He referred to Kodokan Judo also when he mentioned Taiso no Kata, Go no Kata, and Ju no Kata. 26. These are Kodokan forms, kata, shing, created in December 27, 1887. Raku taught 11 throws and 8 locks in his book. He gave them simple descriptive English names along with Japanese, but most, if not all, were familiar Kodokan techniques, which suggests, but does not prove, that they had their origins in one or the other of Kodokan Judo's two principal source arts, namely Tenjin Shinyo Ryu or Kito Ryu, if not Kodokan Judo itself. That, according to Longhurst, having relinquished his teaching school in London and his position as instructor in Jiu-Jitsu at the headquarters Army Gymnasium at Aldershot, Onishi decided to return to his own country, where his death took place a number of years ago. Longhurst was writing approximately 40 years after Raku's initial arrival. Longhurst conceded that Jiu-Jitsu was really Judo. Onishi concentrated his teaching attention on throws, mastery of which he held to be the first essential of Jiu-Jitsu proficiency. 9. As a wrestler, Percy Longhurst was interested in any form of antagonistics, as self-defense, systems, and personal combat arts were called before they were called martial arts. He studied personally with Barton Wright, who taught him some killer leg locks. According to Longhurst, it was Barton Wright who brought Onishi and Tani to England in 1900 or thereabouts. It was as nearly as possible 6 years ago that the attempt to introduce Jiu-Jitsu was made. He wrote in 1906, "Some American and Lancashire catch-can wrestlers had already discovered tricks that were fundamentally similar to Jiu-Jitsu techniques, and various wrestlers claimed to have to have studied Jiu-Jitsu. George Baptiste, George Bothner, and Frank Gotch among others." 30. Jiu-Jitsu and Kodokan men, Mitsuyo Maeda for one, also admitted, in private at least, to studying wrestling techniques. Diana Watts was a student of Onishi who, like many others, could not resist the temptation to write a book. The title of her 1906 book was The Fine Art of Jiu-Jitsu. By fine art she meant standing technique, ground grappling was the gross art, and anything more rough and ungraceful it is hard to imagine. Watts's book included 15 throws comprising the Landori Kata, by which she meant Rendori Kata, Luankori Shing, 10 self-defense applications against knife and other attacks, and 15 throws of the Kodokan Naj no Kata. The Landori Kata throws were Ashi Harai, Kekeyashi, Hizaguruma, Hiki Otoshi, 2 variations, Tachi Hiki, Otoshi, 2 variations, Koshi Naj, Seoi Naj, Sutemi, Yoko Sutemi, Kuge Nuki, Koshi Harai, and Uchimata. She indicated that she included Uchimata in the Landori Kata, although it is really part of Naj no Kata. Watts was unambiguous in attributing the Naj no Kata to Kano. 33. Nagi no Kata was introduced by Kano in 1884, Mingji 17, and consisted of 5 sets of 3 throws each. 34. Since Watts probably did not learn the Nage no Kata on her own, and Raku demonstrated them with her in the book, it is likely that he was the source of her knowledge of these techniques as well as the Landori Kata throws. The names of the Nage no Kata throws were the same as the names Kano gave them in his 1889 lecture. 35. The Landori kata technique names, however, were mostly Tenjin Shinyo Ryu. 36. Despite a promising beginning, Bartitsu quickly faded away. The primary reason seemed to be that Barton Wright was a poor businessman. 37. In addition to his business failings, Barton Wright had another problem. He was dependent on experts of each of the component arts of his system. Just as he hired legitimate doctors to give credibility to his quack medical clinics, he hired legitimate Japanese and French martial artists for his school of arms. When they left, he was adrift and bereft. At about that point, he sought greener pastures in New Zealand, minus martial arts. Sports journalists initially had little to say about Jiu-Jitsu, or as they eventually more often incorrectly called it, Jiu-Jitsu, for the simple reason that it had not yet become a sport, specifically a spectator sport. Most writing about Jiu-Jitsu emanated from travelers. Jiu-Jitsu was simply one item on a limited menu of topics that writers felt almost obligated to address. Jiu-Jitsu lent itself to exaggeration, requiring science to explain its mysteries. Western academics, whatever their specialty, also did not disdain to comment on Jiu-Jitsu, sometimes more critically than returning sailors, missionaries, and traders, or at least with more descriptive detail, but not always. More often than not, even academics merely repeated myths and misconceptions that were quickly becoming cliches. Captain Frank Brinkley was a newspaper publisher, Yokohama male, and scholar with expertise in history, art, and literature. Nevertheless, he found it expedient to devote 6 pages in Volume 3 of his multi-volume Japan, its history, arts, and literature to the topic of Jiu-Jitsu. However, what he was describing was Kodokan Judo. In fact, Brinkley's information appears to have come from Kano's 1889 article and Shidachi. His derivative 1892 article, he explicitly referred to Kano and quoted Shidachi. After a lengthy section on sumo, Brinkley introduced Jiu-Jitsu as an art that had begun to attract attention in Europe and is enthusiastically studied in Japan under the name of Jiu-Jitsu or Judo. Brinkley stressed that Jiu-Jitsu was completely different from wrestling. Jiu-Jitsu was the art of pliancy and was scientific. He explained that the science starts from the mathematical principle that the stability of a body is destroyed so soon as the vertical line passing through its center of gravity falls outside its base. Brinkley pointed out that in order to scientifically destabilize the opponent, the Jiu-Jitsu player may throw himself on the ground by way of preliminary to throwing his opponent, something that a wrestler would not do. This made Jiu-Jitsu scientific. Brinkley did not mention anything that indicated that he had personal training experience, but in any case, his explanation of Jiu-Jitsu training could only have come from written sources, as he could not have personally experienced the 10 years required to graduate. 39. Brinkley apparently fell under Kano's spell too when he wrote that Jiu-Jitsu shared the decadence that befell everything patronized by the samurai of early eras, but it was subsequently revived by Professor K. Kano Sik, an eminent educationist. In fact, Kano's Kodokan Judo became, after many years of assiduous promotion, another Ryu, albeit a large one among many, including those that he had studied, which continued to exist and still do. One of the methods Kano used to resurrect the formerly downtrodden art of Jiu-Jitsu was to befriend foreign writers and feed them information. Brinkley was one of many. Notes to Chapter 9. Chapter 10. 1902. Jiu-Jitsu received a major boost in 1902 when the President of the United States took lessons from John J. O'Brien. The lessons didn't last long. It didn't matter. Jiu-Jitsu arrived in America in 1900, 1 year after Barton Wright introduced it to England. The American president made it not only respectable, but a household word as well. Immediately, the Jiu-Jitsu wars began. The wars were about what Jiu-Jitsu really was, and who was most qualified to teach it. Irving Hancock became the most prolific and most widely known exponent of Jiu-Jitsu in America, as well as the least qualified to write about it, but he wasn't the first. Before Hancock, there was John J. O'Brien. The specifics of O'Brien's background are not crystal clear, but one document in his 1905 book provides some definite answers. O'Brien and the CO authors of his articles, pamphlets, and book A Complete Course in Jiu-Jitsu and Physical Culture introduced virtually all of the misconceptions and myths that were later repeated by Hancock and most other writers and Jiu-Jitsu entrepreneurs, including members of the Gracie family and their associates in Brazil. O'Brien worked in some capacity as a police officer in Nagasaki. When he left, his supervisor, Masanaga Yokichi, Zengyong-yang-ji, who was the head of the Nagasaki Prefectural Police Agency, Nagasaki Kinkeibucho, Chang, Chi Xianjing Buchang, wrote a letter to, or rather, for O'Brien. It was a Sobetsu noshi, Song B no ci, or a semi-official sending off letter. According to the Sobetsu no Shi, O'Brien began work in November 1895, Mingji 28 Nian 11. And worked for 4 years and 3 months as a liaison officer between the local and foreign communities. His job was unspecified, but involved handling matters concerning the foreign residents of Nagasaki. O'Brien was diligent and well regarded by his fellow officers. He studied both Japanese language and Jiu-Jitsu and other cultural subjects, Wen Wu Liang Dao, and had no difficulties adjusting to life. In Japan, something that was unusual enough at the time that Masanaga would specifically mention it. The letter did not indicate what system of Jiu-Jitsu O'Brien learned, or that he used his martial arts skills as part of his work. O'Brien had told his boss that he was leaving to take care of his sick mother. Masanaga said that he would be missed and that he was welcome to come back after his mother recovered. 1. The letter was dated Meiji 331. Getsu 20, Nichi Mingji Sanshi San Nian Yi Yue Er Shiri, which was January 20th, 1900. By not later than September 1900, O'Brien was back in Boston attempting to promote Jiu-Jitsu, which had just the previous year been introduced by Edward Barton Wright. 2. 1 year after O'Brien left Japan, he contributed a series of illustrated Jiu-Jitsu lessons to a local newspaper. The 5th in the series was published January 11, with another lesson promised for the following day. 3. The lesson was titled How a Little Woman Can Defeat and Conquer a Pickpocket Who Snatches Her Purse. Based on this, he was invited by the director of Hemingway Gymnasium at Harvard University, Dr. Dudley Allen Sargent, to give a demonstration at the university. 4. The president learns Jiu-Jitsu. O'Brien, then living in Boston, attracted the attention of a former Harvard student who was an advocate of boxing and varied other manly arts, a friend of Japan, and a fan of Nitobe's Bushido 6. He also happened to be the president of the United States Theodore Roosevelt. The president asked his secretary, George B. Cortelyou, to see if O'Brien would be interested in teaching him jiu-jitsu and if so, what his fee would be. 7. O'Brien agreed to teach the president for half of his customary fee of $100 for 8 weeks, worth about $2,750 today, of weekly 10-minute lessons, or even for free, apart from expenses. Roosevelt began his lessons between March 10th and March 19th. O'Brien didn't waste any time exploiting the publicity possibilities. In short order, articles popped up in newspapers across the country, all or almost all based on the same sources of information, mixed with misinformation, and somewhat unusually, spelling the word Jiu-Jitsu reasonable correctly. 9. The source article reported that O'Brien had been the chief of police in Nagasaki, rather than an Oyatoi Gaikokujin, hired foreign helper for 10 years, and had joined a secret society called Mbakwai, which meant, according to the news story, killing without a mark as mentioned in Chapter 9, Mbakwai, Yan Wu Hui, Nbukai, did not mean killing without a mark and wasn't a secret society. It simply meant martial arts festival. The system included 200 grips, but, as O'Brien explained in 1900, only a few were needed for absolute safety against any attacks. Against Jiu-Jitsu, weapons are useless, no defense is possible. Extravagant claims it may seem, but at the time, extravagant claims were the norm. Possibly because of that, people did not pay much attention to O'Brien the first time around. In 1902, things were very different. The president was taking lessons. Anything the president did or said was news. Theodore Roosevelt was a publicity-seeking, extroverted, proactive president who did and said a lot. He was not known as the strenuous executive for nothing. 11. The president was already an expert boxer and wrestler, and even versed in the French art of boxing with the feet, according to one story. Only a crazy man would try to attack a president with TR's martial arts skills. Not surprisingly, this too was grossly exaggerated. Roosevelt was lauded as a competent boxer according to some biographers, and as an expert boxer by himself. Roosevelt claimed to have been the Harvard lightweight boxing champion, but in reality his lifetime boxing record was one impromptu contest, which he lost by first-round KO to reigning champion C.S. Hanks. The match took place on March 22, 1879, in the Harvard Gymnasium. 14. So while Roosevelt wasn't a great boxer, he did take part in one boxing match, and he did generally support boxing as an amateur sport. He opposed professional boxing, however. The true level of his wrestling skills is unknown. Certainly he trained wrestling and had excellent teachers and training partners. He was also grossly overweight, which makes his alleged mastery of savate implausible. Perhaps those are the exact reasons he gravitated to Jiu-Jitsu or Japanese wrestling. It was an art that anyone could learn. In addition, he thought it would help him lose weight. Unfortunately, he did not continue his lessons long enough on either occasion to achieve his weight reduction objectives. The St. Louis Post-Dispatch retained the misinformation, added some tweaks, and solicited the opinion of an expert, though not an unbiased one, named George Baptiste, a catch-as-catch-can wrestler, the American middleweight champion in fact. According to the report, the president was learning not just a few bone-breaking tricks which are no better understood in Japan than they are in this country. He was learning real Japanese wrestling from John J. O'Brien. His lessons were for 30 minutes every day at the White House. What Roosevelt was learning was the highest form of wrestling in the Mecca of wrestlers, Japan, namely Jiu-Jitsu. George Baptiste had a different opinion. Roosevelt wasn't learning anything special because all Japanese wrestling is catch-as-catch-can. Baptiste demonstrated a Jiu-Jitsu crouch for the spring. It was in fact a sumo tachi starting position. Baptiste had confused Jiu-Jitsu with sumo. In several other illustrations he demonstrated another sumo technique, katasukashi, and a Jiu-Jitsu technique that was a combination of a back carry, throw, seoi nage, and fireman's carry, kataguruma, that was also used in the sumo of that period and depicted in numerous articles and books. He also demonstrated a popular throw from wrist control and a position that he said was possible only in Japanese wrestling. According to Baptiste, the men are balanced upon one foot and so locked together that each prevents the other from falling. The position was certainly possible in both Jiu-Jitsu and sumo, and in fact was common in Jiu-Jitsu and later Judo. Throws that required use of a leg to trip, block, or lift the opponent necessarily forced the stylist to balance on one leg. Jiu-Jitsuans would generally try to use the opponent to maintain their own balance while breaking their opponent's balance. It was equally possible in Western wrestling. Any throw that used a leg to trip or lift the opponent required a very similar or identical position. Gripping options were obviously different, but Baptiste demonstrated the tie-ups with mutual head and elbow control. The throws could be applied with or without a kimono. In that sense, Japanese wrestling was catch-as-catch-can, or vice versa. 15. According to the Boston Post, O'Brien was teaching Roosevelt twice a day. 4 technique pictures were included, 2 methods for breaking arms, and 1 each for backs and necks, actually a choke. 16. With Roosevelt, there was no such thing as a slow news day. Accordingly, Jiu-Jitsu was assured of constant exposure in the popular press, at least until a national crisis intervened. The president thought O'Brien's system was marvelous sick, but difficult to learn. By June 5, he had given up. His stated reason was that he was busy. The 1902 coal strike was in progress and the president was under pressure to act decisively. Under these conditions, it would probably be an exaggeration to say, as O'Brien's collaborator John F. MacDonald did, that the president had become an expert in the Japanese secret science of self-defense. Rather, he seemed like a typical martial arts student. 18. O'Brien was not a phony. He actually did learn Jiu-Jitsu in Nagasaki for some period of time between 1898 and departure on or just prior to January 20th, 1900. It is unclear how long or what he learned. He was taken seriously as an authority by well-respected academics such as Dr. Robert Tate Mackenzie, 1867 to 1938, a university professor, medical doctor, sculptor, adamant physical culture advocate, and president of the American Physical Education Association. 19. The problem, at least for O'Brien and from the point of view of practical self-defense training, was that Roosevelt chose not to continue his lessons. That fact also throws light on how many lessons he took. According to some not very reliable sources, the president trained every day for 30 minutes. O'Brien's course was planned for 8 weeks, during which presumably he would have covered the 28 lessons, or 3.5 lessons per week, that were sufficient for proficiency in the art, according to the book he later published. Roosevelt began in the middle of March and quit in early June, or about 10 weeks. Therefore he gave up after 10 weeks not having completed the 8-week course, indicating that his training might have been sporadic. Apart from being busy, his reasons for quitting are unknown. O'Brien's system was difficult to learn, Roosevelt complained. But that seldom stopped him from pressing ahead with any number of challenging projects. Like many other novices, Roosevelt may have been insufficiently impressed with O'Brien's common-sense, no-frills techniques. Perhaps, as many people did, he felt that a true master of the Japanese science should properly be a Japanese person. Possibly his stated reason was the real reason. He was too busy. It is a definite fact that he was preoccupied with the 1902 coal strike that broke out on May 12 and continued until October 23, 1902. In any case, his jiu-jitsu education was limited. Without the presidential connection, O'Brien's 15 minutes in the spotlight was soon over. He remained in the professional wrestling business and taught jiu-jitsu to wrestlers. Frank Gotch learned his famous toe hold from O'Brien. Boxers. Heavyweight King Jack Johnson. Various police agencies, New York, Chicago, Detroit, St. Louis, Boston, but in decent obscurity, ending just about where he started. 20. Tengen Uchimura and his performing partner Keilasaki Jiu-Jitsu'd at Madison Square Garden on Wednesday, July 23, 1902. It was a good exhibition, and the performers were handsome, sturdy, athletic, graceful, and strong, but some onlookers were skeptical. Jiu-Jitsu might work in wrestling, but for fighting, a long left hand would put it out of commission in a hurry, was the opinion of boxer Tommy Hogan, shared by most practitioners and fans of the sweet science, who seemed unable to conceive that a jiu-jitsuan could find a way to clinch without getting hit, despite the obvious fact that boxers did it routinely. Tommy believed that jiu-jitsu would fare no better against wrestling. Look what happened when a jiu-jitsuan faced Evan Strangler Lewis. He ended up with a broken leg and twisted arm, Tommy warned. He was alluding to Matsuda Sorakichi's confrontation with Lewis in 1886. Matsuda did get traumatized, at least in pro wrestling terms. However, Matsuda's game was sumo, not jiu-jitsu. He was Japanese though, which was close enough for Tommy Hogan. A local sports writer kept his mind open, saying it would be great sport to see them, the jiu-jitsu men, pitted against an American boxer or wrestler. Uchimura stayed in the game, on the periphery of the spotlight, mostly quietly teaching with a modicum of bombast. He eventually did step into the ring with a wrestler, Owens Phillips, in December 21, 1906. Uchimura was notably less attention-seeking than the majority of jiu-jitsu men in America, hence less is known about him. According to one source, his real name might have been Nai-kun Wai Tai Lang, which can be pronounced as Uchimura, Sototaro, or Gaitaro, or Hokataro, among other possibilities. Uchimura was the first judo man in America, although he was a traditional jujutsuka, not a Kodokan judoka, at the time. He wrote a book called Jiu-Jitsu, Ziu-Zitsu. He became a good friend of Yamashita when they met in America after Yamashita arrived in 1903. Uchimura had been there since at least a year earlier, possibly as early as 1897. When Uchimura returned to Japan, he joined Kodokan and eventually became 6 Dan. Before leaving Japan, he competed against Kodokan in the 1897 Imperial Martial Arts Tournament, OE, Tenkoku Shobukai, in which 6 traditional Jujutsu Ryu assembled to confront Kodokan. If it turns out that Tengan Uchimura and Uchimura Sototaro were different individuals, then there was another Jiu-Jitsuan in America, the first indeed, who has been completely overlooked. Early in the year, on January 30th, Japan had taken an important forward step toward joining the ranks of the advanced countries by entering into an alliance with England motivated by mutual concern over Russian intentions and activities in China and Korea. 23. This provided a new opportunity to laud Japan and its various marvels. Jiu-Jitsu was on the menu. Alfred Stead had lived in Kobe, Japan, where he took lessons in the scientific system of defense or attack used by the police. His teacher had been a celebrated police professor who could speak no English. He was inspired and excited by a police demonstration of the science and suggested that the London police introduce the system. Japan had imported the best of everything from the West, he commented, with the exception of the foreigners themselves, and would be happy to repay the favor by sending jujutsu instructors to England. 24. 2 years later, the Russo to Japanese War gave Jiu-Jitsu another even bigger boost, or rather gave journalists a handy hook for feature articles. Roosevelt, still in the White House, reacquired his interest in Japanese wrestling, or Jiu-Do as he called the system he studied. He resumed his lessons in 1904, but not with John O'Brien. His new teachers were Kodokan men, led by Professor Yamashita Yoshitsugu. Lit. Notes to Chapter 10. Chapter 11, 1903. Sherlock Holmes was a perfect reasoning machine whose feats of logical deduction were as astonishing to observers as they were childishly obvious to himself. Holmes was not an armchair detective, He was an expert boxer and swordsman. He also knew Jiu-Jitsu 8 years before Edward Barton Wright popularized it in England as Bartitsu. Jiu-Jitsu saved Holmes's life in 1891, although it wasn't until 1903 that he was at liberty to reveal the particulars of the incident. In 1893, in The Final Problem, Dr. Watson recounted how in 1891 Holmes had engaged in a death struggle with a renegade mathematics professor named James Moriarty at the Reichenbach Falls at Meiringen, Switzerland. Their bodies were never recovered. No more stories about Holmes appeared for 8 more years. How could there be? Holmes was dead. The fans weren't having it. They wanted Holmes back. Doyle's publisher made him an offer he couldn't refuse. Holmes returned in the serialized retrospective novel The Hound of the Baskervilles in 1901.1. Fortunately for everyone, it turned out that Holmes was not really dead. He had faked his own death in order to lull Moriarty's gang into complacency, so that he could round them up and hand them over to Scotland Yard. When Holmes finally re-emerged in The Adventure of the Empty House, in 1903, he attributed his survival in Switzerland to his knowledge of Baritsu, or the Japanese system of wrestling, which has more than once been very useful to me. 2. At just about that same time, the U.S. War Department was beginning to show some interest in Jiu-Jitsu. The former U.S. military attaché in Tokyo, Major Oliver E. Wood, presented a lecture and demonstration on the topic sometime in the spring or summer of 1903. The Army and Navy Register printed a 2-page summary in September. 3. Major Wood's lecture drew on earlier articles by Lindsay and Kano, 1889, Shidachi, 1892, and especially Barton Wright's 1902 article, Jiu-Jitsu and Judo. 4. It was not mentioned who demonstrated the techniques, but in any event they were described as Hikitaoshi, throwing the opponent down; Zudori, pulling the opponent's head backward; Seoinage, grasping the right arm; Gozentori, twisting the opponent's wrist; Dojime, squeezing the opponent his body with the legs; Nodushi, throttling by pressure on throat; Sayumagari, twisting hand and neck; Koshiharai, kicking the loins; Kabayoshi, pressure on throat and loins; Tengugachi, suffocating pressure of right arm. Most of the technique names were derived from Yoshida and Iso's 1893 Tenjin Shinyo Ryu textbook. Tenjin Shinyo Ryu Gokui Kyojuzukai, Tianshinjen Yang Liru Shuji Jiao Shutuje, with some alterations undoubtedly due to faulty translation or transliteration. The following were found in the textbook, on pages indicated in parentheses: Zudori, Tubu, pages 120, 8 to 129. Seoinage, Beiju 2, page 267. Gosentori, Yuchienbu, pages 101 to 102. Dojime, Dong, page 266. Sayumagari, a variant pronunciation of Zuo Yukwa, page 114 to 116. Tengugachi, a variant pronunciation of Tiangu Sheng, page 224. Kabayoshi seems to refer to a technique called Kabezoefusegi, pages 137,139. Wood's technique descriptions were generally similar to the textbook versions. For example, suffocating pressure of the right arm is a choke. Pulling the opponent's head backward is part of the technique. The head must also be pulled down before his body can align. Grasping the opponent's right arm is not seoinage as such, but rather the grip needed to execute it. The Seoinage back carry throw is shown on page 267, a variation called Ryotatori. 2. Liang Shubu 2 is shown on page 176. There was no Tenjin Shinyo Ryu technique called Koshiharai, but there was Harai Goshi, Sao Hiao, and Ashibarai, Susao-i. Harai and Barai refer to a sweeping motions. Woods' description of Koshiharai seems to be that of Harai Goshi, assuming that kicking the loins referred to the rearward motion of the sweeping leg. Similarly, there was no textbook technique called Hikitaoshi, but there was Hikiotoshi, Yinluo, written and pronounced Shikiotoshi Shikio Toshi, consistent with Tokyo pronunciation. Hiki, Yinki, meant to pull; Taoshi, Daoshi, meant to fall; while Otoshi, Luotoshi, meant to drop, and were similar in meaning when combined with hiki, that is, pull down. Hikiotosu was a frequently used word, describing the act of moving an opponent simultaneously inward and downward. Nodushi was the only technique not found in the textbook. It was a sumo technique. Technically, what Major Woods was describing was either Tenjin Shinryu or heavily influenced by it. According to Major Wood, again quoting Recycling Barton Wright, Jiu-Jitsu was the science of wrestling when on the ground. And one of the rules that governed this style was that a man was not considered down until he held up his hands. Keno was credited with inventing judo, which was the science of throwing by yielding, and not by resisting, and was confined generally to standing wrestling. Similarly, kata was a form of wrestling. Thus were Barton Wright's misconceptions disseminated far and wide. The weaponless components of various schools, styles, traditions, or ryuha, Tenjin-shinyo Ryu in particular had numerous techniques for putting an opponent on the ground and controlling him. Practitioners wanted the opponent on the ground, or rather, off his feet, because he was thereby less able to resist and easier to control. Techniques were not specifically designed to wrestle with him there, although there were a few that might be described in that way. For examples, dojimi and a choke from what today would be called open guard, and a sweep described or classified as tsutamiho, shishenbu. 6. Holding up the hands or being considered down had nothing to do with these techniques. Woods was quoting from Barton Wright's article, page 262, but rather were aspects of the free training methods and contests that had been influenced by Western wrestling traditions. Still quoting Barton Wright, Wood concluded that the art was not commonly or indiscriminatingly taught in Japan. People who have lived there for 30 years had never seen anything of it. The Japanese government does not insist on the people learning the art. Fortunately, Irving Hancock's Japanese physical culture had not been published yet, not until November of that year. The author was spared at least some egregious misinformation. Compared to Irving Hancock, Edward Barton Wright was a paragon of accuracy. 7. Exaggeration was part of the game, but Barton Wright recruited the best men he could find, including Pierre Vigny. Vigny was either French or Swiss depending on the report. He had been a fencing instructor to the French army, to a crack cavalry regiment, it was said. Like other armies, the pre-motorized French ground forces depended heavily on animal power. Vigny's stint at Barton Wright's School of Arms equipped him with some of the skills of Anglo-American marketing. The market for self-defense lessons benefited from fear of street crime, which the popular press also had, and has, incentives to exaggerate. Knowing that horrific crime stories sold more copies than more factual accounts that put risk of crime in perspective. 8. Lady June and Lady Mary Sackville had both been mugged in fashionable areas of London, guaranteeing press coverage, and generating the feeling among the middle class that if it could happen to elite ladies, it could happen to anyone. Hooligans, footpads, thugs, roughs, blackguards, ruffians, Apaches, and malfaiteurs might be around any corner. Proper young ladies, in addition, had to be on guard against mashers and inappropriately friendly males. Independent English women who might be tempted to ride a bicycle in the countryside or take an unescorted stroll through the city streets might at any time be accosted and probably needed to learn how to look after herself. Vigny was there to teach her how. Prudent, risk-averse gentlemen and ladies sought ways to assuage their trepidations. Martial arts experts of miscellaneous types rushed to the rescue. Pierre Vigny polished the system that he had shown to Barton Wright. Not only the system, but the story behind the system as well. According to reports, Vigny bought a stout walking stick and went to the slums of London and Liverpool to study the methods of the underclasses of those two urban cesspools. He then went to the slums of Paris, Naples, New York, and Chicago for the same purpose. The miscreants' preferred tools were loaded belts, sandbags, bludgeons, knives, and daggers. Vigny desired to create a system that would assure safety with nothing more, or at least not much more, than a simple walking stick. He was, as Barton Wright had been, modest in his claims. The system was not guaranteed to be effective against firearms. With this limitation, however, it was foolproof. Anyone could learn it. Vigny's system was an adaptation of fencing, using ordinary, everyday accessories that might be carried by middle-class pedestrians such as canes, walking sticks, umbrellas, parasols, even rolled-up newspapers. Anything with the same general characteristics would serve as well. It simply had to be reasonably long, reasonably solid, and above all, available when needed. Vigny's system also incorporated Jiu-Jitsu, the science of using weakness against strength, whereby even power-punching former heavyweight boxing champion Bob Fitzsimmons would be helpless as a baby, and any delicate lady would be a match for one or two roughs as long as she had her umbrella and didn't panic. A typical practitioner of his system would, after 3 months of lessons, be a match for a half-dozen armed ruffians. A problem that Vigny had no immediate answer for was ladies' fashions. A well-dressed woman would be seriously hampered by her attire, as illustrations accompanying many of the articles indicated. She would be wearing a large-brimmed hat, a long dress, a corset, high-heeled shoes, and probably carrying a heavy purse. Vinny might have devised a self-defense science around ladies' apparel. High-heel shoes and heavy purses make excellent weapons, and brimmed hats could serve a useful purpose as well. Vinny stuck with what he knew best. By the fall of 1903, if not before, Vinny had parted ways with Barton Wright and had his own school. It was called the School of Self-Defense, near Oxford Street in London. After all, he must have thought he could do what Barton Wright did, which was to hire experts to teach in his school. He had two advantages over Barton Wright. He, Vinny, was one of the experts. He was also well known and highly regarded. Barton Wright was largely responsible for that. With all of his instructors gone and no one immediately available or willing to replace them, Barton Wright faded away. When he finally re-emerged, it was in New Zealand where he was posing as a doctor. The self-defense craze had passed him by. Medical quackery, however, was never going to go away. Barton Wright settled in for the duration. 9. Young Peening. On Monday, February 16, 1903, at the Star Theater in Brooklyn, the little demon Harvey Parker offered $25 to anyone he couldn't throw in 15 minutes by catch-as-catch-can rules. It was a nightly routine. Parker had been doing it for several years at various burlesque house and theaters, apparently with outstanding success. $25 was a lot of money in 1903, and an ambitious young fellow stepped up. He called himself Young Peening, hoping to follow in the footsteps of the Brooklyn butcher boy, John Peening, who had been featured in the National Police Gazette as early as 1900. In the days before rock and roll, professional basketball, and rap, there were not many occupations that promised fame and fortune. Professional wrestling was one of them. Young Peening was out of his league. He tried to compensate with roughhouse tactics. Parker was equally well versed in the foul tricks of the trade. Young Peening gave it his best shot but eventually had his shoulders pinned. His fans howled in protest. Parker gave him another chance. Peening performed better, but Parker's crotch and half-Nelson hold dashed Oscar's hope for the $25 . Young Peening was not discouraged by the loss. In May, Captain Dooley of 390 Broadway, telephone 906 Williamsburg, announced that he was ready to back Young Peening against any man at 130 pounds or less. The amount of the side bet was negotiable. 11. Young Peening made his challenge more specific on May 15th. He wanted to meet the winner of the Beeman King wrestling match scheduled to take place at the Dyker Heights Athletic Club on Wednesday, May 20th. His manager H. Sonderman offered to put up $50 to back Young Peening. He wanted the match to be a preliminary to the Gus Rulin handicap match versus Ernest Rober on May 21st at Prospect Hall. Rober promised to throw Gus 3 times in 1 hour. 12. Young Peening was a minor wrestler and of not much historic interest except for one thing. He was one of the few American wrestlers who were willing to accept the standing challenge of Prof. Maeda. Young Peening's real name was Oscar Dresdorf, also spelled Dresdorf and Draxdorf. Dresdorf was willing to wrestle any man as long as he wasn't too big. 130 pounds was about the limit, strongly suggesting that he weighed about that much or slightly less. In common with most wrestlers of the time, Dresdorf was not intimidated by Jiu-Jitsu fighters. In particular, he was not greatly impressed by S.A. Maeda Mitsuyo. He accepted Maeda's challenge, yielding a weight advantage to Maeda. The fight boosted Maeda's reputation in Japan and Japan's reputation in America during the second year of the Russo-Japanese War. A certain amount of exaggeration and dramatization was the norm, but in this case, it was exceptional. Dresdorf gained 200 pounds as the story was told and retold, and ended up supposedly weighing 330 pounds. In reality, Maeda significantly outweighed Dresdorf. Muscle breaking. In 1898, the United States decided with the encouragement of Assistant Secretary of the Navy Theodore Roosevelt and various yellow newspaper publishers, including Joseph Pulitzer and William Randolph Hearst, to establish its dominance in the Asia-Pacific region and secure its ambition to be a world power. It intended to accomplish this by seizing Spain's remaining and recalcitrant colonies, Puerto Rico, Cuba, and the Philippines. The pretext was the explosion of the battleship USN Maine in Havana Harbor on February 15, 1898. No one knew why the ship blew up, but despite a total lack of evidence or logic, Spain was blamed. America then seized Puerto Rico, Cuba, and the Philippines, sinking any Spanish ship in sight. Cuba was liberated. Puerto Rico was, mostly willingly, annexed as a territory. Philippine nationalists did not want to be annexed. A 3-year struggle, 1899 to 1902, ensued, and the Philippines were annexed anyway. They weren't ready for independence, American imperialists argued. Some Americans were anti-imperialism, but the imperialists, including future jiu-jitsu man Theodore Roosevelt, prevailed. Large newspapers sent correspondents to cover both imperialistic adventures. A former chemist and journalist from Waltham, Massachusetts, named Harry Irving Hancock, 1868 to 1922, was one of those correspondents. Hancock wrote for the Boston Globe and New York Journal. His assignment in Cuba gave him the idea and material for his first book, What One Man Saw, being the personal impressions of a war correspondent in Cuba in 1898. He followed that up with Blackmail, a Central Official. Problem in 1899, Detective Johnson of New Orleans, His Evil Eye, and Inspector Henderson. By 1899, he had already published several series of books for young boys, including the West Point series. 4 titles, the Annapolis series, 4 titles, the Young Engineers series, 4 titles, the Boys of the Army series, High School Boys series, 4 titles, Grammar School Boys series, 4 titles, High School Boys Vacation series, 4 titles, Motorboat Club series, 7 titles, Square Dollar Boys series, 2 titles. In 1900, he published Aguinaldo's Hostage, or Dick Carson's Captivity Among the Filipinos, and in 1902, Life at West Point, The Making of the American Army Officer, His Studies, Discipline, and Amusements. He was obviously prolific and in constant need of topical material. With his level of literary output, it would have been a remarkable accomplishment if he had found time to train, let alone master jiu-jitsu, as he implied. Hancock described his jiu-jitsu background in the following terms. According to his first jiu-jitsu book, published in November 1903, he began training with Japanese friends in America sometime around 1896. He then studied in Nagasaki with Inoue-san. He later took lessons in Yokohama and Tokyo. Still later, Inoue-san visited America and Hancock reunited to train with him. In the follow-up book published in April 1904, 2 months after the outbreak of the Russo-Japanese War, Hancock elaborated that some years ago he trained for the second time in Tokyo, during which he engaged in 5 bouts with a tiny Japanese woman, who first clinched with him, and then forced him to pat the floor in token of surrender after 5 seconds. She did it 3 more times. Hancock managed to turn the tables on her once. The instructor quickly gave Hancock a half-hour lesson and sent him back out to struggle with the young women. Thanks to the impromptu lesson, Hancock won all 12 of their next bouts. Apparently, jiu-jitsu antagonists in that particular school patted the floor as a sign of surrender after each fall. Once, in his next jiu-jitsu book published in May 1904, he added that he studied under Matsuda and Yako as well as Inoue. 18. He did not mention what ryu they represented. Inoue was most probably Kan Inoue, whose name was variously spelled, who arrived in America with John O'Brien in 1900. O'Brien and Hancock would have supposedly trained with the same teacher at the same time. Neither one mentioned that possibility. The closest O'Brien came to calling Hancock a fake was through the co-author of his, O'Brien, his 1905 book, John F. MacDonald, who took a jab at self-styled professors, who claim a knowledge of jiu-jitsu, but what they teach is pure and simple Japanese wrestling, which is taught and used most exclusively by the Japanese coolies. In Hancock's next jiu-jitsu book, this one devoted almost exclusively to combat tricks, published in September 1904, he again refrained from saying anything specific about the sources of his information, simply that his system was eclectic and based on the teachings of one of the most modern of Tokyo's jiu-jitsu experts, while features have been taken also from the teachings of many other noted exponents of today. He did not mention where he learned those features. 20. In his final jiu-jitsu book, Hancock boldly stated outright that the system was Jiguro Sik Keno's system of jiu-jitsu, also known as judo, augmented by techniques from Hoshino and Tsutsumi, who he said were famous. Hancock left it to his co-author, Katsukuma Higashi, to describe Hancock's alleged background. According to Higashi, Hancock studied Kodokan Judo after having studied the work of many older and inferior schools. My collaborator applied himself to the thorough study of the most modern and effective school of the art, the Kano system, which is today the real jiu-jitsu of Japan. Elsewhere, Higashi contrasted the Kano system with lesser and obsolete schools. Oddly, Higashi and Hancock both misspelled Kano's first name as Jigoro. 21. By the time the complete Kano Jiu-Jitsu came out, it was well known that what the president had studied with Yamashita was Kodokan Judo. Hancock did not want to be left behind. He simply relabeled his mishmash of techniques as Judo. Hancock introduced a marketing technique that was commonly used to sell patent medicines and was later used by others of his ilk. He first fabricated an impressive resume for Higashi, and then had Higashi vouch for Hancock. 22. Hancock first described Higashi as a leading exponent of Kano Jiu-Jitsu, and then had Higashi return the favor by saying that Hancock had applied himself to the thorough study of that system. Hancock avoided actually saying that Higashi trained Kano's Judo, while Higashi avoided saying that Hancock had any actual knowledge or skills. Eddie. Judging by the consistent pattern of similarities in phrasing and misspellings, it is likely that Hancock edited some of the writings attributed to Higashi and possibly wrote them himself. So, be that as it may, Japanese physical training had an enormous and long-lasting impact. It was extensively and favorably reviewed, and the reviews were distributed to English-language newspapers throughout the Anglosphere. First published in November 1903, it was reprinted in January 1904, before the outbreak of the Russo-Japanese War, and February 1904, and numerous times thereafter, it was translated into many foreign languages, including French and Brazilian Portuguese. Its misconceptions and fabrications immediately went viral, as it would later be expressed and become part of the image of jiu-jitsu up to the present day. The Brazilians were reading and quoting from it as early as 1930 and all the way up to the advent of the Gracie Revolution in the 1990s. 25. Hancock's involvement in Cuba and the Philippines must have primed him to pay attention when Theodore Roosevelt began taking jiu-jitsu lessons from John J. O'Brien in 1902. Roosevelt was already well known and popular, having served as a congressman, Assistant Secretary of the Navy, and Governor of New York, as well as being a self-made hero of the Spanish-American War in 1898 and an all-around career publicity hound. 26. In 1901, he was vice president to William McKinley, a job he was unenthusiastic about. The vice presidency lacked the power that Roosevelt needed to make the improvements America deserved. He got that power when McKinley was assassinated on September 6, 1901, and Roosevelt stepped up into the highest office in the land. 27. The president had prime visibility, and any publicity seeker who could somehow attach himself to the president's name would be assured of coverage in the popular press, and could freely exploit that in his own promotional activities, albeit at his own expense. John O'Brien was the first to show how it could be done. Generations of martial arts teachers learned his lessons, limited only by lack of presidential interest. Movie stars and pop singers eventually served the same purpose. 28. Irving Hancock's connection to the presidency was tenuous. To be more precise, he had none, unlike John O'Brien. Hancock's connection was transitive. Roosevelt learned jiu-jitsu. Hancock's book was about jiu-jitsu. Therefore, the president endorsed the subject of Hancock's book. The implication was half true. Roosevelt implicitly gave jiu-jitsu his personal and presidential endorsement when he was with O'Brien, but seemingly withdrew it when he quit, restoring it when he hooked up with Prof. Yamashita Yoshitsugu in 1904. By that time, what he was endorsing was Kodokan Judo. The 1900 Boxer Rebellion in China clearly attracted Hancock's attention, as he indicated in his 1903 book Japanese Physical Training, published November 1903. The performance of Japan's conscripted soldiers, few of them with samurai roots, proved that jiu-jitsu was the best system of physical culture, or a bit more vaguely, that the value of jiu-jitsu is proven by the fact that the Japanese, while a diminutive race, possessed the greatest endurance of any people on earth. 29. There were several flaws in this argument. First, being diminutive has nothing to do with having endurance. Second, the performance of trained soldiers has nothing to do with the capabilities of civilians. Third, the performance of Japan's soldiers was not measured or demonstrated in any systematic way. The troops of the 8 participating countries did not all perform the same duties, nor were they measured in such a way that they could be meaningfully compared. Fourth, Japanese soldiers did not train jiu-jitsu unless they did it on their own time and, other than officers, some of whom did train judo, they did not have free time and were not encouraged to waste it on activities that did not directly contribute to military success. Fifth, none of this proved anything about the value of jiu-jitsu. Finally, it is not stated what value represents in this context. The implication, though, is clear. Hancock hoped to suggest that the performance of Japan's army in the Boxer Rebellion somehow proved that Jiu-Jitsu would provide all of the benefits he claimed for the activities that he described in Japanese physical culture. The book primarily addressed diet, sleep, smoking, alcohol, bathing, clothes, and isometric exercises. The word Jiu-Jitsu was frequently used, but very few tricks were depicted or described. Those that bore little resemblance to the techniques found in Japanese books. 30. It was in Japanese physical training that Hancock defined Jiu-Jitsu as muscle breaking. 31. Muscle breaking was the literal translation, he incorrectly explained, suggesting muscle wrenching as a better alternative. 32. Muscle wrenching was equally incorrect. Jiu-Jitsu, or more accurately, Jiu-Jitsu, Rushu, does not refer to muscles, breaking, or wrenching. Rather, it means soft, flexible technique, skill. The actual meaning of the two components of the word, ru, and jutsu, shu, depends on what other components they are combined with. They can also be pronounced in other ways as well, while retaining the same approximate meanings. People who knew Japanese pointed out Hancock's error, but the idea that Jiu-Jitsu meant muscle breaking drifted south to Brazil, where Hancock's mistranslation was sometimes used, quebra musculos. A Portuguese translation was available in Brazil soon after its publication. Journalists and some of the founders of Jiu-Jitsu in Brazil referred to Hancock from time to time. 33. However, Hancock did not mention Roosevelt in Japanese physical training, possibly because it would call attention to John O'Brien and the fact that O'Brien had verifiable training experience and had actually lived in Japan. While Hancock's qualifications and experience were questionable at best, Hancock undoubtedly visited Japan for brief periods simply because he was stationed in the Philippines at some point during the war there. Ships from Manila to the west coast of the United States made brief stops in Nagasaki, Kobe, and Yokohama. The only way Hancock could have avoided visiting Japan was to not get off his ship. 34. Japanese Physical Training was the first mainstream book on Jiu-Jitsu. It was not specifically about Jiu-Jitsu, but rather, as the subtitle clearly stated, about the system of exercise, diet, and general mode of living of the Mikado's people. The subtitle contained 5 or more false, misleading, or meaningless presuppositions. Specifically, that the Japanese people were the healthiest, the strongest, and the happiest in the world, that they had a national system of exercise, diet, and life, and that system and Jiu-Jitsu were responsible for their health, strength, and happiness. It may have been Hancock's publisher, G.P. Putnam's son's tactic to attract the maximum number of buyers. The number of people who were interested in sports, combat, and self-defense was limited. The number who were interested in health, strength, and happiness was booming. 35. Hancock dedicated Japanese physical training to Bernard McFadden, who since the publication of his 1895 book, McFadden's System of Physical Training, and monthly magazine Physical Culture from 1899, and the 5 or 6 other magazines that he published, edited, and wrote for, was known as the Apostle of Physical Culture. McFadden was a bodybuilder before there was a word for it, and had a physique that by intention looked like a Greek statue. He didn't lift weights. He scorned bulging show-off muscles, and instead advocated functional, athletic muscles. His muscular development was accomplished, he said, with nothing more than cables and pulleys. He created exercises for general vital vigor and also for specific sports. He recommended walking, running, biking, vegetarianism, breathing fresh air, drinking water, exercising with body weight or the portable devices that he designed and sold, wearing loose-fitting clothes, and avoiding tobacco, alcohol, and white bread. All of these were eventually adopted in some degree by fitness-minded, health-conscious people, but they were radical ideas at the time. People felt that exercise, night air, and water were dangerous, and that smoking alcohol and clothes that restricted movement, including breathing, were either safe or healthy. Nutritional knowledge was primitive. The primary concern was getting enough calories, but no one knew how many was enough, and no distinction was made between different sources of calories. McFadden recommended eating less and exercising more to lose weight, and eating more and exercising less, or rather resting more, to gain weight. Middle age in McFadden's heyday started at 35, and it was regarded as normal to be paunchy and toothless. Physical disorders and general debility were considered unavoidable concomitants of the aging process. McFadden disagreed. He thought they were completely avoidable. He went even further. Not only could all almost disorders, diseases, and disabilities be prevented, they could also be cured. The solution was to live in accordance with the laws of nature. He adopted this philosophy based on his personal experience. He had been a scrawny young man. One day he visited a gym and noticed that everyone there seemed to be fit. He also noticed that animals tended to be fit. The reason, he decided, was that they ate the right things in the right amount, spent their time breathing fresh air, eschewed tight-fitting clothes, and worked out. They didn't smoke or drink or eat processed foods. This was the secret to physical culture, or as it would be called later, health and fitness. Few people in the 21st century would find much to argue with in McFadden's system. At the time, it was revolutionary for the general population. McFadden was not the only advocate of these ideas, of course, but they were a small minority. McFadden was also antipathetic to conventional medicine. This was not a mainstream view, but it was not radical either. Medical science and technology were still rudimentary, and the medical profession was unregulated. Quacks could offer and promise anything, and they did. McFadden accepted ads for dubious, unproven, and implausible treatment methods but drew the line at patent medicines. Sick people wanted definite answers and guaranteed successful treatment outcomes. Conventional medicine at the time could not provide either, and in some cases still can't. Even when the cause of a common disease was known, such as tuberculosis, caused by Mycobacterium tuberculosis, it was not known what precipitated the disease, how it spread, what could be done to prevent or cure it, or how to restore good health if possible. The prevailing views were that tuberculosis was caused by bad air or by a malfunctioning of the body's own cells rather than exogenous agents, microorganisms. Thus the recommended treatment was fresh air, good food, and isolation, all of which would have provided some protection against the disease in the first place, but did nothing to eradicate the bacillus or reverse the damage. That was also McFadden's view. He added one new element: exercise to build vital vigor instead of bed rest. Vital vigor came from healthy blood, which came from the healthy lifestyle McFadden recommended. In the case of tuberculosis, it was the best that could be done. No treatment was available to cure or undo the effects until 1944, with streptomycin, but even that did not repair the damage already done. The discoverer of the causative organism, Robert Koch, announced a cure called tuberculin in 1890. However, the therapeutic benefit was too unpredictable and marginal in relation to the potential side effects of inflammation. Unfortunately, no control group was studied. Most of the deaths occurred in patients with advanced cavitary pulmonary disease. In other words, were on death's doorstep with or without tuberculin. 37. From this barely meaningful result, opponents decided that vaccination was the curse of the devil and legal murder and caused tuberculosis, cancer, and 54 other diseases and disorders. 8. McFadden was also anti-vaccination. He believed it caused rather than prevented diseases. He also believed that people should have the right to choose. He suggested that people who wanted to be vaccinated should do it, while people who didn't want to be should not be forced to do it. Parents should have the right to decide for their children. It's a multi-sided argument that continues today. McFadden attracted followers. Dr. Martin Friedrich, the health officer of Cleveland, decided in 1902 to abandon smallpox vaccinations, believing that disinfection with formaldehyde would accomplish the same result without, he believed, murderous side effects. In the first 6 months in his office, 7 cases of smallpox were reported. There were 17 cases in quarantine from before his time. Dr. Friedrich announced that he had eradicated smallpox with formaldehyde. 14 months later, there were over 900 reported cases with 100 deaths. 39. Hancock subscribed to McFadden's theories about health and disease. He assumed the Japanese were the healthiest and strongest on earth because they lived according to nature's law, just as McFadden taught. But they went one better than nature's way. They improved on nature by training their 2,000-year-old national form of physical culture, namely Jiu-Jitsu. 40. There were 3 problems with Hancock's theory. First, his premises were untrue. Second, his conclusions were either untrue or unsupported by evidence or contrary to the evidence. Third, Hancock's reasoning was faulty. Most of his errors come in the preface and introduction, with others here and there. The significance is that Hancock was widely reviewed and praised. His ideas were accepted as true. Hancock's claims about Japanese health strength and happiness were based on his personal observations at best, in public baths and a jiu-jitsu school. At no point did he cite any plausible sources. The medical claims were patently false. Far from tuberculosis, kekaku, jihei, being rare in Japan, it was rampant. The rate of tuberculosis, which was an underestimate in 1900, was 160,000 population. It was especially prevalent in textile factory workers, mainly young girls. That was about the same rate as in America and Europe. However, unlike in other countries, the Japanese rate was going up rather than down. Although it began decreasing after 1919, relatively minor or at least not usually fatal ailments, such as trachoma, bronchitis, pneumonia, gastroenteritis, and beriberi, were extremely common. Epidemics of cholera and measles were not rare. Rates of other common diseases were decreasing since 1868, but that was the result of the adoption of Western, particularly German medical practices. Japan suffered from all the same diseases that afflicted most other countries, including cholera, dysentery, typhus, smallpox, typhoid fever, diphtheria, plague, and scarlet fever. Syphilis and gonorrhea were widespread even before the foreigners arrived. Both acute and chronic diseases were common, as were epidemics of infectious and contagious diseases. As in other countries, they stemmed from the same causes, mostly related to industrialization. As in some foreign countries, America in particular, Japan had an abundance of quacks and scammers. Jiu-Jitsu training might under certain conditions have some health benefits, but preventing and curing infectious diseases was not among them. Moreover, few people trained Jiu-Jitsu, particularly not the people who were most at risk, poor people. Hancock might have argued that Jiu-Jitsu prevented Japan's health problems from being even worse than they were, but he was too ignorant of the facts for it to have occurred to him. Better informed observers labeled his claims as far-fetched, outlandish, and imaginative. 44. They were in the minority, however. That suited the Japanese government, which was highly concerned with managing Japan's image abroad. 45. Japanese physical training proved to be popular and received extensive coverage in magazines, newspapers, and even academic journals. Hancock personally wrote numerous magazine and newspapers articles extolling his own book. When the Russo-Japanese War broke out in February of 1904, Hancock quickly wrote 2 follow-up books, the first being Physical Training for Women by Japanese Methods, issued April 1904, and Physical Training for Children in May 1904, and did not hesitate to use the war itself as publicity for his books, writing, "The physical performance of the Japanese in their war with Russia should be sufficient to establish even seemingly extravagant claims for the value of Jiu-Jitsu as the best system of bodily training known to the world." At the time, it had come to be assumed that some sort of physical culture system was needed, but little agreement as to which was most appropriate for different ages, sexes, and types of people, and thus there was marketplace space for purveyors of bogus therapeutic modalities of all varieties. The war was still going on in 1905, so Hancock quickly dashed off another book, which he promised would be the last, The Complete Keno Jiu-Jitsu. Hancock kept his promise not to write any more books about Jiu-Jitsu after The Complete Kano. He wrote other books instead. Uncle Sam's Boys Smashed the Germans was well received by educators in 1919, and found time to churn out another rehash, as reviewers complained of his original Jiu-Jitsu book, this time for middle-class male office workers, titled Physical Training for Businessmen. 47. Hancock died in 1922. His books and misconceptions lived on. More powerful than hypnotism, authentic Japanese Kodokan Judo was being discreetly taught in America as early as November 21, 1903, by an instructor with impeccable credentials, namely Yamashita Yoshitsugu Shanshiai Shao. Yamashita had just one registered student at that time, 34-year-old Oliver H. Perry Defarge, 48. Yamashita and his art were more formally introduced to America on December 2, 1903, by Samuel Hill of St. Paul, Minnesota, a man of many accomplishments but preeminently known as a world traveler, ethnologist, and scientific investigator. Judo was described in headlines realistically as a method of self-defense akin to wrestling and hyperbolically as a science more powerful than hypnotism. The event was held at the Gymnasium of Friends Select School on I Street, with an audience of more than 60 diplomats, statesmen, and clubmen. Hill introduced 2 sturdy Oriental athletes, namely Prof. Yamashita and his student, Mr. Yamaguchi, who was actually Kawaguchi Mitsuro. Hill had invited them to America as his personal guests to give private, educational exhibitions, not as entertainment for the general public. Yamashita was described as the foremost exponent of the art in Japan, which was seriously misleading in that it ignored the myriad Jiu-Jitsu practitioners who were not formally affiliated with Kodokan Judo, not to mention Kano himself. But in relation to the standards of truthful reporting prevailing at the time, it was a minor exaggeration. In any event, Yamashita and Kawaguchi first warmed up and then demonstrated various throws. Mr. Hill served as the victim in Yamashita's demonstration of self-defense techniques, which were executed by applying pressure on the nerves of the ankle, wrist, and upper arm. 49. The very next day, December 3, 1903, a Harvard trustee named Mr. Hill called the White House. Being a Harvard man, he had access to the president. Hill suggested that the president might be interested in meeting his two guests, who happened to be Japanese jiu-jitsu performers. The president indeed was interested. D. Notes to Chapter 11. Chapter 12, 1904. More books were promptly published in 1904 to take advantage of the new craze for the Japanese science. All were about the same in terms of exposition, and most showed the same or very similar tricks. 3 of the full-length books about jiu-jitsu published in 1904 were written by Irving Hancock. They were Physical Training for Women by Japanese Methods, Physical Training for Children by Japanese Methods, and Jiu-Jitsu Combat Tricks. Hancock's books were almost immediately translated into a variety of foreign languages, including Finnish, French, German, and Portuguese, thereby ensuring that everywhere outside of Japan the default narrative was essentially devoid of factuality. Another jiu-jitsu book was penned by Harry H. Skinner, Jiu-Jitsu, the Japanese Method of Attack and Self-Defense, spreading the word about jiu-jitsu even more extensively than Hancock, and Skinner was a former chemistry student named Yai Kichi Yabe. In 1904, he published the first 2 volumes of a series, collectively titled Jiu-Jitsu, the Japanese National System of Physical Training and Self-Defense. 2 other even slimmer booklets were published in 1904 by the National Police Gazette. They were Jiu-Jitsu Tricks by Kei Saito and Jiu-Jitsu, the Japanese System of Physical Culture by Mori Ohashi. The public couldn't get enough of jiu-jitsu, and publishers were eager to supply them. Quality was a secondary consideration. Hancock's mistranslation of jiu-jitsu as muscle breaking came under fire from people like William Elliot Griffiths, among others, who had actually lived in Japan and understood the language. Hancock, or a supporter, responded by clarifying that while jiu-jitsu literally meant muscle breaking, a more nearly equivalent expression, however, is muscle wrenching. In reality, jiu-jitsu, or more properly, as the critics pointed out, jujutsu, meant neither muscle breaking nor muscle wrenching, either literally or in any other way. 3. The big news of 1904 was the war between the expansionistic Russian Bear and America. Aptest pupil, Japan, the flowery land of samurais, geishas, and, God willing, Christian converts. But the war didn't begin until February. In the meantime, newspapers, movie theaters, vaudeville shows, and lecture halls all needed content. Light human interest stories filled the bill admirably. Accounts of little brown men performing unexpected and inexplicable feats of martial virtue by effortlessly subduing brutes were always welcome. The same story could be told an unlimited number of times merely by altering the places, names, and a few details. One popular, although less common, twist was to substitute a proper American or English young lady for the more common little brown man. The ladies did not necessarily have to be young or Western, but editors seemed to prefer them that way. One example occurred in January. Miss Estelle Wyman, visiting New York from San Francisco, was staying at the Hotel Marie Antoinette. At 7:45 in the evening of December 29, she was waiting for a westbound streetcar on the corner of 59th St. and Madison Ave. A flashily dressed young man with a blonde mustache strolled by her several times. She ignored him. He might have been in Tokyo for all the attention she paid him. Finally, he made the fatal mistake of trying to talk to her without a proper introduction. She hurled him head over heels into the middle of 59th Street. Bystanders offered to call the police. It wasn't necessary, she said. I guess he's been punished enough. I learned some tricks of wrestling in the San Francisco high school. The writer and sub-editor, who composed the subheadings, seemed to think a Japanese connection would add spice to the anecdote. The masher was mashed by the ladies' jiu-jitsu, they wrote, in a display that deserved applause from professors of the art from Nagasaki to Hakodate. By the beginning of 1905, the popular concept of jiu-jitsu was dumping someone on their head, preferably with A flick of the wrist performed by a dainty girl, or at least anyone who looked unlikely of being capable of doing it. 4. Adding a Japan link to a run-of-the-mill story made it more interesting. In many cases, Jiu-Jitsu was like a slapstick device, a banana peel for a stuffed shirt to take a pratfall on. Jiu-Jitsu was in no way essential to most of these stories. It simply made them worth telling in the first place. A young man tried to chat up a young lady on a street corner. That wasn't news of a high order. It was too mundane to have much human interest either. Adding a little jiu-jitsu put it over. Similar such stories never went away, endlessly recycled with new names and places. But there was also more serious news to report. Japan was viewed in the West as Asia's most interesting country, as an experiment in progress by the time of the Sino-Japanese War. 5. Japan and China both desired control over Korea and eventually came to blows in 1894. Japan prevailed by 1895, to the surprise of Western observers who concluded that China was weaker than previously thought and that Japan's capabilities could only be properly assessed in battle with a Western military power. By late 1903, it seemed that such a test was both inevitable and imminent. Russia and Japan both wanted Manchuria, the coast of China and Korea. Russia, the Tsar believed, had a sacred destiny to unite East and West under his Orthodox Christian rule. Japan tried to negotiate a compromise. Russia wanted it all and didn't believe that Japan could stand in Russia's way, or would even try. The Japanese were merely a race of effeminate, little yellow monkeys in a flowery fairyland, who lived in toy houses and carried fans and parasols, the Russians believed. 6. Japan defeated China and made off with impressive gains, including the island of Formosa, now Taiwan, and the Liaotung Peninsula. But Russia had its own plans for that particular piece of territory, as it was Russia's hoped-for outlet and access to the Pacific. Russia persuaded Germany and France to join forces and pressure Japan to give the land back to China, which it did, whereupon Russia moved in. One of the Triple Alliance's tools was instigating a fear in the West of a yellow peril. Japan wanted to avoid a repeat of that during the head-on collision with Russia that seemed unavoidable. In addition, Japan needed American and British technical and financial assistance to successfully prosecute the war. 7. Foreign Minister Aoki Shuzo was instructed to take appropriate measures to see that Japan's intentions were not misunderstood or misrepresented in Europe and America, and at the same time to be informed of public opinion there. 8. He contacted Alexander von Siebold from the Berlin legation and signed up the Associated Press, AP, in America. The Japanese believed that however much the foreigners might gush about cherry blossoms and geishas, deep in its collective heart, the white race feared domination by the yellow race. 9. In fact, the feeling was widespread in Germany and France, and varied with local conditions in America. They believed also that Russia would attempt to arouse anti-Japan feeling in the foreign press by harping on the imminent danger of Asian military and economic power and the possibility that Asians might want the foreigners to go home. England and America were already predisposed to back Japan for a number of reasons, one being a distrust and fear of Russia. Another being that influential people and the literate public considered Japan as Christianity's proxy in Asia. Aoki engaged two men to organize Japan's overseas public relations campaign. They were Suematsu Kencho, Mosong Qiancheng, in Europe, and Kaneko Kentaro, Jinzi Jiantai Lang, in America. Aoki told Suematsu and Kaneko that we must persuasively explain the righteousness of our cause 11, and since yellow peril feelings lie concealed in the thinking of Europeans and Americans, and Russia is stirring them up everywhere, we must prevent a further outbreak. 12. Both men had impressive credentials. Suematsu had graduated from Cambridge University in 1884 and had a minor reputation as a literary scholar and translator of Byron Shelley and the Japanese classic Genji Monogatari. In 1882.13, Kaneko had attended Harvard University, graduating in 1878, the same year Theodore Roosevelt entered. One of his classmates was a Tokyo University professor named Ernest Francisco Fenolosa. One of Fenolosa's students turned out to be the founder of Kodokan Judo. 14. It was a small world. Suematsu's work was limited to England because France was bound to Russia by an alliance, and Germany sided with Russia for several reasons, one being that the Kaiser was the Tsar's cousin, another being that Germany had interests in China that Japanese domination would compromise. Germany and France were already hostile, and little attempt was made to woe them. Efforts were concentrated on America and England. Kaneko's job was complicated by the fact that there were so many newspapers in America. The larger papers had correspondents in Japan. There were 53 well-known journalists in Japan at the start of the war, 9 from England, 17 from America, 5 from France, and 2 from Germany. 15. Most papers were too small to gather their own on-the-spot information and depended on AP and syndication services. Consequently, most papers carried the same or similar reports and features. Kaneko took advantage of journalists' gregarious, penny-pinching ways and regularly invited them to his home for dinner and cards. The Russian minister Count Artur Pavlovich Cassini attempted to cultivate goodwill for his country by similar methods, but his efforts backfired on him when he disparagingly referred to the Japanese as little yellow monkeys, which offended the journalists' basically pro-Japan sensibilities. Kaneko also accepted invitations to give lectures, wrote articles, and maintained an active social life, representing himself, and by extension, Japan as likable and trustworthy. Kaneko also recommended particular books to influential people. One of the books was Bushido, The Soul of Japan by Inazo Nitobe, F. And one of the people he recommended it to was American President, 1901 to 1909, Theodore Roosevelt, who liked it so much that he bought 30 copies to give to friends. 6. Kaneko had a budget to distribute to people who could help spread the image of Japan as America's most apt pupil and the pioneer of Anglo-American civilization in the East. There was no shortage of Americans who were willing to write flattering things about Japan. The Japanese government was generous in supporting or bribing sympathetic cooperative publishers and journalists. 18. Inazo Nitobe, whose book the American president liked so much, turned out to be a one-man propaganda army to his own surprise and without intending to be. Nitobe was an employee of the Japanese government when he wrote Bushido, and his earlier books, History of the Intercourse Between the U.S. and Japan, Landed Property in Japan, and others. Nitobe was a professor of economics at the Imperial Agricultural College in Sapporo, Japan. When he visited Sacramento and San Jose, California in October 1898, he was traveling for his health and to study local industries, especially irrigation. He was described as a distinguished visitor and a prominent Japanese official. Professors at national universities and colleges were and still are, as of 2018, government employees. In 1899, he was Special Commissioner of the Department of Agriculture and Commerce of Tokyo, Japan, when he visited Palo Alto, California. This time, he was interested in the breeding of high-grade harness horses. 20. The war was initially popular in America due to prompt, accurate, concrete reports from respected writers, many high-quality photographs, movies and lecture tours, and American sympathy for the little dog against the big dog. Jiu-Jitsu fighters such as Katsukuma Higashi and Prof. Maeda Mitsuyo Maeda did their part as well, mentioning Japan's successes in the confrontation with Russia while emphasizing the heroic yet humble qualities of their leaders that would likely resonate with average Americans. In addition to traditional war reportage, a considerable quantity of nonsense was also published, seemingly by fans of Jiu-Jitsu. According to these accounts, the Russians were as concerned about the offensive potential of Japan's Jiu-Jitsu as its rifles and swords. Jiu-Jitsu was the new and subtle and mysterious science, also known as the art of muscle wrenching. Most of the material was either plagiarized from Irving Hancock or quite possibly surreptitiously written by Hancock himself. For example, every boy in Japan from his cradle practices the science of Jiu-Jitsu. And aside from the quickness and the unsuspected strength it gives to unusual muscles, it develops a constitution and muscular strength in the men of Japan that is not found in any other race in the world. 2. Suematsu and Kaneko both gave public lectures, and the lectures were later collected into books. 3. Suematsu called attention to Japan's great moral heroism and the cause of humanity and civilization. He believed that Japan's behavior in the war countered pre-existing stereotypes that Japan was infantile, imitative, shallow, bellicose, and aggressive. 4. Suematsu's Cambridge background ensured that he would be listened to, but Kaneko's was even better. He was a Harvard man, and Harvard men stuck together. He had a personal and intimate connection to the American president, Theodore Roosevelt. The president already despised the Russians and was favorably disposed toward the Japanese. It didn't hurt that he was a fan of Japanese wrestling. On Thursday, April 28, 1904, Kaneko gave a lecture at the Japan Club of Harvard, explaining Japan's position in the war, and promptly distributed to the general public as a 35-page booklet titled The Situation in the Far East. The lecture directly targeted American fears and hopes and hostility toward Russia. Russia's attempt to portray the conflict as one of Christian, Russia, versus pagan. Japan were specifically countered, as was the issue of a supposed yellow peril. Kaneko first argued that Japan had wanted peace, but Russia left no options other than force. He denied charges that Japan attacked Russia in a neutral harbor and defended Japan's sneak attack. Every civilized country did it, he said, and there was no legal or traditional reason why Japan shouldn't do it either. Moreover, Russia wasn't surprised. He argued that Japan had acted in a more Christian way than Russia. In a sense, Japan was more Christian than Russia. He insisted that Japan's constitution guaranteed freedom of religion apparently, believing that this would impress his Christian audience. Yet, he denied that there was any yellow peril, claiming that it was nothing more than a trick concocted by disingenuous and treacherous diplomats to sour friendly relations between the U.S., England, and Japan. 27. Indeed, Japan had more to fear from the white peril than the opposite, Kaneko insisted. Some American missionaries in Japan agreed with Kaneko that the real peril was white, not yellow. The real yellow peril, Kaneko argued, had been the Mongols who invaded Europe. Japan had saved Europe from the Mongol hordes, he argued imaginatively. 8. In fact, Japan was fighting for humanity, civilization, Christianity, and American President Millard Fillmore's open-door policy. It was Russia who posed the threat, not Japan. Japan simply seeks in the present war to maintain the peace of Asia and conserve the influence of Anglo-American civilization in the East. Japan had progressed in the direction of development, Western civilization, and Christianity, or at least Christian virtues, thanks to America's gentle suasion and advice. The war was a struggle for the advancement of Anglo-American civilization. In the East, a war undertaken to ensure the peace of Asia. Japan merely wanted to selflessly share those same blessings with China and Korea. Kaneko didn't mention that Japan planned to apply a tough love approach to its tutelage. The Chinese and Koreans were going to be brought into the 20th century world system, whether they liked it or not, and as second-class subjects of the Japanese emperor. Japan continued at least until 1919 to try to enlighten American public opinion. 1. Japan's performance in the recently begun war with Russia re-aroused popular interest and gave newspapers something to print. In addition to news about and pictures of the war, almost any topic related to Japan was publishable. Among the favorites were samurai, geishas, sumo, and jiu-jitsu. A new edition of Nitobe's book Bushido came out with additional material about jiu-jitsu contributed by William Elliott Griffiths, the missionary who initially suggested that Nitobe write the book, and the first foreigner to write about jiu-jitsu based on first-hand experience. Griffiths also wrote letters to newspapers objecting that there was no such a thing as jiu-jitsu in Japan. It was jiu-jitsu, not jiu-jitsu, and it did not mean muscle breaking or muscle wrenching, he said indirectly, implicating Irving Hancock, who suggested those translations in his best-selling books. 32. Heavyweight boxing James J. Jeffries took a sample jiu-jitsu lesson and liked it so much that he decided to master the art. His teacher was Goraki Ikeda, a graduate of Columbia University. Ikeda taught Jeffries the two-handle lapel strangle and also a defense against it. Jeffries was surprised at how effective jiu-jitsu was, but he still preferred his fists for self-defense. Jiu-jitsu was all right if you knew the holds, he thought, but punching was quicker. Ikeda could hardly deny that Jeffries was entitled to rely on his hands for self-defense. Even so, he said, a man who knows jiu-jitsu need have no fear of an attack by a ruffian. He spoke from experience. When he was still a student, 4 ruffians had attacked him on Franklin Street at midnight. Ikeda fought them off until the police arrived. The writer mentioned in passing that President Roosevelt was well up in jiu-jitsu, having taken lessons from the former Nagasaki policeman John O'Brien. 33. The first jiu-jitsu book published in America was not specifically about jiu-jitsu at all. It was Irving Hancock's Japanese Physical Training in November 1903. Jiu-jitsu was just one of the topics covered, and consisted of a few descriptions and pictures of highly dubious jiu-jitsu tricks. Japan's better-than-expected performance against Russia aroused curiosity about how they were able to do it despite being so small. The actual and completely logical reasons were mostly overlooked. Instead, foreign writers gave credit to jiu-jitsu. Captain Harry H. Skinner was the first to devote a small 118 pages, mostly pictures, book to it. It was Jiu-Jitsu, a comprehensive and copiously illustrated treatise on the wonderful Japanese method of attack and self-defense, published in March, not long after Japan's first attack on Port Arthur. It was the first of many similar books to follow, ranging in quality from excellent to execrable. Most were somewhere in the middle and basically replicas of one another. 34. According to Skinner, Japan's opening sneak initial attack on Port Arthur was an example of National Jiu-Jitsu Sick, a concept first suggested by Lafcadio Hearn in 1895. Skinner believed that by means of such national jiu-jitsu, Japan would surely defeat Russia. He didn't explain what sneak attacks had to do with the science of jiu-jitsu or how it could be applied to the self-defense needs of the ordinary middle-class victims that jiu-jitsu books aimed at. A third edition was printed that same year with a supplement on 2 techniques and some physical exercise. Suggestions with a perfunctory and inaccurate note on why Japanese people were ostensibly so healthy. The reasons, Skinner said, borrowing from Hancock's Japanese physical training without citation, were their strict rules for diet, bathing, outdoor exercise, and absolute regularity of all personal habits. 35. Skinner said nothing about the source of these techniques, about his background, or about B.H. Kawashima, who posed for the pictures. Other than that, he was associated with Columbia University in New York City. The book gave the appearance of being quickly assembled to take advantage of the sudden upsurge in interest in Japan as a result of war with Russia. 36. Unlike in Hancock's book, Japanese words were used, more or less correctly, along with more or less correct English translations, indicating that a Japanese person who actually knew some form of jujutsu was the source. Approximately 35 techniques were shown, plus a few variations, demonstrated in street clothes. All were typical of the techniques shown in most other books, ads, and the demonstrations of both Edward W. Barton Wright and John J. O'Brien, and resembled Tenjin Shinyo Ryu techniques, with the exception of Hikiotoshi, used in both Tenjin Shinyo Ryu and the Kodokan Kito Ryu, no kata. The techniques' names were not used in Tenjin Shinyo Ryu, Kito Ryu, or Kodokan Judo. The techniques generally resembled those demonstrated by Teiichi Yamagata in his November 1904 Leslie's monthly magazine article Jiu-Jitsu, The Art of Self-Defense. The techniques were posed for that article by Prof. Uchimura of Harvard University and his student Hakoiwa. 37. Like almost all jiu-jitsu writers who seemingly had never actually trained, Skinner exaggerated the lethality of the techniques. Skinner recruited a willing New York policeman to demonstrate how one could arrest a policeman. He didn't explain why a law-abiding citizen would want to arrest a policeman. The officer allowed Skinner to grab and bend his left wrist upwards as shown in an illustration. The officer felt that the technique was devastating. His only options were breaking his arm or killing himself. In reality, this technique would be moderately painful, but would not break bones or cause anyone to die. Obviously, pain compliance techniques don't need to break bones or kill anyone in order to be effective. Most writers, particularly those who did not demonstrate their own techniques, apparently believed that mere pain and compliance weren't impressive enough. Broken limbs and death were needed. 38. In another example, a cross-collar grip called Hasami Shime was said to crush a man's throat like an eggshell or causing collapse. 39. Magazine readers were accustomed to exaggeration and unsubstantiated claims about the plethora of new consumer goods, medicines, medical treatments, self-esteem, and success methods being advertised. Jiu-jitsu writers needed to keep up. Moderate claims might seem too unpersuasive. The concept of product testing did not exist at the time. The primary techniques of selling were bold, unsubstantiated claims and fake testimonials, along with the other methods of selling that are still used today. 40. Self-defense against pushes and grabs would probably strike many people as reasonable and worth knowing. But self-defense entrepreneurs did not want to leave any stones unturned or market segments untapped. In both countries, America and England, the use of the fists is taught and practiced from childhood up, Skinner implausibly argued. 1. Jiu-Jitsu had an answer to the threat posed by boxers and street thugs. The section on Jiu-Jitsu versus boxing included 2 techniques. One was taka-tui, high catch, which required catching a punch on the fly and then executing a wrist lock or other maneuver. Boxers typically laughed at the suggestion that a jiu-jitsuan would be able to grab one of their punches in midair. Another technique was somewhat more practical. It was called takabasami, high pressure versus fists. It was essentially a parry, but above the elbow, which would, in at least some cases, give the jiu-jitsuan some degree of control over the puncher and allow him to be spun around into various takedowns and rear chokes. The problem with the technique is that the jiu-jitsuan would need to be outside the punch, which would, Therefore, for all practical purposes need to be a well-executed but slow, tight, straight punch. Straight punches are likely to be rare outside a boxing ring, and slow punches equally rare inside one. Jiu-Jitsuans with only these techniques at their disposal would be at a loss in most confrontations. Taka Basami, however, could be effective against pushes, shoves, and grabs. Skinner mentioned that some wrestlers used a slight variation of the technique, indicating that Taka Basami wasn't really Jiu-Jitsu, or that Jiu-Jitsu and wrestling overlapped to a degree. Or perhaps, as many proponents of wrestling insisted, that Jiu-Jitsu was just collar and elbow wrestling with strangles. In fact, a few of the techniques were designed specifically to be used against collar and elbow and other wrestlers. 4-2. Skinner's book may have stimulated Irving Hancock to have another go at it. In 1904, he wrote 3 more jiu-jitsu-oriented books, Physical Training for Women in April, Physical Training for Children in May, and Jiu-Jitsu Combat Tricks in September. Yukio Tani took part in an international wrestling competition on Monday, April 18, 1904, at the Tivoli Music Hall in the Strand. Tani's opponent was the English lightweight champion James Mellors of Stalybridge. Catch-as-catch-can rules were in effect, and it was the first time Tani wrestled with catch rules. The object of the match was to pin the opponent with both shoulders on the mat, 2 out of 3 times. 200 pounds were at stake. Tani began the round sparring for a hold, but having no success. He concentrated on preventing Mellors from getting an effective hold. Mellors finally did get his hold and pinned Tani, but it took him nearly 1 hour. Tani remained on the defensive, waiting for an opportunity to apply a counter technique. Mellors threw Tani, but Tani scrambled to his feet and pinned Mellors with a double arm hold, possibly a kesagatame or scarf hold, at the 18-minute mark. The third and final round was a repeat of the second, giving Tani the victory. 3. Boxer James J. Jeffries provided the hook for another pro jiu-jitsu article published in Honolulu on July 17, 1904. The article was The Gentlemanly Art of Self-Defense. The writer correctly spelled jiu-jitsu as jujutsu, which if nothing else indicated that his primary source was not Irving Hancock. The content of the article, however, was very much in the spirit of Hancock. According to the writer, a match had been arranged in Tokyo some years ago between one of the heavyweight boxing champions of the world and a jiu-jitsu artist. The boxer was already in Japan at the time, but conveniently disappeared before the fight could take place. On the other side of the Pacific, the writer continued, a match between a boxer and a jiu-jitsu man did take place. It occurred in Los Angeles. The boxer was the ablest pupil of James Jeffries, the heavyweight champion, and a giant of a fellow. The jiu-jitsu man was named Chiba and held the rank of 4th class, like the famous naval hero Captain Hiros. Both were members of the Kodo Kwan, the writer indicated. The boxer came out in a crouched stance. Chiba ducked under him, grabbed his neck, and within seconds either pinned him or choked him unconscious. The enthusiastic crowd yelled, "Bravo, Jap!" In the second bout, the boxer rushed Chiba, throwing wild punches everywhere. Chiba believed that one punch could destroy him. He pulled guard, sank back on his haunches, and secured a leg pinch on the boxer, putting him back on the floor, where he was again counted out. Strangely, there was a third bout, because the boxer had just lost 2 straight. The boxer returned to his crouched stance. Chiba grabbed him by the shoulder and threw him violently to the ground, where he was counted out for 3rd time. The boxer refused to try a 4th time, even more strangely because by this time he had lost 3 straight bouts. Chiba was offered the sizable sum of $1,000 to face another boxer. He declined. It would disgrace his country and degrade the honorable art of jiu-jitsu by fighting for money. 44. The article may have been at least partly an attempt to promote the jiu-jitsu school recently established in Honolulu. The proprietor, or head instructor, was Prof. Torajiro Takahashi, formerly official instructor in Fukushima, Japan. He was planning to exhibit the secrets of this famous system of self-defense. On July 22nd, at the Boys Field at the Old Japan Entertainment SIC, ladies were welcome to come. Size and strength were not needed. The exhibition took place as planned, well attended by both Japanese and foreigners, featuring Japanese swordsmen and the usual wrestlers, in addition to Prof. Takahashi's jiu-jitsu demonstrations. Prof. Takahashi demonstrated a variety of throws and self-defense techniques, as well as ball and sickle skills against a long sword and halberd versus long and short swords. A student named Shioda assisted Takahashi in displays of, according to a review, shishitori tricks, takiai tricks, stick tricks, and sword sleight of hand. There was also Japanese music dancing and pantomime. 45. Mischief. Most spectators of jiu-jitsu matches did not fully understand what they were seeing, and reports tended to be vague or even mistaken. For example, thinking that a man was being strangled by an arm lock. One exception was posted by a representative of the London Express in May. The headline declared that Japs are great wrestlers, with the possible exceptions of Yukio Tani and Sadakazu Uyanishi Raku. Everyone in the wrestling business, Japanese especially, must have been happy with that leap of illogic. Virtually any Japanese person or even Japanese impersonators could get on a stage and make money. European wrestlers had potential opponents. Promoters and managers had acts to fill their bills and clients to guide. Theater goers had something to see. Reporters had stories to write. Publishers had articles to print. Merchants had eyes to read their advertisements. It was a well-oiled system. The reporter described a match between Tani and an unnamed but alert, muscular young Englishman at the Royal Theatre in Holborn. Tani weighed 8 stone 10, 122 lb, and was short, slight, wiry. The Englishman was bigger but lithe and quick. The rules stipulated that the Englishman need only survive 15 minutes in order to win the prize. At the 10-minute mark, the Englishman put Tani on his back and tried to hold him down for the remaining 5 minutes. But Tani stood up and deposited the Englishman on the canvas with a leg trip, then quickly dropped back into an arm lock with his leg across the man's neck. The crowd did not understand what happened. The Englishman was winning, and then suddenly he lost by some strange maneuver with the small Japanese man lying down on his back. The reporter asked Tani how he had done it. Tani showed him. The reporter was convinced but wondered what would happen if Tani tried it with the Russian lion, Hackenschmidt. "The bigger the man, the better I like him," Tani replied. He used a man's strength against him. The stronger he was, the more strength Tani could turn against him. Tani demonstrated the leg trip that he used to flatten the Englishman. It was the back of his leg pressing inward on the back of mine combined, with a grip on the wrist and a hand pushing on the shoulder. The reporter fell. Tani dropped with him, stretching his arm. The reporter beat a violent tattoo on the mat. Tani demonstrated what his manager, Apollo, William Bankier, called the knockout blow. Tani cross-gripped the collar with palms outward, put a foot on the man's thigh, and then fall back with him, ending up in a mounted position, choking the surprised victim. British audiences felt it was dirty. The reporter disagreed. It was not a strangle designed to crush the windpipe. All the pressure was on the side of the neck, he verified. Apollo said the result was a sensation of floating among clouds in a perfectly happy state. Tani did not understand how it worked until he read about a Dutch physician in Japan, who learned the technique from local doctors, who used it as an anesthetic. 46. Pressure was applied to the 2 carotid arteries, depriving the brain of blood and oxygen, inducing unconsciousness. Apollo explained that a master of jiu-jitsu needed to know 300 moves. Tani, however, was economical. "Why use more variations than you need?" he asked. "Most of the variety in the flashier moves were for the benefit of audiences," he said. "If you do not know the fine points of the game, how can you see they are good?" he asked. Making it more complicated than it needed to be was an adaptation to the demands on stage performances. Thus, the most characteristic jiu-jitsu techniques were the easiest to see and understand, like stomach throws, tomo-nage, and back carry throws, sioinage. 47. The smart set. In the spring of 1904, there was a new fad among the fashionable society ladies of Washington. It was the noble art of wrestling taught by 2 Japanese professors recently arrived from across the Pacific to fill professional engagements as instructors in wrestling classes for the rich. The 2 Japanese teachers turned out to be almond-eyed maidens of great beauty. One of the Washington society ladies was Martha Blow Wadsworth, a woman of unique ideas and leader in Washington's smart set. The classes took place in Mrs. Wadsworth's home on DuPont Circle, where the Japanese craze was in full flower. As a result of this exercise fad, the latest among various recent others, such as fencing and Turkish bathing, Washington men at the Metropolitan, the Army, Navy, and University clubs were all agog and envious. The president had been enthusiastic about jiu-jitsu in 1902, but lasted only a few short weeks in his lessons with the American policeman John J. O'Brien. In December of 1903, Roosevelt was introduced to 2 authentic instructors, being Japanese, courtesy of a Harvard trustee identified in Library of Congress archives as Mr. Hill. Hill suggested that the president meet his 2 Japanese jiu-jitsu performers and claimed that they were far superior to O'Brien because they had about 6 degrees, while O'Brien only had 2. 49. The Japanese martial artists themselves asked Hill to introduce them to the president. They were out of town at the moment, but were expected back around the 10th of December. 50. The Japanese were understandably fascinated with Yamashita's progress and triumphs. Early accounts tended to be vague or confused about some of the facts and mistaken about others, but got the highlights right. According to Japanese sources, Yamashita was brought to America by the railroad tycoon Samuel Hill, who wanted a judo teacher for his son. In fact, it was Samuel Hill's father who was the railroad tycoon. Hill contacted Mr. Furuya Seijiro, Gugu Jungshilong, the head of a Japanese association on the American West Coast in either Seattle or San Francisco. Mr. Furuya was acquainted with a Yale exchange student named Shibata Kazunori, Chai Tianyi Nang, who had been a student of Yamashita at Keio Gijuku, the predecessor to Keio University, in Japan. In this roundabout way, Hill contacted Yamashita, who departed Japan sometime between May of 1902 or September of 1903, depending on the source. But Mrs. Hill feared that the science was too dangerous, so she vetoed the plan. Hill then decided to take Yamashita on tour, and finally introduced him to his alma mater, Harvard, and from there to President Roosevelt, whose clout got Yamashita the job at Annapolis against the wishes of the school's administrators. Sometime after December 10th, the exhibition was conducted, probably not too dissimilar to the one on Wednesday, December 2nd at the Friends Select School. Roosevelt was interested and subsequently hired them to teach him for 1 hour, 2 times a week. According to reports, he hired them on the spot. It is uncertain exactly when the exhibition took place, or when Roosevelt began his lessons, as opposed to when he formally signed the class registration list, the Numoncho, Rumenjang, on March 9, 1904. In any event, there was a 3-month lag between the initial introduction and the date Roosevelt began, or rather, resumed, his training. The difference was that this time it was the real thing. Roosevelt wanted to earn at least 5 degrees of the possible 7 degrees. He also wanted to lose some of his 200 lb. Like other men in Washington's smart set, he may have been all agog and envious that the society ladies were learning Japanese wrestling. The president was a man of many interests and enthusiasms. Tip 2. According to the Evening Telegram, Roosevelt had been learning Japanese wrestling 3, rather than 2, times a week for the past 2 weeks in a basement in the White House. The instructors' names were mangled as Takaba and Yubdama. Commander Isamu Takeshita, naval attaché of the Japanese legation, accompanied the wrestlers and translated. One of the instructors was Prof. Yamashita. The other was Kitagaki, who was registered in Yamashita's class, along with Roosevelt as a student, along with Commander Takeshita. On Wednesday, March 9, 1904, Roosevelt pledged loyalty to the art of judo and the teachings of Prof. Yamashita, adding his name to the professor's class list, which was headed by the following statement: "We, the undersigned, appearing before the professor, Yoshitsugu Yamashita, being duly sworn upon our oath, declare that we become his pupils and agree to keep allegiance and fidelity to the honor of the art of Judo-Sik and all the teachings of the professor." Roosevelt was the oldest, at 45, of the registered students whose ages ranged from 9 to 45. Also on March 9th, one other American, Clifford Puichat, age 38, and 2 Japanese, Isamu Takeshita, age 35, and Asaki Kitagaki, age 19, both writing their names alphabetically in the Western style, personal name first, also signed. Carolyn Ogden Jones, Frances Moore, Margaret Perrin, and Catherine Brown, all 9 years old, joined on March 1st. Some of the students had already been training with the professor by the time Roosevelt joined them. Oliver H. Perry Defarge, American, age 34, was the first. He registered on November 21st of the previous year. Martha Blow Wadsworth, age 36, joined on February 15. Being a leader in Washington's smart set, she was probably instrumental in recruiting other students for the professor. Others, whose ornately handwritten names are mostly illegible, joined between February 15 and February 20, 1904.54. Roosevelt finished his lessons and wrote a letter of appreciation, a kanshajo, Ganshi Zhuang, to Prof. Yamashita, sent from the White House, Washington, dated April 23, 1904. It read, "My dear Professor Yamashita, in closing my wrestling lessons with you, permit me to thank you, and also Mr. Kawaguchi, for the many enjoyable hours I have spent, and for what you have taught me. Have been deeply impressed by your extraordinary skill in this formidable art of self-defense, but also by your invariable and careful courtesy. I trust that whenever you come to Washington, or to anywhere else that I am, you will without fail let me know, for it will always be a real pleasure to see you. Very sincerely yours, Theodore Roosevelt. 55. The president concluded his classes sometime prior to April 23, 1904, so clearly, his exposure was both brief and shallow, according to one contemporary source, 20 lessons. On the other hand, the lessons were apparently privates, the president described, rolling with Yamashita and occasionally submitting him with chokes. His fellow students were mostly society ladies and children. Newspaper and biographical accounts that refer to his mastery of jiu-jitsu must be taken with a grain of salt. 20 lessons, even privates with the greatest teacher, are not enough to master jiu-jitsu. He also was not an expert boxer, despite many exaggerated descriptions to the contrary. 7. He took some boxing lessons, but did not train seriously as a boxer. He had one fight, or sparring session, on March 22, 1879, in the old Harvard Gymnasium. He weighed 135 lb. His opponent, C.S. Hanks, weighed 133.5 lb. The future president was punished severely by Hanks. Eat. In 1879, the founder of Kodokan Judo, Kano Jigoro, took part in a demonstration of Tenjin Shinyo Ryu Jujutsu for General Ulysses S. Grant, who was visiting Japan at the time on the last leg of his 2.5-year worldwide tour. There is no doubt that the demonstration occurred, but at least 3 people who witnessed the demonstration did not, for obvious reasons, mention Kano by name. Later, in 1927, Kano briefly mentioned the demonstration, noting also that the famous American writer Julian Street wrote about it. Street wrote about it in his 1921 book Mysterious Japan, but what he said was merely that Kano told him that he had participated in the demonstration. Since Street was only 4 months old at the time and not in Japan, he obviously did not see it himself. Street dutifully transmitted Kano's interpretation of judo as the improved form of jiu-jitsu and described Kano as a small, weak boy who had become a sturdy and accomplished man thanks to judo. Street also mentioned Theodore Roosevelt, who like Kano had been a sickly youth but supposedly developed into a wrestling, boxing, and jiu-jitsu expert as a college student and in the White House. Street also mentioned an incident that showcased a mentality that was allegedly a positive spiritual benefit of Kano's Kodokan Judo. The incident occurred during the Russo to Japanese War, 1904 to 1905. A former Kano student, Commander Yuasa, supposedly wrote a letter to Kano just before he deliberately sank his ship, the Sagami Maru, in an attempt to bottle up Port Arthur, denying the Russians access by way of sea. On board the Sagami Maru were Commander Hiros and Lieutenant Commander Honda, who also were Kano students. Commander Yuasa wrote, "Please accept as an expression of my gratitude the fact that I laid down my life for the sake of my country, as you have so kindly taught us, in time of peace, to be ready to do." According to Street, Yuasa and Hiros died. Honda survived. During the Russo to Japanese War, 1904 to 1905, Japan's Navy tried to block the entrance to Port Arthur Bay to prevent Russian troop ships from bringing in reinforcements. 3 of Kano's students were involved. They were Lieutenant Commander Hiros Takeo, Commander Yuasa, and Lieutenant Commander Honda. Hiros Takeo, A, was a lieutenant commander in the Imperial Navy. Like many other graduates of the Naval Academy at Itajima, he practiced judo because a Kodokan Judo Club was established at the Naval Academy in 1887. 59. He was born in September 27, 1868. He joined Kodokan in November of 1887. During and after his student days in the naval school, Bing Shui Shao, he trained judo when his academic or work responsibilities allowed. He earned his Shodan in August 1889, his 2 Dan in November 1890, his 3 Dan in January 1893, and his 4 Dan in April 1899. He served honorably in the Sino-Japanese War, 1894-95. He spoke French and Russian well, and served as the naval attaché to the legation in St. Petersburg. At a banquet in Russia, a Russian officer told Hiros that Japanese were too small to hold their own in a war. Hiros challenged any 3 Russians to try to beat him in a wrestling contest. The officer summoned 3 large and sturdy soldiers. One after another, the little Japanese threw the giants. Subsequently, the Tsar personally asked Hiros to demonstrate his jiu-jitsu against a famous, skilled, and strong wrestler. Again, Hiros prevailed. According to Japanese sources, the Russian officer said insultingly, "Bao yan ni." Japanese are strong when they are together, but are small and weak. I don't believe your Japanese judo is enough to defeat a big man. Ri ben ren hatuan ti toshite chang iga.
ゲレントシート。体も小さく弱い。日本には柔道というものがあるそうだが、体の大きいものには通用しないだろう。It was arranged for Heroes to fight 3 Russians. He launched them into the air with seoi nage, tomanage, and other throws, after which his fame spread across Russia. According to legend, such encounters between big Russians and small Japanese judoka were not rare. Kano himself was reportedly involved in one such incident in 1889, as was a 4-dan named Uchida on more than one occasion. 1. Hirose stayed in Russia for 3 years and became romantically involved with the daughter of a Russian admiral. But Hirose jilted the girl, telling her father that war was inevitable between Japan and Russia. As a result, Hirose became a woman hater and demanded that Japanese naval officers remain unmarried. Sometime after that, Hirose taught the Russian Vasily Oshepkov, who began training at Kodokan in 1911 and earned his 2-dan in 1917. He returned to Russia where he founded the judo section of the Soviet Sports Association. 6-3. There were 3 attempts to bottle up Port Arthur. The first attempt, led by Hirose in the Hukoku Tumaru on February 24, failed. The second attempt took place on March 27 at about 3:30 a.m. Hirose again participated. 4 old expendable ships were assigned to blow themselves up. The crews were not expected to commit suicide. Preparations were made to pick them up in the water, and in fact they generally survived without much trauma. The 4 ships were Chiyo, Maru, Hachihiko, Maru, Yoniyama, Maru, and the Fukui, Maru, the last being commanded by Hirose. Chiyo Maru and Hachihiko Maru blew themselves up. Yoniyama Maru and Fukui Maru were hit by Russian torpedoes. Hirose was departing the sinking ship in a boat when he was hit by an enemy shell. Hirose's head was blown away. Only a piece of flesh in the boat was all that remained of the brave officer's body. 64. Hirose achieved a glorious death in battle, Zhuangli na Jansi wo Suigeta, and, because of this courageous deed, 1. Hirose was designated as a Gun-Shin, god of war. Kano reportedly told a Japanese newspaper that Jiu-Jitsu was captain, sick Hirose's only amusement, and that when he returned from a long deployment he would immediately bring his Jiu-Jitsu suit to Kano's school and have as many bouts with his instructor as possible. On April 8, 1904, Kano promoted Hirose from 4-dan to 6-dan, skipping over 5-dan. Posthumous promotions were unusual but happened in special cases, as were promotions that jumped over LF intermediate dan ranks. Hirose was acclaimed as a hero. In fact, he had unnecessarily placed his men at risk. Only 4 men had been killed and 3 of them, including Hirose himself, died due to Hirose's decision to remain next to the sinking Fukui Maru. His ship had been hit by a torpedo from a Russian destroyer and was sinking. According to the report supplied by the Japanese legation, Hirose and his crew were leaving by a small boat. Hirose realized boatswain Sugino, who set the self-to-destruct charges, was missing. Hirose went back and searched the sinking ship not once but 3 times. When Hirose finally gave up and got into the small boat, he was hit by a Russian shell and blown into tatters and shreds. The operation failed to accomplish its military objective. Hirose's death was reckless, pointless, and irresponsible. It didn't matter. It was used to arouse enthusiasm for the war, both in Japan and overseas. One example was provided by the New York World's correspondent in Tokyo, Edwin Emerson Jr., who wrote, "All Japan rings today with the fame of Tako Hirose, the first great naval hero of Japanese to Russian war. The Mikado sick has conferred posthumous honors on him and his name. A life pension has been granted to his family. The poets of Japan are singing his praises in stirring ballads. His own poems, breathing purest patriotism, are being recited everywhere." Another correspondent wrote, "Somehow when we reflect on such performances as this, war seems almost worthwhile, for it brings out the noblest as well as the basest traits in the character of men. Takeo is dead, but the recollection of his deed will live forever in the minds of his countrymen. If they needed anything to spur them on to great achievements, they have it in such men as Takeo and their other heroes." 68. The third attempt took place on May 3rd. The attack force consisted of 8 obsolete merchantmen loaded down with rocks. They were Mikawa Maru, Sakura Maru, Totmoya Sik, Tohido Maru, Otaru Maru, Aikoku Maru, Asogawa Maru, and Sagami Maru. They were escorted by 14 groups of torpedo boats and destroyers, whose primary mission was to rescue the sailors after they sank their ships.
indicating that these were not deliberate suicide missions. Half of the sailors were picked up. However, all of the crew of Otaru, Maru, Ikoku Maru, Asogawa Maru, and Sagami Maru were lost. 9. Commander Yuasa Takehiro, Teb, was born July 1871 in Ushigome, Ku, Tokyo, now the Ichigaya, Waseda area. His mother was connected in some way to Kano's parents, perhaps as a maid. Yuasa was educated up from an early age in that environment. Shuntao wo shoke te yuchi. He joined Kodokan in September 1883 and received his sho, Dan in September 1886. He entered the Naval Academy in 1889. He received his 3 Dan in June 1889. Skipping 2 Dan. He graduated from the Naval Academy in July 1892. In January 1899, he earned his 4 Dan. The Russo to Japanese War officially started on February 10, 1904, 2 days after Japan's sneak attack on Port Arthur, in which a number of civilians, women and babies too, of course, were dismembered by shell fragments. Initially, the West was critical but quickly forgot about it in their admiration for Japan's pluck. The Japanese believed that in war, declaring one's intentions in advance was foolish, but because it was one of the foreigners' sometimes incomprehensible customs, they used their public relations apparatus to make excuses and distract attention from it. At the time, Yuasa was a gunnery officer on the Itsukushima, Yandao. The first 2 attempts to block Port Arthur had failed. A third attempt was ordered to take place May 3rd. Yuasa was a naval lieutenant, Dawei, in command of the Sagami Maru, a cargo ship, which was one of those to be sacrificed. As before, the crew was not considered disposable, but operations at sea are inherently hazardous even without enemy action. The Imperial Navy had taken appropriate steps to minimize personnel losses, especially of trained officers. As it turned out, Sagami Maru was one of the 2 ships that sank by enemy fire with all aboard, having failed to accomplish its objective. Yuasa was posthumously promoted to lieutenant commander, Shaozuo, and like Hirose Takeo, declared a war god. On August 8, Kano promoted him to 5 Dan, the same day Hirose received his 6 Dan. The next year, December 2, 1905, Kano again promoted him, this time to 6 Dan, in recognition of his meritorious deed. 1. Julian Street's version of the story differed from the facts on several key points. What Yuasa wrote, according to Street, was, "We shall do all that human power can and leave the rest to heaven. Thus we can calmly ride to certain death. I am happy to say that among the members of this forlorn hope are 3 of your former pupils, Commander Hirose, Lieutenant Commander Honda, and myself. May this fact redound to the credit of the Kodokan, sick, though I greatly regret that while living I could not do justice to the kindness you have shown me. Still please accept as an expression of my gratitude the fact that I lay down my life for the sake of our country, as you have so kindly taught us, in time of peace, to be ready to do." According to Street, Yuasa wrote the letter just before undertaking the 3rd operation on May 3rd. In it, he clearly states that Hirose was on Sagami Maru, but Hirose died on March 27th, so he couldn't have been killed with Yuasa on May 3rd. The letter could not have been written prior to March 27th, because the 3rd operation was not contemplated at that point. Moreover, Sagami Maru did not participate in either the 1st or 2nd operations. In addition, Commander Honda was on the fire ship Totomi, not the Sagami Maru. Commander Honda was left deaf in one ear by a tremendous explosion, but he and his crew, like the majority of seamen who participated in the 3 operations, were otherwise uninjured. It was reported in major newspapers across America, with information supplied by official Japanese sources, that the harbor had been successfully sealed. Despite that, the operation did not accomplish its military objective. 7. Street may have been quoting from memory an October 1904 American newspaper article on the subject of Bushido, according to which Yuasa told his crew before steaming into Port Arthur, "Let every man set aside all thought of making a name for himself, but let us all work together for the attainment of our object. It is a mistaken idea of valor to court death needlessly. Death is not our object, but success, and we die in vain if we do not attain success." This was lauded as a fine example of Bushido spirit, which some people believed was the source of Japan's successes against Russia. 7.4. The Russo to Japanese War was a premium public relations opportunity for Japanese government agencies, who fed their preferred version of war events to foreign correspondents in Tokyo. and directly to writers and newspapers in America by way of special agents such as Kaneko Kintaro and the Japanese legation in Washington, ostensibly compiled from reports submitted by Vice Admiral Togo in Tokyo. The procedure in England was similar. Their representatives made sure the story was widely reported in America and depicted Japan in the most favorable light. The Japanese were very concerned to create the impression, both domestically and internationally, that victory was certain, that war loans would be repaid, and that Japan's aims were limited, just, and defensive. With a nation full of rock-hard patriotic samurai eager to sacrifice their lives for even the chance of a small military advantage, how could they lose? This was in fact the impression that many Americans had. It needs to be emphasized that war reports emanated from Japanese ministries. Foreign correspondents were not permitted on the front. Security concerns were cited as the reason, and there was truth in that. As important, if not more important, was the Japanese desire to write the story they wanted told. They were generally successful in that endeavor, but ironically, a little too successful on the domestic front. The Japanese public expected great gains to flow from the victory. However, they exaggerated the extent of the victory. In fact, Russia wanted to cease hostilities, acknowledging that victory was impossible while not conceding defeat, by which they meant for Japan to occupy Moscow or other major Russia cities in the West. Japan similarly had reached the limits of its military and economic capabilities. American President and former judo student Theodore Roosevelt suggested that peace would be in the interests of both sides, and they agreed. The Russians decided to win the war at the negotiating table. The Japanese public was not pleased with the result. Rather than any Kodokan teaching, the sentiments expressed in Commander Yuasa's letter, whether it was genuine or not, reflected a clause in the January 4th, 1882 rescript for soldiers, Gunjin Chokuyu, which exhorted military men to ignore self-preservation and go into battle, expecting to die. Shan yue yori mo jonku si ha hong mao yori mo ching shi to juwu seyo chikao. O yabrite, fukak, o tori, yome o jukuru nakare. Commander Yuasa may also been influenced by the October 30th, 1890 Imperial Rescript on Education, designed by the bureaucrats to transform Japanese school children into obedient, self-sacrificing soldiers in service of Japanese expansionism. The rescript instructed children to offer themselves courageously to the state in case of emergencies. In order to guard and maintain the prosperity of our imperial throne, coeval with heaven and earth, it told them to always respect the Constitution. The Constitution did not limit government powers in any way, but on the contrary stated that there weren't any limits. In effect, it served to inform the people that they were required to do whatever the oligarchic cliques under the name of the emperor wanted them to do, including dying in the pursuit of unattainable objectives. Knack. On August 2007, 1904, George Kennan filed a detailed report on his visit in June to the Japanese Naval School at Etajima, in Hiroshima Bay. Of interest was his description of Jiu-Jitsu, which he said was pronounced Ju-Jutsu. The academy didn't have a gymnasium, baseball diamond, or football field. Instead, it had botori, pole scrimmages, kenjutsu, two-handed sword fighting, and jujutsu. Kennan was impressed with the training. They were true personal combats and gave a man fighting capacity. The jujutsu room was about 70 to 80 feet by about 40 feet and covered with tatami mats. When Kennan visited, there were 50 men on the mats and 60 to 70 more sitting waiting for mat space to open up. It was as silent as a Quaker prayer meeting. It was evident that skill and perfect knowledge of the anatomy of the body played a more important part than mere weight or strength. More important than size and strength were skill, quickness, knowledge, and knack. Most of the training consisted of throwing, it seemed to Kennan. Occasionally the wrestlers went to the ground, but the fight ended quickly. In 5, or possibly 10 seconds, one man would get the other in a jujutsu grip that would completely paralyze his resistance and force him either to yield or suffer serious bodily injury. After the 20-minute session in which almost every man had been thrown between 20 and 30 times, several pairs of selected experts gave demonstrations. Kennan felt that Jiu-Jitsu was superior to Western gym training and athletic games for the physical training of naval cadets. As he mentioned, it was true combat and prepared them to fight. He felt that Kenjutsu was basically two-handed sword fighting and not much different from Western methods. The botori, pole scrimmage, also impressed him. Botori involved 2 teams of 200 men each, divided into attackers and defenders. The attackers tried to pull the opposing team's pole down. The defenders tried to prevent them from doing it. Blows and kicks, tackles and mass rushes were all permitted. Kennan's article was well informed and based on careful observation. The drawback was that he had to go to Japan to gather the information. In general, it was easier to make up a story about mysterious science and ancient secret deadly techniques. That's what most writers chose to do. The Jiu-Jitsu that Kennan saw and described was, of course, Kodokan Judo, established there in 1887. 76. Size doesn't count. The Yabe School of Jiu-Jitsu exploited the president's interest in judo to promote Jiu-Jitsu, Japan, and the Yabe School of Jiu-Jitsu, which was actually a mail-order operation whose business consisted of selling books ostensibly written by a former college student named Yaikichi Yabe Yaikichi Shibuba Jonji, claiming to be the most successful jiu-jitsu teacher in all Japan, the greatest jiu-jitsu teacher in Japan, and a director of the Tenshin Ryu School. Yabe offered a free book to anyone who was willing to supply their contact details by mail. 8. The book explained the history and scientific principles of jiu-jitsu and included one free specimen lesson. Over the next 2 years, advertisements were regularly run in newspapers and magazines across the country. Curiously, the return address was almost always different, albeit usually some room in the Realty Building in Rochester, New York, leading cynics to suspect some sort of swindle in the making. According to one report, Yabe had just graduated from Yale University. According to another, he graduated from the University of California with honors. Neither was correct. Yabe had been a student in the College of Chemistry at the University of California at Berkeley from 1899 to 1902. However, he did not graduate with honors or otherwise. He was from Tochigi Prefecture, Japan, and was born in 1875.82. He was described as a distinguished and traveled Jap, and as a bright-looking young man, small even for a Japanese, slant-eyed, with wiry hair and mustache, nervous, affable. He wrote and spoke English fluently. He was, supposedly, a recognized authority on jiu-jitsu, and had written articles about jiu-jitsu which had been rejected by some of the best magazines. Oddly, for someone who spoke English well, Yabe's spoken English was considerably broken in a highly cliched fashion, as though written by a comic playwright. For example, on the day Japan officially declared war on Russia, Yabe commented, "Ah, Japan is sure to win," Yabe said. "Asiatic Yankees to try jiu-jitsu on the Russian bear and break his muscles. We are not afraid. We have no fear. Our Japan she play the game of jiu-jitsu. It is the game in which the little man she win, big man she loose. Japan she is little, Russes she is big." QED 83. Formerly, Yabe was a substitute editor of Japanese-American Commercial Weekly and contributed opinions to several magazines and newspapers about Japanese history and theater. He was critical of Anglo-American depictions of Japan and its people, which he felt were unrealistic and patronizing. 84. He was unabashed in propagandizing for the Meiji government, writing, "No Japanese has been known to fail in reverence for his sovereign." 85. Before long he began commenting on the progress of Tomita and Maeda and the jiu-jitsu scene in general. Yabe's ads become a template for jiu-jitsu advertising. In the 1990s, the Gracie Academy of Jiu-Jitsu was using Yabe's style almost verbatim, with references to jealously guarded secrets and edicts from the Japanese emperor forbidding the teaching of foreigners. Unlike the Gracie family marketers, Yabe did not claim that judo was fake jiu-jitsu, designed to bamboozle foreigners with an art that was ineffective for real fighting. At the time, few people outside of Japan had ever heard the word judo, and those who had weren't sure what it meant. Even Kano used the word jujutsu simply as a communicative convenience. Perhaps not coincidentally, the phrase jealously guarded secrets had been current just prior to Yabe's use of it. It was associated with ads for mail order courses promising to teach mind reading, hypnotism, personal magnetism, and other secrets of success. 87. The first 2 volumes of Jiu-Jitsu, the Japanese National System of Physical Training and Self-Defense, contained 69 lessons and 138 illustrations. Anyone who practiced his lessons for 10 to 15 minutes a day would reap the benefits of perfect health and perfect physical development and have a ready means against sudden attack, such as are becoming alarmingly frequent in this country. The American Gymnasia was a monthly magazine first published in September 1904 by a group of people whose primary common interest was physical education of any legitimate variety. It shunned fads, according to its mission statement, but made an exception for the system of Japanese exercise that is the leading popular fad in physical circles. The company, American Gymnasia Company, that published the magazine, was incorporated, and initial shareholders were physical instructors who paid $10 per share. The directors and advisors were all professionals in their respective areas of expertise. Some experts felt jiu-jitsu had nothing to offer. Others felt it had some merit, despite overblown claims emanating from self-seeking promoters and the usual crew of imposters and con men who infested the advertising sections of popular magazines. The impact of American Gymnasia was limited because it was produced and read mainly by academically trained physical educators. It was overshadowed by the popular press, led by people like Irving Hancock and Robert Edgren. American Gymnasia was ambivalent about jiu-jitsu and not particularly motivated to debunk the more outrageous claims. Hancock, Edgren, and others, on the other hand, had excellent reasons to hype jiu-jitsu. Prof. Yoshitsugu Yamashita, Shan Shiai Shao, had been in Washington since November. He and a colleague gave private exhibitions in a studio on K Street between 18th and 19th Streets Northwest and had many pupils. When he wasn't teaching, he spent his time lifting dumbbells and swinging Indian clubs. One of their regular visitors was Commander Isamu Takeshita, the naval attaché of the Japanese legation, who was himself an expert in the art, which he learned in the Naval Academy. The minister, Takahira, and most of the attaches of the legation, like almost all Japanese, also knew something of the art. Jiu-jitsu was based on a profound knowledge of anatomy and physiology, one of the Japanese experts said. It wasn't like American wrestling where the objective is to get a fall. In jiu-jitsu, the objective is to crack the opponent's back, or tear a muscle loose or snap a ligament. This at least was the reporter's understanding of what the Japanese expert said. It is the version that Washingtonians read. Jiu-jitsu was both mysterious and scientific. A diminutive Jap no bigger than a small boy, armed with this knowledge could, with a scientific twist of the wrist, make a big husky fellow cry for mercy. Jiu-jitsu had the ultimate celebrity endorsement. The president himself had given the subject attention for years. Yamashita was being managed by Samuel Hill. Hill was a Harvard man, class of 79th. He was also a Harvard trustee. He arranged for Yamashita to teach at Harvard. Yamashita knew 300 ways to throw a man, numerous ways to strangle and then resuscitate him, and myriad schemes and devices for breaking his limbs or choking him. For $100, students could learn as much about the science as they wanted. 2. Concealed weapon. A reader asked columnist Robert Edgren, "I would like to take a course in the Japanese art of jiu-jitsu, but cannot find any place in New York where the true Jap article is taught. Can you let me know where there is one?" Edgren answered, "There isn't." In New York, Edgren, probably having read Edward Barton Wright's 1902 article, Jiu-Jitsu and Judo, or derivatives of it, contradicted Hancock. Jiu-Jitsu isn't taught to every Jap. Otherwise, every Jap would know Jiu-Jitsu, which they don't, he logically pointed out. In praise of Jiu-Jitsu's efficiency, he cited George Bothner, the lightweight wrestling champion, who believed that a little Jiu-Jitsu would enhance his wrestling. Bothner had a friend who had a friend who had a Jap servant. The servant happened to be an aristocrat and a master of the Jitsu Sikh. Bothner studied diligently and quickly mastered 3 or 4 of the 14 ways to kill a man with a flick of the wrist. He went to the Pastime Athletic Club and threw every wrestler in the room in 5 minutes with his new tricks. A big policeman stopped in, declaring that Bothner's newly acquired collar choke would never work on him. The policeman was unconscious for 2 hours. Edgren described a young Japanese student at Columbia who was an expert in the Japanese art of killing with the hands. One dark night, the diminutive Jap was accosted by 3 footpads. 2 went to the hospital, the other ran for his life. The fellow who goes about carrying a knowledge of jiu-jitsu might as well be transporting a whole arsenal of concealed weapons, Edgren concluded. Regrettably, Edgren reiterated, there is no New York school for teaching the Japanese art of killing by sleight of hand. By coincidence, there was someone willing to teach and someone willing to provide the space. People like Edgren would provide advertising. Edgren, along with Hancock, had or soon acquired a personal interest in a young Japanese college dropout named Katsukuma Higashi. Possibly, Edgren read Higashi's autobiography in the September Independent and realized that he could create a demand and supply it at the same time for affordable group jiu-jitsu lessons. available not only to presidents and society, ladies, but to anyone with money to spend and a need for scientific self-defense. In any case, Edgren had a professional interest in jiu-jitsu, and Higashi needed Edgren and others of his ilk. Irving Hancock was always in the mix somehow as well, as was George Bothner. John J. O'Brien was usually not too far away either. 9-3. There was no school in New York City yet, but people who wanted to learn the secrets of jiu-jitsu were not without resources. Yaikichi Yabe's books were available and advertised in most of the mass-market general circulation periodicals published in the country. It is unknown how many people tried to learn jiu-jitsu from his books, but the number of people who saw his ads in 1904 and 1905 must have been considerable. One of the magazines he advertised in claimed to have 800,000 weekly paid subscribers. Circulation of general interest news-oriented magazines in the late 19th and early 20th centuries tended to be large. Readers were increasingly literate, and there was in fact a lot of news to be interested in, with imperialist adventures, opportunities for travel, new, scientific discoveries, inventions, products, and forms of entertainment, combined with an absence of competition from alternative media until at least the 1920s. Unlike newspapers, thrown away after one day, magazines remained on desks and coffee tables for weeks, months, even years. 95. Jealously guarded secrets. Yabe's ads appeared in a variety of magazines between 1904 and 1905. There were 8 ad templates used in 1904 and 5 more in 1905, varying only in the return address, which was with a few exceptions a room in the Realty Building in Rochester, New York, oddly, always a different room. Near the end of 1905, Yabe's address changed to the Wisner Building, still in Rochester. Soon after that change, he ceased advertising and also desisted from commenting on politics and theater as well. As remarked above, some people were suspicious about the return addresses. In this case, a simpler explanation is that Yabe and his confederates were trying to keep track of which ads people were responding to. The mail would presumably arrive in bulk in the Realty Building's mailroom. The room number was a code for the magazine that the reader had seen. Yabe's address varied with the magazine and insertion sequence. Most magazines included requests that readers mention the name of the magazine when replying to advertisements. Advertisers wanted a way to assess the effectiveness of the ad and the magazine without depending on readers' compliance or publishers' unsubstantiated circulation claims. Yabe's solution was to code the ad and the magazine into the return address. In this way, he could know without a doubt which ad and which magazine the reader had seen. Other advertisers used similar techniques. 9-6. Yabe advertised in the following magazines in 1904. The number in parentheses is the return address in the Realty Building, unless otherwise indicated. Health, 80% Realty, Saturday Evening Post. The first Yabe address was 380 Unity Building, subsequently 380, a Realty Building, followed by 380 Billions Realty, and so on. Leslie's 181 Realty, Scientific American, 344 Realty, subsequently 344, and so on. Metropolitan, 95 Realty, Pearson's, 102 Realty, Bookkeeper, 45 Realty, Collier's. The first AD was 335 Realty, subsequently 335A, Realty, and so on. Black Cat, 34 Realty, System, 134, Realty, Cosmopolitan, 74 Realty, Recreation, 104 Realty, Smart Set, 106 Realty, Christian Herald, 330, 1 Realty, Literary Digest, 351 Realty, Business World, 164 Realty, Everbody's, 116 Realty, Medical, Brief, 54 Realty, Harper's Weekly, 338 Realty, Scribner's, 117 Realty, MC Brides, 120, 6 Realty, American Monthly Review of Reviews, 105 Realty. Ads appeared less frequently in newspapers, among which were St. Louis Republic, 855 Realty, Philadelphia Inquirer, 1041 Realty, and New York Sun, 939 Realty. Yabe did not seem to favor any one periodical, or more likely, didn't have enough information about the effectiveness of any particular combination of AD and magazine. Only 8 of the 22 magazines contained more than one Yabe ad during the year. They were Metropolitan, 2 ads, System, 2 ads, Business World, 3 ads, Collier's, 3 ads, Pearson, is 3 ads, Bookkeeper, 3 ads. Scientific American, their ads. Saturday Evening Post, 7 ads. The most cost-effective apparently was Saturday Evening Post, judging by the number of ads Yabe ran, 7 between September 10 and December 10th. When running ads in the same magazine, Yabe varied the ad design, mixing and matching pictures and text, presumably to find out which yielded the most responses. Each ad had a picture, headings and subheadings, and text. The text varied across the 12 ads but had a common core of claims with some information specific to some ads, primarily about Yabe's alleged background, the letters-coded sequence, and apparently other unknown information. 9-7. Yabe's first ad appeared in a magazine called Health in August 1904-98. Health specialized in miracle cures and secrets to long life, good health, and success in life and business. The first ad was simply a lesson in Jiu-Jitsu free, subheaded the most wonderful system of self-defense the world has even known. A drawing showed a Jiu-Jitsu stylist preparing to down a dangerous gun-wielding antagonist by stepping behind his leg to right leg, in an Osoto Ogari or Ashibarai manner, while controlling the antagonist's left handgun arm and head. The text explained that almost every Japanese person trains Jiu-Jitsu, making them safe from attack by even the largest man. The secret principles of Jiu-Jitsu were jealously guarded. These secrets were being revealed by one of the most skilled exponents of the Tenshin Ryu school of Jiu-Jitsu, YK Yabe, who was offering a sample lesson free for a limited time only. In effect, readers were offered the chance to put their names on a mailing list to receive more promotional materials. Apparently, the ad did not yield a satisfactory return on investment. Health had a limited circulation and appealed to a very specific target demographic. Health readers did not have any aversion to jealously guarded secrets, judging by other ads that appeared, revealing startling secrets, jealously guarded for ages by adepts. The secrets were of telepathy, miraculous cures for any disease, personal magnetism, and hypnotic control over other people, among other mysteries of a strange force overlooked by scientists for many years. Possibly readers did not feel a need for self-defense or failed to glean from the vague ad what the system was about. The ad offered to provide a book that would explain it, putting the cart before the horse. In any event, no more ads were run in Health. The same ad, however, appeared in more general circulation monthlies, Pearson's and Cosmopolitan. Yabe tried a different ad and different magazine in the Saturday Evening Post on September 10th. Saturday Evening Post was a general circulation, Middle America weekly with a long tradition, established in 1728, and by 1905 had a paid circulation of more than 800,000 copies. The ad piggybacked on Hancock's Japanese physical training. It said, Jiu-Jitsu, the Japanese national system of physical training. According to the ad, Jiu-Jitsu had been religiously guarded for more than 2,000 years. Teaching out of Japan was forbidden by imperial edict. Adepts were bound by oath to secrecy. However, Yabe, formerly of the Tenshin Ryu school of Jiu-Jitsu, was now permitted to reveal the secrets to Americans due to the friendly feelings between Japan and America. The Yabe school address was 380 Unity Building, one of the rare times the Unity Building was used to receive mail. It was accompanied by the kanji characters for Jiu-Jitsu School, Rushu Shui Shao, Jujutsu Gakko. Inexplicably, they were printed upside down and remained upside down in subsequent placements, suggesting that Yabe himself either didn't see the ads or didn't think it mattered. 100. It must have yielded better results than the Health ad. Yabe continued advertising in Saturday Evening Post. The same ad appeared in Scientific American on October 8th. Other ads contained essentially the same content but presented it with a variety of presumably attention-grabbing designs. In no particular order they were. Learn the art of Jiu-Jitsu was the same as the ad above, but began with the phrase learn the art of. This ad appeared in Saturday Evening Post and Smart Set. A free lesson in Jiu-Jitsu was the same as the second and third ads, but the kanji characters were simply Rushu and were written correctly. This ad appeared in Black Cat and Leslie's. You don't need a gun if you know Jiu-Jitsu was the same text as above with minor variations in wording. The graphics showed a hat-wearing man pointing a revolver at the reader with his right hand. This ad appeared in Collier's, Pearson's, and Black Cat. You needn't fear a gun if you know Jiu-Jitsu was as above, but added that Jiu-Jitsu is the most wonderful system of physical training and self-defense the world has ever known, that Jiu-Jitsu would give the strength and endurance of Japanese soldiers. It implied but didn't assert that Japanese soldiers knew or used Jiu-Jitsu. It promised that Jiu-Jitsu had been or could be successfully taught by male and that any attacker could be astonishingly, quickly, and easily subdued. Because Jiu-Jitsu was based on anatomical knowledge, even a woman could subdue the strongest man with slight pressure applied to a vulnerable points. With Jiu-Jitsu, it was utterly useless for an opponent to offer resistance. At short range, Jiu-Jitsu is as potent as the most deadly weapon. Yabe's course was identical with the course taught in the leading school in Japan. The reason a Jiu-Jitsu practitioner needn't fear a gun was provided by 2 pictures showing guns being neutralized by wrist twists. This ad appeared in Saturday Evening Post, Scientific American, and American Monthly Review of Reviews. Learn Jiu-Jitsu explained that Jiu-Jitsu was the Japanese national system of physical training and self-defense. It had been jealously guarded for over 2,000 years. It included over 300 methods for disposing of a dangerous antagonist with astonishing ease and rapidity. Yabe was the most successful teacher of the art in all of Japan. He had been delegated to teach Americans. Everyone, even timid men, who read Yabe's booklet would acquire astonishing physical health and combat skills. They would also become bold, courageous, and self-reliant. The same graphic was used as in the first ad. This ad appeared in Collier's, Pearson's, Black Cat, Metropolitan, Scientific American, Leslie's, Medical Brief, System, Business World, Everybody's, and Book Keeper. The text to size doesn't count when you know Jiu-Jitsu. Explain that. Every soldier of the Mikado is skilled in the art of Jiu-Jitsu. Jiu-Jitsu was the reason they could march other soldiers in China in 1900. Jiu-Jitsu aimed at perfect health and perfect physical development. Thanks to 2.5 centuries of constant practice and improvement, it surpassed all other systems of physical training and self-defense. A person who was versed in Jiu-Jitsu could defend against a person twice their size. As in the previous ads, Jiu-Jitsu consisted of closely guarded secrets. Jiu-Jitsu had 40 methods for paralyzing the arm, used by Japanese police to arrest obstreperous persons. One of those methods was shown in the accompanying cartoon graphic of a Russian Cossack being arm-locked by a small Japanese soldier. This ad appeared in Saturday Evening Post, Pearson's, Metropolitan, Collier's, McBride's, Recreation, Harper's Weekly, Scribner's, Leslie's, System, Business World, Christian Herald, Book Keeper. The first ad appeared in August. Another ad appeared in September, followed by 8 in October, and 16 each in November and December. Thus the campaign picked up steam as the year came to a close. 5 additional ad designs were introduced in 1905. Teiichi Yamagata, 1 month before Higashi began offering Jiu-Jitsu lessons at Mac. Levy's Institute of Physical Culture in New York City. An article appeared in Leslie's Weekly, written by a nephew of Marquis Yamagata, Field Marshal of the Japanese Army, Yamagata Aritomo B. His name was Teiichi Yamagata. The article was titled Jiu-Jitsu, the Art of Self-Defense. 4 of the 13 pictures appeared in Hancock's Jiu-Jitsu Combat Tricks published 2 months earlier, and the other 9 pictures were obviously taken during the same session. Sentodu. The pictures were posed by Prof. Uchimura and Hakoiwa. Yamagata, or whoever wrote the article, blended Hancock's misconceptions with fabrications of his own. Jiu-Jitsu, he said, consisted of 42 tricks, which required 3 years to learn, after which a diploma was issued granting the newly fledged master the privilege of teaching the art. Yamagata had received such a diploma, he said. In order to begin his studies, he and all students in every Jiu-Jitsu school in Japan were required to take an oath promising that they would never use Jiu-Jitsu for any purpose other than self-defense. Jiu-Jitsu students learned agility and presence of mind by dodging poles, some of which were the size and weight of telegraph poles. The poles were dropped on the Jiu-Jitsu student, who tried to avoid being crushed. A more advanced form of training was to place a pole against the throat, or Adam's apple of a Jiu-Jitsu man, and have 4 men press it down. Beginners were not necessarily expected to be able to do this, but a master could dislodge the 4 men without suffering any discomfort himself. Jiu-Jitsu literally meant the excellent secret of sick art, Yamagata inaccurately explained. Jiu-Jitsu was the vulgar name by which it is known today, he explained. The original name of the art was Taijitsu, which meant the secret of the body, he also explained, again inaccurately. 1-3. Jiu-Jitsu was of Japanese origin, as Kano claimed, and owed nothing to China. It was the pride of the hereditary military class. The samurai, and women as well as men, studied the system to an expert level. The art disappeared in the 60s, but the Japanese government decided to restore it for use by the police. Jiu-Jitsu was effective against boxing, he asserted. The Jiu-Jitsu stylist could easily dislocate or break the boxer's wrist by delivering a blow with the open hand as the boxer punched. It didn't matter how hard or how fast he punched. It was that easy. Yamagata offered no evidence for this. Jiu-Jitsu was not only about oaths, poles, and broken wrists. Throwing was also important. There were two ways to throw a man in Jiu-Jitsu. One was over the head, the other was over the shoulder. The first was more generally used. From his description, the over-the-head throw was tomo nage, or the famous stomach throw applied with such devastating and dramatic effect by Sadakazu Uenishi Raku and other early Jiu-Jitsu and Judo representatives. However, he advised, the shoulder throw was preferable when the opponent was heavier and taller. Uchimura and Hakoiwa demonstrated one shoulder throw, actually a hip throw, in Kodokan's classification. Yamagata recommended breaking the opponent's wrist as easily as though it were a tallow candle before throwing him. Described but not shown was a detail that could be found in many early depictions of shoulder throws, and in Japanese textbooks, specifically the angle of the unlucky victim's arm. 1-4. Yamagata cautioned that the shoulder throw would almost certainly result in instant death. Yamagata did not neglect to mention the life-saving benefits of jiu-jitsu, possibly thinking that American ladies would not resonate to the idea of dodging telegraph poles or inflicting instant death. Many high-class ladies in Japan were skilled jiu-jitsu practitioners, he said, and Americans. Ladies should realize the importance of acquiring at least a partial knowledge of jiu-jitsu. It was true that in the nation's capital, the smart set and the president himself were taking lessons from Prof. Yamashita. But what about less elite-level ladies, gentlemen, and children in cities like New York? As Robert Edgren had pointed out a month before, there was no jiu-jitsu in New York. 1-5. Higashi arrives. Katsukuma Higashi was the first jiu-jitsu superstar in America. He was also the first media-fabricated champion, the creation of Irving Hancock and Robert Edgren. He wasn't a jiu-jitsu man when he made his initial public appearance in an autobiographical article published in the magazine The Independent in September 1904. He was simply a young Christian Japanese student struggling to survive in America. Despite later descriptions of his illustrious martial arts career in Japan, Higashi made only one brief mention of jiu-jitsu in his article, and it did not suggest that he was soon to be America's most celebrated authority on the suddenly booming Japanese art of jiu-jitsu. Higashi was born in 1882 in Kushikino, Satsuma. He had 2 brothers and 2 sisters. The family had male and female servants and a capacious 150-square-foot 2-floor wooden house surrounded by walls 330 feet in length, high enough to block out the view from the street. 1-6. The second floor was used for storage only. His father initially resisted the Reformation, but eventually became a member of the Council of State. The entire family converted to Christianity. I had plenty of playfellows. We boys wrestled a great deal, fought struggles with single sticks. We also battled with mud balls. 107. When his father died, Higashi ran away 200 miles to Kumamoto and entered the school of the missionaries Gulick and Clark. He stayed 3 years, studying English and English literature, geometry, trigonometry, and solid geometry. He then went to Doshisha in Kyoto for 3 more years, winning a cash prize for math. Higashi then decided to go to America and took a ship to San Francisco. After a brief stay, he caught a train bound for Massachusetts, where he planned to enroll in the Monson Academy in Monson, Hayden County, Massachusetts. On vacations, he worked in New York City and on farms. It was hard work, Higashi said, with his upper-class background, unaccustomed to physical labor. One time, he was even felled by sunstroke, he complained. Higashi next went to Yale Divinity Hall for 1.5 years. Because his fellow students were interested in jiu-jitsu, he asked Yale to establish a course in the athletics department. Yale declined. Higashi dropped out. Higashi concluded his article with some remarks on the war with Russia then in progress. Unsurprisingly, being that he was a Christian, he felt that Christianity was better than Confucianism, Buddhism, and Shintoism. He also believed that America's class system was better than Japan's. He had opinions about most hot topics and a few that probably never occurred to most readers. He was in favor of a more open class system, but he believed that America had taken equality of the sexes too far. Women had too much power in America. He wasn't the first to suggest that Japan should adopt the Western alphabet. Other Japanese, including Moriarty Inori and other men much more influential than a college dropout like Higashi, had gone even further and suggested replacing Japanese with English or French. 8. Higashi spoke for all Japan in expressing gratitude to America for teaching Japan. Japan highly values the title conferred on her by the world, America's aptest pupil. Spupil. Higashi quickly reinvented himself as a jiu-jitsu expert and almost as quickly vanished. Thanks to his association with cartoonist sports writer Robert Edgren and the prolific author of juvenile literature, Harry Irving Hancock, Higashi soon became, temporarily, Japan's most visible representative of jiu-jitsu in New York, and therefore America. What happened to Higashi? I must go to Germany first before returning to Japan and continue my studies. He also mentioned that he hoped to go back to Yale and that he would use his Western knowledge in Japan someday. 110. Skepticism about jiu-jitsu aroused as quickly as enthusiasm did. It was partly motivated by territorial possessiveness of catch wrestlers and promoters. Academics weighed in as well. Physical training was beginning to be a hot topic. There were publications and associations to promote physical education on behalf of people who hoped to earn a stable living teaching it. There were also academic conferences designed to assess the merits of competing systems, which included Swedish gymnastics, German gymnastics, the Sandow system of physical training, and the American or eclectic system, among others. Jiu-Jitsu was one of the candidates. A conference was held on November 25, 1904, at the Boston Normal School of Gymnastics. Henry A. Higgins, a director of a Boston municipal gymnasium, was dubious about jiu-jitsu, or at least about the extreme claims that were being made for it by people like Irving Hancock, among many others. Higgins had trained in jiu-jitsu, as well as catch as catch can. He didn't think that jiu-jitsu was either a science or a system, or that it was in any way superior to American wrestling. 111. Not long after his article appeared, not later than December 4, 1904, Higashi was teaching jiu-jitsu thoroughly, practically, and quickly at the Mac Levy Institute of Physical Culture in the Hotel St. George on Clark Street, in Brooklyn, New York. 112. Mac Levy was an aggressive example of marketing, and his product was what would now be called health and fitness, in 1904, more typically referred to as physical culture. Originally known as Brooklyn's Strong Boy, he endorsed Dr. Kilmer's Swamp Root as a cure for kidney, liver, and bladder troubles. Swamp Root performs marvelous cures, increase muscle mass and strength, Levy claimed. Supported by testimony from a panel of international strongmen, Levy actively recruited investors and fitness center franchise holders, who apparently were a major part of his monetization model. Teachers in his institutes were what we would now call independent contractors. Thus, their remuneration was directly tied to student enrollments, hence publicity was a valuable commodity. Newspapers and magazines, of which there were many at the time in cutthroat competition, needed content to attract readers in order to justify or increase their advertising rates. One of the easiest ways to create news content was to give public exhibitions and lectures, issue challenges, and from time to time engage in matches. 113. The Barbershop Bible. The National Police Gazette played a major role in promoting and popularizing jiu-jitsu. It was established in 1845 with the purpose of educating its white, working-class male readers, many of whom were immigrants, about citizenship. As its name suggests, it featured stories about crime and other forms of misconduct. An Irish immigrant named Richard Kyle Fox took over as editor in 1877 and expanded its scope to include gossip, scandal, and especially sports. And 14. The Gazette promoted boxing and wrestling, among many other sports, and published books about them, including some by George Bothner and ex-boxing champion James J. Corbett. When President Roosevelt gave jiu-jitsu credibility and visibility by way of his 7 weeks of Japanese wrestling lessons in a White House basement with Prof. Yamashita, the Gazette quickly seized the opportunity to boost another sports fad. As per its editorial style, the Gazette hyped the peculiar art of the Jap, jiu-jitsu, in sensationalistic terms, with a single light blow. He, the Jap expert, is able to forever cripple a man or kill him just as he chooses. This blow need require little strength, just a knowledge of the secret. That is what makes the jiu-jitsu formidable. The Gazette published a 69-page pamphlet titled The Science of Jiu-Jitsu with 33 lessons and 35 full-page illustrations written by Morio Hashi of Tokyo, priced at 10 cents, and a weekly series of articles and lessons by Kei Saito of Nagasaki, described as a well-known expert. The lessons themselves were short on details and consisted mostly of poses, stretches, and isometric exercises. For the most part, the content rehashed the fabrications and misconceptions disseminated by Edward Barton Wright. John J. O'Brien, and Irving Hancock, but also described, more or less accurately, the Kodokwan Judo of Kano. Saito was a fictitious person, and Ohashi may have been as well. 115. Saito's lessons were later expanded into a 119-page illustrated book titled Jiu-Jitsu Tricks, the secret science of the Japanese against which weight and strength does not count. The books, along with other Fox publications such as George Bothner's Scientific Wrestling and Scientific Boxing by James J. Corbett, were given away free to new subscribers to the Gazette. Saito's first series consisted of 19 lessons which were then collected into a booklet. In response to a reader's question about leg holds and a hold known as the scissors in particular, Saito concluded his final installment by recommending his previous book Jiu-Jitsu Tricks and George Bothner's book, which discuss leg scissors in more detail. The series was later revived on a twice-a-week basis, but the articles were briefer and consisted of summaries of the original articles. I'll probably break some bones. The Gazette was also involved in promoting the career of Katsukuma Higashi. Ohashi's pamphlet piqued the interest of New York City Police Commissioner McAdoo to the extent that he invited Higashi to give a demonstration of the wonderful science of the Orient on December 22, 1904. 5 of the New York Police Department's strongest men were selected to test Higashi. They were Whitman, better known as Ajax, John J. Flanagan, Charles Kammer, John McGinty, and Adam Strumpet. Reports varied as to the weights and heights of the policemen. Ajax was 5 feet 9 inches and weighed 185,200 lb, and was an all-around strong man. Flanagan was 5 feet 9 inches, weighed 220 lb, and was a champion hammer thrower. Charles Kammer stood 5 feet 11 inches, weighed 200 lb, and had been an amateur middleweight boxing champion in 1891. McGinty stood 5 feet 8 inches and weighed 200 lb, and had been a featherweight amateur boxer and welterweight professional boxer. Adam Strumpet was a runner and all-around athlete. He was 5 feet 10 inches and weighed 165 lb. Higashi stood 5 feet 3 inches and weighed 120 lb. "You had better not resist or I may hurt you," Higashi told Ajax, the first to face him. Ajax scoffed. He asked Higashi to demonstrate a trick. Higashi complied. Ajax was not impressed and lunged at the little brown man. Instantly, Higashi was on top with Ajax's arm in an unnatural and painful position. They started again, and Higashi gripped Ajax's lapels, Ajax remaining passive. Higashi threw Ajax. Ajax stood up and rushed Higashi. Higashi twisted the collar around until his knuckle pressed the giant's throat near the jugular. Ajax struggled but then collapsed, unconscious. Higashi revived him. Ajax got back up for one more try. Higashi threw Ajax and then pinned him. Ajax struggled vainly to free himself. Higashi let him up. Ajax scrambled to his feet, purple with rage. "I'll finish that fellow yet," he shouted. Ajax then wanted to wrestle Greco-Roman style. Higashi warned, "If he makes me wrestle in earnest with him, I'll probably break some bones," which he preferred not to do. Then it was Kammer's turn. Kammer was even bigger than Ajax and began by insulting Higashi, saying he had no muscle at all and such funny thin wrists. Kammer braced himself. Higashi threw him, leaving the spectators baffled as to how he accomplished it. Higashi graciously showed Kammer the throw and also how to avoid it. Yet he threw Kammer more than a dozen more times, each with a different hold, each time apparently effortlessly. Higashi was modest, saying any policeman in Japan could do the same, implying that after all, a New York policeman could too, given proper instruction. It was predicted that the police would soon be learning Jiu-Jitsu. 116. Higashi concluded by explaining that Jiu-Jitsu had 3 sections. 2 sections used sticks and ropes. In the barehanded section there were 3 divisions. The first with 60 tricks, the second with 50 more complicated tricks, and the third with 50 more tricks. All were deadly. The other officers declined to test Higashi's skills. Chief Inspector Courtright concluded that there isn't a man in the room that Jap couldn't put out of business in 2 minutes. Editors of other newspapers revised some of the information and added some more. According to one, Higashi had been a professional jiu-jitsu teacher at Doshisha College in Kyoto and had been teaching jiu-jitsu in the U.S. for the past 4 years. None of this was mentioned by Higashi himself in his article. 117. According to one paper, Higashi was one of about 20 Japanese who had received degrees for proficiency in the science of jiu-jitsu, mentioning Tomita and Yamashita as others. 118. Higashi explained that all Japanese boys learn jiu-jitsu in grammar school and continue through college, but only the thoroughly good at heart are allowed to learn the lethal tricks. All policemen in Japan know jiu-jitsu, he said. Jiu-jitsu is not wrestling, he said. Very few wrestlers in Japan know anything about the science of jiu-jitsu, he said. 119. A few days later, on December 2005, 1904, Higashi gave a similar demonstration for the benefit of the Philadelphia Police Commissioner. He was assisted by 240 lb boxer Tom Sharkey, who had enough wrestling skill to avoid being thrown twice in 1 hour by John Peening in a handicap match June 29. Sharkey also wrote articles for the Police Gazette, or lent his name to them. One editor added to his version that Higashi studied jiu-jitsu since he was 9 years old, which would have been 1891, and which Higashi said nothing about in his autobiography published 3 months before, and had taken a postgraduate course at Yale, which Higashi specifically said he did not do, in the same article. The article went on to say that Higashi had recently been attacked by more than 20 men in Harlem. Higashi broke 2 men's legs, fractured the skulls of 2 others, one of whom died, and broke another man's thumb. 120. The New York Times did not approve of brutal sports. Jiu-jitsu offended its sensibilities. It was dishonorable, cruel, cowardly, and not suitable for Americans. What works in Japan won't work in America, the Times believed. On top of that, if the police can learn jiu-jitsu, so can criminals. Good old American boxing and wrestling was good enough. 121. Evening World columnist Robert Edgren was skeptical. It is only recently that the so-called secrets have found their way into books made for Occidental reading, or that Japanese experts have seen. In the teaching of their peculiar tactics to Western pupils a means of turning the honest dollar in considerable numbers, he observed. Edgren worked both sides of the room, boosting Higashi in jiu-jitsu when it served his purpose, bashing them when it didn't. 122. Irving Hancock's effort to market jiu-jitsu to women met with outstanding success. Even if women did not flock to jiu-jitsu schools, they gave writers material to write about, which they eagerly did. The image of a dainty young woman flipping a ruffian or masher was irresistible to editors. A verbal description could serve the purpose almost as well. Educated and progressive ladies, even members of the smart set, liked the idea of being able to do what men did, that is, defend themselves physically, albeit without mussing their hair. It seemed a positive step in the direction of equal rights. The 19th Amendment, giving women the right to vote in America, was still 16 years in the future. 123. Politically active feminists, although not called that at the time, in England made jiu-jitsu a key part of their struggle for equal rights. Trained lady jiu-jitsuans were to provide protection from meddling males at consciousness-raising meetings. Physical educators were generally supportive of the view that women and girls could and should participate in appropriately adapted gymnastics and athletics, or other types of physical culture, even if they were unsure how it could be implemented while maintaining standards of feminine modesty. The women's form of jiu-jitsu, according to its major advocate, Irving Hancock, was short on rough and tumble. Instead, breathing was emphasized, along with water drinking, loose clothing, outdoor exercise, and plenty of sleep, except for stout women. Hancock's book for women did not even have the word jiu-jitsu in its title, which was physical training for women. One book reviewer concluded, "The immemorial East has a good many secrets to teach the progressive West after all, and jiu-jitsu seems to be one of them." Paradoxically, the secrets of jiu-jitsu were nothing more than what North American physical educators were already recommending. 124. Boxing is better. The eyes of the world were on Japan in 1904, where this country of little yellow men and its dwarf soldiers had managed against all odds to defy the countless legions of the Russian bear. As a result, a Japanese school of jiu-jitsu was recently established in New York and had been enjoying the support of many ladies of the upper social set in that city. A Houston native named William Underwood had first-hand experience with jiu-jitsu in Japan and spoke out against misleading articles in the New York press. Underwood was an acrobat, comedian, contortionist, boxer, and wrestler, and traveled the globe entertaining the public under the stage name of Lucifer. He had recently returned from an 11-year tour, which included Nagasaki and Yokohama, Japan, where he had the chance to see and train jiu-jitsu. Significantly, the reporter spelled jiu-jitsu correctly, suggesting that Underwood knew what he was talking about, and unlike so many others, was not merely recycling Hancock. Jiu-jitsu had not been transferred to the West without modifications. It was by combining Jiu-Jitsu principles with modern wrestling that Yukio Tani in London was able to defeat some of the best wrestlers in the universe, Underwood believed. Underwood was introduced to the Hagiwara's dojo, which meant wrestling school, the article explained, in Yokohama by Mr. Harrison, editor of the Yokohama Herald newspaper. Hagiwara was a small man even by Japanese standards and was dwarfed by the gigantic Texan. Hagiwara demonstrated 2 chokes, one from front and one from behind. Despite his prodigious strength, Underwood was unable to free himself. He next tried to choke Hagiwara with an American choke lock, but without results. He experienced a leg lock and found it terrible effective. Underwood subsequently took a series of lessons from Hagiwara. He decided that Jiu-Jitsu is somewhat of the nature of a trick. He did not mean that it was fake, but rather that it was based on knowing what to do and then doing it, rather than being powerful. It was not wrestling, despite what people in New York seemed to think. Otherwise, their proposals to test it by means of wrestling matches would make no sense. Wrestling was genuinely the national sport of Japan, he pointed out, but Jiu-Jitsu was not wrestling. He did not use the word sumo, but that's what he was referring to. Jiu-Jitsu and sumo were practiced by different types of people for totally different purposes. Practitioners of Jiu-Jitsu never participate in wrestling contests, he said. Jiu-Jitsu was also not the sort of physical culture that its proponents in America claimed. In a Jiu-Jitsu contest, falls don't count, only submissions and pins. Since the purpose is, in part, injury, it isn't suitable as physical culture. Any sport that brings injury to the body cannot be classed as beneficial to physical culture students. Nor was Jiu-Jitsu practiced by everyone in Japan, including geisha girls, primary school boys and daughters of samurai families, as claimed by Irving Hancock and others who disseminated his misinformation. Jiu-Jitsu is not a science for women, and even in Japan it is not known to them. Boxing is better, Underwood said. A boxer could inflict a telling blow before his opponent could hope to secure a hold. However, he conceded that he was talking about a good boxer, where the opponent is not versed in boxing, he would surely be at a disadvantage, even if he possessed gigantic strength. He didn't point out the obvious fact that most people are neither good boxers nor versed in boxing. His caveat was reasonable and logical. There was no reason to expect Jiu-Jitsu to be better than good boxing, and it was not designed to be. There were no Western-style boxers in Japan during Jiu-Jitsu's early history, maintained by the tradition of secret teachings, Haiden Michuan, which facilitated the preservation of old techniques. 125. Jiu-Jitsu was not designed as a mixed martial art or ultimate fight effective against trained boxers and wrestlers or as an entertainment-oriented ring sport. It had to be drastically modified and repackaged for those purposes, a process that occurred at least twice during the 20th century. Underwood wanted to test his theory that boxing was better than Jiu-Jitsu by fighting the best Jiu-Jitsu man in Japan. No one accepted his offer, leading Underwood to suspect that the Japanese knew they would lose. Back home in Houston, Underwood demonstrated some Jiu-Jitsu positions with his brother, Monroe. Dislocation hold was a wrist lock takedown into a lying straight arm lock, referred to as dislocation hold. Forward choke was known in wrestling as a chancery, and much later as a guillotine. Underwood described and demonstrated good grip details, and added that the movements must be made before the opponent has an opportunity to keep the operator from securing a hold. Combination choke and fall was a circle throw, or stomach throw, tomo nage, with 2 collar grips, used to choke the opponent on ground. Underwood ended in the mounted position, leaning forward to apply pressure to the opponent's throat. It was the same technique that Yukio Tani, or Yokotini, as Underwood called him, used to demolish the best wrestlers of England. Stranglehold was a closed guard position with a vice choke. The vice choke consisted of one arm over the opponent's head, one under, with the arms locked by catching each arm with the other hand just above the elbow. The legs were locked, closed, behind the opponent's back, squeezing tightly to force air out of his stomach. Effective police hold was basically a leg ride. A police officer would first pull a lawbreaker down flat onto his stomach, then twist and pull the foot up to the buttock area. One cannot realize the effectiveness of the hold till he has been placed in the position mentioned, Underwood commented. He didn't mention that the technique was well known to wrestlers, including Frank Gotch. They might have learned it from Jiu-Jitsu. Gotch, who, while dismissive of Jiu-Jitsu, admitted adopting some, if its techniques. It's equally possible that Jiu-Jitsuans adopted it from wrestling. To cause opponent to drop weapon was another police technique. One hand should grasp the crazy bone above the elbow and then bend the wrist down in the contrary direction. This was one of the most commonly depicted self-defense techniques, regardless of style. To disable the hand involved holding the adversary's hand palm up, grabbing two small fingers, prying them apart, thereby breaking them. Finally, one of many breaks from grasps by an assailant was to hold his head on both sides just under the ears and then twist upward. Underwood provided a reasonably accurate description of Jiu-Jitsu as it was practiced in one dojo in Japan. He was one of the few who had actually trained it in Japan, or with scientific objectivity, such as Dr. Robert Tate Mackenzie. The opinion of those who had done likewise was that Jiu-Jitsu, however it was spelled, was effective for its intended purposes, but not magical, mysterious, or miraculous, and no more scientific than properly taught wrestling. It did, however, require less physical size and strength, and thereby could be more useful for individuals lacking in one or both. This common-sense view was mostly ignored in the popular press, overwhelmed by the voluminous writings of a handful of self-interested entrepreneurs. 126. Jiu-Jitsu in the military. European armies had physical training for its soldiers, believing that fit soldiers were efficient soldiers. The America War Department began thinking about a similar program for its enlisted men a few years ago. Lieut. Herman J. Kohler, instructor of gymnastics and physical training at the United States Military Academy, clarified the Army's thinking. In Journal of the United States Infantry Association, published in or sometime not long before September 1904, it is the duty of the government to make the most generous provision to keep the soldier healthy, comfortable, and contented, the object of which is not to promote athletics for the mere sake of spectacular competitions, but to bring the average soldier and the soldier below the average up to the highest attainable level of physical vigor, thereby practically advancing his own general welfare and substantially increasing his usefulness to the service. The Army wanted regular Army men to conduct the classes. The purpose was not to produce exceptional athletes, but rather to put men in such condition that they could do their share and still have something in reserve. To entrust a work of such importance to civilian instructors would not only be wholly unnecessary, but it might prove demoralizing as well as costly. In 27. Thus the American military services did not want its personnel to be taught another individually focused sport. They also did not want a civilian instructor to teach individual combat skills to its personnel. A Japanese person, no matter how well qualified, teaching a philosophy-infused system of self-defense was not what superintendents of the military academies, Annapolis and West Point, had in mind. Private schools were a different matter. Some Japanese students at Harvard named Iyagi, C. Yokoyama, and Matsukata had made the necessary arrangements for Yamashita to teach there, which is what he was doing when the Navy offered him a contract to teach at Annapolis, saying he was the only qualified person for the job, which was undoubtedly true, at least until Tomita and Maeda showed up a little while later. On 28, the Harvard students paid $100 for lessons. Yagi and Yokoyama and Yagi's roommate, George R. Lewis, had been rolling around in the Harvard gym since the previous winter for exercise. Through their efforts, Harvard was induced to offer Yamashita a position, or more likely, to permit him to teach and charge for lessons. Harvard's willingness to invite Yamashita may have been influenced by the fact that another Harvard Jiu-Jitsu enthusiast was the son of the former Japanese Prime Minister and present Chief Advisor to the Mikado, Matsukata. Masayoshi Songfeng Zhongyi, 129. Yamashita initially declined the Navy's offer, saying he might return to Japan soon and was content to teach private lessons, he said. 130. However, on December 28, he went to the academy with Naval Attaché Commander Isamu Takeshita. Yamashita signed a contract to teach the new system of offense and defense as a regular part of the academy's gymnastics course from January 1905 to 131. Yamashita, along with Commander Takeshita of the Japanese legation, and Yamashita's assistant, Asaki Kitagaki, visited the White House on December 29. Yamashita met with Secretary of the Navy Paul Morton and Captain Bronson, Superintendent of the Naval Academy, that same day to discuss details. A reporter asked Yamashita about the president. He had no comment but seemed to be proud of his distinguished student. 132. Beginning the last week of October 1904, a few celebrated Japanese experts planned to offer jiu-jitsu lessons at the Physical Culture Academy at 110 West 42, St. New York. The program was managed by Kei Shinawara, who resided at 42 West 63, St. Shinawara later became Katsukuma Higashi's manager or spokesperson. 133. General Ni Portland, Oregon on the West Coast had a port and a rail terminal, linking up with the East Coast via Chicago. Approximately 10,000 Japanese immigrated to the United States during the first decade of the century, and many went through or remained in Portland. There was a colony in the city by the time General Nii and his troop of 15 jiu-jitsu performers arrived in November 1904. As often happened with jiu-jitsu immigrants, Nii came and soon disappeared. Most Japanese immigrants at the time were 14 to 35-year-old males, had no rights of inheritance in their home country, and had about 8 years of education. They came to perform manual labor in mining, light industry, railroad and general construction, and agriculture. They typically formed fictive families with shipmates, Tong Chuan Jie, Dosensha, for the purpose of economic cooperation in the destination country. One business that required no capital, no English language abilities, and minimal skills was the jiu-jitsu business. It is equally possible that NII recruited members of the local colony, including several children. 134. The residents of Portland had general and undoubtedly inaccurate ideas about jiu-jitsu from reading reviews of Irving Hancock's books, summaries of jiu-jitsu articles in popular magazines, and stories about Katsukuma Higashi's exploits on the East Coast. 135. General Nii's arrival was reported on November 26. He was described as a young man, as his photograph indicated, and therefore he was not a general in the military sense. The initial story claimed that heavy-handed boxers Jeffries and Fitzsimmons would be helpless as children in his hands. 136. On December 13th, it was reported that in Portland, a 120-pound Japanese boy with 3 weeks of jiu-jitsu training threw a 236-pound trained athlete over his shoulder and could have broken his arm or wrist. 137. A local entrepreneur obviously spotted an opportunity. He was probably Professor Ringler, operator of a school of physical culture and dance. He arranged an exhibition of the 330 tricks of jiu-jitsu and sword fighting, billed as Night in Japan, to be held Thursday, December 29th at Marquam Grand Theater. It was noted that President Roosevelt was a passionate fan and personal student of jiu-jitsu, and that jiu-jitsu would probably be taught in American schools, just as it, supposedly, was in Japan, where jiu-jitsu was as common as eating and walking, and everyone from the emperor down to the lowliest coolie all learned the art, where ladies could easily dispose of street burlies. Jiu-jitsu was not wrestling, it was pointed out, but General Nii agreed to wrestle Portland's crack athletes to dispel their doubts and prove that a master of the art jiu-jitsu was more than a match for any American wrestler or boxer. Portland was not lacking in crack wrestlers. Former World Catch-a-Scratch-Can champion Joe the Little Demon Acton had been teaching the Anglo-Saxon game since 1900 at the Multnomah Club in Portland. Acton had come out of his 8-year retirement to accept the position. Interest in wrestling in Portland, dead since 1898, quickly revived with Acton on the job. His students included Vic O'Connor, Sam Holbrook, Bert Kerrigan, Ed Johnson, Hal Rash, Guy Holman, Arthur Jones, Gibbs Montague, Brigham, Tim Woods, Ted Woods Fechelmer, and various others. 138. The December 25 newspapers contained a notice for the event along with a handwritten message ostensibly written and signed by General Nii Shinjing, Fen Yu Iman, Ni Bunamon. 139. It read, Ru Shuhari Benteyu Noji Shuye, Chidao Lu. Shinjing Fen Yu Iman Jiu-Jitsu is the special art of Japan Jujutsu ha Nihon Tokuyu, no Gijutsu Nari. It specifically mentioned Kito Ryu, Chidao Lu. 140. No claim that Nii had studied Kito Ryu or had a diploma was made. Readers were allowed to draw that possibly erroneous conclusion. The mayor and police chief Charles H. Hunt planned to attend. Hunt had read about Higashi's exhibitions in New York, in particular his performance against boxer-wrestler Tom Sharkey on Friday, December 25th, and was impressed. If jiu-jitsu allowed a prisoner to be controlled without requiring billy clubs or revolvers, he was in favor of it. Citizens complained when police roughed people up. Police chiefs were often called on the carpet by commissioners and mayors when citizens turned up the heat. Hunt liked the perks of his job and wanted to keep it. Jiu-jitsu might be a means to the end, he believed. 141. On the day of the Night in Japan, Joe Acton challenged Nii and offered to back up his challenge with a $500 side bet. Acton had already defeated Japan's best grappler, Matsada Sorakichi, and believed he could do the same to Nii. It was pointed out again that jiu-jitsu wasn't wrestling, which Acton conceded, and that the Matsada Sorakichi match had taken place long in the past, in 1884 in fact. It was not mentioned that Matsada was a sumo wrestler, not a jiu-jitsu man. 142. It didn't matter. Ni ignored him. He planned to confront Private E. L. Thompson, the athletic instructor of the 19th Infantry, Vancouver Barracks, and formerly of Thompson's Gymnasium in Salt Lake City. As usual, Thompson was a giant and exceptionally strong. He was 2 times Ni's size, according to one report. He had several professional wrestling contests under his belt, faring respectably against the Terrible Turk and several other crack athletes. 143. The exhibition took place as scheduled. Thompson first wrestled a jiu-jitsu representative and pinned him. The jiu-jitsu representative refused to acknowledge defeat. He was immobilized but neither dead nor finalized and therefore hadn't been beaten, he believed. The press ignored his rationalization and called it a victory for Thompson. Probably not accidentally, the rules had not been spelled out in advance, leaving room for disagreement. The victory was made less sweet by the fact that the jiu-jitsuan was a young boy, possibly the same 120-pound boy who had thrown the 236-pound athlete earlier that month. Ni stepped in to defend Japan's honor, and after a 30-minute struggle, put Thompson on the floor and strangled him, to the vociferous approbation of the numerous Japanese colonists in the audience. There was some ambiguity as to the decisive technique. The reporter believed he was seeing a strangle, but the description of Ni falling backward. His foot in Thompson's throat was more consistent with an arm lock than a choke. Thompson tried to escape by bouncing Ni on the mat, but was strangled into submission. Thompson wanted another chance to test American wrestling against jiu-jitsu. After all, he was unfamiliar with the kimono and had been tired from his battle with the young boy. Things would be different next time, he must have thought. But there was no next time. 144. A small girl named Koyama proved the self-defense value of jiu-jitsu by choking an enormous assailant. Ni demonstrated the art of kwatsu, by reviving him. Coincidentally, Ni decided to remain in Portland and teach jiu-jitsu, and to do so at Professor Ringler's Physical Culture School. 145. A month later, on Monday, February 13, 1905, another exhibition was held at Ringler's Physical Culture Hall, probably the last for some time, it was said. A jiu-jitsu match was included between M. Howry and Charles Carlson. Howry was confusingly described as a wiry Jap and gave away 30 pounds to the wrestler, Carlson. The match ended in a draw. 146. Ni and his troupe vanished. Professor Ringler remained to teach the jiu-jitsu that he learned from Ni at his Physical Culture School and Dancing Academy. 147. It was in many ways a very typical episode. Americans expected all Japanese people to be jiu-jitsu experts, but at the same time had no idea what jiu-jitsu was, which made it relatively easy for people with little or no skills to pretend that they had them. All but a few Japanese immigrants had few economic options. A little jiu-jitsu training went a long way under such conditions, and more than a few immigrants took advantage of the possibilities. One member of a troupe who knew even a smattering of jiu-jitsu or judo could, during the several weeks cross-Pacific voyage, instruct the others in the minimum skills needed to serve as demonstration partners, which was generally little more than being able to fall safely while making it look impressive, a skill known to all circus performers and easily learned. Unfortunately, there were few ways to monetize the science apart from professional wrestling. The problem was that American wrestlers were often better at wrestling than even genuine Japanese jiu-jitsu men, let alone those with less legitimate backgrounds. Taro Miyake, Yukio Tani Yukio, Cha Shimekon, was the first Japanese jiu-jitsuan to arrive in the West. He defined what jiu-jitsu was for foreigners, a small man using science, effortlessly flipping enormous monsters through the air and making them whimper for mercy on the ground. He was the most permanent of the early jiu-jitsuans. He made 2 brief tours of Paris and Spain in 19,051,906 and 1912 respectively, but in general preferred to stay close to his adopted home. His first performing partner, Sadakazu Uyanishi Raku, Wanishi Sadakazu, Shangshi Zhen, was equally if not more famous than Tani for a while and traveled extensively, including South America. The most active jiu-jitsu one of all was Taro Miyake, 148. Miyake's name was variously spelled as Miyake Miyake, Miyaki, Mayaki, Miyaki, Meiki, Miyaki, Miyasi, and more. Miyake was the most accurate romanization for his Japanese family name, which was Sanjai. His first name was also variously spelled as Taro, Taro, Taru, Tario, Taro, Tario, and Garo, none of which was correct. Miyake's first name was Taruji, written in Japanese as Duolu, Si, Ibai, Shiju. Considering how active he was, for so long and in so many places surprisingly, little is known about his background, and even that came by way of his managers. According to Miyake himself, or his ghostwriter, Miyake began his jiu-jitsu training when he was 18 years old. He won his first contest 1.5 years later. He didn't indicate whether this was a formal competition or simply randori, Luan Kuri, practice. He was not undefeated, but his 2 or 3 losses were minor. He then began teaching while training with Tanabe until he was 21. Tanabe entrusted him with all the secrets of the school. The same year he was instructor to the Kyoto police, during which time he also studied at the Uyemura school and learned the secrets of that style. He then moved to Osaka to teach the police there, where he studied with Honda and learned the secrets of his style. He was never defeated in any important tournament, he boasted. He received a gold medal from the Crown Prince of Japan and a sword of honor from Prince Komatsu, who was president of the Butokukai. By the age of 22, he was awarded the 5th degree in jiu-jitsu. Despite the fact that jiu-jitsu schools did not have such degrees, he established the Japanese School of Jiu-Jitsu in London with Yukio Tani in 1904, located at 305 Oxford Street, 150. Some elements of Miyake's account were vague or ambiguous. Miyake explicitly said that he received a gold medal from the Crown Prince for having won a tournament in Osaka in the month of May, and that he received a sword of honor from the president of the Butokukai, Prince Komatsu. He did not explicitly claim that the sword had any connection to the tournament or that the 2 awards were received at the same event or had any connection to each other. Reading inattentively, it could be inferred from the mention of Prince Komatsu and the fact that it took place in May that the tournament was a Butokukai tournament. The Butokukai, or more properly, the Dai Nippon Butokukai 1, was a private patriotic organization with many government connections. Devoted to the promotion of Japanese martial arts, primarily kendo or kenjutsu, as it was also called, 151. The crown prince was Yoshihito, son of Mutsuhito. He was 16 years old when the Butokukai was founded in 1895. Prince Komatsu, Komatsu no Miya Akihito Shinodenka, E.T. was the president, Sosai, of the Butokukai. Daikun I.K.O.N.E. Q. Akihito Shino. Inception until his death in February 1903, 152. From its, one of the 7 principal goals of Butokukai was to hold martial arts exhibitions and festivals in Bukai, Butokusai, at the Heian Temple, in Kyoto. Masters and students gave demonstrations and in some cases engaged in practice matches. Miyake indicated that his triumph happened last May, which must have meant sometime prior to 1904, since he had already established his school with Tani in London by not later than the end of 1904. It was not indicated when the statement was made. Another Butokukai goal was to present awards to people who excelled in martial arts, Wude wushu me wudao ni shu deta. Ruje wo biao jang mataha, yu suru kotobai, wushi-san. Tanabe was probably Tanabe Mataoman. Uyemura was probably Uemura Yoshio. Handa was probably Handa Yataro Bantian Mitai Lang. Tanabe was a Fusen, Ryu, stylist who was reputed to be a skillful ground fighter. Handa was a student of Sekiguchi Jushin, or Dejal, 9th descendant of the founder of the Sekiguchi, Ryu, and the related Daito, Ryu, of Jujutsu. He also operated a Tenjin Shinyo, Ryu school at one point. Uemura was a direct student of Honda. 55 both cooperated with Kano Jigoro at various times. 156. Major Butokukai events took place several times a year, usually in May and October, at the Heian Temple. They were intended to publicize the group's activities and attract new members. 157. The press diligently covered them. In 1903, the event took place at the Kyoto main headquarters, the Honbu B. On May 8th, a ceremony was held for recently deceased Butokukai President Prince Komatsu. A committee composed of Watanabe Noboru, Kitagaki Kunimichi, TT, and Kano Jigoro promoted 11 teachers of various arts, Kenjutsu, Jujutsu, Kyujutsu, and Sojutsu, to Kyoshi and Hanshi. The two newly authorized Jiu-Jitsu teachers were Totsuka Abe, F., age 64, of the Yoshin, Ryu, from Chiba Ken, and Hoshino Kumon, 9, age 66, of Shiten, Ryu, from Kumamoto, Ken. No mention was made of a Jiu-Jitsu tournament. 159. If Miyake's story was at least partly true, the tournament must have happened prior to 1902, because Prince Komatsu died on February 18, 3 months before the Enbukai. 160. Moreover, according to Miyake, it took place in Osaka. Butokukai events were held in Kyoto. Miyake implied but did not say it was a Butokukai event, simply that the award was given to him by the president of the Butokukai and that his accomplishment was so impressive that the crown prince, the future Taisho Emperor Yoshihito, gave him a gold medal. The Butokukai had branches throughout Japan, including Osaka, and they all held local events. 162. It is hypothetically possible but not likely that the crown prince and Komatsu would be involved in presenting such substantial awards for the winner of a random local contest. 163. Meticulous records were kept of the Butokukai's early tournaments along with the names and other pertinent information about award winners. In Jiu-Jitsu, as well as the other arts that were presented, representatives of various Jiu-Jitsu styles or schools participated, including Kodokan, Yoshin Ryu, Takanuchi Ryu, Sekiguchi Ryu, Kito Ryu, among others. Miyake's name was not mentioned, but two of his alleged teachers did participate. Tanabe Matauimon, HX, from Hyogo, representing Fusen, Ryu, took part in 1899, and Handa Yataro, from Osaka, representing Daito, Ryu, took part in 1900.16. It is possible that Miyake was referring to one of those events. Many lower-level Jujutsuka participated, 281 in 1899 and 274 in 1900.165. Neither event, however, took place in Osaka. 166. Mitsuyo Maeda was a Kodokan judoka and presumably would recognize a fellow judoka when he saw one, just as he was able to easily spot fakes. When Maeda arrived in England, he classified his three predecessors, Yukio, Tani, Sadakazu Yenishi, and Taro Miyake, as fellow judoka. Doho no judoka, but not necessarily Kodokan representatives. He never mentioned their Dan ranks, but always mentioned Akitaro Ono's 3 Dan rank. 167. According to one generally well-researched Japanese source, Miyake was born in Meiji 14, 1881, in Okayama. From the age of 18 he learned Fusen, Ryu, T, from Tanabe Torajiro, XXSS, at Meibukan, B. At age 20 he went to Tokyo and trained at Shubu, Kan, E. In May of Meiji 36, 1903, he entered a tournament called the All to Japan Martial Skills Championship, Zen to Nihon Bujutsu Senshu, Ken Taikai. It included representatives of various judo and jujutsu styles, Rai. Miyake emerged with the championship, Yusho. Afterwards, he met Tanabe Torajiro's son, Tanabe Matauhimon, EF, and became a judo teacher to the Kobe police. In February of Meiji 37, 1904, at age 24, he immigrated to London, England after a brief stopover in France, and immediately went to work as a judo teacher. In June of Taisho 1, 1912, at age 30, he married an 18-year-old English girl named Nora, after which he devoted his professional efforts to pro wrestling. 168. Whatever Miyake's background really was, he had legitimate skills and enough size to apply them convincingly in a wide variety of ring contexts, which inevitably meant professional wrestling, as we have come to know it. He was not a stereotypically tiny Japanese man and was able to pack on enough pounds to go toe-to-toe with the professional wrestlers of the time. 169. Falling out. Miyake made his debut in London on December 24, 1904. Ring mavens were impressed and surprised. Miyake's first opponent was his business partner, the previously invincible Yukio Tani. 170. Writers were perplexed as to why they would wrestle each other. They must have had a falling out, one reporter guessed. For him, a wrestling match was not a matter of business but of bad blood. Miyake and Tani undoubtedly knew better. It was a chance for both to get paid. The contest was unusual in that it didn't end in a draw or a victory, for each with a promise to hold another match to prove who was best. In the Miyake versus Tani match, there was no question who won. The press was increasingly critical of faked wrestling matches. Faked matches never vanished. In fact, they increased, but at the time, Miyake and Tani must have felt it was time for something new. The fans were getting tired of seeing the same huge but clumsy opponents go down to easy defeat by Tani, as had been happening since at least September 1903, 171. Miyake had skills, and he also had size and strength. As a team, they had something for everyone. It didn't really compromise Jiu-Jitsu's fundamental premise that skill could overcome size and strength, as Tani and Uyenishi had been proving for the past 4 years. It was an early demonstration that when the opponent has skill, then size matters. If the opponent has greater skill, as observers felt that Miyake had, then size really matters. Miyake had just arrived in England 2 weeks earlier, early December 1904, but was already in fine fighting trim. Not much about him was revealed to the press, only that he was the Japanese champion wrestler. Needless to say, the only champion wrestlers in Japan were sumo wrestlers, which Miyake did not claim to be. That more or less went without saying. It was as though the fans did not want to waste their time watching a wrestler who was not a champion. And as often as not, if a champion lost, he would still be a champion of something else. There were almost as many ways to be a champion as there were people who wanted to be champions. 172. The encounter took place at the Tivoli Music Hall, also known as Tivoli Theatre of Varieties, in London on Saturday, December 24, 1904. 173. Tani offered £100 to anyone who could throw him. Taro Miyake wanted the money. Local fans thought that was odd, because they had just opened a new school together. It didn't seem to occur to anyone that the fight was a publicity stunt designed to promote their new school. Tani was on stage Saturday evening at the Tivoli. His manager William Bankier Apollo was with him, whipping the crowd up with convoluted challenges and offers to European wrestlers, several of whom and their representatives were in attendance, Mr. Monroe and a backer of middleweight champion Joe Carroll among them, and a mysterious stranger who was eager to take a piece out of Tani. The stranger turned out to be Miyake, Tani's business partner. According to some reports, Miyake was already famous. According to others, he was unknown. He had only arrived 2 weeks earlier, according to Apollo, yet had already opened a new school with Tani. One reporter mentioned that he had watched Tani and Miyake wrestle 10 days previously. He might have been alluding to the demonstration Tani, Miyake, and their students Mrs. Watts and Miss Roberts put on at Caxton Hall, Victoria Street, Westminster on Tuesday, December 20.174. Tani did not seem to be in good shape, he thought. He had been facing mugs for too long and wasn't fit enough to take on a foe the size of Miyake, with equal or better skills. After some hesitation, Tani agreed to wrestle Miyake, under Jiu-Jitsu rules. Miyake weighed 11.5 stone, 161 pounds, and stood 5 feet 6 inches. Tani weighed slightly more than 9 stone, 126 pounds, and was about 5 feet 3 inches. Tani was overwhelmed. Miyake was not only bigger and stronger, he was also quicker and had a finish to his style that Tani lacked. Miyake was able to throw Tani anytime he took grips. He first threw Tani twice with leg hook throws, which might have referred to osotogari or uchimata, among other leg throws. Tani was taken off his feet and smashed to the mat. Miyake played with Tani on the ground, avoiding Tani's feet. They sprang up. Miyake threw Tani again, and this time pinned him in such a way that Tani had either to give in or suffer a broken arm. Tani gave in and lost the 100 pounds. But he was still the lightweight catch-as-catch-can champion of England, having beaten Jem Meller for the title in April. The fight lasted 5 minutes and 5 seconds. 175. Tani was no longer undefeated. In compensation, Miyake and Tani's school received abundant free advertising. The public paid to watch a demonstration of what their school was offering to provide. Their teaching staff now included the man who beat the unbeatable Tani, as well as Tani himself, a skillful big man and a skillful small man. The Japanese School of Jiu-Jitsu was located at 305 Oxford St. W. School hours were 9 to 9. Lessons were private. Students could drop in any time. Lessons were 45 minutes. 2 lessons per day, including back-to-back, were permitted, more were not advised. The chief instructors were Mr. Miyake, Mr. Tani, and Mr. Hirano. Instructors were S.K. Ada and Shozo Kanaya. Assistant instructors were Mr. Collingridge, Mr. MacDonald, and Mr. Hobday. Miss Roberts taught the ladies, 176. White-faced sumo boy. Something happened in 1904, November 16 to be exact, that would alter the course of Jiu-Jitsu history. 2 Japanese men boarded a ship headed for America. They were 2 Kodokan emissaries, Tomita Tsunejiro, B. and Maeda Hideo. Maeda would later achieve immortality under different names. It was not unusual for Japanese people to have a variety of names or to change them according to circumstances. 177. What was unusual about Maeda was that he had so many. In view of President Roosevelt's interest in Japanese wrestling, the Japanese Embassy in America asked Kano to send a suitable instructor. B. Kano selected Tomita Tsunejiro, possibly because Yamashita Yoshitsugu was already in America. 170. Tomita was Kano's first registered judo student, the first to receive a Dan ranking, and also a student of English in Kano's Kobunken. He taught English at a middle school in Izu between 1897 and 1891.19. These qualifications may have made Tomita seem like the right man for the assignment. Unfortunately, as Kano himself noted, knowing about English and using it communicatively are 2 different things. Already highly ranked, 5, Dan and middle, aged, born in 1865, and, on the small side, he was given an assistant to take care of some of the heavy lifting. He was 20, 5-year-old Maeda Hideo, 4, Dan. Maeda was selected to go because he was a young, strong judoka, but also because he wanted to visit foreign lands and had the money to pay his own way, at least in the initial stages of the visit. The fact that Japan's economy was in depression at the time, and there was a glut of university graduates on the job market probably played a role as well. 180. Some accounts say that 3, Dan Satake Nobushiro, also referred to as Shinshiro Satake I, accompanied them, while other accounts do not mention Satake. According to one report, he was on a ship with the famous Japanese sumo wrestler Hitachiyama, who arrived in America in 1907.1. 2. As it happens, Satake was in Tokyo until at least March 23 to December 24, 1907, by which time Maeda was already in England. Therefore, they didn't leave Japan together and couldn't have worked together in America. 184. Maeda Hideo was born in 1878 in a small town in northern Japan, specifically Aomori, Ken, Tsugaru, Gun, Funasawa, Mura, now incorporated into Hirokaski City. 4. His childhood name was Hideo, written with the kanji. He changed both the kanji and the pronunciation in 1906 to Mitsuyo. He was a good-natured, mild-mannered, even-tempered, beautiful white-faced boy. His devotion to sumo earned him the nickname Sumo Boy, Sumo no Kkko. In primary school, he was 160 centimeters, 521 halves, and weighed 165 pounds, 75 kilograms, and said to be capable of lifting 2 135-pound bales of rice onto his shoulders. Iwa reite iruta, a conventional way of describing a strong sumo wrestler. In 1895, his parents sent him to Tokyo to go to Waseda Middle School, Waseda Chugaku, later known as Waseda Higher School, which was affiliated with Waseda Kotogako University. Maeda entered Waseda University, according to one biographer, in either 1897 or 1898. According to his friends, he studied English and then switched to politics. Always a sumo fanatic, Maeda never rejected a challenge and disposed of everyone who faced him, one after the other. Pien Dwanka tu Gefe Bashitamono. He entered school competitions and took home the prize so regularly that he was accused of being a professional wrestler. Za! At the time, there was rivalry between schools and playful street brawls were a daily occurrence. Banfen yubi datsu tanodaroyu. Enemies often became friends. Afterwards, Maeda participated enthusiastically and courageously. Maeda was also at home on the baseball diamond, where he was known as a slugger, J. His basic underlying personality was gradually drawn out by his school environment. Maeda was a happy-go-lucky, easygoing, fun-loving type, but courageous, calm, cool, collected, and non-violent. 186. Maeda lived in the same school dorm and boarding house, FE, with Oshikawa Kiyoshi, I, whose older brother fortuitously turned out to be a prolific writer. Maeda and his like-minded friends eventually formed a group called the Tengu Korabu. Maeda maintained contact with the older brother of his friend Oshikawa Kiyoshi, namely Oshikawa Shunro. Oshikawa Shunro wrote articles based on Maeda's letters and quoted them extensively in 2 magazines that he either edited or contributed to: Boken Sekai, Adventure World, and Bukyo Sekai, Martial Arts World. Between September 1909 and October 1915, these in turn were the basis for 3 books written by a close friend of Oshikawa Kiyoshi named Susukida Zan, 187. Knowing Maeda's interests and capabilities, Oshikawa Kiyoshi and Susukida Zan advised Maeda to try judo. In June of 1897, Maeda and Oshikawa entered Kodokan together. The dojo at that time was located in Koishikawa Tomisakashita, EF. From that moment forward, judo was Maeda's life. Kotsukara Chiantian no Ru Daoren Shengashi Matsuta. Maeda's earliest days of judo training were described by a fellow judoka named Sugiura Wasuke, or Sugiura Kazusuke, 0. According to Sugiura, during the 1898 monthly team tournament for non-black belt holders, Mudansha no Tsukunami Shobu appeared like a great comet, Maeda. As usual, the white belts were formed into 2 teams and members of each group fought each other. The best man in the group then moved on to meet the members of the other group. It was a Sanbon Shobu, equal to, in which a man needed to win 2 of 3 matches to win the overall contest and proceed to a new opponent. There were 2 groups, conventionally designated as the Otsu, Gumi, Zei, and the Go, Gumi, and the best of one group confronted the members of the other group. It wasn't mentioned what the best man from the second group did in relation to the losers in the first group. Maeda defeated 4 or 5 of his Otsu Gumi opponents and prepared to take on the KO Gumi representatives, who it seemed to observers were stronger than the Otsu Gumi. Sugiura Wasuke was a member of the KO Gumi and wrote about his meeting with Maeda. Sugiura had seen Maeda in action and was both impressed and intimidated. Maeda had disposed of several of the following Kogumi members: Noguchi Shinichi Yeku Genyi, Ogami no Toichiro Xiao Shenye Dongyi Lang, Kyono Junpachiro Jingye Shunba Lang, Karino Toki Sabur, Hayato Ji Sanlo, Hatori Koshirho, He, Tor Kong Fore, Shioya Jinosuke Yangu Renji Ju. Sugiura was in line to face Maeda, but first Matsukura Kazusada, A, would take his shot. To Sugiura's surprise, Matsukura, wearing a purple belt, caught Maeda with Ippon Seoi, Nage. 188. Maeda sailed through the air and smashed a hole in the wall with his feet. Sugiura was ambivalent. If Matsukura could score another Ippon, he would win the match, and Sugiura would lose his shot at Maeda. It was academic. Maeda quickly scored Ippon with Harigoshi, A, and then Byosoto, Garigeshi, L. Tomita and Maeda left Yokohama on November 16, 1904 on board the Iyomaru and arrived in San Francisco on December 8, 1904, after a brief stop Honolulu. 189. It was not long before Tomita and his Jiu-Jitsu company were performing on stage in New York at the Plaza Music Hall for the amusement of theater-goers. Maeda's name was not mentioned, but he was undoubtedly among the company. His assignment had been to take falls for Prof. Tomita, and that's what theater work invariably called for. Impressive throws require a trained uke to take them. Their exhibition was skillful, proved interesting, and was well liked. 190. Tomita diligently discharged his duties, probably less successfully than Kano had hoped, and returned to Japan in late 1910, where he had a productive career teaching judo, boxing, weight training, and marksmanship, passing away in 1937 with the rank of 7 Dan. 191. Maeda followed the opposite course. He never went back to Japan. Some Japanese historians suspect that was his intention from the beginning. That's why he prepared such a large sum of money before leaving Japan. He knew he'd need it. It turned out to be insufficient, however, hence the nickname by which he became most famous, Conde Coma, a ring name named Maeda, adopted in Spain. Coma is a truncated form of the Japanese verb komaru, kun, ru, which means to be in a hard spot. Maeda felt it described his economic circumstances accurately. 192. Notes to Chapter 12. Appendix 1. Commodore Matthew C. Perry's Thoughts about Japanese Wrestling.